joy, sadness, anger, and fear rule this world. Here, emotions are not just invisible things hidden deep inside your heart. For those with special vision, they can see them as physical masses floating above everyone's head. This raw emotional energy is a double-edged sword. Master it, and it grants superpowers far exceeding human imagination. But let those feelings cross the limit, and that mass explodes, devouring their humanity and turning them into a hideous, bloodthirsty beast. In a world where everyone must carefully guard their own heart, Chang Mo is a bizarre exception. True to his name, this young man possesses a completely unchanging face. No matter the insults, he never reacts. Even when beaten, bloody, his eyes remain dead silent like a stagnant pond. Everyone assumes he is born emotionless, a soulless machine. He believes it too. But Chang Mo has no idea that whenever people with special vision look above his head, they drop straight to their knees, trembling in absolute terror. Because what floats above this emotionless youth is no ordinary cloud, but a colossal mental bomb over 1,000 times larger than anyone else's, blotting out the entire sky. Let's get right into it, because this is where our story begins. Welcome to a world so quiet, wait, scratch that, a world so completely insane that everyone is constantly screaming. Everyone has lost their minds, slaughtering each other, devouring and stealing power. Amidst this fiery, chaotic mess, only one scholarly young man calmly turns the pages of his book, thinking only I remain sane. But honestly, looking at the giant monster, trashing the place right behind him, you have to wonder, is staying sane in a mad world truly a blessing or a curse? The root of this entire disaster goes back 30 years when humanity lost all control over their own emotions. This is a sickness, the emotional plague. Now we cut to a team dinner for the Sky Art department, where instead of cheerful toasts, people are shouting in frustration. Why isn't this wine chilled, and why does this watermelon still have seeds? Art director Zhang Yanfei completely flies off the handle, glaring and screaming. You can't even organize a simple team dinner properly. Why don't you just drop dead? The art assistant Wu Xingxing is no pushover either. She fires right back, eat it or don't, it's up to you. You annoying nitpicker. Why don't you die instead? Just like that, the shouting match gets so ugly that bystanders are completely fed up. Aren't you too embarrassed? Fighting at a party, are you both sick? Well, you guys are fighting too, so mind your own business. Stepping in as the peacemaker, artist Chang Mo steps forward to calm things down. Everyone, please relax. Director Zhang, I will swap the wine and watermelon for you, Xingxing. On behalf of Director Zhang, I apologize to everyone, so please let's just calm down. But suddenly, instead of a thank you, Director Zhang smashes a wine bottle over the peacemaker's head, roaring, what the hell does this have to do with you? The bottle shatters, sending sharp glass shards flying across the floor right in front of everyone. The entire room instantly freezes, mouths wide open in utter shock at the sudden brutal violence. Director Zhang stands completely still. In the dim light, his bloodshot eyes burning with murderous rage, his distorted, terrifying expression makes him look just like a monster losing control. Yet our victim Chang Mo, even with blood streaming down his face, remains unbelievably calm. It is fine really, as long as everyone can just calm down, he says. Since this is a rare get-together, they should all enjoy themselves. Meanwhile, Director Zhang panics, crying out, what did I just do? Are you okay, Chang Mo? I am so sorry. Someone quickly take him to the hospital. But the young man just calmly wipes the blood away and walks out under the flashing lights, leaving the stunned crowd behind. His female colleague, Yi Li, who always flirts with him at work, pats his shoulder in pure awe, asking how he can endure all that. Chang Mo presses the tissue to his forehead, replying with a sigh that he is the only normal one in their entire department. Besides, can she even see it? Turns out there is a dark truth behind everyone losing control. The real cause behind their intense emotional outbursts is a blood tumor. Flashback to his childhood, when young Chang Mo looked up with innocent wide eyes. He was only 10 years old when he spotted his very first blood tumor growing right on his mother's head. At first, he thought his father's sudden death had triggered hallucinations, but since that day, his mother started losing her temper constantly. His father's tombstone reads, born May 15, 2000, died May 11, 2034, dedicated to a loving father by his filial son, Chang Mo. Whenever his mother raged, the blood tumor on her head swelled. And as that tumor expanded, her fits of fury became even more terrifying. Then tragedy struck. He only learned later that once a blood tumor reaches a critical size, it will explodes, and a person's head goes up with it. From that day on, Chang Mo swore never to get angry again. He used to believe that was the only way to avoid catching the emotional disease. But back in the noisy present, those crazies are still screaming insults at each other. Do you even have a brain? Is your head broken? Chang Mo watches on, totally exhausted. They are fighting again. He thinks, what a bunch of absolute lunatics. To make matters worse, Director Zhang's blood tumor is right on the verge of exploding. Zhang screams, his neck veins bulging. Say that again, I dare you, and his rival refuses to back down. I will say it, you idiot. Chang Mo stands there quietly, watching the chaos, a single exhausted thought crossing his mind. He sighs finally, stepping toward the chaotic crowd. I should probably go calm him down, he thinks. Yi Li calls out in surprise. I thought you did not care whether these people lived or died, Chang. Mo pushes up his glasses, giving a classic lazy office worker response. I do not really care, he says, but if someone dies, it gets very messy. Right then, Director Zhang's head suddenly explodes in a shower of blood, and Chang Mo just mutters, what a pain. The quiet office worker maintains a completely calm face, completely unfazed, while Yi Li stands behind him with her eyes wide in shock. Right after that, from the stump of his neck, raging flames start to erupt violently. The ghostly fire shoots straight to the ceiling, swallowing up the headless corpse. Like an erupting volcano, Chang Mo narrows his eyes behind his glasses, clearly spotting something highly unusual, deep in those swirling flames. Sure enough, a grotesque, fanged monster face begins to take shape, right in the middle of the fire. It roars like mad, releasing a pressure wave that knocks everyone back. Chang Mo's mouth twitches. He stands frozen, muttering to himself, a monster. Meanwhile, a bulky colleague shows no fear at all, shouting out a challenge. You think I am scared of a little noise. But before he can even finish, the beast lunges, delivering a brutal, fiery strike. The crowd goes wild with panic, running for their lives as horrific screams fill the air. Director Zhang is killing people. He has gone completely mad. Run amid the absolute chaos. Chang Mo stands frozen to the spot, his mind racing with questions. Why did Director Zhang's blood tumor explode, and how did he transform into a monster? Then painful memories come rushing back as he bitterly wonders why his mother had to die. Suddenly, Yi Li grabs his hand, pulling him away with force. Let us go. As they run, she reveals a mind-blowing truth. When a blood tumor explodes, the host does not die. They turn into emotional monsters, completely controlled by their own feelings. These beasts grant them supernatural powers, letting them vent their rage freely. Behind them, deafening screams echo, as fire spreads everywhere. Where is this fire even coming from? Hearing this, Chang Mo stops in his tracks, demanding answers. If that is true, then why did my mother die? Yi Li remains unusually calm. Do not worry, she says, it is almost time. Meanwhile, Director Zhang is now a raging fire monster, unleashing brutal power in a sea of flames. But just as he seems completely unstoppable, his fiery body suddenly explodes into black liquid, splashing everywhere. Director Zhang's headless body drops cold to the floor, ending the whole nightmare like a bad joke. The crowd stands there completely bewildered, rubbing their eyes to make sure of what they just saw. Did you see that Director Zhang's head just blew up, and the fire just vanished? Chang Mo frowns as he realizes something strange. Can they not see it? Yi Li shrugs to confirm. Regular people cannot see these things, whether it is someone turning into a monster, or the beast devouring their head. It is invisible to them. This brings up the harsh reality of how Chang Mo's mother died. Just like Director Zhang, she turned into one of these monsters, got consumed by her own emotions, and ultimately became food for an entirely different creature. This answers his questions. Every unanswered question in Chang Mo's heart is finally solved. He looks down and mutters, so that is it. But Yi Li interrupts him, refining that bitter truth. It is actually food for those who can control their own emotional beasts. A glowing thread of energy stretches across the room as Yi Li drops another bombshell. Every emotional monster is tethered directly to its master, she explains. If you trace the connection, you can easily find them. Sure enough, a ghostly flame leads directly to a man wearing a suit, sipping wine with a twisted, smug grin. Suddenly, childhood memories wash over Chang Mo as he stands frozen. He remembers standing at the door crack as a little boy, hearing a neighbor ask, Chang Mo, is your mother still not home? Back then, that innocent kid only knew how to call him Big Brother Liu Li. Turns out this flashy guy who just showed up isn't some stranger at all. He was his neighbor back then. Yi Li clicks her tongue, adding a sharp warning that carries a heavy scent of danger. Your former neighbor is a massive big shot now, so listen closely to his profile. His public identity is the vice president of Wei International. But in the shadows, he is a sentient being who can manipulate his own emotional monsters. Even more sinister, Yi Li exposes his shady schemes. He intentionally spreads an anger emotion virus to make everyone lose control. He waits for everyone to lose their minds, succumb to the emotional disease, and transform into mindless monsters, so he can hunt them down to steal their power. It is a vicious cycle of infection, transformation, and hunting. Looking down at the panicking hall, a harsh truth is revealed. From the very start, everyone walked right into his hunting ground. The clueless crowd below still has no idea. Boss Zhang has been wiped out, wondering how this could even happen. They talk about calling the police, but get this, that is not even the worst of it. Yi Li delivers each word coldly. She reveals his very first prey years ago was Chang Mo's mother. The young man's eyes instantly widen in shock, his pupils contracting at this sudden, devastating news. All the puzzle pieces finally clicked together. His mother had suddenly lost control because Liu Li infected her with his toxic anger virus. She died because he used his own emotion monster to devour her and tear his entire family apart. Standing behind the protective glass, Yi Li stares straight down at the villain, puffing on a cigar in the hall. The atmosphere inside the room drops heavily as they stand silently on the high floor looking down at the villain's bloody stage. But instead of screaming for blood, Chang Mo remains incredibly calm and logical. He asks if only those who turn into emotion monsters are the true targets, hoping to steal their power. Yi Li blinks, completely taken aback by his cold reaction, muttering a confused yes. He crosses his arms, concluding casually like he is delivering a routine work report. He notes he cannot get sick or turn into a monster, so he is not a target. He turns and walks away nonchalantly, leaving Yi Li calling after him, demanding to know why he is not seeking revenge. Adjusting his glasses, he responds like a classic trouble-avoiding office worker. He has superpowers and kills without hesitation, so he refuses to throw his life away over this. Besides, this is just a one-sided story. Looking at his cold, retreating back, Yi Li smirks and whispers quietly. Now watch as she asks how he can possibly hold onto the illusion that he is healthy. Chang Mo halts in his tracks, turning his head to ask what she means. Yi Li looks up with deep, intense eyes. At that exact moment, a massive shadow monster covered in countless glowing red eyes looms right behind him. She tells him that he is the most severely ill of all. Suddenly, another brutal truth drops. Liu Li's ultimate target from the very beginning has always been him, the one he desires to transform and devour most. Speak of the devil. The creepy neighbor from years ago suddenly pops up right behind him. He flashes a chilling smile, asking Chang Mo if he remembers him and noting how much he has grown. He wraps his arm around the guy's shoulder like an old friend, completely ignoring the incredibly tense atmosphere. Chang Mo remains totally expressionless and coolly brushes his arm away, telling him he has the wrong person. But the psychopath will not let him go easily, laughing and suggesting they catch up properly on the old days. Leaning in close, he flashes an evil smile and asks for a favor, wondering if he could do something bold. He casually asks him to please get a little angry, then immediately delivers a brutal kick to Chang Mo's chest. The sheer force sends him flying backwards, his body sliding across the polished marble floor of the main lobby. His colleagues watch in utter shock, whispering and asking what on earth is happening right in front of them. They cannot believe this new guy just attacked young Chang Mo. Anger quickly begins to spread across the room. Everyone is furious that someone would come to stir up trouble right after Boss Zhang was so brutally killed. Yi Li rushes over to help Chang Mo up, asking if he is okay as he clutches his bruised ribs. Despite the intense pain, he insists he is fine. Standing with his arms crossed, Liu Li scoffs in disappointment. No matter how hard he hits the boy, he just will not show any anger or care about his own safety. The villain raises his hand and snaps his fingers with a chilling smile. Instantly, magical blue sparks begin to ignite, right on the shoulders of the innocent colleagues standing nearby. These strange invisible flames rapidly grow larger, burning them alive and forcing their desperate, twisting shadows to writhe in the violent, raging heat. Ordinary people can't see the monsters, only the raging fire, making them scatter in absolute panic, wondering what the hell is happening. There's another fire over there. Stay away, it might be a gas leak. Someone call the police. Standing in the sea of flames, the twisted villain laughs insanely, aiming right at his psychological weakness, asking if he gets angry when his coworkers get hurt. Every word drips like poison into his ears, and Chang Mo frowns deeply at the endless, irritating rant. He remembers how well they treated him, memories of his kind coworker flashing back as she asked if he was only 18, wondering if he wanted her to set him up with her younger sister, who was currently in college, playfully teasing him that they might make a cute couple. Then comes the memory of his friendly senior, waving him over, suggesting they grab some lunch together. He always looked out for him at the office, offering to pay, telling him that as a rookie, he shouldn't worry about the bill. But now, amidst this brutal inferno, devouring human lives, only a faint, broken cry for help echoes out, calling for Chang Mo to hurry. Amidst the chaos, a desperate scream tells him to run, but it's already too late. Chang Mo sits on the floor in a daze, staring blankly at the charred bodies of his co-workers scattered around the villain. The killer smirks triumphantly, mocking him, asking why he is still so indifferent when everything has turned to ashes, wondering if he can really endure that much. But the killer won't be fooled, pointing directly at the massive black shadow looming over him. He taunts that Chang Mo can't fool him, as his blood tumor of rage has grown quite a lot. The villain clicks, his tongue playing with him like a mouse, saying there's no need to rush. He hasn't even revealed that he killed the boy's mother, yet wanting to see how long he can hold out. Darkness envelops Chang Mo's face. He bows his head, enduring in silence, but a steely gaze flashes behind his glasses. He knows he is not as calm as he appears. A series of memories flash through his mind. From noisy crowds and unstable colleagues to random troublemakers and aggressive strangers always trying to cause some hassle, his fists clenched so tightly they bleed, suppressing an overwhelming rage always on the verge of exploding. He wanted to tear them all to shreds, yet his hand slowly relaxes as he tells himself that he won't do it. He understands the root cause, knowing that people's emotional outbursts aren't always intentional. Their instant regret after flying into a rage always brings back painful memories of his own past. He remembers his gentle mother's face, recalling how she always cried with overwhelming guilt. Every time she lost control, he bound himself with invisible chains, afraid of losing his mind to raw emotion. Because the only outcome is regret, he has spent his entire life suppressing his feelings with absolute logic. He had to stay rational. That was how it was supposed to be. But looking at the gloating killer, standing triumphantly amidst this murderous fire, he wonders if keeping his sanity even matters anymore. His bloodshot eyes widen behind his glasses, fueled by a crazed urge to transform into a monster and tear the killer apart to avenge his mother. He slams his fist onto the floor. Wouldn't that feel great? But why? He frowns, turning to ask the girl beside him why he still hasn't transformed despite his rage. Yili replies with a cold matter-of-fact tone, warning him that if he transforms, he will only get killed. Ironically, his logic takes a different turn as he mutters if staying normal guarantees his survival, he might as well go wild and fight. Hearing this, Yi Li casts her eyes down in heavy silence. Trying to find the right words, she hesitantly tells him that this might be hard to accept right now. With his current condition, transforming is completely impossible. Chang Mo freezes in absolute shock, staring blankly at the floor. His mind goes completely empty, uttering a weak, disbelieving question of why. Looking up at his mortal enemy in the distance, the despicable killer continues to mock him, asking if he is still talking to himself and trying to convince himself. Losing his patience, the villain unleashes a fiery kick that tears through the air to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, all sounds fade into a muffled hum. His mind only echoes the villain's words. Talking to myself. Talking to myself. His pupils suddenly contract as a realization strikes like lightning. Everything makes sense, his eyes widening in pure horror as he screams in his mind. He quickly turns around. Yi Li, the co-worker who has been standing by his side this entire time, is nothing but a phantom. The illusory darkness gradually fades into nothingness. Long black hair drapes down as a cold blue light begins to materialize. A bright red, eerie smile comes into focus before his eyes. She speaks, telling him he has finally realized. She promises to stop teasing him now. The dark shadow sheds its skin, transforming into an incredibly beautiful, mysterious woman. She smiles proudly. Actually, she says, only you could see me from the start. Chang Mo's eyes go wide in shock. Staring through his glasses, he notices her face is different. Suddenly, Liu Li charges forward, throwing a blazing kick. It cuts through the wind, but Chang Mo rolls back just in time. The missed strike shatters the concrete floor. The mysterious voice continues, explaining the reason why he cannot transform right now. Suddenly, Liu Li freezes. His smug expression instantly vanishes, replaced by sheer terror. It turns out a massive presence has appeared right behind Chang Mo. A giant armored monster is bound tightly by heavy chains. She explains that he was infected from the start. The moment he saw her, he became an emotion monster. A creature born from his feelings, carrying the name of reason. This giant beast hovers in midair, radiating a cold blue light that completely suppresses Liu Li's blazing fire. Liu Li breaks into cold sweat, backing away as he stammers about the chains and the void face. He has never seen an emotion monster like this. What on earth is it? Chang Mo drops to one knee on the floor. He looks up at the towering figure behind him. Is this really his? Can reason actually be an emotion? Countless questions rush through his mind as he frowns. If he was infected long ago, why only see it now? Why did it take this long to manifest? More importantly, his gaze shifts toward the mysterious woman floating right beside him. He always thought she was just a co-worker's companion. But she is the one who triggered this change. Who is she really? The woman smiles, knowingly reading his thoughts. She knows he must have many questions right now. She asks if he wants to know who she is or what she wants. But those answers cannot come easily. For now, she can only tell him that reason is the most unique and powerful emotion of them all. The armored hand raises a dark void, ready to swallow everything. Reason has the unique power to suppress other feelings. Naturally, that includes Liu Li's explosive rage. She asks if he knows why he could not see it before. It comes down to a very simple rule in this strange world. She leans in close, offering a lethal smile. You can only see once you truly know. Meanwhile, Liu Li grinds his teeth as he analyzes the situation. He is no slave to his beast. Instead, he has become a master who controls his emotional power. A sinister grin creeps back onto his face. Just like me, he sneers, jumping high into the air. He commands his fire monster to roar out. Don't think a newly transformed beast can beat me. But facing those furious flames, reason simply raises its dark void to block the massive strike. A terrifying force erupts from the void, completely swallowing and crushing the fiery beast's aggression in an instant. Liu Li stares in absolute stunned disbelief. He wonders how his ultimate attack could be stopped so easily by this kid. Meanwhile, Chang Mo stares blankly at his own hands. What on earth is actually going on here? The mysterious woman explains that he still cannot control his beast, so it cannot interfere with reality yet. Right now, your giant beast is merely a projection of your mind. It is not actually physically present. Liu Li realizes this and bursts into triumphant laughter, mocking Chang Mo's complete lack of control. Since the beast is stuck in his mind, Liu Li seizes the opening and orders a deadly strike. The fiery monster opens its massive jaws, lunging directly at Chang Mo. Liu Li screams that he is dead. As the gap closes, Chang Mo stands dead still, staring right at the flaming teeth about to swallow him. It is a terrifyingly lopsided sight. Facing that massive predator, the young man looks like a helpless snack. Liu Li smiles, fully expecting an easy kill, but his smug expression suddenly freezes in absolute shock. An unbelievable miracle has occurred. The burning jaws of the fire monster stop right before Chang Mo's face. They halt mere millimeters from his head, completely unable to crush him. Liu Li gapes at the impossible scene. He cannot believe his eyes. Why can his beast not bite through? How is this even possible? The woman proudly explains. Because Chang Mo constantly suppresses his anger, his mind is highly resistant to it. A low-level attack like this is basically just a tickle. Chang Mo nods as everything finally makes sense. Feeling deeply humiliated, Liu Li screams out in pure rage, warning him not to look down on him. How arrogant. With that, the madman frantically whips his fire monster into a twisting, blazing vortex, preparing his next devastating blow. As a massive maw of razor-sharp fangs lunges straight at him, Chang Mo clicks his tongue, wondering what he should do now. Although the enemy's attack cannot actually hurt him, he still cannot control his own emotion monster, leaving him entirely open to take a direct hit. Noticing his hesitation, the logic queen urges him on, saying it is actually quite simple. He just needs to borrow power from his emotion monster. Chang Mo pushes up his glasses, confidence sparking in his eyes now. Knowing he can harness that beastly power, he smirks and quietly says he gets it. Right then, the blazing fire beast charges like a wild hurricane, but our young hero does not even try to dodge, calmly reaching out to fight. Liu Li is utterly shocked once again, his face contorting in pure panic as a brilliant, blinding blue light suddenly explodes, splitting the raging flames in half and sending the villain tumbling backward through the air. Desperate and helpless, Liu Li mumbles, "How is this even possible?" Through the thick smoke, a majestic figure wrapped in a chilling aura slowly emerges. Chang Mo strides forward, his entire right arm now encased in the sharp, glowing blue armor of his logic monster. The razor-sharp claws radiate immense pressure, sending visible ripples through the surrounding air. Cold sweat pours down Liu Li's face as he screams in terror, realizing the kid borrowed power from his emotion monster. He crawls backward. He's like a defeated dog, trembling. How did only 2 fingers do this? Shatter his own beast. As Chang Mo and the massive logic monster loom closer, the coward screams in utter horror. He shrieks in disbelief, questioning how a newly awakened emotion form could be this strong before scrambling to escape. But Chang Mo merely stomps his foot, shattering the concrete floor and launching himself forward like a bullet. He tears through the air to hunt down his enemy. Looking back, Liu Li's face is a mask of pure despair and terror. The entire hall collapses into chaos as massive explosions rock the area continuously. As the chase heats up, Chang Mo wonders how the guy is still using fire since his emotion monster was already completely destroyed. Flying alongside him to explain, the logic queen notes that these beasts do not die that easily. She says that Liu Li's beast is merely temporarily banished from this world, not completely gone forever. Suddenly, a glowing white portal of light opens up right ahead and the desperate coward runs straight through. Chang Mo pursues him without a single second of hesitation, stepping out into a massive silent corridor. This quiet hallway leads to the deck of a massive world-class cruise ship called the Emperor of the Sea. The luxurious vessel is currently drifting off the coast of Donghai City. That is when the logic queen warns him. She warns him that hunting down these rogue emotion monsters on this particular cruise ship is an extremely dangerous move. Chang Mo frowns, wondering why, prompting her to start explaining. According to public records, this famous cruise ship operates global routes, but right now, it is docked at Donghai, serving as a popular luxury getaway. Ever since the local waters were heavily polluted by oil and turned pitch black, the Emperor of the Sea remained one of the few cruise ships permitted to enter. No wonder his company Skyer Group rented this luxurious place. They even threw a massive party for the art department on board, but the underlying truth is far more sinister. In reality, this entire cruise ship is controlled by the emotion monsters themselves, serving as their private playground. Gold coins fall during backroom deals as these monsters trade on board, utilizing various luxury services to satisfy their dark needs. Among these services, hunting down ordinary humans is easily one of the most popular activities on the ship, so attacking an emote monster here is a direct challenge to the powerful entities who own this vessel. To make matters worse, that scumbag Liu Li is actually a top-tier VIP passenger on this ship. Chang Mo inquires if the onboard security is really that strong, and the queen strokes her chin, giving a warning. She says they can easily crush him with a single finger. Chang Mo falls silent, digesting the grim warning. Yet, defying all logic, he surges forward with absolute determination. He knows if he doesn't end this now, he will never get another chance to survive the villain's ruthless incoming revenge. The logic queen smiles warmly in agreement. Meanwhile, inside the ship's lavish VIP lounge, a terrifying piece of art is proudly on display. The sculpture depicts a flayed woman in horrifying detail, while a proud, boastful voice introduces the masterpiece. He proudly presents the sculpture to the guests, explaining how, after the sad girl died, her skin was peeled to expose her bare bones, which now seemed to carry a creepy, mocking smile, representing death itself. It caused absolute shock. What made this artwork even more bizarre was the material used to create it. It was made from a real living girl. And not just any ordinary girl either. She was actually the daughter of a country's prime minister. A wealthy blonde man spread his arms out wide. He announced that he was presenting this gift to the Emperor of the Sea today, thanking him deeply for making this grand partnership possible. The presenter was Victor from the Venus Group. Hearing this, a heavily bearded man sitting arrogantly in his chair burst out laughing with pure satisfaction. He praised Victor for being incredibly generous. His company had just taken over the street stand-like market, and now he was delivering the Prime Minister's daughter. This laughing giant was Captain Liu Yang. Nearby, a glamorous lady holding a cigarette exhaled a plume of smoke and offered her own smooth praise. She admitted she had heard the Prime Minister refuse to cooperate, but she never expected Victor to punish him in such a twisted, creative way. This lady was Anna Chris from the Ugly Duckling Association. Meanwhile, another beautiful woman wearing an off-shoulder gown admired the statue with absolute obsession. She kept complimenting his incredible taste, stating that turning a human into art was brilliant and that the girl should actually feel honored. The tragic victim was Song Huihui, the second young miss of the powerful Song family from Great Xia, a dark gathering of elites indeed. Also in this VIP circle was Bishop Xiao Yan from the Black Lotus sect of Donghai City. He took a slow puff and asked a curious question. He wondered how they had managed to target Great Xia so quickly. Victor shrugged, giving a response that reeked of cold-hearted business logic. To him, a corporation must always move forward or die because competition is brutal. He then requested their cooperation for their upcoming moves in Great Xia. As they discussed this, a bespectacled subordinate walked into the room to deliver an urgent report to the seated Captain Liu Yang. He reported that Liu Li had killed the art director of Skyat Group, but there was a minor issue. The man had suddenly decided to start another hunt, but his target had successfully transformed and was currently beating Liu Li to a pulp. Hearing this, Song Huihui clicked her tongue and scoffed at his sheer uselessness, calling him a complete waste of space. She muttered that if he had not served that mysterious master for so long, a low-rank nobody like him would never be allowed on this ship. Curiously, Victor turned to the second young miss of the Song family and asked who this master they kept mentioning actually was. She smirked and gave a highly mysterious reply, warning him that to keep their partnership smooth, they should probably avoid snooping around. Captain Liu Yang stroked his beard deep in thought. Someone capable of thrashing Liu Li right after transforming was certainly impressive. He ordered his men to step in and save Liu Li. Even though the man was just a useless pawn, they still had to show respect. They had to respect the powerful master behind him. Immediately after a ruthless judgment was passed down to the security forces, they were ordered to seal off the area and keep other emotion entities away. Normal humans would flee on their own anyway. As for the newly transformed emotion entity currently beating up Liu Li, assuming it had no powerful backing, they would just eliminate it. The subordinate bowed respectfully and left. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the windy open deck of the ship under the quiet night sky. Without saying a word, Chang Mo swung his fist and delivered a massive blow straight to Liu Li's face. The punch was incredibly powerful. It sent the despicable neighbor sliding across the cold deck of the ship. Moving like lightning, Chang Mo pinned him down instantly. In his right hand, he raised a razor-sharp blue blade condensed from the power of reason. His end had finally arrived. Terrified at last, Liu Li spat out blood and screamed in absolute panic. He asked if Chang Mo was insane to kill him here. Chang Mo stared back with icy, emotionless eyes. He simply replied, "Yes, I am." Sensing death at his doorstep, the coward quickly begged. He pleaded desperately for his life, promising to do absolutely anything. But ignoring the pathetic pleas, Chang Mo plunged the blue blade downward. With absolute resolve, the weapon came down. Liu Li squeezed his eyes shut and screamed out a dark secret to save his skin. He shrieked that he knew who had killed Chang Mo's mother, warning that if he died, the truth would be lost forever. Like a miracle, the razor-sharp blade stopped midair. The glowing blue tip halted just inches away from Liu Li's trembling eyes. Only a hair's breadth separated the blade from his eyeball. Burning with rage, Chang Mo grabbed him by the throat and yanked him up. He looked up at the dark sky and roared, releasing a wave of long-suppressed anger. The raw emotion was absolutely devastating. After his furious shout, he glared at the coward and demanded to know if he was not the one who killed his mother. Seizing his chance to live, Liu Li gasped and denied it. He claimed an emotion entity had appeared in their old neighborhood back then. That entity had secretly spread its emotional virus, hunting down newly born monsters. Memories of the shadowy figure came rushing back. Liu Li admitted he was infected and turned into an emotion monster. However, the shadow did not kill him. Instead, the mastermind helped stabilize his condition and turn him into a loyal servant. He was desperately shifting the blame to survive. He whimpered that he was forced to do everything. The master made him infect others and turn normal humans into monsters. He had to kill them so his master could steal their emotional energy and grow stronger. Chang Mo listened with a deep frown. He stared intensely as if trying to read the coward's soul. Chang Mo demanded to know exactly who this mastermind was. Where is he now? At the mention of his backer, Liu Li immediately slides back into his arrogant, threatening self. He laughs. He is an incredibly powerful and highly respected figure. If he finds out you killed me, you are dead. But just as he is about to utter that name, Liu Li freezes. His pupils contract as terrifying realization hits. Pure terror completely swallows his arrogance. Drenched in cold sweat, he stumbles backward, stammering that he cannot say a word. If he talks, that terrifying lord will show absolutely no mercy. Confronted with this massive secret, Chang Mo merely stares. The youth stays silent, offering no response. Instead, he simply drives his glowing blue blade straight down for the kill. He mutters to die, but a sudden strange voice echoes through the air, carrying absolute and overwhelming pressure. The voice commands his heart to stop beating. Instantly, an invisible hand grips Chang Mo by his chest. His body freezes in intense pain. Behind his glasses, his vision blurs as he collapses, completely drained of strength. He hits the cold deck of the ship with a heavy thud, dropping his prey right at the threshold of death. Polished leather shoes step into view, shattering the silence, while a terrified Liu Li quickly scrambles back to his feet. The newcomer is a clean-cut man in a suit and glasses who immediately bows with utmost respect and politeness. He apologizes for his delay. A bewildered Liu Li asks if they know each other, but the manager calmly responds. He declares that the Emperor of the Sea will do anything to serve him. Instantly, Liu Li's arrogant smirk returns. He doesn't hesitate. The absolute coward stomps his foot directly onto the head of the helpless Chang Mo. He shrieks in mocking triumph, asking if the kid is still tough, daring him to get up and kill him. He grinds his heel down harder, completely enjoying this pathetic display of petty revenge. But things take a sudden turn. Chang Mo slowly pushes himself back up, sending Liu Li stumbling back in sheer fright. Even the suited manager is stunned. How is he still alive? Gasping heavily for breath, Chang Mo stares down at his own trembling hands. He wonders what just happened, prompting the Queen of Reason to appear once more, casually breaking down the situation. She explains that his opponent wields the emotional power of pride, allowing him to force an absolute command on others. By commanding his heart to stop, he almost killed him. Chang Mo frowns, asking if that makes him invincible. She patiently explains the harsh rules of this world. His emotional level is 2 major tiers higher than his. Naturally, he has no way to disobey. Fortunately, he is a rational entity with built-in resistance to emotional attacks. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. The bottom line is simple. This is an enemy he cannot defeat right now. Standing alone on the windy deck of the ship, the young man maintains his composure despite facing 2 overwhelming foes. He calmly asks if the butler is also an emotional being, wondering why his emotional monster remains completely invisible. The queen explains that the butler keeps his beast locked deep within his mindscape, just like Chang Mo does. This internal mindscape is the primary domain of these entities. Sharing more of her deep knowledge, she continues her lecture. Previously, his own beast lingered right on the border of reality and mind, which is why others could see it. But once an emotional beast retreats deep into the mindscape, spotting it becomes a nearly impossible task for normal eyes. Back in reality, Liu Li is annoyed to see his target still breathing, grumbling that the brat has 9 lives. He tells his butler to put the boy in his place, and the loyal servant nods in quiet understanding agreement. With a cold glint in his eyes, the man issues another absolute command, ordering the youth to kneel. Instantly, an invisible pressure slams heavily into Chang Mo, forcing him down to the floor as sweat pours from his forehead. No use. He grits his teeth to resist, but it is utterly hopeless. The Queen of Reason casually pipes up. She explains that the less harmful the pride command is, the harder it becomes for him to resist it. Coupled with their massive level gap, resistance is impossible. Left with no choice, Chang Mo grits his teeth. He sinks down onto one knee. Seizing the opportunity to humiliate him, Liu Li struts over his shoe inches away. He delivers a brutal stinging slap across the youth's face, knocking his glasses completely out of place. He silently lowers his head, enduring the humiliation, though his eyes behind the lenses remain cold and full of killing intent. Liu Li smirks, mockingly asking if he is still planning on getting revenge all on his own. He sneers that his mother is just a low-class commoner, meaning they can easily do whatever they want to her. He promises to share every agonizing detail as payback. Chang Mo's eyes snap open, completely bloodshot with rage. He laughs, offering to describe the exact day his mother transformed as a flashback begins to play out. I remember it so clearly. The day your mother transformed was actually one of those rare times she was totally lucid, free from emotional control. She went to the market to cook a special meal just to apologize for losing her temper lately. Tomato beef stew, your absolute favorite. The bloody scene flashes back as he clicks his tongue in mock pity. In the end, blood was splattered everywhere, even on the ceiling. And that beef stew was completely ruined. Just like that, the cruel and absurd truth of it all is finally dragged into the light. Turns out your mom was targeted over one casual comment from that High Lord. Hey, why don't we pick the single mother next door as our next prey? That is how they chose her. The hypocrite shamelessly shrugs and claims he strongly protested at first, saying, after all, your mother was incredibly kind. Back when I was dirt poor, she even helped me out and brought me food. But underneath that sob story lies his true twisted nature. Grinning like a maniac, he admits that watching her lose control and seeing you plunge from happiness into total despair made him love the feeling. He spreads his arms, screaming like a bloodthirsty psycho. It is the ultimate high of controlling someone else's life and stripping away their joy. If I want her to turn into an emotional monster, she turns. If I want her to become monster food, then food she becomes. She has no choice but to obey my will. Standing right in front of his mother's killer, Chang Mo prepares to strike. He slowly touches the frame of his glasses, pulling out a razor-thin glowing blue blade, ready to tear this monster apart. Realizing the danger, the bespectacled manager immediately steps in and coldly barks an absolute order. I command you to freeze all movement. Instantly, Chang Mo's body locks up, frozen mid-air under that unstoppable hypnotic force. But the ruthless manager is not done yet. He pushes further, demanding him to kneel and bow. Under the crushing weight of that invisible pressure, Chang Mo is forced forward. His knees and forehead slam violently onto the wooden deck. He is pinned flat, completely powerless against this massive gap in strength. Having pacified his prey, the manager steps back to hand over the spotlight, suggesting they let the boy finish the job himself. Liu Li eagerly agrees with Kang Hai. Seizing his moment of triumph, the smug bully stands over the defeated young man. Looking down at the kneeling Chang Mo, he offers a twisted choice: swear to become my dog and you might just survive. He literally barks twice with a sickening grin, threatening him with deadly eyes, warning that the only alternative is a brutal death. A heavy silence hangs over the deck. One gloating bully, one indifferent bystander, and a desperate kid forced to swallow his pride. Gritting his teeth, Chang Mo desperately calls out to the Queen of Reason inside his mind, asking her what the plan is. Yi Li simply scoffs. Looking down at the bowing boy, she smirks. Shouldn't she be the one asking him that question? His brain kicks into high gear as Chang Mo fires back with rapid, cold logic. He knows she planned for this exact moment. She turned him into an emotion monster, knowing everything about him, scum Liu, and this very ship. She must have foreseen this. He pleads with her to name her price, promising he will accept absolutely any condition she demands to get out of this alive. Back in the real world, Liu Li loses his patience and violently stomps on Chang Mo's head, screaming at him to bark. Inside his mind, the Queen of Reason curls her red lips into an enchanting, deeply satisfied smile. She has him right where she wants him. Melting into a dark, swirling aura, she flows directly into him, whispering that he only needs to accept her power to begin. Suddenly, a massive column of bright blue energy erupts like a volcano, violently blasting Liu Li and the manager backward. Standing tall inside the blinding light, Chang Mo slowly raises his head, feeling the raw power surging through his entire body. Sharp blue crystal fragments pierce right through his glasses, shattering outward as he lets out a feral roar of sheer release. The two villains stare in absolute horror as the sweating manager stammers, trying to comprehend what is unfolding before them. His emotional energy is skyrocketing out of control. Slowly, Chang Mo begins to lift off the deck, floating into the air. He is enveloped in a brilliant glowing halo under the quiet night sky, pulling the entire area into a cosmic galaxy. A sea of shimmering stars surrounds him as the incredible transformation takes hold. Floating in the void, his mind runs cold. Joy, sadness, surprise, excitement, he can't feel a single thing anymore. Every trace of human emotion has completely vanished. It is as if his mind has turned into pure calculation. Floating above him, a colossal dark mass exerts a suffocating pressure. Behind his cracked lenses, his eyes are now a deep hollow blue, completely stripped of any human warmth or feeling. Shards of blue crystal drift lazily up toward the sky, looking like the shattered remnants of his discarded worldly feelings. Suddenly, childhood memories rush back like a film playing in fast forward, filling his mind with scenes of a warmer past. He sees his mother playing games with him on the couch and her gently coloring beside a younger Chang Mo on the floor. He remembers her carrying a massive trash bag while he eagerly tags along behind her, proudly holding a tiny bag of his own. She playfully rolls up her sleeves to show off her muscles, her warm, bright smile echoing those long-lost peaceful days. And finally, the crushing memory of his father's funeral, where a little Chang Mo wept bitterly by the coffin. Silence. The memories keep rewinding. A young Chang Mo sits alone, knees pulled tight to his chest, his tiny back radiating a heavy, quiet sadness, unspeakable loneliness. Suddenly, a warm hand gently strokes his hair. It's his mother, smiling softly as she raises a fist to encourage her little boy. But in that exact moment of warmth, an invisible wine bottle flies out of nowhere, shattering violently right against her head and destroying everything. She cups her young son's face, tears streaming down in utter helplessness and agonizing pain as their fragile world falls apart. Then pure rage consumes her mind. She shoves the boy away, trying to protect him from her own madness, and wildly swings a club. Her face twists in uncontrollable blind fury, poised to strike down the very child she loves most in the world. But she collapses, curling up to sob in bitter guilt, leaving the boy standing there in absolute shock. Then comes the ultimate tragedy. His mother's headless body lies in a pool of dark blood on the kitchen floor, bringing a brutal end to her tragic life. Closing this painful nightmare is the twisted, sinister smirk of the mastermind. As Liu Li snaps back to the present, Chang Mo's eyes stare wide behind his cracked glasses, blood vessels bulging with rage. The shattered lens reveals a brilliant golden eye, shining through the glittering shards, signaling a complete awakening. Chang Mo floats in the middle of a vast, endless galaxy, gazing in disbelief at his own hands. The Queen of Reason hovers beside him, nodding her head in approval. "Very good," she says. "Your blood clot previously stored enough rage to let you maintain your sense of self and your sanity within my power." But her voice turns serious, warning him to remember that in critical moments, he must abandon reason. Only then can he truly wield its power. Otherwise, he will lose control completely and become a mindless monster driven by raw emotion. A wicked smile spreads across her face. "Go on," she whispers. "Enjoy your revenge." Back in the real world, Chang Mo slowly raises his head, his face hidden behind sharp, glowing blue crystal shards. The crystals shatter and float upward, revealing his calm face and brilliant golden eyes that radiate an overwhelming pressure. The towering pillar of blue energy that was violently exploding just moments ago suddenly shrinks, getting sucked back into his body. The deck falls completely silent under the starry sky once more, as if that terrifying eruption had never even happened. Liu Li bursts out, laughing, mocking him. "What on earth is that?" he sneers. "His emotional power just vanished. And here I thought he was actually tough." But unlike that idiot, the spectacled manager is breaking out in a cold sweat. His eyes bulge in sheer horror as he stammers, realizing that his opponent's emotional power hasn't vanished at all. Chang Mo's emotional power hasn't disappeared. A colossal chain monster of reason is now looming over the entire ship. The manager trembles, concluding that the sheer scale of his massive power is simply beyond their ability to comprehend. An invisible pressure instantly floods the ship. Down in the pulsing nightclub, the partying crowd suddenly collapses to the floor. One after another, they drop straight to their knees, gasping for air on the floor without knowing what's hitting them. One guy struggles to prop himself up, his pale face filled with panic as he wonders what this terrifying force is. Up in the ship's luxury dining room, a wealthy guest tries to enjoy his dinner while looking out at the city, but his plate suddenly shatters on the table and his hands shake so hard he can barely hold his utensils. Sweating in fear, he mutters that this is a world-class emotional powerhouse. Why would someone that powerful unleash their energy here? Is he trying to declare war on the Emperor of the Sea? Back in the VIP lounge, the wealthy tycoons stare out the window, whispering in shock. Is this guy really trying to start a war with their entire organization? Outside, the high-profile VIPs, including the captain himself, stand frozen as they watch the brilliant golden light illuminate the sky. Madame Anna Chris puffs on her cigarette, muttering in disbelief that this must be a world-class powerhouse. Victor frowns, wondering how another world-class figure could possibly be on the ship today and why they've come. Lady Song glances over and analyzes the situation, wondering if this could be an ally of the person who beat Liu Li. Perhaps they're here for that esteemed lord. Yet Captain Liu Yang simply stands with his hands behind his back, completely unbothered. He tells everyone not to worry. No matter who they are or what they want, if they dare offend the Emperor of the Sea, they will pay with their lives. He turns around, his cold, sharp gaze making a deadly and silent promise. Even a world-class powerhouse will meet their end here. Back on the windy deck under the starry sky, Chang Mo continues to float in the air, releasing an overwhelming pressure that paralyzes the two men below. Liu Li screams in terror. He screams in pure panic, demanding to know how they can't even perceive his power level anymore. He rages that it makes no sense. The sweating manager, teeth chattering, admits he also thought it was impossible. But it's the truth, and though the energy is invisible, he can still faintly sense its shadow looming over them. The massive blue energy pours down like a disaster from above, making him cry out in terror. It is an overwhelming pressure raining from the absolute highest point, an inescapable catastrophe carrying the same crushing weight as those legendary figures. A true world-class pressure. Realizing the situation has spiraled completely out of control, the manager screams at the top of his lungs to get out of there immediately. But in a blink, Chang Mo is already standing right in front of them. He is holding the freshly severed bloody heads of the manager and Liu Li in his bare hands. Their headless corpses collapse heavily onto the cold floor of the deck. Collapsing onto the cold deck, putting a pathetic and incredibly lame end to their loud-mouthed gangster lives. Our main guy tosses his bloody trophies to the ground casually, remarking how easy it was. Floating right beside him, the Queen of Reason smiles softly and teases him. She asks if tearing their heads off the second he arrived is a bit much, calling him a truly cold-blooded thug. Chang Mo replies completely unfazed, saying he actually did not do enough, and that he should have tortured them slowly to death instead. Hearing this, the Queen giggles, while covering her mouth, praising his extreme methods as the perfect way to keep her rationality under control. A sharp light flashes in Chang Mo's eyes as she whispers to him. But there is no need to rush, the real show is only just beginning. Right on cue, a colossal foot stomps heavily onto the deck, unleashing a wild wave of brilliant golden lightning that crackles across the area. Chang Mo stands in absolute silence, watching the chaotic glowing streaks crawl beneath his feet like a web of luminous roots. This brilliant golden root network quickly spreads out completely, wrapping around the massive structure of the Emperor of the Sea before his very eyes. Right from the core of the ship, a massive emotion monster shaped like an ancient tree god seated upon a grand throne slowly begins to emerge. Looking up at this towering entity, Chang Mo quietly listens as the Queen of Reason rises once again to answer his silent questions. She asks him if he finds any of this strange, even though he and that weakling Liu Li fought furiously on board. The vessel itself did not sustain a single scratch. This is because the ship is a massive manifestation of emotion. Now presenting its true terrifying form, two colossal monsters face off in an epic clash above the vast open sea. Exactly how much of this hidden reality you can perceive depends entirely on your own tier of power, she explains. And only by borrowing her unique power is he able to catch a faint glimpse of the world's true raw appearance. Beneath the throne, Captain Liu Yang stands with his arms wide open, proudly declaring this to be the true power of the Emperor of the Sea. The colossal, shining golden beast unleashes waves of blinding energy that sweep across everything nearby, completely obliterating the surroundings. Glaring straight at Chang Mo, the heavily bearded captain coldly remarks that he must be the world-class fool who overestimated himself, ordering him to prepare for absolute death. As if performing a sacred ritual, the captain begins chanting a solemn spell, decreeing that any insult across the lands of this universe will be severely punished. Suddenly, glowing golden specks surround Chang Mo. At that exact moment, two voices merge into a booming echo that commands all creation to submit and listen to the order. Any transgression must be paid for in blood. Chang Mo narrows his eyes to analyze the situation, noticing the captain and the monster are chanting together. His mind quickly processes the clue and he realizes the core trick. The captain is boosting his commands through simultaneous chanting. A powerful judgment then booms from the massive golden beast, commanding the space around the intruder to freeze solid. Instantly, a massive block of pure golden space descends from above, locking Chang Mo completely and securely inside its boundaries. The Great Emotion Monster continues its devastating decree, raising a golden sword to deliver its ultimate punishment. Without giving his opponent a single second to react, a second heavy curse is immediately unleashed upon him. By the beast's absolute command, all emotional power within the frozen space is cut in half. The giant golden block is now pierced by massive, jagged golden swords from every direction, transforming it into a deadly, inescapable cage of spikes. Captain Liu Yang strokes his beard with a triumphant sneer, mocking his opponent for overestimating his own strength. Watching from above, Victor smirks, noting the winner was decided far too quickly and calling this world-class fighter incredibly naive. Lady Anna agrees, remarking how foolish it was to let the opponent successfully pull off such a lengthy chant. The blonde man rubs his chin quite thoughtfully, admitting he has never seen this particular kind of niche emotional beast before. Even with its power cut in half, they believe no world-class beast should be able to turn the tables here. Capture is practically inevitable now, as long as the captain continues issuing his commands to keep him pinned down. But reality often crushes expectations. Suddenly, a tiny crack appears on the surface of that supposedly indestructible golden cage. The smug expressions on Victor and Anna's faces instantly freeze, turning into absolute jaw-dropping shock in an instant. Captain Liu Yang also stares in utter disbelief, unable to process the ridiculous scene unfolding right before his eyes. Then a massive space-tearing explosion suddenly erupts as the Blue Reason monster completely crushes the golden cage, shattering the giant swords and sending them flying as a sharp, piercing gaze cuts right through the falling debris. Chang Mo's golden light blares with a deadly, freezing chill. Without a second of hesitation, he flings his right arm high, bracing for impact. He is ready to strike back. Right on cue, the giant Reason monster hovering behind him mimics his move, raising its arm to gather a bright blue spark. That swirling deep blue energy grows blinding. The young man chops his hand down like a sword, cutting the wind, and his monster mirrors the strike. It is a devastating blow that literally tears space apart, shattering the Sea Emperor's golden shield into a million tiny floating fragments. The shockwave is absolute madness. The impact flings everything into the air, forcing Captain Liu Yang to brace himself against the sheer violence of the storm. Blue lightning slices straight down into the waves, ripping open a massive trench that looks to split the entire ocean in two. This raw power churns the dark waters, whipping up a violent blue gale. High up on the deck, Anna, Chris, and Victor can only watch. They barely cling on clothes, whipping wildly in the wind as that power washes over them. Meanwhile, Liu Yang is left gasping for air. His face is pale, trembling with pure terror at the sight of the newly freed beast. From above, the scale of that attack is terrifying. It did not just split the ocean. It sent a massive shockwave that plowed through the entire eastern sea. Right in the center stands Chang Mo. He stands proudly covered in blue flames of reason, his sharp golden eyes cold and completely unbothered by the chaos around him. The captain gapes in disbelief, muttering to himself, "How did this kid break his chains in that state, and since when do monsters like this exist? What does a guy like him even want on my ship? Or better yet, what is his real goal with a corporation backing me up?" A tense silence hangs in the air. The captain grits his teeth, planning his next move before his face twists back into a snarl. He roars with murderous intent. "It does not matter what he wants. Anyone who gets in my way dies, no questions asked." Liu Yang screams out an order for his guards. The massive golden monster behind him echoes the deadly command, summoning them to action. Right on cue, four pure gold statues brandishing sharp spears leap into action, completely surrounding Chang Mo. But he does not even flinch. Above him, the giant reason monster spreads its razor-sharp blades, effortlessly blocking every single strike from those golden sentinels. The void black hole on the beast's face begins to swirl greedily, sucking in the surrounding energy. Then, with a single sweep of its arm, a blue shockwave sends the golden guards flying in all directions. Chang Mo's gaze remains ice-cold, completely unbothered by the chaos. He looks across the battlefield, completely ignoring the weaklings. Seeing his guards fail so easily, the captain lets out an authoritative roar. He commands him to freeze. Instantly, the absolute restriction takes effect again, forcing Chang Mo's body to lock up mid-step. Seizing that split second opening, the golden guards thrust their spears forward, piercing straight through the young man's body all at once. The cold blades sink deep into his flesh, locking him in place with zero escape. Yet strangely, Chang Mo remains completely calm. He slowly looks down, his expression totally blank without a single hint of pain. With a movement as casual as brushing off a fly, he swings both arms, snapping the golden spears like twigs and tossing them aside, leaving his enemies completely dumbfounded. Chang Mo hangs his head, standing perfectly still, while surrounded by the massive gold statues. Right at that very moment, Captain Liu Yang roars to order another strike. But before he can even celebrate, a massive blade from the reason monster sweeps in. It swats the captain away like a speck of dust over the open ocean. His eyes roll back in absolute shock and confusion. He has absolutely no idea what just happened to him. His body falls weightlessly through the air right beneath that razor-sharp blue blade. That strike carries pure destructive power. In the middle of all this, Chang Mo floats calmly in midair. Meanwhile, the humiliated captain is dragged away by the reason monster's heavy chains. He grits his teeth in pure anger. He tries to thrash around in absolute desperation. Ignoring the struggle, Chang Mo coldly raises his glowing blue claws. His gaze is sharp as a razor, locking directly onto his prey. Backed into a corner, Liu Yang screams out desperately, waving his hands. He commands a barrage of golden spears to fly forward to turn the tables. But Chang Mo just casually holds out a hand. He activates the void black hole, swallowing every attack. One foolish golden guard rushes forward, only to get crushed by a blue hand. It shatters into pieces without a shred of mercy. Dozens of sharp spears meet the exact same fate, sucked into the endless void. Not a single piece of gold remains. Out on the open ocean, Chang Mo looks like an absolute god commanding the void. He effortlessly tears through the captain's golden defenses. High above, the massive reason monster looms over the captain's crumbling gold throne. It completely dominates the golden entity slouched on its broken seat. But of course, this kind of power always has a price. After unleashing that devastating attack, Chang Mo starts to slow down, his stamina dropping fast. Seeing this, the captain grins. He thinks he can actually win now that this brat's power is fading. The captain's mind starts racing, scheming his next move. He mutters to himself that there is nowhere to hide out here, giving him the perfect chance to capture the kid alive. If he can just identify the nature of this guy's emotion monster, the corporation will reward him massively. Right in the heat of the battle, the Queen of Reason suddenly pops up with some terrible news. "My power is almost completely drained." Chang Mo frowns, asking what they should do now. She simply shrugs and asks, what else can they do besides run? Without wasting another second, Chang Mo grabs the chain and swings right off the ship as his mental advisor screams at him to move. "Jump into the ocean," the voice orders. and the young man dives headfirst into the pitch-black water. On the deck, the captain stares down in absolute shock, wondering if this crazy kid is actually trying to escape down there. Deep beneath the freezing waves, Chang Mo struggles to move forward. Suddenly his eyes go wide. He just spotted something absolutely terrifying lurking in the dark. Ocean depths. Emerging through the murky water is a massive structure shaped like a monstrous head, with a bottomless black abyss yawning inside it. Chang Mo's golden eyes blink, his pupils trembling with sudden shock and panic. A fiery orange ring starts spreading, taking over his cold golden gaze. His calm, logical state of mind is fading fast, replaced by a raw burning rage from deep within. But ignoring this strange change, he grits his teeth and pushes deeper into the dark abyss. The view down there is heavy enough to choke him, where a massive shadow beast is coiled around sunken skyscrapers. All over the cracked seabed, countless giant hands of darkness stretch upward, clawing desperately for any sign of life. Looking through the lens of absolute power, the sky above the city looks like a massive vortex swirling around a bizarre black hole. Two completely opposite worlds clash right here, a vast blue ocean on one side, and a dark, fiery abyss on the other. Staring at the true nature of this world, Chang Mo quietly whispers that he always thought people were just sick. A drop of fresh blood begins to trickle from his golden eye, but then a sudden crushing headache hits, making him clutch his head and scream in agony across the empty void. It turns out everything is rotten to the core. The people, the ocean, the sky, and the land are all decaying. Losing his balance, Chang Mo freefalls, staring blankly into the thick, black water rising to meet him. Up on the deck, Captain Liu Yang stares down in complete shock, muttering about how the kid's eyes are bleeding. Shaking off his confusion, the captain smirks as he realizes what is happening. The boy borrowed that power, but his body cannot handle the weight of this truth. Seizing the perfect opening, he fires a massive follow-up attack at the falling boy, shouting that he is dead, for sure. Hovering between life and death, the Queen of Reason wraps her arms around him, telling him to close his eyes. Because even though her power lets him see the truth, it is simply too much for him to carry right now. Anyway, dropping through the sky together, she tells him that she is taking control of his body, as the golden beast and its guards thrust their sharp spears downward to finish him off. But wait, Chang Mo snaps his eyes open with a confident grin as the Queen of Reason fully takes the reins, and summons a massive blue energy wave with a flick of his hand, completely shattering the enemy's attack. In an instant, Captain Liu Yang stands frozen once again, staring in disbelief at this insane counterattack, as a massive blue hand surges up from the ocean, delivering a devastating slap right toward the vessel, forcing the captain to scream in pure terror. Can this kid's emotions really control the entire black ocean? He watches in despair as the beast parts the waves, creating a massive barrier to block everything. Amidst the roaring waves, Chang Mo kneels completely unharmed on top of a frozen, crystal blue water surface. He coughs violently as the queen appears beside him, gently asking if he is okay, and Chang Mo gasps out that he is fine. But reaching up, he suddenly realizes a key item is missing, as his hand finds only empty space on his nose. Feeling around, he asks where his glasses went, and she calmly explains that those glasses represent his logical side. Once his mind calms down, reason will take back control, making the glasses materialize once more. Right on cue, the frames glow and reappear on his face, just like she said. He asks in a low voice about Donghai City and the strange anomaly up in the sky, wondering what is actually happening to their world. Crossing her arms, the queen calmly explains that things have been chaotic for a long time, but his level was simply too low to notice. Looking out over the black ocean, she points out that while the news blames oil spills, the real poison in Donghai is a manifestation of raw emotion, and the horrifying abyss below proves it. Many years ago, a massive battle left this colossal emotional entity, a world-class depression, completely out of control. She mutated into this thick black water, dragging down countless aircraft carriers and warships right here. That face you just saw is the actual form of that depression emotional entity, she explained, pointing her hand toward the mainland. Pointing toward the mainland, she continued, for Donghai City, having a few terrifying emotional entities is completely normal now. It is just like that massive ship and the giant emotional monster that has suddenly appeared right behind your back. Finally, looking up at the swirling fiery sky, her red lips softly whispered a deeply chilling truth to him. If she guessed correctly, that is jealousy itself. Chang Mo frowned, asking in utter confusion what she was talking about. The Queen of Rationality smirked, asking if he did not hear it. It seems his current cultivation realm is simply too low. His soul is not strong enough to bear that greatness. If he insists on seeking it, his mind will break. Thoroughly shaken by this dark truth, the young man lowered his eyes and began to mutter to himself. Is this the actual truth behind the emotional disease? That means the illness itself is just the tip of the iceberg. The queen used harsh, realistic words to snap him out of it. To a tiny ant, ignorance might actually be far happier. He can never return to his old peaceful life again. The quiet days he once knew are gone forever. From now on, blood, fire, and danger will follow him like a shadow. Looking through her cracked visor, she watched him closely. She quietly asked if he hated her for dragging him into this chaotic vortex, her eyes studying his reaction. Countless memories of his explosive power tearing the massive ocean apart flashed through his mind in rapid succession. Chang Mo narrowed his eyes, replying that he is actually quite grateful. He has never felt this refreshed and alive before. Kneeling on one knee upon the calm water, he calmly added that this whole experience feels like a complete rebirth. After opening up, Chang Mo turned to her with a serious expression, demanding to know who she truly is. He asked what she wanted him to do. Yi Li's deep blue eyes softened, and she offered a surprisingly gentle smile. Standing in the cosmic expanse of the blue galaxy, she slowly explained that she is just a wandering soul. For many years, she drifted around this city, invisible to everyone, with absolutely no one to talk to. A visual of her body shattering into puzzle pieces appeared. As her rationality withered away, her power also gradually faded. She also lost most of her memories, completely forgetting even her own identity, holding onto nothing but her name. She was like a wild spark with no fuel left to burn, destined to be snuffed out in the end. Her blue eyes widened with a sudden spark of hope. That was until she met him on that fateful street. She had accidentally bumped into him, apologizing for being late. Chang Mo turned around and their destinies finally crossed. In all those years, he was the only one who spoke to her, touched her, and could carry her rationality. If she is a wild fire, then he is the perfect furnace. Beside him, she can preserve her true self. With him, she avoids decay. As bubbles of truth floated up, she revealed why she approached him as a coworker. It is why she helped him investigate his mother's death and why she protected him on the Sea Emperor. Proposing a binding deal, she gently grasped his hand, promising to do everything in her power to help him. Whether it is immense wealth, power, high status, or whatever his heart craves, she will help him seize it all. But in return, he must grow stronger, strong enough to stare directly at the secrets lurking in the sky. He must be strong enough to uncover them. Looking up at the blazing void, she made a silent realization. The most crucial piece she lacks is hidden up there in the sky. Snapping him back to reality, she smiled warmly. She introduced herself as Yi Li, marking today as her own rebirth too, as she reached her hand out. A rare smile slowly crept onto his face. With the deal sealed, their hands gripped tightly together under the dawning light. Under the dawning horizon, she quietly thought to herself that this is the true rebirth for both of them. The scene cuts to a small rubber raft, leaving the massive ship. Song Huiyui asked if they had identified the target. Bishop Zhao Yan folded his arms, replying that he was surprisingly easy to locate. Inside the VIP room, a file is read. Chang Mo is an 18-year-old artist at Skyartist Group. His mother died when he was 10, suspectedly hunted by Liu Li. According to the company annual health records, he was still just an ordinary human as recently as this March. Frowning in disbelief, the second daughter of the Song family, Song Huihui, immediately declared that this is absolutely impossible. His ability to fight the Sea Emperor proves his combat power is at least world-class, making his growth completely abnormal. She followed up by asking if his sudden terrifying power is actually nothing more than a borrowed skill. The bishop nods in agreement. Recalling the way Chang Mo clutched his eyes in sheer agony, he goes on to explain that during his fight with the captain earlier, the kid's eyes suddenly started bleeding. It is highly likely he saw something in the sky, meaning that if it really was his own true power, that never would have happened. She licks her lips in sheer excitement, finding it absolutely fascinating that he could borrow such an overwhelming force, one that can even control the pitch-black sea itself. Who could possibly be pulling his strings? Staring at the tiny boat vanishing into the vast ocean, Song Hui stretches lazily, mentioning that the captain did order them to investigate this kid's background. She agrees, suggesting they put the captain's business aside for a moment. After all, she hasn't reached world-class status yet, and staying up late really ruins her skin. Bishop Zhao Yan adjusts his glasses and asks if Miss Song is seriously planning to just let the boy go. Song Hui flashes a cold, malicious smirk, telling him not to worry. With the immense influence of the Song family in Great Xia, there is nowhere for him to run. And that goes for the mastermind backing him up too. Absolutely none of them are getting away. A greedy smile spreads across her face as she declares they must seize this power, for the sake of their grand lord. As dawn breaks over the land, Chang Mo and Yi Li find themselves in a desolate, overgrown forest. Wondering what their next move is, Yi Li starts planning. Even though the trash Liu is dead, the mastermind who instigated him to murder Chang Mo's mother all those years ago is still breathing. She is determined to hunt down this mysterious lord he spoke of. Chang Mo feels a wave of dread. That lord is bound to be extremely dangerous. A terrifying dark silhouette of the ultimate boss flashes through his mind. A major powerhouse pulling strings from the shadows. This is definitely not someone he can handle right now, so she lays out the cold facts. Right now, their absolute priority is securing a safe house. If she is not mistaken, the various organizations connected to that ship are already on their tails. To make matters worse, her own magical reserves are practically running on empty. If another world-class fighter shows up right now, they are both completely done for. She points out another major issue: they have also deeply offended the powerful factions backing the play. See Emperor. Honestly, just the pure uniqueness of her emotion-based power is enough to drive countless greedy hunters completely insane with desire. As they trek deeper into the woods, Chang Mo suddenly gasps out loud. Yi Li turns around in surprise, asking him what is wrong. Snap back to reality. Remembering his miserable life as a corporate wage slave, Chang Mo breaks into a cold sweat, muttering that he just realized he was supposed to go to work today. He is definitely late by now, and since his entire project team was wiped out, he guesses there is not even a job left to do anyway. The guy lets out a heavy, regretful sigh, realizing he is technically unemployed now. Talk about a missed chance for some free money. He starts worrying if this counts as an unexcused absence or if he will just get fired with zero severance pay. How is he supposed to survive the rest of his life without a paycheck? Seeing him panic over such mundane real-world problems, the Queen Ye Li is completely speechless. Chang Mo just stares right back at her with wide, innocent eyes, leaving them in a hilariously awkward silence. Finally breaking the ice, Chang Mo sighs and admits that only now does he truly feel how radically his life has changed. There is absolutely no way for him to go back to his old normal, ever again. Seeing that the kid has finally faced reality, Yi Li gives a soft, mysterious smile. She tilts her chin toward a white building nestled deep in the distant mountains, telling him they are almost there. Their new shelter is right ahead. The sky above is beautifully clear now, with light clouds rolling in to chase away the horrors of the long night. Inside the waiting room, a group of people sit with their mouths wide open, staring blankly in one direction with utter confusion written all over their faces. Chang Mo points at the bizarre crowd, questioning his life choices as he asks the invisible woman if this is really the safe haven she promised him. Yi Li calmly nods in agreement. Right outside the window, the building name is written loud and clear on a massive sign: Donghai City Mental Hospital Number 2. Seeing his highly skeptical face, Yi Li quickly speaks up, telling him not to underestimate this place. Sure, it is remote, but this is actually an official state-run facility in Donghai City specializing in treating people who suffer from emotional disorders. Talk about a genius backdoor move. She explains that Donghai City belongs to Great Xia and the government is the ultimate power in the entire region. Since he can control emotion monsters, there is a very high chance the authorities will recruit him to join their official ranks. On top of that, this hospital hides a very special secret place, though unfortunately, he cannot see it just yet. Chang Mo raises an eyebrow in curiosity. Suddenly, a massive shadowy beast with countless tentacles wrapped around the entire building looms in the background. She asks if he remembers those massive emotion monsters he saw back in Donghai City when he borrowed her power. It turns out one of those colossal beasts is actively guarding this facility. The hospital lobby is surprisingly clean and quiet, with only a single nurse sitting behind the glass reception desk. Chang Mo hands over his paperwork and the nurse gives him a warm smile, telling him to wait a moment as the results will be ready shortly. He politely says, "Thank you." While waiting, the young man looks around, quietly evaluating his surroundings. This place really lives up to its reputation as a top facility for treating emotional diseases. None of the nurses have those blood tumors on their heads. Strangely, even some of the patients are completely free of them too. Suddenly, his gaze stops on a man laughing hysterically with his head tilted back, except for this guy. Squinting, he realizes this tumor looks quite different from any of the ones he has seen before. The Reason Queen folds her arms, nodding in approval. You have truly transformed. As you understand your own mind deeper, your abilities will also improve. Because of that, you can see much more now. Before this, you could only perceive the tumor of anger, but now you can spot other variations as well. Looking closely at the lumpy green tumor on that crazy patient's head, she explains that this one comes from being infected with happiness emotion virus. The patient cannot stop laughing and will always act incredibly joyful no matter what happens to them. Chang Mo nods, feeling enlightened. Suddenly, a timid voice sounds out right next to him, offering a shy hello. Turning around, he sees a girl with messy hair covering her face, smiling shyly. She asks if he is also here for an exam. Chang Mo leans back in his seat and asks what is up. She quickly waves her hands, trying to clear things up. It is nothing, she says. You just look pretty normal. He flatly retorts with a question. You look pretty normal too, do you not? Flustered by his words, the girl quickly tries to defend herself. Of course I am normal, my parents just dragged me here. As Chang Mo stays quiet, she sighs and continues. With emotional sickness being so common lately, they got worried about me and forced me here to get checked out. Otherwise, they threatened to throw away my entire collection. The young man simply nods along, letting her keep talking. Thrilled to have an audience, she leans closer and whispers, "Did you know she looked this place up online? Donghai City Psychiatric Hospital Number 2 is infamous for holding patients who suffer from incredibly severe conditions. Rumor has it the facility is split into Ward A and Ward B. The patients in Ward A are already highly unstable. A vision of dark shadows screaming in iron chains appears on screen, illustrating the creepy details of her dark tale. But the patients in Ward B are apparently even worse. Every single one of them is a serial killer. They all have to be heavily chained up." Hearing this, Chang Mo mutters the names of the two wards. Yi Li analyzes the situation. Ward A is likely for the infected who have not transformed, while Ward B holds the fully mutated emotional entities. Grasping the key point, the young man turns to ask the talkative girl, "Why is she still waiting around here?" She scratches her head and gives a pretty ridiculous reason about wanting to be rejected. That way, she will finally have a solid excuse to give to her demanding family. Still scratching her head, she keeps babbling. Hospital number 1 might accept her, but hospital number 2 is packed with potential serial killers. There is no way they would admit her. Right then, a nurse steps out carrying a stack of medical results. She calls out for Zhang Shuan and Li Qiuden, advising them to transfer over to the first hospital instead. Meanwhile, the patient named Wang Bin just keeps on laughing hysterically without showing any signs of stopping. The nurse gently reminds Wang Bin to take his newly prescribed medicine on time. Watching all of this play out, the Zhang girl smugly nudges Chang Mo with her elbow. She points out how they reject even those patients, who actually look crazy. Since the two of them are perfectly normal, they will surely be sent packing. But reality hits them instantly. Check out this plot twist. The nurse loudly calls out Chang Mo and Zhang Jiaqi. Zhang Jiaqi completely freezes up, cold sweat pouring down her face. Left with no choice, they follow the nurse inside. Deep down, the girl is screaming in absolute denial. The nurse leads them on a tour around the campus, warmly explaining that it has been a very long time since anyone checked themselves in willingly. She tells them they made the smartest decision possible by choosing this facility. The peaceful environment here, she claims, is better than a 5-star hotel. They even get 3 meals a day prepared by top chefs. She jokes they might never want to leave. Flashing a very professional smile, Nurse Zhou Yang reassures them to just relax and focus on recuperating. But Zhang Jiaqi is still trapped in a state of absolute shock. Clutching her face in panic, she cannot believe she is actually being admitted to this terrifying asylum. She wonders if she really is that unstable. Seeing her distress, Nurse Zhou Yang offers some comforting words. In this modern era, almost everyone struggles with a few mental issues, so getting early treatment is quite normal. Catching it early avoids bigger disasters, right? Meanwhile, Yi Li leans close to Chang Mo, whispering in a low voice, "Is Zhang Jiaqi also an emotional entity? I can't see her emotional monster at all. Or maybe it's just..." Hiding deep within her mind, Chang Mo crosses his arms and dryly replies that is because her power isn't strong enough yet, so she cannot see the emotional monster hidden deep inside her consciousness. He then quickly changes the subject. "Can this hospital really identify whether we are emotional entities just by drawing blood?" Yi Li continues to analyze. "If I recall correctly, is because emotional entities cannot be observed using any standard equipment. But how exactly they block observation, she has never actually seen those machines herself, so she can't be sure." Chang Mo nods in understanding. The group continues walking until they reach a building enclosed by a massive reinforced wall. It looks exactly like a fortress. Way up on the towering wall, a guard dressed in black keeps watch. Lin Li looks down to observe the three of them. Sensing something is wrong, Zhang Jiaqi breaks into a cold sweat. Shaking with fear, she stops. Staring at the restricted zone, she panics and asks if this is Section B, the place where they keep those psycho serial killers, right? Terrified, Zhang Jiaqi rushes forward and grabs the nurse's sleeve. She tearfully pleads her innocence. "I have never wanted to hurt anyone, so why am I being thrown in Section B?" The nurse maintains a friendly smile, gently comforting her. "Don't worry, those short videos online are just nonsense. If they don't make it sound terrifying, how would they get views? Just cooperate with the treatment, and you will be totally fine." Skeptical Zhang Jiaqi asks if it is really true. The nurse nods firmly. But then the girl trembles and backs away, her voice cracking in pure terror as she looks down. Hidden right beneath that gentle nurse's clipboard is a dark, cold handgun. Why are they all armed? Worse, on a distant roof, a sniper has been waiting this entire time, aiming his cold rifle right at the courtyard. Through the sniper's scope, his targets Chang Mo and Zhang Jiaqi are locked in and completely cornered. Chang Mo quietly observes the situation while Yi Li hovers beside him, whispering, "Can they all see it?" Through the eyes of those with power, the top of Zhang Jiaqi's head is replaced by a massive, slimy blue eyeball. "Is that disgusting thing her emotional monster?" Ignoring the creature, Chang Mo calmly calculates his own risks. He simply wants to know what happens to the patients whom the government decides not to select. The Queen of Rationality coldly delivers a grim verdict. They are locked up or executed on the spot if they act dangerously. so he shouldn't act carelessly here. Meanwhile, the sniper up on the roof keeps his crosshairs locked onto them. Below, the nurse is ready to pull the trigger on her weapon, hidden beneath the medical clipboard. High above, the sniper has his target completely locked down, his fingers slowly tightening on the trigger. Chang Mo just stands there looking ridiculously calm. Right then, out of the empty space behind them, a hideous monster with countless eyeballs suddenly extends slimy blue tentacles to wrap around Zhang Jiaqi's head. Acting as the ultimate peacemaker, Chang Mo offers a reassuring smile. Just relax, don't be so tense. Okay, if you panic, they might mistake you for a threat and gun you down. He gently places his hand on her shoulder. He uses his power of rationality to intervene, instantly suppressing the terrifying eyeball monster until it dissolves. Zhang Jiaqi collapses, gasping for air, completely confused. Seeing this, the armed nurse also breaks into a cold sweat. The nurse wonders how the girl stabilized so quickly when her emotional monster was clearly on the verge of taking over. Seeing that the crisis is temporarily averted, the nurse finally lets out a quiet sigh of relief. Floating inside his mind, Yi Li mocks him. I can't believe you actually care about her safety and use your rationality to help suppress her breakdown. Chang Mo flatly makes a lazy excuse to defend himself. I am just trying to act merciful here. Otherwise, standing by while she gets killed makes me look heartless. Surely the government wouldn't recruit a cold-blooded emotional entity, right? Yi Li pouts, knowing he's just lying. Before they can bicker further, the nurse suddenly lifts her radio and coldly orders them to fire. The sniper rifle instantly discharges. A bullet tears through the air, shooting right toward the two standing below. It grazes past Chang Mo's face, striking poor Zhang Jiaqi directly. She collapses onto the cold ground, completely unconscious. Chang Mo's eyes widen in absolute shock, his body freezing at the sudden turn of events. Yi Li hovers close. She whispers that he needs to show some emotion or else he really will look completely cold-blooded. He quickly kneels beside Jiaqi, thinking she has truly lost her mind. Another death. How many times has this happened? It feels strangely familiar. Yet looking closer, he notices something off. There is no blood, meaning she is not dead. It was a tranquilizer dart. Chang Mo quietly sighs with relief. Yi Li whispers a compliment, noting he did well but was a bit slow. Embarrassed, he apologizes and promises to do better. Meanwhile, medical staff arrive to load Jiaqi onto a stretcher, reporting that they apologize for the trouble. An unstable, unidentified emotional entity has officially been taken in under their custody as high risk. Still playing the innocent bystander, Chang Mo stands up to ask what high risk means and what will actually happen to her. Nurse Zhu Yang smiles warmly, explaining they just have to be extra careful while monitoring her. She adds that she hopes she did not scare him, noting he looks remarkably calm. She offers to evaluate him right there with a few questions. Chang Mo keeps his face neutral, telling her to go ahead. Flipping through files, the nurse curiously asks if he came to their hospital on his own. She remarks that it is quite rare, asking why he decided to visit a psychiatric facility. Calculating his move, Chang Mo explains that at first, he could see things that other people could not see at all. He mentions the strange tumors on people's heads and the monsters and how he later seemed to gain an invisible power. He realizes that if he wants to join their official organization, he cannot possibly hide his abilities forever. In this case, he decides to show off as much of his worth as he can, accepting any risks involved. As he speaks, a bright blue light of pure logic begins to glow and gather in the palm of his hand. He tells her he thought it was just a hallucination, asking if she can see the energy right in front of her. The nurse's eyes widen in absolute shock at the physical power manifesting before her eyes. Trying to stay professional, she forces a tight smile, admitting this is far beyond her expectations and she must report this immediately. She raises her walkie-talkie and coldly orders them to fire. Talk about a brutal betrayal. Chang Mo's eyes widen. A second tranquilizer dart flies through the air, hitting him dead on and sending him crashing backward onto the hard ground. His body collapses onto the empty concrete courtyard. Nurse Zhu Yang looks down, patting her chest with a deep sigh. Wondering what is going on, she notes having two unseen emotional entities in one day has scared her to death. She praises old Li for a absolutely perfect shot, and the sniper's voice quickly crackles back through her earpiece. He asks why she had to shoot the guy at the last second, noting he looked pretty normal to him. Zhou Yang quickly analyzes that the ones who look normal are always the scariest. She watched his entry on security cameras. Although he hid it incredibly well, his occasional odd body language easily gave away that something was seriously wrong. Old Li asks what the issue was. Frowning deeply, she reveals he was actively talking to an invisible person. She calls it a classic case of schizophrenia. Though this personality seems gentle, the other side could be dangerous. Her gaze sharpens as she looks down at the unconscious youth. His emotional power belongs to an entirely unknown class. What is even worse, when he used his emotional power, his monster never even showed up to the scene. This means he has fully mastered his emotional energy. A schizophrenic who controls such a completely unknown power is far more dangerous than that other girl. They absolutely must subdue him immediately, without any hesitation whatsoever. Making her final decision, she calls her colleagues to move him. But before she can even finish, the target, who should be deeply drugged, suddenly pushes himself up. The nurse stares in absolute, completely speechless horror, as the bizarre youth slowly stands right back up. Her professional cool completely vanishes as she drops everything and runs. The sniper on the roof glues his eyes to the scope, screaming into his radio, asking how he is fine. He yells that the target has risen again. Instantly, loud sirens blare through the heavy walls of the facility, announcing a level 1 emergency. Armed guards in combat boots quickly rush out, their heavy footsteps echoing very loudly. An entire platoon of heavily armed soldiers quickly deploys, completely surrounding him on the courtyard walls. They point their weapons directly at the empty ground. As for the reason behind his sudden recovery, his floating intellect hovers nearby innocently, explaining that it only wanted him to snap out of it. But there is a silver lining. Chang Mo looks up, his glasses gleaming with a cold, calculating light. Realizing his play, he immediately drops to his knees and throws both hands up in a pathetic display of surrender. He begs them not to shoot, shouting that he yields. Nurse Zhou Yang stands there completely frozen, unable to comprehend what act this lunatic is putting on. Even the sniper watching through his scope is left speechless by this bizarre stunt. The quiet blue sky drifts by like a total joke. Soon, Chang Mo obediently lets himself be handcuffed. The strange chains lock in place. The nurse lets out a heavy sigh of relief. Everything is finally fine now. Nurse Zhu Yang smiles warmly as she grabs the chains. She kindly explains that while he does possess a special power, these chains can completely suppress any extraordinary forces. He is no different from an ordinary person right now, and she apologizes for misunderstanding him earlier. Meanwhile, Chang Mo stares blankly at his bound hands. He wonders if these chains can truly suppress all emotional energy. If that is true, then why does he feel an endless surge of power flowing from them? The Queen of Reason suddenly appears with crossed arms to answer his silent question. She asks why he should find it strange to absorb the strength of these chains. So that is how it works. She explains that the metal making up this restraint has long been heavily infected with rational emotions. While these links suppress other emotional forces and serve as a harsh prison for anyone else, they act as an incredible energy booster for him. Talk about a massive power upgrade. This terrifying restraint is actually a free buffet of raw power, just waiting for him to drain it completely. The scene shifts to a massive office building housing the Donghai City Emotional Management Bureau. Inside, a luxurious office director, Kuo Weiming, is on the phone. He excitedly reports his success to Miss Song, letting her know he found the target. The young man has been admitted to hospital number 2. He is currently a patient in Ward B. On the other end, she smugly replies that hospital number 2 falls directly under his jurisdiction. He assures her not to worry because he will personally retrieve him immediately. With the target locked, the brief phone call quickly ends. Song Hui smiles as she reviews the file on her phone. Things are going smoothly, and she thinks Chang Mo looks rather handsome. Stepping into a creepy pink room filled with unsettling stuffed bunnies, she looks down at a victim being brutally tortured in a chair. Smirking, she says they can still play a little game before draining his power. She really wants to see his pretty face covered in absolute despair. Her twisted desires are downright terrifying. Meanwhile, back at hospital number 2, a sudden, desperate scream echoes down the long corridors. Someone tells her to hang in there, but she cries out that she cannot take it anymore. She just really needs to know. It turns out Zhang Jiaqi has transformed into a bizarre eyeball monster. She is desperately grabbing Nurse Zhou Yang while screaming about her obsession. She desperately wants to know how that handsome guy with 8-pack abs looks in the shower. Another nurse panics and tries to calm her down. She yells at her to control her emotions while rushing over with a syringe. Sister Zhou is suffocating, so they must inject the sedative immediately. This clumsy assistant is Nurse Liu Lin from Mental Hospital number 2. However, Nurse Zhu Yang still tries to follow standard protocol and stop her. She urges her to wait and let the patient try to regain control using her own willpower. But the lustful eyeball monster keeps thrashing wildly. The monster screams that she cannot hold back, asking what is wrong with wanting to look at handsome men. Nurse Zhou Yang sighs in defeat. Realizing she is a hopeless case, the nurse snaps to just inject the medicine quickly. Liu Lin panics, but somehow she completely fumbles. Her clumsy hands slip, sending the vital sedative syringe crashing onto the hard floor. Dropping the medicine at such a critical moment is insane. Chang Mo is completely speechless and demands to know what she is doing, pointing out the terrible timing of her mistake. He asks if she can even handle the consequences if the monster loses full control. The terrified assistant can only stammer out endless apologies. She whimpers that she did not mean to. Right then, the grotesque eyeball monster extends its slimy tentacles, lunging straight at the panicked nurse. Out of nowhere, a beautiful blonde doctor leaps forward, tightly hugging the rampaging beast while commanding her to calm down immediately. She warns that if she loses her mind and becomes a monster, she will never get to see her beloved doctor again. This brave woman is Dr. Lu Qing of Hospital Number 2. The head nurse of Ward B Yan Bei frantically warns her that she is playing with fire. Despite the danger, Dr. Lu remains firm, stating she trusts little Jiaki. The massive eyeball creature lets out a series of strange guttural screeches. She seems to be fighting a fierce internal battle. Miraculously, the doctor's words hit home and the terrifying creature begins fading away. The entity above Zhang Jiaki dissolves into thin air and she collapses to the floor, gasping heavily. The doctor gently places a reassuring hand on her. Dr. Lu smiles and praises little Jiaki, saying she always knew she could do it. Meanwhile, the other nurses just stand in the background completely speechless. They cannot help but whisper their disbelief. Dr. Lu quickly wraps things up, noting that the overall situation is finally clear now. She reads the medical file aloud, and it is honestly both hilarious and pathetic. Patient Zhang Jiaki has an extreme obsession with handsome guys. Her first episode occurred 1 month ago after accidentally catching a hot guy showering. Her emotional power is suspected to be clairvoyance. Currently classified as an unknown level 7 emotional entity, her threat level is low. Chang Mo gives her a look of utter disbelief. He wonders if her parents really threw her into a mental hospital just for peeping on handsome guys. Jaxi merely scratches her head and chuckles. She awkwardly giggles and apologizes for her weird behavior. Dr. Lu then turns to Chang Mo, flipping open his medical chart next. His profile lists him as a quiet patient with stable emotions, admitted for seeing visions and wielding supernatural powers beyond normal human limits. Doctors initially suspected schizophrenia, though he firmly denies it, claiming he simply enjoys talking to himself. The chart goes on to detail his bizarre abilities, describing his emotional power to crystallize raw energy in his hands and conjure blue flames. Currently cataloged as an unknown level 7 emotional manifestation, his actual danger level is still under evaluation. Dr. Lu Qing examines him with a professional smile, whispering for him to stay calm and not worry. He is stable and release is coming soon, but until they discover his ability, the heavy chains must remain. Chang Mo accepts the situation quietly, and the doctor turns around already grumbling about her next difficult target. She complains that the next guy is the biggest troublemaker, leaving Chang Mo sitting there completely bound and helpless. Moving to the adjacent bed, she examines the next patient, Chen Ju, who has shown zero bad behavior. Aside from some weird blood test results, he looks perfectly ordinary, but appearances can be deceiving here. Chen Ju just sits there grinning like an absolute idiot, yet Dr. Lu knows normal people do not act like this. Sighing deeply, the female doctor adjusts her glasses and temporarily labels him as an unclassified Type 6 anomaly. His current risk level is low, but he is still giving her one massive painful headache. Chang Mo watches him from across the room, wondering if plain stupidity itself counts as a classified emotional anomaly. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiaki is celebrating like he just struck pure gold, absolutely thrilled by his discovery. He is convinced he does not have split personalities but a superpower to peep on handsome guys. Dr. Lu immediately crushes his delusions, warning young Jiaki not to take this bizarre situation so lightly. To put it bluntly, all emotional entities are psychiatric patients and only some can actually control themselves. Holding her blue notebook, the doctor clearly explains that the Daxia Empire has a strict law regarding secret anomalies. According to this secret act, they established the Emotion Management Bureau to track and control all active emotional entities. This hospital is merely a local branch designed to keep them treated so they do not harm society. Chang Mo sharply asks if they must submit to state control, which Dr. Lu quickly and firmly confirms. He must receive proper treatment because committing any crimes outside means violating the strict laws of Donghai. Her smile turns razor sharp as she warns them that the city bureau will not play nice when arresting people. They are lucky to still be alive, and she will not be able to protect them when things go bad. Tossing her hair, the doctor walks away and tells them to ask the nurse if they want more details. Just then, a panicked nurse rushes into the room, screaming that a patient is out of control and needs help. The doctor rushes out immediately, leaving the ward dead silent except for the echoing laughter of Zhang Jiaki. Chang Mo flips through the law book on his bed, quietly whispering to the ghost of Ye Li. He asks if the official organization she wanted him to join is indeed this Grand Emotion Management Bureau. The Ghost Queen confirms it. Reading further, he is thoroughly amazed by the massive scale of the organization. Article 7 clearly outlines their right to manage, containing their own medical facilities, combat units, and specialized courts. This allows them to handle all emotional matters in Donghai, ensuring that everyone strictly complies with the national laws. They have the power to arrest, interrogate, and sentence anyone who dares to cross the line. But with his incredibly sharp brain, Chang Mo frowns as he detects a massive fatal flaw in this. If everyone must obey these strict regulations, why is a scumbag like Liu Li still running free? Why is a literal murderer walking around Donghai completely untouched by the system, completely out in the open? Yi Li scoffs mockingly, pointing out that behind every noble law there are always dirty secret deals. The fact that Liu Li remains free is clearly tied to high-ranking officials within the Emotion Management Bureau. The corruption runs deeper than anyone knows. Chang Mo then asks how she knew about his mother. She explains that the police suspected him long ago, but the case was suddenly transferred and suspended. That secret department was naturally the local bureau, completely burying the entire investigation to protect their own interests. Cold sweat breaks out as Chang Mo connects the dots, a horrifying realization hitting him like lightning. The official protecting his mother's killer works high up in the bureau, and this hospital is their direct branch. Lying on his bed, he turns to the ghost beside him and asks if they are completely doomed. Yuli just looks at him with a totally blank, unbothered expression, acting like it is not her problem. The beautiful specter shrugs lazily, reminding him that coming to this place was actually his own decision. Having lost most of her memories, she only knows that despite the massive risk, this high-stakes gamble was worth taking. There is no turning back now, so they must play their hand and see exactly where this crazy journey leads. Since they are already there, all they can do is absorb the power of this chain into the rest. Just trust the past self before the memory loss. The clear blue sky outside the quiet hospital drifts by, looking peaceful, as if no deadlocked conversation had ever taken place. Inside a luxurious office, a powerful hand calmly lifts a steaming hot cup of tea to his lips. Dr. Lu Chinga stands submissively, reporting to her superior, politely asking Director Zhao to take his time, while the smug director closes his eyes slowly, sipping his tea like a real boss soaking in his authority. Then out of nowhere he launches, backward, shattering his expensive armchair into splinters to everyone's absolute shock. The director lands hard on the floor, while Dr. Lu rushes over, frantically asking what is wrong. Instead of answering, the angry boss slams a thick stack of papers down on his desk. He furiously barks out if she really has no idea and demands she look for herself. Outside, two nurses are peeking through the crack of the door, eavesdropping. They whisper about how he is just a director, yet he acts so high and mighty. They wonder why he has to yell at her every single time and why the hospital director isn't stepping in to help. Nurse Zhou Yang clicks her tongue, explaining the harsh office politics. Even the hospital director's hands are tied here. After all, Director Zhao is technically their boss and controls the entire budget that keeps their hospital running. So the hospital director just avoids him, leaving poor Dr. Lu to take the heat. Meanwhile, they watch Director Zhao, sitting arrogantly with his legs crossed. The nurse whispers that while he respects the head director, he is incredibly brutal to Dr. Lu. She literally shakes with fear every time they meet. Back inside, the furious director slams both hands on the desk and growls. He barks that just last night a killer committed murder on the Emperor of the Sea vessel and slipped right into their hospital. Yet her hospital went ahead and admitted him anyway. Dr. Lu clutches her files tightly, visibly trembling under his intense pressure. He keeps berating her, asking if she even knows who backs the Emperor of the Sea or that this patient is a dangerous killer. He demands to know if she realizes this has spiraled into a massive diplomatic incident, letting out an aggressive, irritated sigh. Glaring down at her with a highly sinister look, he commands her to hand the killer over immediately or things will get ugly. The office falls dead silent as Dr. Lu drops to her knees, picking up the scattered papers beneath his looming shadow. Watching her submit, he smugly thinks she's a total pushover, assuming she is way too terrified to even tremble anymore. But then things take an absolutely wild turn as a splash of bright red blood erupts right out of the director, as if some invisible blade just ran him through, leaving him clutching his chest in pure shock. Before he can process it, streams of dark, thick blood pour down from the ceiling like a horrific curtain right in front of him. He stumbles back in absolute panic, looking around and trying to convince himself that it's gone and must have been an illusion. But his face twists in pure horror. What on earth is happening? His eyes bulge out in terror. Thick drops of blood begin seeping from his own head, dripping down his forehead as the entire room suddenly starts to warp. The office transforms, entirely replaced by massive cascading pillars of blood. Director Zhao stands completely frozen in the terrifying silent crimson space. Out of the endless abyss of blood below, the silhouette of Dr. Lu Ching slowly begins to rise, floating eerily in the air. The once submissive, gentle doctor now floats upside down, her head lowered as she speaks in a chilling, bone-cold tone. She asks if he truly believes she is afraid of him, admitting that yes, she actually is incredibly terrified. Glaring with glowing red eyes full of murderous intent, she growls that she only fears losing control and ending his life. Instantly, colossal pillars of blood erupt violently around Director Zhao, threatening to crush him to pieces as he trembles in absolute terror. His teeth chatter wildly. He realizes this must be a manifestation of emotional power, making him feel buried in corpses and gore. He struggles to comprehend what kind of monstrous power this is. In his mind, memories of the gentle Dr. Lu flash by. He had only ever seen her in business meetings, a quiet, well-mannered woman who seemed completely harmless and easy to push around. She was always smiling and polite, which is exactly why he thought he could easily bully her into giving up the killer. But looking at the blonde-haired demon with a glowing red eye floating before him, he wonders if this is even the same person. Drenched in cold sweat, Director Zhao grits his teeth, staring directly into the jaws of a brutal, blood-soaked death. Right at that critical split second, the office door suddenly flies open and a cheerful white-haired old man walks right in. His bright laughter instantly shatters the terrifying tension as he asks Director Zhao why he didn't give any heads up before visiting. It's the head of the #2 mental hospital, Yimin Chu. Instantly, the horrific illusion of blood completely shatters, returning to reality. The sun-drenched office returns with all three of them standing there. Director Zhao stands frozen eyes wide, trying to process what happened. The mountain of corpses and sea of blood are gone, while Director Yi Mingqiu and Dr. Lu simply stand there perfectly calm. Stepping into the room, he cuts straight to the chase. Director Zhao, you are here for Chang Mo, right? The dean starts, firing off sharp arguments to defend his staff. My colleagues working on the background checks already told me that. The guy Chang Mo killed was named Liu Li, an emotional entity who renounced his Donghai citizenship years ago. Liu Li has no legal protection in our country. Besides, the incident happened in international waters on the Emperor of the Sea vessel. Chang Mo did not damage any property or harm any citizen of Great Xia. Therefore, he did not violate the Emotional Entity Management Act. Caught completely off guard, Director Zhao breaks into a cold sweat, stuttering to defend himself. Well, yes, but the pressure from the Emperor of the Sea is pretty immense. You know who's backing them. The leaders of our bureau expect an explanation from me today. The flustered director stands up, looking quite angry at being cornered. Instantly, Dean Ye darkens his sharp eyes, narrowing as his voice drops to a cold growl. Are you talking about the Song family, he demands. Since when does the internal business of Great Xia depend on the Emperor of the Sea? Director Zhao frantically points his finger, trying to save some face with a weak argument. But you wait, I just remembered that Liu Li was once a prime suspect. Why did he change his citizenship and boldly flaunt himself in Donghai City? Are you blind, or do you actually want me to report this whole mess to the higher-ups, ignoring the cheap threats completely? The dean turns and walks to the door, casually seeing him out. Have a safe trip, Director. As soon as he turns around, his gentle expression completely vanishes. You bastard, he mutters, how dare you talk nonsense to me? Seeing her boss look so incredibly cool, Dr. Lu Qingge runs over, grabbing his arm to flatter him. Dean, you are amazing. But wait, the dean swings his cane and smacks her right on the head. Control your emotions, he warns. Do you want to lose control? Clutching her head, she defends herself. After so many years under pressure, I finally need to blow off some steam. Plus, my condition is starting to stabilize. Still strict, the old man reminds her that this is her critical moment and she must keep her emotions completely in check. No room for carelessness. Dr. Lu Qing obediently replies that she understands. Outside, the blue sky and white clouds peacefully drift by. Back at work, Dr. Lu Qing frowns as she analyzes the situation. So a world-class battle actually broke out on the Emperor of the Sea. Even the heavily polluted Donghai Sea is in an absolute uproar over this. That means we have a serious problem on our hands. Could Chang Mo be the one who caused this world-class clash? Or maybe his target from the very beginning was the Emperor of the Sea? Flipping through Chang Mo's file, the dean thoughtfully replies that he does not know the details, but Chang Mo is definitely not world-class. The records show that Chang Mo has lived in Donghai City since he was a kid, undergoing medical checkups every single year. The most recent one showed he was entirely normal, so there is no way he could have pulled off something that massive. Piecing the facts together, the old man reaches a shocking conclusion. There must be a world-class emotional entity shielding him from the shadows. Dr. Lu Qing raises her sharp eyes, voicing a barrage of questions. If so, what exactly does this world-class entity want? Would they seriously pick a fight with the mighty Emperor of the Sea just to rescue Chang Mo? And if he has such a powerful backing, why on earth would he come to our #2 hospital? Fearing the worst, her left eye glows crimson with pure killing intent. Could it be, is their next target our very own #2 hospital? Before her wild imagination can run any further, the dean thwacks her on the head again. Pulling her back to reality with a painful knock, the old man hobbles over to the corner, carefully lifting a withered potted plant. Look at what became of the flowers I asked you to grow, he grumbles. Did you think hiding them in the corner would save you? Dr. Lu Qing quickly changes the subject to hide her embarrassment, suggesting they focus back on the main business. Gently stroking the leaves, the dean calmly analyzes. Relax, that world-class entity is definitely not inside our facility. If he were here, I would have sensed him instantly. But as for Chang Mo, the old man suddenly pulls a complete turnaround. That kid definitely has some bad intentions. Honestly, I should have just handed him over to Director Zhao earlier. Dr. Lu Qing is left totally speechless. But beneath the old man's magical touch, the withered plant suddenly sprouts lush green leaves. He softly compares, saying an emotional entity is like a tree. Some can grow incredibly strong all on their own, without any help from the outside world. But others desperately need support from different species, otherwise they can never take root. His face suddenly falls, feeling a deep sense of pity for the young man's harsh circumstances. That poor kid, he lost his parents and had to work from such a young age. Just when life seemed to improve, those entities hunted him down. By the way, that guy Liu Li was actually the prime suspect in his mother's murder case. The old man's gaze sharpens, seeing right through the mastermind. How could this be a mere coincidence? It was clearly a setup. Various secret organizations or cults often handpick perfect candidates who harbor deep-seated grudges like Chang Mo to act as their ultimate chess pieces. They offer revenge in exchange for loyalty. Looking at the revived plant, the old man finalizes his plan to win over hearts and minds. Chang Mo might have entered psychiatric hospital number 2 with a hidden motive. Still, as a Donghai citizen, we cannot just abandon him. If he loses his way, we have to steer him back. Meanwhile, at the grand and imposing headquarters of the Donghai Emotion Management Bureau, the furious director, Zhao, slams his hands down on the keyboard. He mutters to himself, nothing but pure unadulterated rage. Damn it. Who is that woman? The internal network of the Emotion Management Bureau must have a file on her. One quick search should do it. But as he glues his eyes to the screen, his pupils suddenly shrink. Pure shock. There on the screen is Dr. Lu Qing's face. A red warning blares next to it. Insufficient access. He mutters in disbelief. How is this possible? He is the actual director, yet he has zero clearance. While he panics, the desk phone suddenly rings. The caller ID is crystal clear. It is Miss Song. Adopting his most submissive, flattering tone, he reports that Miss Song, this matter might take a little bit of time to resolve. The voice on the other end completely changes plans, leaving him stunned. He can only stammer out a confused reply. Yes, I will cooperate. Absolutely. The call ends quickly, leaving the director with a web of dark schemes ahead. Director Zhao slams his phone onto the desk, breathing heavily as he curses out loud with pure venom in his voice. Get ready, because the scene now shifts to a lush green garden where a gorgeous woman in white leisurely enjoys her tea. Sitting beside a mysterious man, she takes a slow sip and casually commands that from now on Director Zhao will handle the Black Lotus. That lord mentioned that since the old woman is a thorn in our side, we should accelerate our plans immediately. We can level Sector B completely and bring Chang Mo to us. Hearing this, the man sitting next to her coldly puts out his cigarette. He squashes it into the saucer, smirking with absolute confidence and malice as he replies that it will not be a problem at all. Time slips away as night falls, casting a heavy shadow over Sector B of Psychiatric Hospital number 2. Inside the quiet ward, Chang Mo sits cross-legged on his bed, hands bound in chains, emitting a brilliant blue aura of raw power. The phantom Ye Li appears, smiling with satisfaction. Not bad. His strength, emotion, and rationality have significantly increased. If he keeps this up, he will soon need a set of rules. Hearing this, Chang Mo cracks his eyes open, confused. Rules. The Queen of Reason crosses her arms. She explains that different emotional states require different conditions to grow. There are specific methods to absorb and control this power, because without them, it will quickly spiral completely out of control. The unique development plan designed for a specific emotional state is called the rule. With a wave of her hand, glowing cubes appear. She says that although he used her power to reach a world-class level in no time, he still cannot truly control it. To truly master this immense power, he must follow the path of the rules, absorbing and growing step by step. Analyzing the situation, Chang Mo frowns as he realizes the sheer danger. His rational emotion power is building up far too quickly. Without the proper rules of rationality to guide him, he knows he will soon lose his grip. Chaos is just around the corner. Mystical blue light fills the room. Shadows of man and phantom blend as they plan their next moves late at night. Speaking of losing control, he looks up at his phantom advisor. What are the rules of rational emotion? Shrugging her shoulders, Ye Li gives a flat response. She does not remember. That part of her memory is gone. She recalls borrowing his power before using anger to stabilize her state, but that was a temporary fix. Chang Mo wonders if that works. Wearing a mysterious smile, she explains that of course it does. The core rule of rational emotion is to experience other emotions intensely and continuously. However, his anger has been entirely depleted. There have been no major emotional triggers for him lately, leaving him completely flat with absolutely zero emotional fluctuations to build on. Since this method will not work right now, she tells him to just rest. Right then, the duty nurse steps in. She pulls up his blanket, asking why he is still awake. Chang Mo simply replies that he cannot sleep. He just wants to sit up. The nurse turns to the next bed, complaining that Jiaqi always kicks off his blanket. Taking his chance, Chang Mo casually asks Nurse Zhou Yang why he has not seen Dr. Lu around at all today. Nurse Zhou Yang sighs and explains that the doctor was called away for a meeting and she has not heard back from her yet. Seizing the opportunity, Chang Mo probes further, asking Nurse Zhou Yang if she is just a normal person and how she can see emotions. The nurse offers a bright but melancholic smile, replying that some things happened in the past, but it is all behind her now. She encourages him to hang in there. All his current struggles will pass. She leaves him with those warm words. Nurse Zhou Yang steps out of the room. Ye Li watches her leave, wondering what kind of deep tragedy lies behind those gentle words. Is that so? Chang Mo's golden eyes gleamed once more, reflecting the brilliant flames while a soft whisper echoed in the air. In this world, the mere ability to see is a power itself, bringing back memories of absolute terror. Yi Li analyzes the threat, explaining how this unique power depends entirely on the person using it, like with her. With her power, he sees the world's raw truth, though experience and luck are crucial after what happened to his mother. Luckily, he got a brief glimpse of that reality. Watching Nurse Zhou walk away, Yi Li sums up a pretty painful truth. If an ordinary person can suddenly perceive these emotional entities, it usually means their life is plagued by misfortune. Seeing too much without the strength to handle it is a curse. Hearing this, Chang Mo falls into silent contemplation. He keeps his thoughts to himself as they walk. Suddenly, Nurse Zhou turns around and tosses something his way. She mentions checking his file and gives him a gift. Chang Mo catches it, staring blankly at the silver necklace in his hands. A necklace. Why would she give him this? The round silver pendant begins to emit a gentle, warm glow. Nurse Zhou smiles, explaining it is not just a regular accessory. Chang Mo and Ye Li watch in absolute amazement. Their eyes widen, staring intensely at the mysterious object and its hidden secret, as Nurse Zhou hands it over with a gentle smile. It is a tiny lamp, she explains, a little light she hopes will help guide him through the darkness. Chang Mo accepts it with a grateful smile, thanking Nurse Zhou. Just then, another nurse runs up from down the hall. Nurse Zhou asks if the patient in bed 12 took their medicine, and her colleague confirms that he did. Yi Li floats closer to tease him, asking if he is touched by the sweet gesture. Chang Mo just sighs. He holds up the tiny pendant by its chain, wondering what real practical use this little thing could actually have. Yi Li scoffs, teasing that he is a pure being of logic, but warns him that losing control is far too easy. He responds dryly, but a sudden scream cuts him off. Nearby, Zhang Jackie bolts upright in sheer panic. Chang Mo asks if she is all right. Zhang Jackie, drenched in cold sweat, gasps that it was only a nightmare. But before they can process it, agonizing screams erupt from the other hospital beds all around them. Nurse Liu Lin rushes in, demanding to know why the patients cannot just stay quiet while trying to sleep. Suddenly, reality shatters. The ward breaks apart and the ceiling collapses, forming a massive abyss that pulls the nurse in. Watching through his glasses, Chang Mo's gaze sharpens as he sees right through the terrifying illusion unfolding before him. Zhang Jiaqi gasps in horror, completely paralyzed by the bizarre, impossible scene right in front of her. Liu Lin desperately reaches out, calling for her colleague, before her body suddenly drops hard onto the cold floor. The terrifying illusion vanishes without a trace. Chang Mo frowns, trying to analyze exactly what just occurred in that room. He looks around the wrecked ward, thinking to himself that it feels as if the entire space has been thoroughly swept clean. Liu Lin shivers on the floor, calling for Nurse Zhou. Suddenly, Chang Mo's pupils contract in absolute shock. He realizes something incredibly chilling. An invisible force blasts the two nurses apart, sending them flying through the air. Nurse Zhou plummets into the deep abyss, her colleague's desperate cry echoing in the dark void above. Reality snaps back. Liu Lin kneels on the floor, her vacant gaze fixed on the feet of a mysterious man. On the adjacent bed, the foolish Chen Ju crawls frantically on the floor, letting out a series of mad, maniacal laughs. Suddenly, a grotesque tumor shaped like 3 burning eyes erupts from his head, his savage laughter growing even more deafening. The Queen of Reason manifests to warn them that this is a joy entity and he has completely lost control. That intense emotion can shatter physical matter, making him the source of the blast. Chang Mo frowns at the threat. Suddenly, a blazing explosion rips through the ward, blowing everything to pieces as terrified patients cover their heads. The shockwave shatters the walls, throwing up a thick cloud of dust. Yet Chang Mo remains completely unfazed. He stands perfectly still, while Zhang Jiaqi cowers behind his back. The entire hospital room lies in ruins. Unstable patients begin morphing into fiery floating beasts, thrashing in pure agony as the room falls apart. Drenched in sweat, Liu Lin stammers in sheer terror that the patients have lost control and she needs to call security. Rapid gunfire suddenly echoes from outside, tearing through the night. Chang Mo pushes up his glasses with a sharp glare. He points out that security won't be able to save them. The chaotic gunfire suggests the entire hospital is in danger. Zhang Jiaqi's eyes widen with horror, realizing the second hospital is under attack. Liu Lin collapses onto her knees, totally broken. How could this happen? Where is the director? Staring outside, a massive crater has been blasted into the ground, completely blocking the path right in the middle of the hospital. The Queen of Reason smiles cryptically, too bad she cannot witness their busy director right now. High in the Donghai sky, a colossal shadow beast of pure darkness curls inside a spiky, blazing orb, putting on a terrifying show of power. The eerie sphere hovers, dominating the entire night sky and spreading dread across the entire city. It locks onto Psychiatric Hospital Number 2, ready to unleash a devastating blow on this fragile shelter. On the windy rooftop, Director Ye Min-Q stands alone with her cane, silently facing the colossal beast that blots out the sky. Director Ye Mingqiu gazes up at the burning crimson heavens, solemnly stating those bloody thorns are hatred manifested as emotion. Could you be the Black Lotus? Just then, Hooded Man appears and proudly declares our Black Lotus has stayed quiet for over a decade. Yet, you still remember us. Honestly, I am touched. I am the new leader of Black Lotus here in Donghai City. Today I am here to end your life and level this second hospital to the ground. Director Yi erupts with a blazing aura and coldly snaps back, you are incredibly arrogant. Her wrinkled hands grip the cane as she prepares to unleash her true power, confining the emotional beast within her mind. Yes, a burning crimson aura ignites, the ID badge on her chest, using this vessel to settle things. Pushed to the limit, a giant shadow demon with glowing red eyes materializes behind her, snarling. This is the absolute worst decision you have ever made. Meanwhile, right beneath the shattered ceiling of the hospital, the emotional monsters have completely lost control, prowling all over the place directly threatening Chang Mo and his group. Chang Mo pushes up his glasses, calmly analyzing the incoming risks. Do you mean the director is fighting a world-class enemy? Two world-class destructive powers colliding will level Hospital Number 2 and we will get caught in the crossfire. Queen Yili appears to reassure him. Do not worry, they seem to have an unspoken agreement to focus their primary strength within the Mindscape battle. This won't affect us. But I must remind you that I currently have absolutely no power left at all. From now on, you are on your own. If you die, we all die. Nurse Liu Lin completely breaks down, gritting her teeth and sobbing. Director, why hasn't she saved us yet? How could this happen? How is this even possible? Zhang Jiaxi screams to snap her out of it. Nurse, please get a grip right now, you have to find a way to calm them down. But it is hopeless. Nurse Liu Lin replies in despair, calm them down. No way, there is no way. They have completely lost control and their emotional power will tear us to shreds. Right in front of them, the headless fire monster and the happiness beast loom forward like harbingers of death. We are dead. Facing this overwhelming disaster, the regular salaryman Chang Mo can only let out a tired sigh. With no other choice, Chang Mo finally steps in. He swings his arm and effortlessly shatters, the black chains binding his hands into tiny fragments. Showing zero fear, he calmly strides forward toward the monsters. The massive, sharp-clawed hand of the foolish Chen Ju lunges forward, aiming to rip his prey apart. Chang Mo coldly reaches out easily, grabbing and slamming the head of the fiery happiness beast down with absolute power. The wild Chen Ju is immediately pinned face-first, dragged across the cold, tiled floor like a helpless little frog. Zhang Jiaqi stands with her jaw wide open, completely unable to believe what she just witnessed. Nurse Xiao Lin also looks up in utter shock, frozen by this simple yet highly effective move. The room falls into a dead silence as the tall, bespectacled youth stands proud, looking down at the flattened beast. Behind him are two wide-eyed girls. Chang Mo turns his head and casually orders as if he just swept away some trash, do not sit. They're staring, let's go. Snapping them out of it, Nurse Liu Lin stammers, what on earth did you just do? Meanwhile, Zhang Jiaqi completely forgets the danger, instantly swooning as she pumps her fists and cheers. Chang Mo, you are so handsome. He adjusts his glasses and calmly replies with absolute indifference, it is nothing, just helping him calm down. Nurse Liu Lin gasps in admiration, can your emotional power actually soothe an out-of-control emotional state? That is amazing. Queen Ye Li appears to drop some survival knowledge, explaining that the happiness emotion can destroy all physical matter, making it your biggest threat. If you get hit, you will shatter into pieces. Neutralizing him first was a smart move. Chang Mo wonders if destroying everything isn't a bit too absurd. Doesn't that make him invincible? She responds that emotional power is not physical matter. If you use your own emotional strength, you can completely block his attacks. But before he can even celebrate, a massive fireball comes flying from the headless monster, suddenly charges. Yili screams for Chang Mo to watch out. Right then, a fireball detonates with fury. It blasts everything backward. Terrified screams echo. As the thick smoke begins to clear, Nurse Liu Lin can barely breathe. She and Zhang Jiaqi stare in utter horror. Chang Mo was just completely engulfed. They are totally speechless. How is he doing this? Blasted back by the shockwave, Chang Mo and the nurse slide across the shattered floor. The fire monster roars again in fury. It violently spits, searing sparks directly at the vulnerable group. Left with no choice, they scramble. They barely evade the deadly sparks flying over their heads. The beast charges and throws a punch, but Chang Mo calmly raises a single hand, stopping the strike cold. Offended by this, the monster grows even angrier. It fires a barrage of giant glowing fireballs to incinerate him. This relentless hellfire pours down. It threatens to turn the entire room into a massive blazing oven. Yet faced with this storm, Chang Mo maintains his usual blank expression. He just stares up at the disaster. Suddenly, earth-shaking explosions tear through the room. The entire corner is swallowed in a sea of flames. Through the smoke, Chang Mo calmly reaches out. He easily slaps the violent flames away using pure willpower. He stands tall in the center of the room. Honestly, his composure in this crisis is next level. Beneath his feet lies the defeated fire monster knocked out cold. He simply lets his hands fall. He stares down at the flattened body. It is like he just cleaned up a minor mess. Then he turns. The two girls are still hiding behind the bed. He calmly asks them if they are both all right. Still shaking, Zhang Jiaqi and Nurse Liu Lin stammer out that they are fine. They are totally amazed. The nurse silently wonders how his defense is so insane. He can contain wild, rampaging emotional entities. Just what kind of entity is he? Chang Mo lets out a soft sigh showing a trace of exhaustion. Suddenly, dark fluid erupts from a crack in the ceiling. It comes straight from the floor below. Jiaqi shrieks in panic. The sticky black sludge drips down, forming a dark pool right in the hallway. An unlucky patient gets drenched in it. He immediately clutches his head and sobs in absolute overwhelming despair. Nurse Liu Lin turns pale. She quickly warns them to be careful, explaining this is a sadness monster. It can drag everything down. Luckily, sadness monsters usually stay put, so they are safe if they do not provoke it. Queen Yi Li materializes. She warns Chang Mo that his tolerance for sadness is low. Avoid the sludge. She notes it was likely corrupted by the East Sea. Fortunately, this specific creature is still quite weak. Chang Mo agrees they should keep moving. But right then, Zhang Jiaqi looks around, her face losing color. She gasps in sheer terror. Seeing how relaxed Chang Mo looks, Jiaqi cannot help but admire his calm. He quietly whispers to his invisible spirit companion. He admits he is stressed, but she cannot see it. Jiaqi assumes he is talking to her, and laughs. She asks if he is really in the mood to joke. Chang Mo deadpans that he is serious. Suddenly, Jiaqi's eyes widen in sheer panic as a realization hits. She gasps out Chenju's name. They all quickly turn toward the heavy rubble where the guy was trapped. Chang Mo frowns as he assesses the collapse. He offers a grim, highly realistic prediction. He is likely dead. Tears well up in Nurse Liu Lin's eyes. She sobs, unable to believe how quickly things turned tragic. He was fine a second ago, and now both Sister Zhou and Chenju are gone. Jiaqi hugs her. Jiaqi tells her to stay strong. Surviving is what matters, and they will be safe with Chang Mo around. The nurse wipes her tears, nodding. Out of nowhere, Chenju pops his head out, agreeing completely. He remarks that with a buddy like this, survival is guaranteed. Both Chang Mo and Jiaqi jump in shock. Wondering where he came from, they watch him scratch his head. He explains he just fell out of bed. He hid in the corner after the loud blast. He suggests they stop chatting and start running. Without wasting another second, the four of them sprint for their lives down the heavily damaged hallway. While running, Chang Mo asks Nurse Liu Lin if she has Dr. Lu's phone number, throwing her a quick lifeline. She eagerly says yes, but staring at her dead screen, she cries out that there is no signal. It makes no sense for the network to be dead. Chang Mo calmly pushes his glasses up to analyze. He notes a signal jammer might be nearby. The gunshots have completely stopped, and the military is gone. The guards are dead, likely wiped out by the invaders. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiaqi pants heavily, resting her hands on her knees. She complains, "I cannot take this anymore, running until I have no breath left. Please let me rest." Chang Mo turns to ask, "Are you two not tired?" Suddenly, Yi Li's phantom appears, crossing her arms to explain this weird change. Indeed, lately, even during intense exercise, he does not feel out of breath. Could it be because he became an emotional entity? Yi Li explains. Different emotions affect the body differently, and rational power can greatly enhance control in every single aspect, meaning his physical stamina has indeed improved significantly. Suddenly, Chang Mo stares at Chenju in wonder. He seems completely fine. Is it raw, natural stamina or emotional power at play? Jiaqi gasps and mutters. The sound of gunshots will definitely echo all the way to the outpatient clinic, right? Surely someone will call the police soon. Maybe we should just find a place to hide and stay safe. Nurse Liu Lin shakes her head. No hope. She explains that the entire hospital is empty at night except for Zone B. Everyone only feels safe because the director is here, so their priority must be to find him immediately. But Chang Mo quickly stops her. Don't bother, she says. Looking for the director is completely useless. He has not appeared for this long. The enemy must have pinned him down. This number 2 hospital was already isolated. Now it is a completely cut-off island. The enemy prepared well, so they must escape first. Nurse Liu Lin is on the verge of tears, knowing that the director is the only emotional entity left in Zone B, making it highly unsafe. Actually, Dr. Lu and our head nurse are also incredibly powerful emotional entities, though the doctor happens to be away today. Suddenly, the nurse's eyes light up with hope. Wait, the head nurse? We still have the head nurse. She insists that the head nurse will surely protect them, making Chang Mo raise an eyebrow in curiosity about her. He admits he rarely sees this woman, but Liu Lin excitedly explains that both Dr. Liu and the head nurse are incredibly powerful emotional entities. How strong is she exactly? Before they can finish, a headless fire monster suddenly crashes in, looking to ambush Chang Mo. But with his signature cool composure, the young man needs only one hand to stop the beast, effortlessly blocking the burning face of the creature with a single hand. With a simple swipe of his arm, the aggressive monster is instantly pinned to the cold floor. Honestly, his effortless strength is just mind-blowing to watch. Nurse Liu Lin stares in shock as Chang Mo clears the beast. Suddenly, she runs forward, desperately calling out for her colleague. My. Looking down with tears in her eyes, she is forced to face a brutal and heartbreaking reality. Before her lies the lifeless body of her colleague amidst the debris, and she chokes out that she is dead. Zhang Jiaqi is completely stunned, her face turning pale with absolute terror as death stares her right in the face. The young man Wu Ming freezes in shock while Chang Mo stands silently, his expression cold as he falls deep into deep thought. Piecing the clues together, he wonders how the enemy managed to make so many patients lose control at the exact same time. Nurse Liu Lin blankly responds that she has absolutely no idea how this could happen, since everyone took their medicine on time daily. She tearfully explains that in reality, these specific medications act like the chains that bound him before suppressing emotional power, meaning a sudden outbreak should be completely impossible. Pushing up his glasses, Chang Mo's sharp mind quickly connects the dots, leading him to a truly crucial deduction about the scheduled doses, wondering if they tampered with the drugs. Because if that medicine was taken at once, the outbreaks would trigger simultaneously. However, Nurse Liu Lin instantly objects, explaining that all drugs are strictly checked. Furthermore, to force different emotional entities into chaos, the drugs must be tailored to each individual. Zhang Jiaqi remains completely confused, blinking as she asks what that actually means. The nurse patiently clarifies that they must distribute specific anger-inducing drugs to angry emotional entities and happiness-inducing ones directly to the happy ones, triggering a violent power surge that makes them lose control completely. Suddenly, a creepy truth is revealed. All their medication is distributed solely by the head nurse before floor nurses deliver them directly to patients. The enemy could never have done that. Suddenly, the nurse's pupils contract as a truly chilling realization hits her. Tears welling up, she stutters in absolute terror, wondering if it could actually be their head nurse. Chang Mo coldly concludes that this is the only logical explanation. Talk about a betrayal you never saw coming. A dark silhouette with a sinister smile illustrates the crime, proving she conspired with outsiders to distribute the drugs that caused this synchronized outbreak, driving every patient mad. Chang Mo continues to analyze the situation. Through his analysis, this explains why they did not lose control. After all, the three of them are unrecorded emotional entities, meaning she cannot prescribe them any medication. They need to move, and they must be extremely careful of the head nurse. The group sprints for their lives down the dark hallway, heading straight toward the doorway glowing with a blinding light. They are almost there. The sight of the open door promises an escape from this living hell, but expectations shatter as their footsteps abruptly freeze. Eyes wide with shock, they stare through the exit at a figure, dressed in a white uniform, floating in the dead silence. It is the head nurse. Her lifeless face features glowing, eerie blank white eyes. Zhang Jiaqi gulps, asking in a trembling voice if that is the head nurse, and how she is flying. Is she planning to target them? Chang Mo grits his teeth, his face tight with extreme tension, as they face an unexpected trial of life and death. Looking at this horrifying sight, Nurse Liu Lin screams in outrage, demanding to know why she would do such a thing. Why did she betray the second hospital sister? Zhou and Mai are already dead, so does she not care about them at all? But in response to her desperate screams, the head nurse remains floating silently, her back turned to them. Liu Lin keeps calling out, desperately, begging the head nurse to speak up. But Zhang Jiaqi narrows her eyes and notices something off. She quietly warns them to wait, pointing out that something is wrong. It does not seem like she is floating on her own. There is something attached to her. Chang Mo pushes up his glasses, coldly exposing the brutal truth. They simply cannot see it, but the head nurse is not floating. She has actually been pierced by blood thorns and suspended in midair. Indeed, under the lens of truth, her body is actually pinned tightly to a giant crucifix woven from countless glowing red thorns. The cruel spikes mercilessly impale her eye sockets and throat. Chang Mo grimly declares she is dead. Nurse Xiao Lin breaks down completely, collapsing to the floor in silent sobs, wondering how this is possible. Piecing the clues together, Chang Mo calmly deduces this was done to silence her. While deep in thought, from the dark space above the steps, a massive hand of shadow suddenly drops down right behind his back. Chang Mo's eyes shift slightly, his sharp gaze reflecting the deadly danger lurking right beside him. At the very same time, outside the building, countless dark figures in uniforms are free falling from the vast night sky forming a rain of assassins surrounding the second hospital. The entire building structure is now densely covered by a massive network of glowing red blood thorns, turning it into an inescapable cage. Taking in this gruesome sight, Chang Mo realizes this is coming from the dark. Director Zhao, his head shrouded in a hood, smirks slyly as he targets his prey, mocking that Chang Mo has finally decided to show his face. Without a word, a torrent of sharp blood spikes rains down on Chang Mo like arrows, forcing him to crouch in a defensive stance. The spikes slam into the tiled floor all around him, forming a deadly encirclement waiting to impale their prey. Chang Mo's eyes narrow behind his glasses with high alert. Suddenly, a creepy blood vine rips through the air, reflecting clearly in his lenses, before aiming straight for his eye. Acting fast, Chang Mo swings his arm to release a surge of bright blue reason energy like a tsunami brushing off the sneak attack. The deep blue power erupts, forming a solid wall of intellect that completely blocks the vicious spikes. The blinding blue light illuminates a corner of the dark corridor, destroying the enemy's ambush in an instant. Watching from afar, Director Zhao smirks mockingly. "Oh, this kid is nothing special. Just like most people," he panicked when faced with a surprise attack and used his power recklessly. And yet that great lord actually ordered him to bring the kid in. But as he rants on, his gaze freezes, seemingly noticing something that does not fit the script. The blue dust from the explosion's aftermath slowly clears in the quiet space. Staring at the empty ground, he gasps that the target has vanished, scowling with pure rage. He quickly sees through his opponent's scheme. So that is it, they use the fire as a distraction to escape. A pretty fast reaction. But a creepy grin spreads across his face as he whispers a dark threat: "You cannot escape." Outside, those assassins in green uniforms are still swinging from the walls, completely surrounding the hospital floors like a massive net. Meanwhile, Chang Mo and his companions have successfully retreated, hiding safe and sound behind a corner wall as they catch their breath. Nurse Liu Lin pats her chest to calm down. All around him, the surrounding shadow monsters make him feel completely powerless. Panting heavily, she asks in sheer panic what is wrong with Chang Mo and why he suddenly pulled them all back. Chang Mo stares fixedly at the tiny light radiating from his pendant in the pitch-black darkness as Zhang Jiaqi narrows her eyes to look closely before crying out in horror that she sees red thorns growing all over Chang Mo. Nurse Liu Lin is completely bewildered, asking about these red thorns, since she cannot see anything, but Chang Mo calmly assures them he is fine. Floating nearby, the ghost Yili rests her chin on her hand and analyzes that Zhang Jiaqi is pretty sharp to see those thorns. She wonders if it is triggered by some specific emotion, whereas Liu Lin is lagging behind and cannot see anything at all. Glancing at the clueless, nameless guy, she clicks her tongue in defeat, completely baffled by what is even going on with him. Chang Mo rubs his thorn-covered chest, forcing his thoughts back to reality. He urges them to focus on the current situation first, having no idea where these strange thorns even came from. He suddenly yanks a blood thorn right out of the back of his hand, and it vanishes the moment he pulls it free. Looking out the window, he frowns in deep concern, troubled by the fact that he has no clue when this madness even started. Block B is completely surrounded by giant blood thorns, prompting Chang Mo to gently press his hand against the cold window glass as if secretly planning an escape, slowly sliding his hand past the windowsill and out into the suffocating heavy night air. Seeing this bizarre move, Nurse Liu Lin anxiously asks him what he is doing, but his expression remains completely cold. Pulling his hand back, he wonders if he is just overthinking things, but the brutal reality hits him in the very next moment. Sharp blood thorns suddenly stab right through his hand at the exact spot he had reached out just a second ago. Zhang Jiaqi and Nurse Liu Lin shriek in pure terror. I mean, who wouldn't? While the nameless guy stands there totally clueless. Calmly pulling the thorns from his hand, he sharply notes that they cannot expose themselves to these thorny vines. Doing so will cause these crimson thorns to sprout directly on their bodies after a short while, and this time it is even worse than before, prompting him to ask his invisible guide what on earth these things actually are, as Yi Li strokes her chin. She shyly replies that she recalls it being a resentment power targeting emotional bodies, though she has no idea about the exact details. She begs him not to look at her like that since she lost her memory, making the speechless Chang Mo sigh in utter defeat. Pouting, she snaps back, asking if he doubts her, but he just walks away since they have absolutely no time for this right now. Seeing her savior muttering to himself, Zhang Jiaqi whispers to the nameless guy, wondering why Chang Mo is acting so strange. The gossiping guy whispers back that the medical records suspect Chang Mo of schizophrenia, suggesting he might be having a full-blown episode. Cutting off their wild theories, Chang Mo spins around to seriously explain the current crisis to the group. Startling them both, he immediately lays out some vital survival knowledge about the terrifying threat they are facing. Massive blood thorns have surrounded Block B, likely fueled by a powerful resentment emotional entity, and once those thorns spot you, they will sprout directly on your body within 5 seconds and kill you, just like the guard and head nurse. Since he was also just targeted, they must absolutely avoid those vines, leaving Zhang Jiaqi on the verge of tears. Sobbing, she despairs that they are trapped, but Nurse Liu Lin suddenly gasps, recognizing the blood, thorns, and resentment energy. She suddenly realizes she has seen this before, her eyes widening as if digging up a terrifying memory from deep within her subconscious. Pointing a trembling finger, she panics and reveals she finally remembers who is behind this, the dreaded Black Lotus sect, leaving Chang Mo, Zhang Jiaqi, and the young man completely stunned as they repeat the name in unison. Nurse Liu Lin swallows hard, explaining that Hospital Number 2 actually has internal files regarding these various emotional factions. The Black Lotus is one of them, having plotted over 10 years ago to destroy Donghai City by turning the powerful sorrow emotional entity completely insane and blackening the entire sea, though their grand plan was eventually thwarted in the end. Forced into hiding, these cultists harness raw resentment, manifesting their dark energy into these deadly blood-soaked thorns. Adjusting his glasses, Chang Mo pieces the clues together, realizing that the tragedy of the Donghai Sea was entirely their doing. Tapping her forehead, the ghost Yili tries to search her hazy memory, murmuring the name of the Black Lotus sect, feeling like she is forgetting something incredibly important, realizing that having amnesia is a massive headache. Out of nowhere, a swarm of invisible, glowing red blood thorns suddenly sprout all around Chang Mo's body. Glancing at the deadly spikes, his mind races as he wonders how this is possible when he was never spotted by the vines. His pupils contract as the terrifying truth hits him. From the very beginning, he was the only target. Infected, while a single crimson light resembling a demonic eye glares at him from the dark abyss outside. Peering through the lens of her power, Yuli's deep blue eyes widen to the limit, reflecting a terrifying sight. A horrifying image waits to devour its prey. It turns out a giant entity is watching them from the window. It is a massive ball of bloody flesh with 3 creepy eyes radiating a chilling aura. Yili points ahead in panic, shouting that she sees it over there. Chang Mo instantly swings his arm to strike. He unleashes his azure flames. A massive wave of fire erupts, sweeping the corridor as a sharp shriek echoes. The scream fades into the wind. Confused, Chang Mo looks at his hands, wondering what he just burned. He wonders what it was. Floating nearby, Yili explains that those are actually eyes born from the enemy's emotions. These hateful eyes are completely invisible to normal sight, which is why he could not see them before. She warns that the enemy can see them through these eyes and trigger the painful spikes growing from his body. Right on cue, more bloody red spikes burst through Chang Mo's flesh, making him writhe in agony. Yili warns there are more. Chang Mo has to move fast, unleashing another wave of azure fire. Nurse Liu Lin clutches her head in panic before the blue flames, screaming to ask what he is doing. She asks why he keeps setting fires everywhere, staring in sheer terror that her ally is losing his mind. She fears he has also been infected, but Zhang Jiaqi immediately corrects her, realizing the truth. She points out that Chang Mo is under attack as more spikes are erupting across his body. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Chang Mo blasts fierce blue flames to clear the invisible eyes. He charges into the flames to shield the 2 terrified girls behind him. The pressure is insane. His explosive power sweeps the corridor, shattering nearby walls and window glass into tiny fragments. A giant dark eye blinks shut and fades away. Watching from the shadows, the villain smirks in satisfaction. He remarks that he is impressed they can spot his eyes of hatred, but unfortunately he has plenty more. Glowing red eyes gleam menacingly behind his veil like a ghost, leaving absolutely no trace of his location. He declares this is the true power of hatred, mockingly telling them to struggle and run. Delivering a brutal verdict, he promises their only final option is absolute surrender. Back inside, Chang Mo collapses. He gasps heavily for breath as the venomous hatred takes its toll. The young man slumps onto the floor. He falls onto the cold tiles, prompting a desperate cry from Zhang Jiaqi. Outside, the villain hovers triumphantly. The proud Black Lotus leader basks in his victory. Meanwhile, the girls kneel beside their fallen friend. Inside the ruined room, Nurse Liu Lin and Zhang Jiaqi weep bitterly over Chang Mo's motionless body. The brutal reality is his body is completely covered in a cage of glowing red blood spikes. Zhang Jiaqi buries her face in her hands, sobbing and begging to know who is attacking them. She screams out in absolute despair. But as tears stream down, her eyes suddenly catch something strange. A strange light shimmers in the dark. Looking up with a wet face, she mutters under her breath. She whispers that she can see so many of them now. Suddenly, the ceiling fills with floating red lights. Trembling, she points upward. The girls stare in horror as the grotesque entities gaze right back down at them. Every corner of the room is now infested with bloody eyeballs, radiating a suffocating wave of pure malice. Hateful eyes hang outside the window as well, completely isolating the rundown hospital room from the outside world. In this desperate moment, Zhang Jiaqi's eyes snap wide open, behind her messy hair flashing with sharp focus. But a crushing mental weight slams into her brain. She grabs her head and screams out in agony. Terrified Nurse Lu Lin shakes her desperately, asking if she is okay or if she has been infected too. With tears streaming down, the nurse desperately tries to deny the grim reality unfolding before them. She mutters that none of this can be real, insisting there are no eyes and they are just hallucinating. She keeps repeating it has to be a trick. Meanwhile, Ye Li floats nearby, completely ignoring her panic. Instead, she calmly remarks that she is surprised Zhang Jiaqi can see the eyes, though it changes nothing. She declares that everything is finished. But on the floor, Chang Mo is still conscious, quietly analyzing the situation. He realizes these spikes are highly unusual as they seem completely harmless to everything except for his body. Neither his clothes nor the tiles show any damage despite the agonizing pain paralyzing his entire physical form. He originally thought it was all just an illusion. Glancing at the ghost beside him for help, he admits he is completely out of options. Asking if she has any other ideas, Yi Li shrugs helplessly, explaining that her power was completely drained during that earlier offshore battle. Chang Mo narrows his eyes in sarcastic frustration. Yet looking at her, she does not seem worried about their situation at all. He asks if his death would even affect her. The Ghost Queen closes her eyes halfway, flashing a mysterious and highly confident smile. She tells him that if he dies, she goes down too. But worrying right now will not solve anything. Gently placing a dark, shadowy hand on his head, she whispers a soft promise, no matter how this ends, she will stay by his side. With the room dead quiet, Chang Mo turns away. His silhouette radiates deep loneliness and a complete sense of helplessness. Looking at his fallen companions scattered across the floor, he speaks in a heavy, urgent tone to push them to move. Urging Jiaxi, Shaolin, and Chen Ju to leave immediately, the young genius's brain starts working overtime, analyzing their desperate situation. He deduces that the enemy's main target has been him all along. The spikes on his body have stopped growing entirely. They have no intention of killing him right now, only leaving him completely immobilized because they want him alive. The four-eyed genius logically advises the group to stay out of his business and escape to guarantee their survival. Jiaxi hangs her head torn inside. It is true that only Chang Mo was targeted by those physical spikes from the start, but is she really going to just run away? She hesitates, her eyes darting around as she mutters to herself. Suddenly, a sharp spark of determination flashes in her eyes, leading her to a brutally selfish but highly realistic decision. She declares she must focus on saving her own skin first. Meanwhile, Nurse Shaolin clutches her head in sheer panic. Sobbing hysterically, she begs for someone to save them, wondering if any savior will actually come to their rescue. Jackie sighs, looking down at the crying nurse on the floor. Calling out to Shaolin, the heavy silence is suddenly broken. Suddenly, the goofy Chen Ju steps up like a clueless hero. He easily hoists Chang Mo onto his shoulder without warning. Shocked, Jiaqi demands to know what on earth he is doing. Chen Ju simply shrugs with a blank look. He casually tells her he is carrying Chang Mo out. Jiaqi panics, desperately trying to explain the massive risk. Those floating eyeballs are everywhere now. They are watching and they can sprout spikes from their bodies in an instant. They are only safe because Chang Mo is the main target. Carrying him makes them all immediate targets for the enemy. Her warnings echo through the ruined room. If they take him, they will never be able to escape. But all that perfect logic gets completely wasted on Chen Ju, who just stares back with a blank face. Following a long pause, he suddenly grins wide and delivers a wonderfully optimistic piece of life advice. Telling them to stay positive, he asks how they can know it fails without trying first. Then he calmly walks off. Carrying Chang Mo, he leaves the room entirely unaware of the deadly, hateful eye watching them closely from above. Elsewhere, the Dark Lotus boss grinds his teeth, grumbling about how annoying these survivors are. Unfortunately for him, his superiors ordered him not to kill the patients or nurses, only to lock down Sector B and spark absolute chaos. His job is to wait for the boss to finish the director, then retreat with Chang Mo. But his mouth twists. He slowly curls his lips into a wicked smirk. Letting his bloodlust take over, he grins like a total maniac. Deciding that killing 3 random pests will not matter, he immediately summons a deadly red energy circle around them. Mocking them for daring to oppose him, a barrage of sharp blood-red spikes suddenly erupts from the ground. But as the spikes rise to execute his prey, the leader suddenly freezes, sweat pouring down his pale face. With eyes widened in pure disbelief, he stumbles over his words, completely lost as to what went wrong. Muttering about what is happening, he realizes he cannot see them anymore. The surveillance eye in that area was completely destroyed. Back at the scene, a flash of light just ripped through the darkness. The group of 4 lies on the floor. They look up in confusion at a blazing fire monster raging right in front of them. Meanwhile, through the eyeball's vision, the boss curses at the sight of the roaring flames. An out-of-control patient is active, meaning the group must still be there. Suddenly, Jackie's scatterbrained head finally clicks. She shouts happily, pointing out that the giant red eyeball has vanished. The rampaging patient's unstable powers destroyed it. Seizing this golden opportunity, the entire group scrambles to their feet. Running for their lives through the smoke and fire, they yell to head this way. Chang Mo hurriedly asks about their plan. He asks if the chains she used to bind him earlier are still around. The nurse nods, pointing ahead. Confirming they are in the equipment room on the second floor, Chang Mo immediately decides to head there as Shaolin leads the way. Yi Li claps excitedly, cheering him on. It really is a brilliant plan. By absorbing the power of reason locked inside those chains, he can finally recover and move again. Fired up, Jiaqi clenches her fists, her eyes blazing with determination to carve a path out. The amateur detective yells out her directions. There is a red eye around the front left corner, so turn right instead. The group immediately obeys, veering wildly down a labyrinth of hallways packed with floating glowing red eyeballs. Floating alongside them, Yili nods in approval. Jia Qi is incredible. Her vision can actually see straight through solid obstacles, just as expected. Emotional power is represented by those eyes, but before Jia Qi can even celebrate, her face suddenly pales in sheer terror. She screams out in a panic that they are in deep trouble. There are eyeballs blocking both their front and back. They are completely cornered. Sure enough, a blood-red eye is silently creeping along the wall. The eyeball monster floats closer, ready to snatch the helpless prey trapped in the corner. Jia Qi stares blankly at the approaching doom, completely drenched in cold sweat. Nurse Liu Lin clutches her face in absolute terror. Even Chen Ju, who is carrying Chang Mo on his back, stares with wide-eyed shock, completely frozen. Right at that critical split second, a massive wall of fire suddenly sweeps out of nowhere down the corridor. As the wave of heat passes, a dazed Nurse Liu Lin blinks, asking what on earth just happened. Jia Qi lets out a sigh of relief and confidently explains that the crazy patient's attack just happened to incinerate those eyes. Talk about extreme luck, she proudly lifts her chin, saying she told them to stay positive and believe in good fortune. She claims that whenever she thinks positively, bad luck always turns into good luck. The other three just stare at her in disbelief, completely speechless at her bizarre logic. But Chang Mo, always the analytical one, turns his attention to the big guy behind him. He asks Chen Ju if his emotional power might actually be pure luck. Meanwhile, outside, the Black Lotus leader still hovers in midair, eagerly waiting for updates. Inside, the raging fire monster is frantically digging through the rubble, growling in deep frustration that they are not here. It thrashes around the ruined room, roaring again that there is nothing left. The beast rages through every corner, screaming in anger. Looking through the eye of hatred, the boss clutches his head in fury. Damn those annoying patients, he curses, wondering where they could have gone. The crimson eyes scan another empty room. Suddenly, a massive red eye with a mouth full of sharp fangs materializes right above the group. They are all huddled closely together behind a pile of broken debris, holding their breath as they watch the monster fly by. Thinking they are completely invisible, Jia Qi covers her mouth, giggling happily because she thinks the monster cannot see them. But her celebration is short-lived. The red eye hovering near the ground suddenly stops, sensing something suspicious. Jia Qi starts sweating bullets, instantly covering her mouth as she panics silently, begging the others to do something. The monster is turning around, and she desperately urges the group to come up with a plan right now. Before they can act, a scorching wall of fire sweeps right past their faces. Suddenly, the burning head of the crazed patient pops up. The monster lets out a deafening roar. But right at this perilous moment, a brick suddenly falls from the ceiling. It strikes the rampaging fire beast right on the head. The impact is so sudden that the monster stumbles and crashes hard. It falls face first onto the ground in a pathetic heap, giving our group the perfect chance to make a run for it. Leading the way, Nurse Liu Lin stops in front of a door and sighs in relief, pointing out the equipment room right ahead. She quickly reaches for the handle, ready to unlock their escape route. But suddenly her face turns pale as she realizes something. She gasps in panic, realizing she forgot the keys, while the rest of the group stands there completely stunned. Terrifying cracking sounds begin to echo and spread rapidly across the concrete wall. The heavy iron door suddenly collapses onto the floor, sending chunks of debris flying everywhere as everyone stares in absolute shock. The four of them freeze, unable to process this ridiculous turn of events. But it turns out Chang Mo had secretly unleashed his brilliant blue flames to absorb the chains and blast away the barrier. He slowly narrows his eyes behind his cracked glasses, focusing his mind on controlling this new power. Suddenly, his sharp golden pupils snap open, glowing with an overwhelming rational energy that cuts through the darkness. A chilling aura envelopes his calm face. Yili floats into view, crossing her arms with a satisfied smile. She praises him, noting that his capacity to absorb the power of reason has grown significantly after being ravaged by the force of hatred. Witnessing this, Nurse Liu Lin mutters in pure disbelief. It is amazing that he can actually absorb the energy of those chains. She wonders what kind of emotional power he truly possesses, but Chang Mo simply gives her a dry response, claiming he has no idea. What should they do next? Yi Li rests her chin in deep thought, trying to figure it out. Chang Mo narrows his eyes, asking what happens if they kill the attacker. Will those massive thorns outside finally disappear? Yi Li nods confidently. Absolutely, she says. Chang Mo immediately pushes for more answers. He asks how big the power gap is between them. Yi Li shrugs brutally, crushing his hopes with a cold truth. The gap between them is huge. Even though this attacker is far from world-class, Chang Mo is still nowhere near his level yet. He simply is no match for him. In this world, the combat power of emotional entities is broken down into 6 distinct tiers. She maps out the tiers visually. The regular patients are Tier 1, while a threat like Liu Li sits at Tier 2. That bespectacled guy on the train was Tier 3. The current attacker is pushing Tier 4 and world-class sits at Tier 6. Yi Li drops another harsh truth, pointing out that Chang Mo is not even Tier 2 yet, despite defeating his previous opponent. Sure, he beat Liu Li, who had high anger resistance, but she sparks a bit of hope, pointing out the window. There is actually some good news. She explains that the massive thorns surrounding Block B are actually the attacker's emotional summon. That is where most of his energy is stored. He has probably poured 95% of his power into those outer thorns. With all that energy deployed, she smirks as she paints a wild possibility. His physical body right now must be completely vulnerable. If Chang Mo can land a sudden devastating surprise attack, and yes, this is his only shot, he might actually kill him. Chang Mo silently pushes up his glasses, looking at her with pure skepticism. Yi Li pouts, feeling a bit offended by his silence. She asks why he looks like he does not trust her judgment. Chang Mo keeps a straight face, preparing to explain his doubts. He admits it, saying there is one detail he still cannot wrap his head around. She claimed the director was fighting a world-class enemy. That means she can constantly sense the director's condition even from a distance, which raises a major red flag. Yi Li blinks confused, confirming that she can. Chang Mo calmly lays out his logical trap, pressing her for the truth. He asks if her high tier is what allows her to sense things that ordinary people normally miss entirely. She nods, admitting that is true. Chang Mo sighs. We have got a massive problem on our hands. He corners her with a critical question. Why did someone as powerful as her fail to sense the patient losing control? Sensing those blood thorns coming should have been incredibly simple for someone of her caliber, yet she was totally clueless. Chang Mo sighs, throwing a sharp verbal dagger by asking if he can actually trust a single thing she says. Facing his blunt skepticism, she simply flashes a mysterious knowing smile instead of defending herself. She traces her finger playfully. She chuckles, praising his sharp intuition. She asks if he remembers her lesson about vision in this emotional world. She reminds him that perception is everything here. She proceeds to give him a deeper breakdown of how things work. The higher someone's tier, the deeper their understanding of reality, meaning they can perceive far more than normal humans. Sensing things is basically just another form of sight. But then she suddenly throws a curveball into her own theory. Sometimes having a higher status actually limits what you can observe, especially when your vision gets blocked by something. Chang Mo frowns, asking what she means by that. Yi Li smiles, offering a simple analogy to make it clear. She gestures in the air to paint a picture, noting that a massive dinosaur is vastly stronger than a tiny bug. Yet that giant beast will never pay attention to a tiny insect crawling beneath the fallen leaves under its feet. She explains the sheer difference in scale. Trivial things like a rampaging patient or a minor hostile entity are too insignificant. Unless those minor blips appear right in front of her face, they are simply too quiet for her to notice. But the hospital director is a world-class powerhouse, a massive presence that she simply cannot ignore even if she tried. To paint a clearer picture, think of massive claw marks left by a giant predator shaking the trees and roaring nearby. It leaves a scent that is impossible to miss. Giant beasts only track other giant beasts through these grand signs. That is how top-tier entities sense each other. She then drops another massive revelation about how world-class fighters operate. They can deploy unique tracking techniques to scan and sense every little detail in a wide area around them. The director actually used that exact sensory field to keep the entire hospital safe from outside threats for years. But she slumps and sighs, admitting she has lost almost all her power and memories, rendering her completely helpless now. Chang Mo nods as the pieces fall into place. He admits he thought she had some hidden, shady motive. He thought she was just trying to play him. Yi Li laughs it off, proudly patting her chest to reassure him. She has personally verified the threat, blocking Block B. Though she forgets his exact skills, she knows his power level. She could read his strength at a single glance. Seeing Chang Mo standing frozen like a statue, she sighs deeply. Watching in silence, they wonder why Chang Mo is spacing out for so long. Yep, the guy is definitely as unstable as suspected. But then Chang Mo suddenly announces a bold new plan. He has decided they need to kill the beast. The literal embodiment of hatred that just attacked them, shocking the other three. Zhang Jiaqi can only gasp in pure disbelief. Her face turns completely pale with terror as she asks if they are seriously going to kill that thing. Meanwhile, Glasses Guy is totally chill. He casually pushes up his glasses and delivers the cold truth. The only way out is to eliminate the target, and he will handle it. Nurse Liu Lin holds her head in pure despair. She quietly wonders if Chang Mo has completely lost his mind this time. But he just keeps giving orders like it is nothing, asking Zhang Jiaqi to use her emotional perception to locate their hidden enemy. Still terrified, Zhang Jiaqi agrees to try. She bows her head, channeling every ounce of her mental energy to scan the area, searching frantically for any sign of their attacker. Suddenly, her eyes snap wide open as a jolt of realization hits. She leaps to her feet, pointing her finger straight ahead and yelling out the exact coordinates of their target. She found him. He is hiding inside the surveillance room. Meanwhile, deep inside that very room, the Black Lotus boss is fuming. He is panting heavily, completely drained after losing so many of his eyeballs. The boss grinds his teeth in sheer frustration. Cursing their sudden disappearance, he has no idea that Chang Mo, cloaked in a brilliant blue flame, is already here, standing right behind him like a silent ghost. Talk about an absolute jump scare. The villain spins around in total horror. His face contorts with panic as he realizes death itself is staring him down. In a split second, our glasses-wearing hero strikes. He swings an arm coated in razor-sharp blue crystals, launching a brutal attack. Fresh red blood immediately splatters across the clean room, staining the pristine white walls of the surveillance station. That blue blade of absolute reason pierces straight through the boss's shoulder, dripping with fresh warm blood. The boss rolls his eyes back in agonizing pain, unable to comprehend the sheer speed of his opponent, wondering where this guy even came from. Meanwhile, Chang Mo clicks his tongue in disappointment, realizing he missed the vital spot. The boss managed to dodge just enough to protect his heart. Instantly, the desperate villain liquefies into a swarm of red, crimson blood thorns wrapping tightly around Chang Mo's arm before shooting upward. The creepy tendrils blast toward the ceiling's ventilation shaft, slipping away with expert agility. Chang Mo simply stares up at the empty ceiling, utterly unbothered by the escape. He calmly analyzes the move like a curious scientist, wondering if turning into blood thorns is standard practice. Meanwhile, those demonic thorns quickly slither through the dark corridors, desperate to put some distance between them. Reforming his body, the Black Lotus boss collapses onto the cold floor, clutching his wound but still acting incredibly arrogant. He growls under his breath, calling his pursuer a brat, and admitting he has no idea how he was located. But he does not need to fight fair anyway. Smirking, he activates his eyes of hatred, plotting a sinister trap, confident he can easily torture his target to death. Yet Chang Mo is already sprinting through the halls like a madman, ignoring the sharp thorns repeatedly piercing through his flesh. He grits his teeth, his handsome face remaining completely stoic. Behind those glasses, he does not show an ounce of pain. One heavy stomp and he launches forward, charging down the windy hallway like a glowing blue arrow shot from a bow. He is moving incredibly fast. At the other end, the boss bursts into arrogant laughter, asking what is the point of running away now. He vows to end this, unleashing a swarm of crimson eyeballs that fly through the air at terrifying speeds, relentlessly hunting down their target. Chang Mo slides low across the floor, dodging the grotesque, fleshy orbs snapping at him. They flood the entire corridor, completely blocking off any chance of escape for our glasses-wearing fighter. Pushing himself up, Chang Mo charges his blue flames for a final strike. Talk about an epic moment of desperation. Leaping high, he swings his arm to release crescent-shaped waves of blue fire, completely obliterating every single obstacle. The destructive force shatters the wall right in front of the boss, giving him a massive wake-up call. Death is literally knocking on his door. Panic setting in, he realizes he completely miscalculated the kid's terrifying trajectory. He was heading straight for his hiding spot all along. Furious, the boss points his finger and screams his defiance. But before he can finish, massive spikes of crimson blood erupt from the floor right in front of Chang Mo. The sharp thorns impale him instantly, lifting his body high into the air in a brutal display of violence. One massive spike even tears straight out of his mouth, dripping with dark blood. The villain can only smirk. Lu Qinggegeng, he admits he is impressed. The kid is still moving after taking so many direct hits to his body. With a cruel yank of the bloody tendril, he screams that this is finally the end of the road. The words barely leave his mouth before thorny whips lash out, trapping Chang Mo in midair. Enjoy the sheer power of hatred. The Black Lotus boss laughs with absolute madness. Get hit by this whip once and your pain will endlessly stack up. The damage you take will just keep climbing. His eyes roll back in his head as he lets out a vicious, bloodthirsty roar. You should have just surrendered quietly, but now I am going to make you wish you were dead. Do not worry, though. You will not die that easily. I will make you suffer pain 100 times worse than death itself. Meanwhile, Chang Mo's body hangs motionless, taking the beating. He is suspended in a glowing red web of thorns like a hollow corpse. The villain sighs. He calmly checks the situation. Is it finally quiet? It is basically over anyway. The kid has been hit way too many times. Blood is streaming down his face and a thorn branch has literally pierced his mouth. Yet the guy looks completely unbothered. He acts like absolutely nothing is happening. The ghost of Ye Li floats over, clicking her tongue. How pathetic, she says. Your opponent has not even used a tenth of his power yet. But then her red lips curl into a wicked, playful smile. Ye Li is already cooking up a brilliant comeback plan. Wrap all those chains around your body, she urges him. Once you get hurt, you can directly absorb the power inside the chains to automatically heal yourself. Chang Mo sighs to himself, you really have some wild ideas. Yi Li just keeps cheering him on though. After a few rounds of taking hits, your body will build up resistance to this hatred. Have a great hunt. Chang Mo's golden eyes flare with brilliant light, instantly shattering the crystals and blood thorns around his face into dust. A massive shockwave of blue flames erupts from him, completely obliterating the hateful web of thorns that held him down. The Black Lotus boss whips around in sheer terror. He cannot believe this impossible comeback unfolding right before him. Seizing the moment, Chang Mo lands firmly on the floor as blazing blue flames wrap around his rapidly healing body. He coldly adjusts his glasses. The sharp blue crystal blade in his right hand starts emitting a suffocating pressure. Sweating buckets, the villain stares with blood-red eyes, completely unable to process the absolute madness unfolding here. A fierce clash erupts between the sea of blue fire and red blood thorns, splitting the entire hospital room in two. The boss panics, stumbling back to defend himself. What the hell is going on? He roars in complete despair. This kid's emotional energy is not dropping even a single bit. The villain trembles as the brutal truth sets in. Not only that, but my attacks are becoming completely useless, as if his defense is just constantly scaling up. He gnashes his teeth in pure fury, his face contorted in rage, as his entire plan completely falls apart. Desperate, he summons 4 massive thorn tentacles that spread out in all directions. Listen here, you little brat. I do not know how your powers work, but I do not need to fight you head-on anyway, he sneers. He commands the thorns to surround him. I can escape in any direction, so prepare to be tortured to death. Chang Mo does not waste time talking. He cleanly slices through a massive thorn, shattering it into tiny pieces. He clears his path forward. Suddenly, a tar-like black liquid begins to ooze out of the severed hatred thorn. At the same time, a wildfire flares up violently, burning another blood thorn completely to ashes. Even the space around them starts cracking, causing the remaining thorns to rot and fade into absolute nothingness. The entire ward is plunged into absolute chaos, filled with black water, red fire, and glowing blue slashes. Shaking, the villain sees his exit is completely blocked. He realizes in horror that these elements are actually the patient's emotional powers. They are all attacking at once, completely cutting off my escape route. How could this be a mere coincidence? But then his face goes pale as he notices something bizarre. Wait, there are no emotional monsters above their heads. They are not out of control at all. What the hell is going on here? Before the boss can even process this, Chang Mo appears right in front of him, delivering a fatal slash. The blade tears through the dark, silent space, instantly ending the mastermind behind this entire nightmare. The headless corpse of the villain drops heavily onto the cold floor. Blood sprays everywhere. The surveillance room falls completely silent, leaving only a dark pool of blood spreading over shattered tiles. A curly-haired patient jumps up and down in absolute excitement. Yes, we actually did it. We succeeded. Someone else asks timidly, did we just kill someone? The curly-haired guy just snorts, completely unfazed. He totally deserved it. Suddenly, Jiechi's voice crackles through the radio, startling everyone. Wow, you guys actually did it. You guys really killed the boss, Chang Mo. How did you even think of such an insane plan? How did you get the patients to regain their sanity and rescue you? Chang Mo calmly explains. Chen Ju happened to see. A static-filled walkie-talkie sits on the table. Chen Ju stares blankly at the absolute mess of gear scattered everywhere. The chaos proves how intense the battle was. Chang Mo keeps encouraging his friend, saying she deserves all the credit. Without her special vision, they never would have made it. Zhang Jiaqi scratches her head in embarrassment, smiling sheepishly. She grins happily at the praise. Meanwhile, Yi Li floats nearby with crossed arms, offering her own dry assessment. You guys got incredibly lucky. That monster never recalled his power before dying. Otherwise, you all would be dead. She clicks her tongue. It seems he chose to die rather than unleash his ultimate move, a fatal mistake. Talk about saving the best for never. The curly-haired patient looks completely bewildered, asking Chang Mo what they do next. Chang Mo quickly assesses the situation. Luckily, those massive, terrifying blood thorns outside are finally starting to melt away. We need to regroup and leave. Now, the danger is far from over and the director is still fighting out there. There could be countless other enemies waiting right outside. Hearing this, Zhang Jiaqi immediately panics, letting out a worried cry. More enemies. What do I even do? Fortunately, Nurse Xiao Lin breaks the tension, waving her phone with a huge smile. The signal at hospital number 2 was completely blocked earlier, which is why she could not make any outside calls. She points to a map. Now, they just need to escape the jammer range surrounding the building to get help. Chang Mo nods in agreement, ordering her to call Dr. Lu Qingje the very second they break free from the interference. The enemy striking right when Dr. Lu Qing was away is definitely no coincidence. Only his return gives them a chance. Xiao Lin nods eagerly. Understood. We need to head down immediately. But as they prepare to move, a dark voice echoes. It comes from the shadows right behind them. A chilling, horrific growl that instantly freezes the blood in their veins. Curse you all, Chang Mo whips his head around, his eyes widening in absolute shock at what he sees. The entire room is suddenly flooded with a sickening blood-red mist erupting violently from the headless corpse on the floor. Huge thorns burst forth, thrashing around as the monster bellows that this is all their fault. He is furious. How dare they treat him this way? The entire building sector is instantly consumed by a thrashing ocean of jagged spikes. Driven by pure, raw hatred, the monstrous voice screams, "They are just worthless ants who will pay for their defiance." The Black Lotus leader is reduced to a floating skull, but his red eyes glare as he vows to kill them. Countless sharp spikes shoot forward like deadly scythes, aiming directly at the fleeing group with absolute lethal force. A massive mountain of hateful thorns crashes down from above. They are about to be crushed into nothingness. They scramble over each other in sheer panic. Yet the curly-haired patient still manages to complain about their situation. He wonders if the dead are rising, while another patient breaks down, sobbing that they are all completely finished. "Shut your mouth." Chang Mo runs for his life, completely baffled as to how a dead man is still attacking. Yi Li flies alongside them. She explains that while he is dead, this is the residual power of pure hatred. The monster is pouring every ounce of his remaining strength into this final strike. They cannot match this level. Chang Mo sprints back toward the safe room where Nurse Xiaolin and Truong Zhang Jiaqi are anxiously waiting. Seeing the terrifying horde of thorns close behind him, Zhang Jiaqi, Xiaolin, and Chen Ju freeze, gulping in terror. Chang Mo yells at them to stop freezing up and run for their lives before they get impaled. Truong Zhang Jiaqi bursts into tears. The curly-haired patient frantically asks how this is happening since they killed him. There is no time to explain, just run. Glowing red branches form a deadly cage, sealing off their escape. The curly-haired patient grits his teeth in pure anger. He is tired of running from this relentless, brutal nightmare. Unable to take this any longer, he lets his fiery power explode outward as he charges directly at the spikes. He roars, asking why this stubborn bastard refuses to stay down as he throws himself headfirst into the danger. Unleashing a raging sea of flames to hold back the spikes, he screams that he is not afraid of them. Zhang Jiaqi and the others scream for him to stop, but reality is brutal and things go horribly wrong. A massive ocean of blood spikes crashes down instantly, swallowing his small flame and leaving the group frozen in horror. The brave patient is now covered in black grime, staring blankly as he mutters in absolute hopeless despair. He wonders why this is happening as the dark puddle completely consumes him, leaving him screaming in the lobby. A giant web of sharp blood-red spikes crashes through the ceiling, threatening to destroy everything in the main hall. Sensing the imminent danger, the battered patient screams for the rest of the group to run for their lives. Nurse Xiaolin collapses to the ground, panting heavily. She gasps out that she cannot look after everyone anymore because things are looking bad. She cannot run any further. Zhang Jiaqi quickly yells out to encourage her, begging her to hold on for just a little bit longer. Yi Li hovers nearby and urges Chang Mo, telling him they have absolutely no time to waste right now. They need to get the precious phone from that young nurse. Without that mobile phone, their overall chances of survival are going to drop significantly. Chang Mo nods in agreement as he keeps running, while Zhang Jiaqi frantically calls out to Nurse Xiaolin from right behind him. But then Nurse Xiaolin trips over a piece of loose debris on the floor, losing her balance and stumbling forward. Both the nurse and Zhang Jiaqi tumble to the ground. She cries out helplessly as a massive wave of sharp red thorns looms overhead like a death scythe. The deadly spikes plunge right towards Xiaolin. Terrified onlookers widen their eyes, screaming her name while Yi Li panics. She screams out a harsh truth: "If she dies here, we will never get that phone, so go save her right now." Without a single second of hesitation, Chang Mo sprints at full speed, rushing straight into danger while everyone watches in shock. Nurse Xiaolin lies helplessly on the ground, tears welling up in her eyes as she mutters that she does not want to die. She repeats those words as her tearful face looks up in despair, silently pleading for Chang Mo to come save her. Chen Ju frantically reaches out his hand to stop him, yelling that he cannot possibly save her in this state. He keeps screaming in deep worry, begging Chang Mo not to throw his own life away in such a reckless manner. Reflected in the nurse's teary eyes, Chang Mo's silhouette reaches forward, rushing right toward her like a true savior, and honestly, this looks absolutely epic. Flashbacks of her endless long shifts and the crushing mental pressure she endured suddenly race through the young nurse's mind. She closes her eyes tight, giving up entirely as she waits for death to claim her. But right then, Chang Mo leaps in just in time, using his sheer willpower to shatter those sharp blood thorns and hoist her up. He confidently thrusts out his right hand, which is completely enveloped in blazing blue fire, gritting his teeth. He endures the heavy pressure to protect the poor nurse, who quickly reaches out and holds up her phone. She screams out, telling Chang Mo to grab the phone and run as fast as he can, tears streaming down her face. She bravely tells him to leave her behind and call Dr. Lu Qingge back to avenge them. Their hands reach out toward each other. The precious phone is slowly handed over to Chang Mo, but instead of saving himself and leaving her behind as expected, Chang Mo swiftly grabs the nurse by her waist and leaps backward to dodge the strike. Behind them, the entire hallway collapses entirely in a burst of violent blue flames and deafening explosions. Yet Chang Mo stands his ground firmly. He stands in front, shouting for them to run while he uses his chain powers to hold the enemy back. He tells them to get out and contact the doctor immediately, raising his voice to urge the stunned group to move. Hearing him yell to hurry up, Zhang Jiaqi, Xiao Lin, and Chen Ju immediately bolt toward the emergency exit. But in the blink of an eye, Chang Mo is completely trapped by a massive sea of deadly red thorns. Standing amid the storm, Yi Li crosses her arms and mockingly asks if his little hero act is going to get them killed. Chang Mo just shrugs casually, apologizing and admitting that he got a bit too carried away in the heat of the moment. Yi Li grins mischievously, calling it a nice philosophy before explaining that this is the core of their emotional reasoning. She points out that if they do not go a bit wild, they can never fully master their own minds. She tells him to absorb all the power in the chains at once, making Chang Mo wonder if he might lose control. The girl simply winks with a playful, challenging smile, asking who knows what will happen unless he actually tries it. Chang Mo sighs, spreads his arms to activate the skill, and closes his eyes to focus his mind on the task. He channels everything to absorb the massive pool of energy, instantly unleashing a vibrant blue flame that erupts around him. The blast completely shatters all the iron chains, binding his body. From atop Hospital Number 2, a giant pillar of blue light shoots straight into the sky, lighting up the quiet night. On a distant cliff, two mysterious figures watch the entire scene unfold. Anna Chris widens her eyes in utter shock, noting that the massive red thorn network has completely vanished from sight. She wonders if that truly is his emotional beast, baffled by how he could possibly possess such an insane amount of power. Beside her, Bishop Zhao Yan calmly shakes his head, whispering that only the people directly involved probably know the truth. Suddenly, a subordinate named Hak Lian, wearing a bright red mask, desperately begs them to step in now that things have changed. He continues to urge them, warning that Master Zhao Yan's business is far from finished and any mistake could ruin everything. If anything goes wrong now, all of their hard work and careful planning will instantly go down the drain. As the lady, she leisurely blows out white smoke and refuses. That won't do, since our agreement is only to handle world-class threats. I do not care about anything else. The desperate subordinate tries to plead, asking her to at least use her world-class power to seal off this area and prevent anyone from escaping. But the elegant lady holds her lighter and firmly shakes her head. She asks if that does not still count as making her take action, and leaving her subordinate completely speechless. She slowly lights her cigarette calmly, telling him there is no need to worry or get so worked up over this. She sneers and points toward the hospital, noting they are currently guarding right at the exit of Block B. If they dare step out, they will grab them one by one. Escape is completely impossible for them. Meanwhile, under the bright midnight moon, Chang Mo and his group are running for their lives through the desolate forest. Nurse Liu Lin panics as she runs, wondering how they can escape in this pitch-black darkness, and asking if they should have just used the main gate instead. Jia Qi immediately shuts that down, saying the main gate is absolute suicide since enemies could be waiting in ambush. Their only real shot is heading deep into the mountains. Chen Ju, scratching his head, asks why they do not use his emotional power to blast a hole through the back wall and slip out. It seems way faster than running like this. Jia Qi ignores his ridiculous suggestion and turns to check on the situation, asking Nurse Liu Lin if her phone has a signal yet. The nurse sighs at her dark screen, but then it suddenly flashes, with light making her shout in excitement that the phone is finally working. However, a cold, automated voice speaks from the receiver, crushing their hopes by announcing that the subscriber is currently unreachable. Liu Lin clutches her head in despair. She wonders why this automated message always forces them into silent dread. Chen Ju pats her shoulder with blind optimism, telling her to keep calling because everything will work out eventually. The nurse stares at the idiot like he is some bizarre alien, while Jia Qi plays along, joking that with Chen Ju on their side, Lady Luck is bound to favor them. Just then, a massive explosion echoes from the distant hospital building. Giant blood-red thorns violently erupt into the dark sky, clashing against brilliant blue flames that rip through space. Chang Mo stands tiny inside a surreal mental space, filled with glittering stars like a galaxy. A terrifying explosion then blasts apart a solid corner of the hospital, sending smoke billows into the air. The entire battlefield is engulfed in destruction as the overwhelming blue energy completely crushes the raging flames. The Black Lotus boss rolls his eyes and screams in pure agony as the blue flame of reason incinerates his flesh. He curses them as the sky above Block B shakes, with the clashing of giant shrinking blood thorns. Meanwhile, the powerful blue reason entity bravely stands against the giant expanding sphere of hatred thorns. Behind his glasses, Chang Mo narrows his eyes, in deep thought, calculating his next decisive move. The razor-sharp blade of reason slashes down, tearing through the solid defenses of the hatred thorns. The villain grashes his teeth in pure fury. With a face full of madness and resentment, Deadly blue flame strikes continuously shatter the sharp thorns into 100 broken pieces. A violent shockwave of reason sweeps the ruined battlefield, completely overwhelming the aura of hatred. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts on the roof, blowing thick smoke into the sky. Chang Mo proudly extends his hand, enveloped in blue flames, aiming straight at the Black Lotus boss. He smirks and channels all his special reason energy into a final finishing blow. The blue chains, wrapping the boss, shatter and vanish completely. Yi Li rushes forward in a panic, yelling at him to stop. Even if he absorbed the power of chains and can resist hatred, his actual strength is still lower than the boss. Direct confrontation is still impossible. Chang Mo frowns and asks what he should do instead. She quickly tells him there is another option. He must use his emotional power and reason to directly affect the enemy mind, just like he did with the previous patients. Yi Li has actually seen through his fatal weakness. The boss has been dead for a long time, only holding on through sheer hatred. If his mind can regain even a sliver of sober reason, his entire power will likely collapse completely. She yells that this is his golden opportunity. The time has come to lay his cards on the table, force his reason back. Without any hesitation, Chang Mo leaps high into the air and charges straight toward. Deep inside the massive blood-red thorny sphere, Chang Mo braces against the intense heat. He thrusts his blue flame-shrouded hand forward. He pushes ahead bravely. The Black Lotus boss glares with bloodshot eyes, roaring in a rabid frenzy to consume his enemy. Ignoring the danger, Chang Mo weaves through the searing red spikes. He closes the distance in a flash. The entire world closes in as countless thorns of pure hatred tighten around him like a deadly cocoon. Yet deep inside that dark cage, a brilliant blue energy of pure reason continues to flicker with stubborn defiance. The bloody thorns wrap together, locking into a suffocating dark red sphere with no escape. The cult leader suddenly shrieks in agony as he feels death closing in. Right then, Chang Mo reaches out, parting the red thorns and aiming straight for the villain's face. Like lightning, he grabs the boss with one hand, pinning the Black Lotus boss down to force his blue energy of reason straight into the monster's mind. A cool, soothing blue flame instantly spreads, washing over those blood-red eyes and burying years of mindless rage. The intense malice in his gaze slowly fades away, replaced by an unusually quiet, serene look. His mask and hood fall to the ground, revealing his dazed, empty face. With his sanity finally restored, he speaks softly, drifting into a quiet white void. "What is this?" he asks. "How long has it been since I felt like this, no longer controlled by pure hatred, finally reclaiming my true self?" The bloodshot rage in his eyes is completely gone, now leaving behind a calm as still as a perfectly quiet lake. A single tear slowly rolls down his cheek, washing away his dark past. He laughs aloud, then chokes back tears of deep, belated regret. He chuckles softly as he speaks. "So that is how it is. The gods really did not abandon us after all." Before fading away completely into the empty void, he whispers reverently that the gods did not abandon them. He looks at Chang Mo with a surprisingly gentle smile, whispering a soft apology and asking if the young man is hurt. Chang Mo looks back, completely stunned, muttering in disbelief. But in an instant, the giant sphere of blood thorns in the sky suddenly explodes violently, shattering into millions of tiny red crystals that drift through the night air before vanishing completely. Chang Mo loses his footing, free-falling through the silent star-filled sky as the last of the debris fades away. He lands on one knee amidst the rubble of Hospital Number 2, panting. Worn out from the battle, bowing his head in sheer exhaustion, he closes his eyes to finally enjoy a brief moment of hard-won peace. Still sitting on the dirt, Chang Mo looks up and asks the spirit beside him if the villain is dead. Yi Li smiles. "He is truly gone," she confirms. The young man frowns, deeply troubled by his final words. The dying man's final confession was just too strange to ignore. Breaking his train of thought, Yi Li suddenly points toward a far corner of the courtyard where a jagged crimson sphere covered in sharp teeth floats in the air. Chang Mo looks up at the bizarre hovering object with deep curiosity, wondering what that thing could possibly be. Yi Li crosses her arms, explaining seriously that the floating mass is actually the emotional core of the man's hatred. Chang Mo repeats the term in confusion. Yi Li blinks, reminding him of their past encounters with such energy. She asks if he forgot how Liu Li killed his superior specifically to absorb this exact kind of core. When he defeated Liu Li and that glass-wearing thug on the train, they had cores too, but there was simply no time to collect them. Pointing at the burning orb, she explains it holds the absolute concentration of the villain's malice. It is a shame he does not harbor any hatred toward this thing. Otherwise, letting his inner emotional monster consume it would have given his companion a massive power boost, allowing him to borrow far more strength from them. Chang Mo nods as realization slowly sinks in, finally understanding how the system of these spectral entities actually works. He looks down at his hands, still engulfed in those eerie blue flames, and frowns. Something is seriously wrong here. His power is not fading away. Yi Li's deep blue eyes widen in pure shock as she rushes over to inspect his condition. Her pupils shrink to tiny pinpricks as she notices something horrifying happening right beneath his skin. The massive beam of blue light right behind him is warping slowly, twisting into a terrifying pitch-black void. Screaming in absolute panic, she warns him. It is happening. He is completely losing control of his power. The glasses-wearing youth just blinks completely clueless, but before he can even react, a sharp crystalline growth violently erupts right through his left eye in a gruesome display. Yet Chang Mo just calmly reaches up, touching his freezing face. He asks with eerie indifference if this is what losing control feels like, wondering what now. Yi Li stamps her foot in frustration, yelling out, "First of all, could you please stop being so incredibly calm? Whether it is fear or anger, joy or sadness, absolutely anything at all. Just try to immediately recall the moments that once deeply shook your emotions." He simply blinks back, blankly emotionless, muttering each word like he is reading a law textbook: fear, anger, joy, and sadness. Suddenly, turning away, Chang Mo stares wide-eyed up at the blazing fiery void consuming the night sky. What in the world is that? Yi Li's deep blue eyes suddenly flash, reflecting a strange golden light shining down from above. Seeing this surreal sight, she helplessly casts her gaze downward, letting out a heavy, weary sigh as she mutters to herself. "He really cannot control himself anymore," she whispers. She knits her brows tightly, trying to search deep inside her mind. If she could just remember the rules, there would still be hope. But unfortunately, that part of her memory is completely blank. It is nothing but a hollow space now. Giving up in despair, she mutters bitterly that she cannot stop him from losing control. She is entirely powerless to prevent his breakdown. With a tired sigh and a resigned click of her tongue, she decides to take a massive gamble. Looking up with determination on her beautiful face, she figures at least they had some fun lately. Having someone to talk to during these past few days was actually quite nice. Floating back toward his lonely figure, amidst the ruined wasteland, she softly whispers her final goodbye. "Chang Mo, we have finally reached the very end." Suddenly, gentle waves of cool blue flames spread across the area, painting magical, stunning trails of light in the night sky. Yi Li's face lights up brilliantly, her eyes filled with an indescribably tender warmth as she locks her gaze onto the distant entity. She reaches her slender arm toward the glowing red emotional core, releasing a soothing wave of blue energy. Instantly, threads of wild blue fire wrap tightly around the spiked sphere of pure hatred, washing away its dark malice. Suddenly, Yi Li's body trembles violently under a massive backlash, causing her fading translucent form to flicker rapidly. She stares at her own hands in sheer disbelief, stuttering as she struggles to comprehend what she is seeing. How is this even possible? Could this just be a hallucination? No, it absolutely cannot be an illusion. Not even a single tiny bit of it. Suddenly, she joyfully shouts out toward the emotional core, turning blue. "That is my power." She turns around, screaming at the top of her lungs to wake up his frozen mind. "Chang Mo, snap out of it, we are saved. Can you see that beautiful stream of blue energy over there? That is my actual power. If I can just make contact with it, I can definitely recover my memories. And who knows, maybe I will even find a way to save you from this absolute terrifying nightmare." Chang Mo blankly stares down at his own hands, where sharp blue crystal shards are beginning to pierce right through his skin. He gazes in confusion at the spiked orb floating in the distance, frowning as he mutters, "Why is my power on that thing?" Suppressing the excruciating pain, he takes heavy, deliberate steps forward, a deep sense of doubt rising within him. How is his past connected to the mysterious Black Lotus cult standing behind him? Yi Li watches with intense resolve, but he knows he will find the answers soon. Chang Mo slowly extends his blood-stained hand forward with deep longing. "My past," he whispers as his crystal-covered fingertips reach out toward the fiery, blood-red core of malice. What does it actually look like? The moment their fingertips collide with the orb, a blinding flash of light erupts. The shockwave completely engulfs both of them, radiating outward across the entire Ward B of the Second Psychiatric Hospital. The brilliant light sweeps away the pitch-black darkness. Everything falls into absolute silence, save for floating blue light particles. As the energy settles, it reveals Chang Mo's bewildered face and Yi Li's deep, solemn look of understanding. Suddenly, they are pulled into a memory where a long line of black-hooded cultists are kneeling in a flaming hallway. They chant in perfect unison, their voices filled with absolute deep reverence. "Long live the sect leader! Long live the sect leader! Long live the leader!" On a grand platform, a female figure slowly waves her hand, ordering the massive crowd to be silent. Her incredibly elegant but chilling voice echoes throughout the vast space. "I created the mighty Black Lotus cult to bring salvation to everyone, but even that is not enough. To restore absolute order and sanity to this chaotic world of ours, we must take one final drastic step." Looking through the thin veil, Yi Li's deep blue eyes become visible as she delivers her brutal judgment. "We must completely destroy Donghai City." Shocked by this vision, Chang Mo stands frozen in utter disbelief. He watches two massive godlike entities violently colliding directly above the Grand Hall. Adjusting his glasses, he feels An immense shockwave hit his heart. What does this mean? Is Yi Li truly the founder of the evil Black Lotus cult? The chilling rumors from before. Memories of the young nurse's words suddenly flood back. Sister Liu Lin once mentioned. Over 10 years ago, they plotted to destroy Donghai City. They unleashed a powerful, completely out-of-control depression entity, which turned the entire Donghai Sea pitch black. Dozens of pieces of this sinister puzzle finally fit together. It reveals a terrifying truth. The mastermind who wanted to destroy Donghai 10 years ago was actually Yi Li. She indirectly dyed this entire sea black. Who is she and what is she plotting? Suddenly, the tiled ground beneath his feet cracks wildly, pulling Chang Mo out of his painful memories. Countless sharp blue crystal blocks rain down from the sky, shining like a ghostly meteor shower. Chang Mo opens his eyes wide, gasping. He finds himself behind his shattered glasses and mutters that he is finally back. Rational power surges again. This explosion of energy causes giant blue crystals to completely cover his body. Losing balance, his frozen body falls onto the cold, cracked ground of the ward. Yi Li floats over gently, leaning down to whisper. She tells him not to worry because she has just remembered everything and she knows how to save him. She reaches out with her delicate fingers, holding a glowing red emotional nucleus before him, urging him to swallow it. She adds that a small bite is enough to save his life. Chang Mo lies motionless on the ground. He stares blankly. His sharp golden eyes look listlessly at his friend through the thick ice, returning her gaze. He looks with heavy suspicion. Yi Li reacts with a mysterious, meaningful smile. Watch this, the hatred nucleus glows blood red, writhing and contracting violently like a beating heart. Darkness completely envelopes the scene. Yi Li stands silently in the endless void, looking down at her poor disciple lying flat on the ground. His body is now completely encased in brilliant blue crystals, ending one turbulent chapter as new dangers loom ahead. Chang Mo lies completely motionless on the cold floor, his body encased in the ever-expanding blue crystal armor. Slightly raising his crystal-covered face, the helpless guy mutters that he cannot move and needs some help. He asks her to feed him instead. Hearing this absurd request, Yi Li cannot help but smile softly. Her lips curl into a gentle, mysterious smile. Without hesitation, she uses her dark, delicate hands to place the glowing red emotional nucleus directly into his mouth. Chang Mo obediently swallows the entire thing down. The eyes behind his glasses suddenly widen and contract abnormally under this sudden, overwhelming rush of raw power. His body immediately loses all control, floating before free-falling through the vast, empty void of his mind. Bright red blood suddenly splatters from his forehead and body as he tilts his head back to scream. A wave of pure rage explodes, bringing forth countless glowing blood thorns. This is where it gets really painful. To make matters worse, his arm deforms rapidly, quickly, becoming covered by a dense network of sharp, malicious thorns. His entire body writhes in agony, completely devoured by a terrifying blood-red aura of pure rage. His face contorts in uncontrollable madness beneath a mask of red thorns, resembling a true emotional beast. Chang Mo floats motionless in a vast blue galaxy, facing the hazy silhouette of the mysterious woman. However, Yi Li silently lowers her eyes, sighing in deep pity for the desperate state of her poor disciple. Her deep blue eyes reflect Chang Mo's bleeding face behind his shattered glasses. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light erupts from his body, instantly shattering and crushing every last thorn of hatred. The young man free falls through the brilliant sky filled with sparkling crystals before crashing back down to reality with a heavy thud. He lands on one knee on the cracked floor of the second hospital, panting heavily as sweat pours off him. The beautiful specter of Yi Li leisurely lands right beside him, silently watching the young man recover. She gently places her dark, ethereal hand on his messy hair, caressing his head with deep understanding. Yi Li then smiles brightly, slowly offering her sincere thanks for his willingness to trust in her judgment. Resting his head on her lap, Chang Mo grumbles a sarcastic reply just to hide his embarrassment. He tells her not to get sentimental, claiming he had no other choices left anyway. She smirks back, teasing him for acting like a typical rational emotional entity, advising him to rest up now. Chang Mo closes his eyes, muttering skeptically that he still cannot believe she founded this sinister Black Lotus cult. As the founding leader, she was supposed to have vanished many years ago, yet here she is. He questions if she can still order them around. Yi Li simply brushes off his doubts. No way, that is not going to work. I just remembered something. Ever since the mission to destroy Donghai City failed, the Black Lotus cult has been fracturing from the inside, and this world-class hatred emotional entity showing up now is actually Zhao Yan. He led the biggest opposition faction against me in the cult years ago. A massive threat. If you fall into his hands, you are dead meat. Chang Mo gasps, panicking as he fires back a question. What then? Why are we not running away right now? Yi Li just shrugs her face, completely stone cold. No point in running, she says, before he can even process that she delivers a brutal reality check. Because we can't escape anymore. Right on cue, a tattered blood-stained figure in a black robe slowly approaches them. It's all over, he growls. Meanwhile, the entire massive structure of the second hospital is undergoing a terrifying transformation. Crimson thorns of pure hatred wrap around the building. Suspended in the air, Director Yi Min's body is bloody. He is pinned tight, hanging in agony inside a creepy cage of spikes. The old man grits his teeth. He roars in absolute desperate rage, "Get over here, you bastards!" But his screams are met with nothing, just a cold, unfeeling stare from a strange floating eye. Song Hui peers through her binoculars, laughing at the utter arrogance of it all. Zhao is getting ahead of himself. The director isn't even fully dead yet, and he's already rushing to catch Chang Mo. The director is supposed to be the top target, but some people just don't understand how deep this hatred entity's power goes. She's been clashing with Zhao for so long that her entire body is brimming with massive reservoirs of negative energy. Beside her, the glasses-wearing girl explains the brutal rules of this power. She is only barely staying alive by feeding off raw, volatile emotions, but the moment she shows even a tiny opening, that power will drop. When that happens, her own built-up hatred will swallow her whole. Even if Zhao doesn't lift a finger, she is bound to self-destruct. It's a tragic fate that absolutely nobody can ever change. The Black Lotus goon nods, finally getting it. Song Hui takes a slow drag of her cigarette, her sharp eyes narrowing with suspicion. Still, Zhao seems to be rushing things. Is he really that obsessed with tracking down this Chang Mo kid? She glances down at Nurse Liu Lin and Zhao Jackie, both knocked out, cold on the grass. She stretches lazily and sighs whatever shifts over. Meanwhile, outside the imposing headquarters of the Donghai Emotion Management Bureau, a massive meeting is underway inside the brightly lit, sterile conference hall. A high-ranking chief lectures, a room full of silent, masked agents. Sitting in the corner, Dr. Lu Qingge grits her teeth in pure boredom, cursing under her breath. Damn it, how much longer is this pointless meeting going to drag on? Up at the front, the chief continues to drone on and on too. The silent, black-masked agents. Dr. Lu Qingge checks her watch, yawning as she wonders what time it is. This meeting is absolutely excruciating. Maybe she can scroll through her phone, or better yet, she should just sneak out of this mind-numbing lecture right now. But her dreams of slacking off are cut short when the chief suddenly glares her down, roaring across the room. Dr. Lu, put the phone away. This is a top-secret meeting. Lu grits her teeth, absolutely seething as she curses him in her mind. You really think you can push me around because there's a crowd here? Just hold it in, she tells herself. We are all emotional entities, but seriously, does this guy have zero mercy? She can't take this boring meeting for another single second. Slamming her hands on the table, she stands straight up. Where are you going, Dr. Lu? The chief stammers. Lu just waves her hand dismissively and snaps back that she's just going to the restroom. Unless he wants to follow her in there too. The chief is left completely speechless, sweat dripping down his face in absolute embarrassment. Finally, escaping that nightmare of a room, Lu Qingge leans against the marble wall of the luxury restroom and pulls out her phone with a sigh. If she is forced to work like a slave any longer, she is definitely going to lose her mind. Just then, her phone screen lights up with an incoming call from Liu Lin. She frowns, wondering why she is calling so late. Pressing the accept button quickly, Lu tries to keep her voice casual. Hello, she says. But a second later, her green eyes widen in absolute horror as she hears the shocking news on the other end. Her sudden sharp scream completely shatters the quiet, sterile restroom. What did you say? The second hospital is under attack, and the entire guard force has been wiped out. Even the director is trapped. She rushes to the window, locking her worried gaze onto the distant horizon. Hospital number 2 lies in that direction. Behind her glasses, Lu Qingge's eyes flash with a cold, murderous glare. Her gentle face from a moment ago completely vanishes. Outside the window, the night sky over Donghai City begins to warp. It twists violently under a sudden, abnormal surge of raw energy. Without a second thought, Dr. Lu unleashes her massive emotional power. Her energy tears through the air, spreading across the city. This violent emotional wave surges forward like a raging storm. It blasts directly toward the isolated mountain building of Hospital Number 2. Deep within the mental realm, a beast awakens. A massive shadow wolf covered in glowing red thorns rears up, its roar shaking the heavens. Lu Qingge narrows her eyes. She breathes a sigh of relief. The director's emotional beast is still standing, so maybe things aren't completely hopeless yet. But then she gasps, spotting something deeply disturbing. Wait, what on earth is happening over there? A horrific sight unfolds. The giant wolf is being impaled by countless bloody red thorns of hatred. That is the director's own hatred consuming her. She is at her limit. A wave of pure fury erupts. Dr. Lu Qingge's eyes turn blood red as she roars in madness, you absolute bastards. With a deafening crash, she throws herself forward, shattering the glass window of the high-rise office building. Inside the conference room, the big boss and his masked subordinates panic. What the hell is going on here? Is there an explosion in our own building? The boss breaks into a cold sweat, muttering in absolute terror. This is bad. He runs like mad out of the room to investigate, only to freeze at the sight. The wall of the women's restroom has been completely blown open, leaving a nearby nurse shivering in sheer shock. The restroom literally exploded. The director of the Emotional Management Bureau stands frozen, jaw dropped in disbelief. Outside, Dr. Lu Qingge lights up the night sky, soaring with giant blood-red wings. She flies at supersonic speed toward Hospital Number 2 to save her comrades, those crimson wings cutting the dark. She streaks across Donghai City like a flash of red lightning. Meanwhile, outside a grand towering skyscraper, the Sky Entertainment headquarters, a blond man casually holds a cigar by the glass window, narrowing his eyes. He mutters in curiosity, who would dare show off their superpowers so blatantly in public like this? Taking a sip of his drink, he tracks the fiery streak of light. Are they heading toward Hospital Number 2? Is there some kind of battle going on over there? No, wait, something is seriously wrong at that hospital. His face pales as he senses the wild, chaotic energy pouring out from the impaled shadow wolf. That is the hate-filled emotional entity of the Black Lotus sect. They have actually launched an attack. Meanwhile, outside the massive Donghai City branch of the Inspur International conglomerate, an older man with a goatee leans against his window, looking deeply worried. Yet another mysterious emotional entity. Too many bizarre things have been happening in Donghai City lately. Down on the bustling streets, confused citizens look up and whisper as they spot the giant crimson streak. Suddenly, a man in a suit drops to his knees in panic, shocking his wife. She asks what is wrong, but in a dark room nearby, another patient clutches his head, screaming. The heavy mental pressure from that fiery red streak passing by is just too much to bear. On a windy bridge, a girl with a guitar stares blankly at the crimson light stretching across the sky. She lets out a cold, arrogant snort before turning away. Meanwhile, the moon shines peacefully in the quiet night. Nurse Liu Lin runs through the dark, trembling with anxiety. She wonders if they can actually escape in this pitch blackness. Shouldn't they have used the main gate? Jie Qi immediately shoots that down. No way can they go through the front gate. What if there are enemies waiting in ambush? Their only real option is to hide deep in the mountains. Liu Lin, sniffling, hopes she is right. She then asks if Jie Qi can see what is happening to Chang Mo. Jie Qi nods, willing to give it a shot. She clenches her fists without hesitation. Closing her eyes, she focuses all her spiritual energy to peer into the distance. Suddenly, she cries out in horror. Oh no, Chang Mo is about to be taken away. A terrifying vision flashes before her. The entire area is painted in a grotesque blood-red hue. Suddenly, a drop of blood trickles down her eye. Blood drips from her eyes, a violent backlash for trying to peer into power far beyond her control. Collapsing, she clutches her head and screams. Her agonized cries echo through the desolate forest. Nurse Xiaolin rushes over in a panic, shaking her friend's shoulders, asking Jackie what's wrong. Covering her face, Jackie sobs that her eyes are burning in agony. Yet, despite the blinding pain, she desperately points her finger forward. She's trying to warn them. In her mind, she vividly sees Director Zhao Yan coldly choking Chang Mo suspended high in the air. They're surrounded by a massive sea of blood. Suddenly, a violent blazing red streak tears through the dark night sky. It strikes down hard into the ruined ground. Zhao Yan recoils in sheer shock, releasing his grip as cold sweat breaks out on his face. He can barely process the sudden strike. Emerging from the billowing dust, Dr. Lu Qing stands tall, her golden hair shining brightly. She glides forward, swinging a massive blood-red scythe. The razor-sharp slash tears through space and cleanly severs his arm in a single flash. The Black Lotus director loses his arm in the blink of an eye. The villain clutches his bleeding stump, staring in absolute horror. He wonders how on earth a simple doctor could possess such terrifying power. Realizing he's in deep trouble, Zhao Yan immediately summons his defense. Dozens of bloody thorn tentacles wrap around him, but he knows he has to run. Giant thorns of pure hatred begin to surge. The glowing red spikes surround the brave doctor like a massive spiderweb. Now let's see if she can break through this death trap. Facing the monstrous wall of thorns, Dr. Lu Qing stands her ground. Her blood-red eyes flare with a cold, lethal intent. This is a true battle of life and death. The glowing red thorns lash out violently, shredding the very air around them. Waves of brilliant blue fire erupt in response, incinerating and shattering every single sharp spike that dares to fly her way. The bloody structures crack, breaking apart and dissolving into the dark void. But Dr. Lu Qing is far from done. Hovering in midair, she swings her massive blood-red scythe with terrifying force, aiming to split Zhao Yan's entire defense in half. Cold sweat pours down Zhao Yan's distorted face as panic completely takes over. He wonders if this space is actually a barrier. Gently adjusting her glasses, Lu Qing locks her glowing red eyes onto him with absolute resolve and chilling murderous intent. She stomps her foot hard onto the ground, unleashing a violent swirling vortex of deep crimson energy. Flipping gracefully through the air, Dr. Lu maneuvers her giant scythe like a pro, instantly shredding every obstacle in her path. Zhao Yan can only grit his teeth and tremble, forced backward by her overwhelming power. The scale of this fight is insane. Suddenly, a massive wall of bloody spikes collapses right on top of her, completely burying her small figure. But she is not done. Lu Qingge lifts her cold face, her emerald eyes flashing with intense determination as she raises her massive weapon. Her scythe carves stunning streaks of crimson light through the dark void. Instantly, the entire massive web of thorns is shattered. The barrier collapses into a cloud of thick dust. Zhao Yan whips his head around, utterly unable to believe his eyes. Sweat pours down his face in buckets. Right then, a brilliant wall of blue light shoots up, blocking the erupting thorns. Seeing his barrier successfully hold back the onslaught, the villain laughs in triumph, boasting that his defense actually worked. But his celebration is cut short as a massive surge of blue light begins to overwhelm his dark, hateful aura. Dr. Lu Qingge hovers majestically right in front of the barrier, her blue energy rapidly repairing the cracks in the wall. Zhao Yan stares in absolute panic, gritting his teeth. He can't believe she is actually repairing the barrier right in front of him. If this keeps up, escape will be completely impossible. Clutching his bloody stump, the desperate villain lets out an angry roar. He screams in fury, asking if she's really going to ignore her precious Dean, who's still trapped in danger. Lu Qing doesn't waste her breath on his petty mind games. Her expression remains cold as she glares at him. She grits her teeth, releasing a massive wave of pure emotional energy that completely dominates the entire area. With one final devastating slash of her giant scythe, she completely shatters the barrier and rips through the dimensional space. A massive shockwave tears through the hospital lobby, destroying everything in its path and collapsing a large portion of the wall. As the smoke clears, she spots Chang Mo floating helplessly amidst a beautiful starry galaxy. Moving with lightning speed, Lu Qingge rushes forward and catches Dean Yi Mingqiu, who is falling rapidly through the air, shouting out his name. Covered in bloody wounds, the old Dean smiles weakly, whispering for her to just hold on for a little longer. Spreading her massive crimson wings, Dr. Lu carries both the Dean and Chang Mo, soaring away from the chaotic thorn battlefield. Behind them, the second mental hospital lies completely ruined and silent under the vast, star-filled night sky. Landing safely in a remote forest, clearing, all three collapse onto the grass, panting heavily as they try to catch their breath. Clutching her phone, Dr. Lu Qingge curses in frustration, asking why on earth the Emotion Management Bureau is taking so long. Lying exhausted on the ground, the Dean weakly tells her to calm down and not waste her energy like that. Feeling his own death draw near, the old man smiles. He whispers that he finally feels calm. He truly believes that only in those final moments can a person escape the heavy chains of emotion. Watching the tragic scene unfold, Dr. Lu bows her head in tears. She trembles, cursing the monsters responsible. Her eyes flash a dangerous crimson. Pure, murderous intent. She gritted out every single word with deep rage. She swears to destroy the killer and everyone backing him, vowing that the entire Black Lotus cult will pay. Standing right behind her, Chang Mo and the ghost Yi Li can only watch in tense, heavy silence. Above them, the night sky over Donghai City bleeds a deep red, looking ready to swallow the world. Deep in the woods, Nurse Liu Lin glances back. Chen Ju and the patient clutch their heads. Shivering in terror, Jia Qi clutches his head as his face goes pale while Wu Ming cries out. He can clearly feel her chilling, murderous intent burning through the air even from this massive distance. Lu Qingge stands alone among the ruins. Her eyes burn like fire. She screams to release her rage. She screams that she will kill every last one of them before breaking down with her face in her hands. She weeps in utter despair over the loss of the kind director Ye Mingqiu, who is now slipping away. Closing his eyes, the fading director gasps out his final advice, telling her to control her wild emotions. He begs her not to let his lifelong work go to waste, prompting Dr. Lu to draw closer, sobbing. She desperately cries out that he will be fine, but the dying old man only whispers his final wishes. He asks her to watch over poor Chang Mo, though she herself feels like a lost, helpless child. Qingge frantically shakes her head. No, she cannot. The dying old man gives her one last gentle smile. With a pale face, he whispers a painful farewell, telling her that she must walk the road ahead alone. Her eyes widen. Absolute grief. She watches the soul of her beloved mentor slip away from the living world. And just like that, director Yi Mingqiu draws his final breath, lying cold and still on the forest floor. Her agonizing cries echo through the dark woods. It hurts to watch. Nurse Liu Lin rushes to comfort her. Liu Lin holds her tight in shared grief while the rest of their companions stand in stunned silence. Under the quiet night sky, everyone hangs their heads in mourning as the ruined hospital stands in the distance. The shattered wreckage of Hospital Number 2 is still wrapped in glowing red thorns like an unhealed wound. A man in a suit stares at the destruction. Total shock. Sweat pours down his pale face. Beside him, Lu Qing quietly kneels near an innocent nurse, pinned to a broken wall of sharp thorns. The victim's eyes stare blankly into the night, her life completely gone before anyone could help. Lu bows her head in the heavy darkness, consumed by guilt for failing to protect her team. Her fists clench. They bleed. She struggles to hold back her explosive raw rage. Yet time marches on, and the quiet night sky behaves as if no brutal massacre had ever occurred. Soon dawn breaks on the distant horizon, lighting up the Grand Donghai City Mental Hospital Number 1. An exhausted Dr. Liu leads her group down the hallway, tiredly advising everyone to go get some rest. She tells Chang Mo to rest since he is injured, assuring everyone they are safe in the city center. Chang Mo merely gives a flat nod as Chen Ju yawns and waves goodbye to find a bed. Silence returns. Only Chang Mo remains standing quietly beside the curly-haired patient. Noticing that the strange man has been quietly watching him, Chang Mo turns to face him directly. He calmly asks if something is wrong, prompting the man to awkwardly scratch his head and introduce himself. The man introduces himself as Lu Xinlian, asking if the rumors about Chang Mo suppressing emotions are true. Chang Mo gives a simple nod, confirming that he can indeed stabilize chaotic emotions. Desperate Lu Xinliang begs for help. With a soft sigh, Chang Mo agrees to step in. He extends his hand, wrapping it in a cool blue flame, and gently rests it on Lu's head. He channels a wave of pure calming logic. Done. He steps back. Lu Xinliang stands frozen like a statue, shocked by the sudden absolute quiet inside his own head. His pupils contract as he realizes a profound flat silence has completely replaced his inner chaos. Without warning, he suddenly clutches his chest. He collapses, tears welling up as he begins to sob in agony. He drops to both knees right in the hospital hallway, weeping hysterically like a devastated child who lost everything. This goofy guy is crying so bitterly. Sweat dripping, Chang Mo leans down in utter confusion to check on him. What a tragicomic mess this has turned into. Lu Xinliang kneels flat on the ground, choking back his tears. He calls out to the tragic nurse, crying that he is so sorry. He slams his head on the floor. Late-stage guilt consumes him. I was the one who killed Sister Zhu Yang, he confesses, leaving Chang Mo completely stunned. The past chaos flashes back. The monster of happiness who unleashed that deadly fire upon Liu Lin was indeed him. Chang Mo kneels down and places a comforting hand on his shoulder. Think lightly of it, he suggests. You did not do it on purpose. She is gone, so weeping like this is not going to change anything. But Lu Xinliang cries out in pure despair, begging him to stop. I deserve to die, he sobs, revealing everything. He admits he secretly loved Nurse Zhou Yang. Last night, he planned to finally confess his feelings to her, but instead he acted like an absolute beast. She was always so good to him, yet he killed her. And the scariest part, he did not even feel sad until this very moment. He clutches his hair in agony. He was actually smiling back then. Damn it, how could he smile? He desperately asks Chang Mo if he is human. Pushed to his absolute limit, the broken man collapses flat against the floor, muttering a dark, hopeless thought to himself. Maybe he should just end his own life. Chang Mo adjusts his glasses, looking down calmly while thinking to himself. Honestly, he does not think it is that big of a deal. But to ease the tension, he pulls out a necklace. He holds it out. Sister Zhou Yang wanted you to have this, he says, and she left a message for you too. Looking at the shining silver piece, Chang Mo smiles. She hoped this tiny spark of light could help you through the dark. In his mind, a vision of the kind nurse holding the necklace appears, her warm smile blooming beautifully like a sunflower. Lu Xinliang freezes in utter shock. His face contorts with overwhelming emotion as he looks at this precious keepsake. Trembling, he slowly reaches both of his hands out into the quiet air, desperate to hold onto her last sacred relic. The shimmering silver chain rests gently in his palms. He presses it tightly against his chest, bowing his head in grief. Thank you so much, he sobs in deep gratitude. Time slips away and a brand new day begins in the city. Over in bustling Donghai City, Chang Mo stands calmly by the hospital window, focusing on a crumpled handwritten note. But a chilling sight looms right before him. A lifeless body hangs silently from the rafters of the dark room. It is Lu Xinliang. The messy handwriting on the suicide note reveals his final tragic thoughts. I started smiling again, it says. I am so sorry. I cannot forgive myself for feeling happy after taking the life of Sister Zhou Yang. Chang Mo sighs quietly, asking the specter floating beside him if this was really necessary. Yili shrugs her shoulders. For most people, she says, death is the only escape from the suffocating control of their own intense emotions. She floats closer, whispering directly into his ear. Haven't you realized yet, Chang Mo, you are exactly the same. Meanwhile, on a windy hill outside the city, a dark figure makes a report over the phone to Miss Song. She assures her that she is entering the city center, thanking her for the help. Freedom feels absolutely amazing. Pulling down her mask, she sighs with regret. It is a pity they could not bring Chang Mo back with them. The voice on the other end responds that Miss Anna will be directly supporting her from now on. The traitor is none other than Yan Bei, the former head nurse. She instructs them to proceed according to plan. Since she is no longer the head nurse, there is absolutely no reason to hold back anymore. Meanwhile, we cut to the luxurious Song family estate in Donghai. Wearing a stunning dress, Song Hui leans against the grand entrance with a smile. She greets Master Zhao with deep respect, thanking him for taking on such a difficult task this time. Once this is over, the Song family will fully deliver on their promise. Zhao Yan calmly exhales a puff of smoke. He grinds his teeth as his eye glows a murderous red. Yi Li, he growls, so you are actually still alive. The scene shifts to a massive imposing skyscraper. This is the headquarters of the Central Emotional Management Bureau, located in Yanjing, the capital of Great Xia. Inside a solemn courtroom, the judge reads out a heavy sentence. Chen Yue, in the year 1225 of the Great Xia calendar, you severely misused your emotional energy source. This catastrophic incident in Diamond City left 17 people critically injured and caused massive structural damage. Numerous public works. According to the final verdict, the defendant is sentenced to life imprisonment. The gavel bangs down, delivering a decisive, immediate judgment. Chen Yue, the branch manager of Sky Entertainment, slams his hands down in pure fury. He screams out, "Are you kidding me? I absolutely refuse to accept this. I did not do this on purpose. Why are you doing this? Do you even know who I am? I am a provincial-level emotion master. The force backing me is the famous Sky Entertainment. You absolutely cannot treat me like this. I want to appeal, and I will." Ending this chaotic scene, the young female court assistant only looks down. She dismisses his claims coldly. Unfortunately, the verdict handed down by the central government is absolutely final. Now drag him away already. Chen Yue rolls his eyes in pure rage, gritting his teeth as he screams. Are you kidding me? You guys must be kidding. A massive golden tree-like emotion entity erupts inside the courtroom. It is a desperate display of power. But right above the golden tree, a terrifying giant red eye opens, unleashing a suffocating pressure. Chen Yue freezes his face, turning pale before the supreme judge's majesty. The young court assistant instantly shuts down his resistance. If he dares to struggle, things will get ugly. I must warn the defendant, if you dare to resist, you will be executed right here on the spot. Sweating like crazy, the terrified villain stares wide-eyed completely, losing his nerve to mutter another word. Seizing the moment, two armed guards drag the ruined manager out. A young staff member nearby watches in awe. Wow, that was incredible. Even an elite provincial-level master has to bow his head and submit. Her colleague calmly explains that it makes perfect sense. This is the headquarters of the Emotion Administration Bureau. They are the supreme authority governing all emotion entities across Great Xia. Provincial or national, everyone must obey. No one is above the law here. The young woman smiles in relief, glad that this trial is over. So when are we going to report the results to Elder Shu? Her colleague immediately stops her. Hold on, Elder Shu is currently locked in a major meeting, prompting her to ask, is it that meeting? Her colleague nods in confirmation. Yes. It is the annual Supreme Conference of Emotion Entities in Great Xia, a critical weekly gathering that decides the fate of the entire nation. It is held in a top-secret hall, a circular, windy hall floating high up in the silent sky. The chairman taps the table, deeply considering their next move. The fallout from the recent Donghai City incident is massive. Since we cannot reach a consensus, let us move on. We will table that for now. How should we handle these three individuals? One of the elders raises a question. Are they not just young patients? Are they even worthy of being discussed by a high-level council like ours? The chairman nods. After all, their situation is directly linked to the recent attack on the second hospital. Let us discuss. Their profiles are placed on the table. According to reports, these three performed well during the crisis. I propose we award them bronze medals along with a decent amount of emotional support resources. The white-haired elder Shuming gently half closes his eyes and suggests taking their recruitment a step further. Why not recruit them directly into the Donghai City Emotion Administration for further development? A bespectacled elder nearby nods blandly in agreement, stating that he has absolutely no objections. Another elder nods along too. No objections here either. Meanwhile, a long-bearded elder on a wheelchair remains silent. He turns to ask the man sitting beside him, Lei, what do you think? The scarred elder only stares down. He looks at the documents in his hands. Suddenly, a mocking laugh echoes through the hall, shattering the silence. Elder Shuming frowns in confusion, asking what is so funny. Is there a problem with my proposal? Elder Lei Zhao covers his face, laughing mockingly. You office workers really have no idea what happens on the ground. Let me give you some real data. The profiles of the three candidates appear on the screen once again. First up is Chen Ju, whose emotional ability is predicted to be centered around sheer, unpredictable luck. Next is Zhang Jiaqi, whose power grants her clairvoyance to see exactly what she wants. And finally, Chang Mo. His power seems to be linked to chains that suppress sanity itself. Hearing this, Shuming nods in approval. Looked at this way, all three of those kids are exceptional talents, especially that boy Chang Mo. Why not send him straight to the Central Research Institute to develop and maximize his immense potential? Elder Lei Zhao takes a slow, calm sip of his tea, flatly countering his colleague with a dismissive shrug. Lei Zhao offers to explain their backgrounds. Young Jiaqi has a completely clean record coming from an ordinary family. She comes from an ordinary family with nothing special. He points to the next highly suspicious folder, warning that trouble is near. It begins with Chen Ju. He is not even a citizen of Great Chia, suddenly appearing in Donghai out of nowhere. Passersby found him and took him straight to the second hospital. Lei Zhao taps on Chang Mo's file with a cold look. He delivers a harsh truth. This Chang Mo is even more unusual, likely backed by an absolute world-class powerhouse. Lei Zhao suspects this entity is not just some ordinary world-class threat, but something far more dangerous. This being likely shares the same emotional system as Chang Mo, representing a completely undiscovered world-class power. He slams the stack of documents onto the table, loudly breaking down what he believes is a massive conspiracy. His admission into the second hospital was clearly a carefully orchestrated scheme designed by an extremely powerful world-class organization. Just 2 days after he arrived, the hospital was attacked. Seriously, who would ever believe this was just a simple coincidence? Besides, is his supposed heroic deed really that great? The Black Lotus sect still ended up killing Director Ye. All he did was save a few minor patients. That changed absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things. Elder Su Ming frowns, asking what he is implying. Without hesitating, Lei Zhao slams his hand down. He confirms it decisively. Glaring around the room, he delivers a ruthless and cold judgment about the kid. He suspects the boy as a spy, a hidden agent sent by the Black Lotus sect to infiltrate them. He demands an immediate arrest. Outside the first hospital of Donghai stands tall and grand in the bright sunlight. Sitting on his bed, Chang Mo adjusts his glasses and quietly asks Yi Li if she has truly recovered her lost memories. He wants to know why she originally founded the Black Lotus sect and why she once tried to destroy all of Donghai. Gently brushing her hair, she shakes her head sadly, admitting she remembers absolutely nothing about those days. Flashbacks show Zhao Yan grabbing Chang Mo, screaming for her. Chang Mo points out that Zhao Yan seems to miss her deeply. She scoffs arrogantly. The man is simply terrified. Hearing this, Chang Mo narrows his eyes to probe further. He asks if her former follower had recognized her terrifying power long ago. She floats in place and sighs. Reminiscing about the past, she sighs and agrees that over 10 years ago he was still just a child. He had transformed into a hateful entity constantly on the verge of losing control. She never expected things to end up here. Hearing this, Chang Mo remains completely silent. He adjusts his glasses, trying to make sense of everything. Noticing his intense skepticism, Yi Li laughs awkwardly and tells him not to look at her with such suspicious eyes. She reminds him they are partners. But Chang Mo coldly retorts that associating with villains always carries risk. She pouts, insisting he has nothing to worry about. But then she suddenly taps her head as she recalls something. Tapping her forehead, she suddenly reveals that she has just recalled another highly critical piece of information. Chang Mo raises an eyebrow. Watch closely here, she curls her lips and drops a completely blunt proposal. She casually asks if they should run away immediately. This bizarrely tense moment comes to a sudden close. The Grand First Hospital towers under the brilliant sun, promising a highly chaotic journey ahead for our logical hero. Yi Li crosses her arms with a smirk, tilting her head toward the quiet young man sitting on his bed. She asks if they are going to make a run for it. Chang Mo looks back, completely dumbfounded. He raises an eyebrow in disbelief. To ease his obvious doubt, she takes a serious tone to explain. She explains that she finally recalled her original plan, revealing she targeted the second hospital specifically for its former director. Yi Li takes a step back to reminisce, recalling how she met the former director and understood her personality well. Knowing his critical state back then, she knew the former director would protect him at all costs. However, she lets out a heavy and dramatic sigh, pointing out that the old director has already sacrificed her life. She cannot trust anyone else now, especially since nobody knows how the high-ranking officials in Great Chia will treat him. She suggests running away immediately. Chang Mo adjusts his glasses, wondering if that old lady was really so kind. He highly doubts it. Besides, if they do not join Great Chia, where else can they possibly run? He wonders where they can possibly hide. Yi Li taps her chin thoughtfully as she tries to weigh their options. She suggests the Black Lotus sect. Although Zhao Yan is now the leader, she believes she still has loyal followers there. Many would surely die for her, but the thought only makes Chang Mo pout with absolute skepticism. It is brutally harsh and sounds completely unreliable. Suddenly, a series of sharp knocks at the door pulls them both back. To their confusing reality, Chang Mo curiously reaches out to nudge the hospital door open to see if something shady is happening. Standing right there before him is Dr. Lu Qingyi, wearing a gentle, brilliant smile as she warmly checks on Chang Mo. She asks how he is feeling. Inside the warm, sunlit hospital room, Dr. Lu calmly walks over to the table to pour some water. She sighs with deep admiration, admitting she really did not expect this, having initially assumed he was just an ordinary guy. It is truly hard to believe that so many people were actually saved from such a massive incident this time around. On behalf of the second hospital, she thanks him, leaving Chang Mo awkwardly scratching his head as he humbly downplays it. He tells her she is overpraising him. An abrupt silence falls as the doctor places 2 hot teacups on the table. Now she speaks up. Lowering her voice, she gets straight to the point and asks what exactly happened on that Sea Emperor ship. She demands to know his exact relationship with that powerful world-class emotion entity currently backing him from behind the scenes. The young man's eyes widen behind his glasses, completely stunned by this sudden and intense shift in her questioning. Before he can even react, Dr. Lu's hand suddenly shoots forward, locking onto his neck in a brutal grip. She slams him against the wall, hissing threateningly. Does he really think no one would find out about this? He has seriously underestimated the massive intelligence network of Great Xie, so he needs to spit out the truth immediately. Intense killing intent erupts. Her blonde hair flies wildly and her crimson eyes glare with pure, unbridled fury. Who is the world-class entity backing him up? Chang Mo's face turns pale as he chokes desperately, clawing at her grip. He tries to pry off her iron hand to save himself. Meanwhile, inside his mental space, he frantically seeks advice. He asks his advisor if he should just confess about her. Yi Li panics, waving her hands to stop him. Absolutely not, she warns he must pretend he knows nothing at all. He flatly protests, asking what if she kills him. After all, he is innocent. Yi Li glares at him sharply, reminding him that if she goes down, he goes down with her. She warns him not to forget that she was the infamous cult leader who once planned to destroy Donghai City. If the authorities find out about her, they will never let her go. Hearing this, Chang Mo can only sigh internally. He pushes up his glasses, weeping inside over his advisor's utter lack of responsibility. But back in reality, Dr. Lu's grip grows tighter, choking the life out of the poor guy. She lifts him clean off the ground. Hanging there, he can only gasp for air, desperately trying to play dumb and ask what world-class entity she is even talking about. Suddenly, Dr. Lu's emerald eyes narrow behind her glasses. They instantly flare a deep crimson filled with intense killing intent. She sees right through his clumsy lie. Refusing to tolerate any cheap excuses, she immediately summons a massive blood-red scythe. She drives it straight into the floor, pinning him down. She coldly demands if he still intends to play dumb. She pins him to the ground, asking if he still intends to keep playing dumb after everything they have been through. Dr. Lu throws down a stack of terrifying battle photographs right in front of him, delivering her final cold judgment. She points out that after defeating Liu Li, he triggered a massive world-class battle with the captain on that ship. That luxurious cruise ship was packed with formidable emotion entities, so did he really think he could hide all of this? Did he truly believe he could deceive the entire Great Xia Emotion Management Administration? She leans in close, her eyes blazing. With furious red eyes, she snarls, demanding that he confess which world-class entity is supporting him from behind. Yi Li's ghost quickly whispers in his ear, telling him to hold on just a bit longer since she is likely bluffing. Chang Mo silently assures her not to worry, then acts completely innocent as he begins to offer his excuse. He claims everything that occurred on that luxurious Sea Emperor ship felt like nothing more than a wild dream to him. He says he woke up on the shore and ran straight to the second hospital. Unmoved by his lies, she slams her scythe. She drives her weapon down, calling him a liar. She instantly points out the massive hole in his story. She asks if he really walked here, noting the distance is over 30 kilometers without a single surveillance camera catching him. Not a single security camera in Donghai City recorded his movement, so what exactly is he trying to hide from them? Chang Mo sighs and closes his eyes, summoning his best dramatic acting skills to claim his mind was completely blank. He says he was dazed, but some mysterious voice kept echoing in his head, guiding his steps along the way. Dr. Lu rests her chin on her giant scythe, frowning with deep suspicion at her bizarre patient before letting out a soft sigh. She begins to recount the past, asking him if he knows what happened the day he was admitted to the hospital. They came looking for us to hand you over immediately. The late director did everything in her power to shield and protect you because she did not want you to stray down the wrong path. Chang Mo's eyes widened, completely stunned by the late director's hidden kindness. But suddenly, killing intent flares up again. Lu Qingge screams in pure hatred, accusing the late director of making a terrible mistake. Lu yells that shielding him was a fatal mistake. She claims Chang Mo is actually a spy sent by the Black Lotus cult. He supposedly helped them raid Second Hospital, making him directly responsible for the old director's tragic death. Consumed by pure rage, she swings her massive scythe downward, aiming to end him once and for all. Die, she screams. On the ground, Chang Mo simply spreads his arms, bracing himself for the incoming fatal blow. The blazing scythe slams into the floor inches from his face, cracking the concrete with a terrifying shockwave. Cold sweat pours down Chang Mo's face as he realizes she was absolutely trying to kill him. Her emotions have taken over completely. Yi Li flies out in a panic, warning him that this doctor's power is far stronger than anyone they have ever faced. They must snap her out of it right now. Hearing this, the bespectacled young man quickly grits his teeth, calculating his next move. There is no other way. He has to take a massive gamble and find a way to get close. He plans to use his blue flame as a distraction, get close and inject his rational energy deep into her mind. He swings his arm to launch the counterattack, but his face suddenly pales as something goes horribly wrong. But get this, his blue flame refuses to activate. His eyes widen in sheer disbelief as he stares at his hands. A strange, unknown energy seeps out of his palms instead. What in the world did he just summon? Before he can even process this, Dr. Lu Chinga, her eyes burning crimson, leaps forward to strike again. Her deadly scythe rushes toward him, reflecting in his eyes. Cold sweat drenches his skin as he faces death. He helplessly covers his head to brace for impact just as a massive blood-red slash tears through the air. The attack rips through the ruined hospital lobby, but suddenly his rational energy erupts into a violent shield. It forms a solid barrier that blocks the blow. Chang Mo relaxes his hand, which is now sinking into a dark puddle. Black blood like liquid pools on the floor. Lu Qing pants heavily, completely exhausted from unleashing her full fury. Leaning on her side, she pins Chang Mo down into the dark, murky puddle, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Her blonde hair falls forward, framing a face drenched in sweat and still masking her deep, lingering rage. Even pinned down, Chang Mo breathes a quiet sigh of relief. His plan to suppress her is actually working. Down on the floor, the black pool and crimson blood thorns begin to warp, expanding rapidly into a bizarre shape. They bloom into a massive, terrifying rose before shrinking and bursting into a splattered mess of dark fluid. This bizarre clash of power and wits between two emotional entities finally comes to a sudden, quiet end. Pale and exhausted, Dr. Lu stares down at her patient on the floor and asks what he just did to her. Still lying flat on the floor, Chang Mo casually replies that he simply helped her find her sanity again. The doctor stares at him in sheer disbelief, looking like she has just woken up from a terrible nightmare. Suddenly, she collapses to her knees beside him, clutching her head and crying out in the ruined hospital ward. Tears stream down her face as she apologizes, crying that she simply could not control her overwhelming emotions. She claims she never wanted to kill him and failed the director. Watching this breakdown, Chang Mo is utterly speechless. He just stares with the classic deadpan expression of an exhausted office worker. Outside, the clear sky remains peaceful. It is as if that intense life or death struggle never even happened. Once she calms down, Dr. Lu explains everything. She reveals that the higher-ups debated for a long time on how to handle his unique situation. Some believe he was a spy and wanted him arrested immediately, while others prefer to keep monitoring him. But in the end, the top leader of their headquarters stepped in to make the final executive decision. They gave Lu full responsibility. Hearing this, Chang Mo points to himself in absolute shock, wondering why they would protect him. He asks why the supreme leader would protect a complete nobody. Dr. Lu simply adjusts her glasses with a proud smile. She suggests it might be because of her own stellar reputation. Now, his entire fate lies directly in her hands. But her smile fades as she quietly admits the truth. Before passing away, the old director had asked her to protect him. She was supposed to take care of him, but the spy rumors forced her hand to test his loyalty. She only meant to test him, but her emotions got the best of her and she almost took his life. She keeps crying her eyes out, apologizing to the director, completely ignoring Chang Mo as he sits next to her in a plaster cast, utterly speechless. Staring blankly at the ceiling to ease the awkward tension, Chang Mo tries to comfort her, saying it is really nothing serious, Dr. Lu. Sniffling, she thanks him, explaining she has already sent her decision to the higher-ups and the final results should be coming out very soon. But there is one more thing she needs to tell him. Dr. Lu suddenly turns dead serious, firmly declaring that she is being transferred. She is joining the Donghai Emotion Management Bureau arrest squad to investigate the attack on Hospital Number 2, and Chang Mo is going too. He is joining the squad as well. Not just him, but Jiaqi and Chen Ju are tagged along too. She then places her hand on his shoulder. She fires up with intense determination to hunt down the Black Lotus sect, the mole inside the Donghai Emotion Management Bureau, and everyone else. She asks Chang Mo to work together to find the mastermind behind this and get justice for their fallen comrades. They need to give their fallen colleagues a proper explanation. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a shabby, rundown warehouse sitting under a clear blue sky. Inside that dim, dusty warehouse, we see some lucky guy tied up and hanging mid-air, completely helpless against whatever is coming his way. Standing right in front of him is a shadowy figure holding a phone, while a guy in a baseball cap holding a folder gestures with his chin. He announces that they have a new mission. But the green-haired youth, who is completely engrossed in filming with his phone, just waves him off. He tells him to shush, claiming it is a critical moment. This gets the capped guy curious, and the camera answers that curiosity right away. It is the tied-up prisoner with a floating blue gelatin block above his head marked with a text that says it is currently hatching. The capped guy grumbles that he obviously knows that, but asks how he plans to push the prisoner to the brink this time around. The green-haired guy smirks slyly. He reveals that this time he fed the guy some strong laxatives and he is about to burst. And the worst part is the victim is a university professor. Tied up, the poor man screams in pure agony, begging them to let him go. Meanwhile, this green-haired creep is streaming the entire thing live to the internet. The comment section is already blowing up with viewers laughing. Some realize it is Professor Wang, calling it absolutely hilarious. All the while, the blue gelatin block on his head keeps swelling up larger. The green-haired guy mockingly congratulates him, saying his own students have recognized him online. The professor squirms in complete agonizing despair. He screams at them to let him go, but the creep just keeps pointing the camera, smugly filming every second of his suffering. He taunts him, saying everyone at his university will know about this soon, relentlessly pushing the poor man straight to the edge. It is not just his students either. His friends, his family, and everyone he knows will witness his ultimate public humiliation. He thrashes in agonizing shame, begging for mercy. In his mind, thousands of invisible judging eyes are staring down at him, utterly crushing his spirit. Imagine a highly respected professor forced to relieve himself in front of thousands of live viewers. The sheer psychological horror is unimaginable. What will his peers think of him now, delivering the final crushing blow? The green-haired psychopath grins like an absolute demon. He slowly hisses the word shameless. Professor Wang completely breaks down, veins bulging across his face as he screams in ultimate agonizing shame. He cries out that he cannot hold it anymore, and then the inevitable happens. A spectacular brown explosion erupts right on camera. The stream chat goes completely wild with viewers joking about the epic eruption they just witnessed. It is absolute internet chaos. Suddenly, the stream gets cut off, showing a video unavailable screen. The viewers are left staring in complete bewildered shock. They wonder why the stream died right at the climax. The green-haired teen just cold-heartedly puts his phone away, his job done. But right then the blue gelatin block on the professor's head shatters open, releasing a pair of giant glowing blue wings. They wrap entirely around him, and the green-haired kid cheers, excited to witness the birth of a brand new emotional monster. A sinister, dark blue angelic monster officially descends inside the rundown warehouse, radiating a terrifying, dark, and malicious energy. The creature growls and immediately begins to devour its original human body. Watching this, the capped man just casually nods. The green-haired teen turns to him, urging him to share the details. The capped man pulls out a file showing 3 familiar faces. They are Zhang Jiaqi, Chang Mo, and Chen Ju. The capped guy orders him to bring them back alive or kill them if necessary. Either way, they absolutely must harvest their emotional cores. Looking over the profiles, the green-haired teen just smirks dismissively. He scoffs, calling them street-level nobodies, though he notices one guy with glasses who seems a bit different. He asks if this one is city-level. The capped man confirms it, adding they suspect 2 world-class entities are protecting him. Hearing about 2 world-class protectors, the green-haired teen breaks into a cold sweat, complaining that this is way out of his league. He asks how he could assign him such a crazy job. The capped man calmly replies that their client is incredibly powerful. He says no one else can pull this off except him. The green-haired kid clicks his tongue with a mix of reluctance and cunning, but his massive ego quickly takes over. He tosses the target documents high into the air, flashing a confident, cocky grin. He claims that without a real challenge, there is no way for him to show off his absolute greatness anyway. Not far from here at Donghai City's mental asylum, number 1, you will soon witness their emotional core. The scene cuts back to the towering building of mental asylum number 1, where fresh trouble is already brewing. Inside the room, Dr. Liu waves goodbye to Chang Mo, promising to find Zhang Jiaqi and Chen Ju to explain the situation. He promises to head right back after. The door slams shut, leaving Chang Mo sitting all alone in the quiet room. He is right next to the dark, mysterious shadow of Yi Li. It is a dramatic day, ending with new storms brewing. Chang Mo stares blankly at his hand, which is now coated in a weird blue liquid, wondering why his power looks like this. No more blue flames. No crystallization either. He wonders why his power turned into this squishy shape. His power has turned completely soft and squishy, just like jelly. He can tell something is very wrong here. Reaching out toward the ghostly Ye Li, he grumbles that a soft power makes no sense. Softening is one thing, but this is ridiculous. Why on earth can it not get hard again? The girl squints in total confusion, and honestly, the tension is hilarious. Then she claps her hands with a sudden realization. Oh, I get it, so at this stage it can go completely soft. Chang Mo is totally speechless. What kind of nonsense are you babbling about? She just gives him a very mischievous grin. What did you think I meant? He waves his hand in defeat, telling her to just skip it and explain his powers. He wants to know what is actually happening. Floating closer, she drops a bombshell explanation in the simplest terms. You are just hungry. Yi Li bursts out laughing, covering her mouth while reminding him that even emotional bodies need to eat. Without enough food, that power of yours will never harden up. Hearing this, our four-eyed main character wears a totally blank face. He lets out a heavy sigh, asking if she thinks she's getting a little too excited over this topic. She just grins and plays dumb, but quickly gets serious, starting her explanation with a handy diagram. She shows a muscular guy eating a burger, explaining that any active emotional entity constantly burns through energy to exist. They consume energy even outside of battle, just like a regular human needs to eat meals every single day. The stronger the emotional entity becomes, the more energy it consumes daily. Just like a massive bodybuilder eats way more, they need massive portions compared to normal folks. Pointing into the air, she explains how this applies directly to him. Those suppression chains back at Asylum Number 2 were actually his primary food source packed with rich emotional energy. An image of Chang Mo bursting with power flashes on screen. During that final showdown back at Asylum Number 2, he almost lost complete control after absorbing massive amounts of raw logic, but somehow managed to stabilize himself. That means he officially leveled up, transforming into a far more powerful emotional entity than before. Naturally, his daily energy consumption has skyrocketed too. Chang Mo crosses his arms trying to process this, so all he has to do is eat, absorbing the emotional energy locked inside those suppression chains. Doing that should restore his powers, right? Floating nearby, Ye Li warns that it is not going to be that simple. Why is that? She raises a finger to break down the harsh reality of their situation. In an era almost entirely stripped of logic, finding clean, rational energy is an absolute nightmare. Worse yet, his appetite is way bigger now. Before, a single chain could last him 2 full months if he just laid low and avoided combat. Now that same chain will only hold him over for 3 weeks. Worse still, a creepy image of her body crumbling appears. If he goes hungry for too long, the consequences will be devastating, starting with a massive drop in combat power. At worst, his abilities will completely deteriorate and he will gradually start losing his very sense of self. Eventually, he will fade into absolute nothingness, ending up as a mere hollow memory just like her. Yi Li gives a sad, gentle smile. Did he forget that a lack of emotional energy is what ruined her too? The room falls dead silent as Chang Mo sits quietly on his hospital bed staring at his spectral advisor. The four-eyed youth lets out a heavy sigh, asking how he is supposed to succeed when someone as strong as her failed. If a powerhouse like her could not gather enough rational energy, what makes her think he stands a chance? She quickly defends herself, pointing out that her appetite is way bigger than his. Plus, staying with him preserves her memories. He looks down in deep thought, realizing that leveling up in this cruel world comes with massive life-threatening complications. He never expected that evolving into a stronger emotional entity would be such a double-edged sword. Survival in this place is brutal, illustrated by a small white rabbit cornered by a pack of wolves. The surrounding shadow monsters represent just how small he is. If he does not grow stronger in a world filled with so many lurking dangers at every single turn, there is absolutely no way he can keep himself safe. But his growling stomach delivers a harsh reality check. If he grows stronger without enough emotional energy to feed on, his soul will shatter completely. Just like Yi Li, whichever path he chooses, it seems the only end is death. Talk about a brutal dilemma. Anyway, the top priority right now is still finding a way to restore his power. Just as he is racking his brain, the door slowly creaks open and a small shadow with pigtails steps into the light. Chang Mo glances back. A flash of surprise mixed with deep suspicion crosses his eyes behind his glasses. His gaze drops to the uninvited guest's slender legs and black stockings and the sharp blood thorn floating beside her. Chang Mo's pupils shrink in absolute horror as immediate warning sirens begin to blast inside his head. It is someone from the Dark Lotus cult. That girl Ye Li completely forgot to warn him again. Without a single second of hesitation, the young salaryman springs up instantly, ready for a brutal life-or-death battle. But to his shock, the goth Lala girl in a black lace dress gracefully drops to one knee on the floor. She bows her head respectfully and speaks in a deeply reverent voice. "Young master, your subordinate is here to receive you." At this moment, the room falls into an awkward silence. Chang Mo squats on the bed, defensively staring down with wide eyes at the strange girl kneeling flat on the floor. A giant question mark practically pops up over the dazed, four-eyed youth's head. Completely clueless about what kind of play this is, Chang Mo awkwardly asks to confirm if she really said, "Young master." The girl looks up, showing her pretty face, and nods quickly. "Yes." Suddenly, the little girl blinks her eyes and lets out a gasp of excitement, leaving Chang Mo utterly bewildered, having no clue what kind of drama is about to unfold. Chang Mo and the purple-haired girl just stare blankly at each other, both awkwardly uttering She stays flat on the floor, looking up with big, innocent eyes at the guy with glasses without saying a word. Suddenly, Chang Mo leaps off the bed with a heavy thud. Speechless and totally frozen, he slowly bends down, narrowing his eyes to examine this strange creature lying in the sunlight. Suddenly blushing, she shyly offers up a heart-shaped box full of affection. She tells him it is a gift to mark their first meeting, handmade cookies she hopes he will like. Receiving the box of cookies, Chang Mo stands there in complete silence. Meanwhile, the ghost of Yi Li floats nearby, looking just as clueless. Chang Mo sits down on the edge of his bed, frowning to ask about that young master title she keeps repeating. The girl answers in a flash, saying that it means he will become their cult leader. Suddenly, a bright glowing memory of the bald Black Lotus boss pops up. Elder Liu had actually sent a message to everyone about him right before passing away. You know, that cowardly pint-sized bald guy. He said that Chang Mo is their only hope to help them escape the endless cycle of hatred, the savior they have been waiting for. So she came on behalf of everyone, hoping he would lead them forward. Hearing this, Chang Mo falls deep into thought, piecing the entire puzzle together. So that guy had actually recognized Yi Li's powers and even apologized for making him get injured. But how on earth did he send the message out? Is it a special ability of the hatred entity? Yi Li puffs her chest out proudly, suggesting the guy probably guessed Chang Mo was her successor. See, she told him she still has some loyal subordinates left. But Chang Mo immediately splashes cold water on her enthusiasm, asking what she means by that everyone she just mentioned. Exactly how many people are in this cult? The girl casually raises a finger, saying, including her, there are only 4 people, she says, sent by Elder Liu. Chang Mo is completely speechless. Only 4 of you support my claim to be the Black Lotus leader. The girl closes her eyes, smiling proudly anyway to salvage the situation. She insists that their small group actually controls a massive number of loyal followers. Chang Mo presses her. Exactly how many is a lot, and what percentage do they hold? The little girl blinks. Only 30%, she sheepishly admits. Chang Mo sighs. This is basically nothing, not a strong backing at all. What about the remaining 70%? And their current leader is Leader Zhao, right? He definitely will not let things slide. The young man raises his hand, arguing carefully. Besides, what reason does he have to believe she is not a threat? An assassin sent by that leader to eliminate him. Hearing those harsh words, the purple-haired girl collapses onto the cold floor. Her hands clench as tears well up. She cries out that she did so much and risked everything just to find him. She even brought him homemade cookies, crying about how much effort she put into this whole search. How long did it take to hit? She looks up with a tear-stained face, sobbing bitterly. After everything, do you still not believe me? Even the stoic Chang Mo stands there completely dazed. What? In a split second, the tearful girl transforms into a raging demon with glowing blood-red eyes. Chang Mo breaks into a cold sweat, muttering a quick curse, while Yi Li stares in shock. At this sudden betrayal, the glowing red blood spiked tears through the air, plunging down to impale him. Luckily, a stream of blue jelly whips out, blocking the fatal strike. The bloody spike stops, just a millimeter from Chang Mo's eyeball, making him shudder. Meanwhile, his blue jelly hand reaches out in time, wrapping tightly around the back of the young assassin's head. Zero mercy shown. He slams her head down with the blue jelly, delivering a heavy blow to restore her sanity. Under the impact, Lu Qinggeli freezes. Panting heavily, her murderous intent fades as her red eyes return to normal. She drops her blood-red weapon, a single tear rolling down her cheek in sheer confusion. She seems completely lost after her own chaotic outburst. Suddenly, she throws her arms around Chang Mo again, perched right on his lap, crying loudly. Talk about terrible timing. Yi Li suddenly flies in and glares, ready to tear them apart. The young assassin clings to him, sobbing that it has been so long since she felt this peaceful. Her deep-seated hatred and resentment have completely vanished. Elder Liu was right. The young master is indeed the savior they have been waiting for all along. He stands completely frozen, sighing internally. Another near-death experience checked off for him today. Right then, Dr. Lu Qingge leads Zhang Jiaqi and Chen Zhu down the hallway, calling out that they came back for Chang Mo. The long, silent hospital corridor stretches before them. Inside the room, the girl still clings tightly to him, pleading that they came with pure sincerity. She warns that cult leader Zhao wants to target him to find their previous leader, no matter what. Her eyes filled with determination, she promises they will absolutely stand by his side through everything. He is still too weak and needs massive resources to grow. They can handle his dirty work behind the scenes. Plus, they possess a vast intelligence network built up over years of infiltration. The Black Lotus sect has built a massive network, and she begs him to lead them forward. Floating nearby the spirit, Yi Li grins, plotting. She agrees that he cannot get strong alone. Urging him to accept, Yi Li watches as Chang Mo adjusts his glasses to think. Having a faction at his beck and call would certainly make things a whole lot easier. Besides, this is the perfect chance to uncover Yi Li's past. Yet, sudden panic hits him. What if the doctor finds out he is secretly associating with members of the Black Lotus sect? His face stiffens as he envisions his own absolute doom. Snapping out of it, he looks toward the hallway, knowing Dr. Lu will return any second, meaning he must act fast. He hastily pushes Lu Qinggeli toward the exit, telling her to beat it before they get caught. Suddenly, his pupils contract in sheer shock as he spots something. The young girl merely smiles, displaying a stunning glowing blue crystal. The moment his eyes lock onto the glowing treasure, Chang Mo is overcome with intense craving. Every single cell in his body screams for it. He recognizes the treasure immediately. It is a reason crystal, the ultimate source of rational energy. Lu Qingeli blinks her wide eyes, dangling a highly tempting offer. She notes that he is probably severely depleted right now, but they have massive stockpiles. If he leads them, it is all his. Just as the perfect bait is dangled right before him, the ghost Yi Li suddenly gasps, screaming for him to watch out. Chang Mo flinches, whipping his head around in panic. A green-haired youth drops from above, executing a devastating kick that slices the air, aiming straight at Lu Qingeli. Chang Mo sweats in shock, wondering if this is another deadly assassin. In a flash, the green-haired attacker clashes fiercely with the purple-haired girl inside the hospital room. Caught off guard, Lu Qingeli grashes her teeth in absolute fury. Meanwhile, the assassin glares with menacing eyes. The assassin flashes a crazed grin, locking onto his prey. Chang Mo watches from the sidelines, gritting his teeth helplessly as he realizes his power is still completely drained right at this critical moment. Suddenly, Yi Li whips her head back, frantically yelling some terrible news. She warns him that Dr. Lu is almost here. Without wasting a single second, Chang Mo shoots his hands into the air, screaming like a desperate victim. "Dr. Lu, save me." That pathetic theatrical screaming completely catches both the green-haired assassin and the lowly girl off guard. They both whip around to look. Meanwhile, out in the hallway, Dr. Lu Qingge is speeding down the corridor. She is rushing toward the ward along with Zhang Jackie and Chen Ju. Hearing his desperate cries, the doctor's eyes flare. Her eyes instantly turn a glowing blood-red color, dripping with pure killing intent. Chang Mo frantically waves off the lolly girl, telling her to run. Under his intense commanding gaze, she has no choice but to turn back around and face down the deadly assassin. Chang Mo firmly tells her that this is an absolute order. Instantly, countless glowing red blood spikes erupt from thin air. They launch a relentless barrage at the green-haired killer. He swiftly rolls away, gripping his sharp blood-red short sword to strike back. But then, boom. The ward wall is completely blown to pieces and Dr. Lu Qing bursts right through the rubble. She brandishes a massive scythe, unleashing a violent blood-red slash that tears through the entire room. This brutal shockwave splinters the furniture into tiny pieces. The doctor lands gracefully, her blonde hair whipping around as she looks for her target. Her sharp eyes scan the area for the enemy. Amid the ruined debris, Chang Mo crawls back up, looking around in utter confusion. He mutters that the guy has vanished. He quickly asks his invisible guide, Yi Li, what on earth is going on. She snaps back that she is looking right now, her deep blue eyes widening in sheer shock as she watches the space. She stammers that his stealth level is insanely high. He might be a special emotional entity, and even she cannot get a clear read on him. She cannot even see his figure clearly. Suddenly, Yi Li's deep blue eyes widen in sheer terror as she locks her gaze onto the mist. Staring hard into the hazy mist, she panics and screams out some terrible news, warning that the killer is heading straight for Jackie and Chen Ju. On the other side, Zhang Jiaqi asks in confusion what is happening while Chen Ju stands next to her, looking completely clueless about the situation. He says he does not know either. Suddenly, the green-haired assassin leaps out of thin air, landing right behind them with a savage grin. Raising his blood-red short sword, he growls with pure killing intent, deciding to take these two out first. He glides across the slick floor to build momentum for his swing, his sharp blades slicing through the air. The deadly slash forces Jiaqi and Chen Ju to clumsily tumble to the ground to dodge. But then the assassin suddenly freezes. His eyes roll back and sweat pours down his face in absolute shock at something totally unexpected. This guy is actually Chen Zun. He is a Class A wanted criminal of the Great Xi'an Kingdom, hunted for murder, illegal detention, torture, and kidnapping. He is also wanted for abusing emotional powers under countless aliases with names whispered across the criminal underworld. They call him the Demon Magician, Mr. Smoke, or the Glitch Maker. But his most feared title is far more direct. He is the top assassin of the Great Xia Kingdom, known for orchestrating bold public hits on officials and wealthy elites. Some victims even vanish from completely sealed rooms without a single trace, despite being heavily guarded by security teams outside. The Donghai Bureau of Emotion once mobilized an entire elite task force led by a world-class agent to corner him. Yet despite being completely ambushed, he managed to slip away easily without suffering so much as a single scratch. Talk about an absolute ghost. Back in the present, Dr. Lu Qing keeps her hands on the steering wheel as they drive, continuing her detailed explanation. She notes that the dangerous assassin is actually just a city-level emotional entity. In the back seat, Jiaqi asks with wide, worried eyes. She wonders if a city-level entity is truly that powerful. Dr. Lu focuses on the road while patiently breaking down the facts. Currently, emotional entities are divided into 6 distinct levels. She patiently walks them through each classification one by one. Level 1 is the street level, which is where Jackie and Chen Ju currently stand. Level 2 is district level, that is Chang Mo's current rank. Next comes level 3, the city level, which is illustrated by that deadly assassin. This is the class of Great Xia's top killer, Chen Zun. Above that are the provincial, national, and world levels. In other words, despite a massive 3-level gap, Chen Zun was still able to escape that world-class agent completely unharmed. Hearing this makes Jiaqi shiver in terror. She asks if the guy who just attacked them is really that horrifying. She wonders what kind of emotional entity he actually is, but Dr. Lu simply shakes her head in response. No one knows his exact emotional type. For rare entities like him, the true nature of their powers is always a secret. These abilities are always closely guarded secrets. However, she still has a working theory on his combat style. She believes his power is likely a deadly combination of short-range teleportation and absolute flawless invisibility. It must be teleportation. Otherwise, there is absolutely no explanation for his legendary record. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chang Mo quietly thinks this top assassin is incredibly talented. Yi Li curiously asks if he knows the assassin's emotional entity type. The young man adjusts his glasses and admits he has no idea. Still, a city-level threat escaping from a world-class power is just mind-blowing. It is honestly hard to believe. He reasons sharply that once a world-class entity actually unleashes an emotional monster, they obtain absolute awareness over everything in that entire range. Yet against all odds, this assassin still managed to slip away. Perhaps teleportation is indeed the only logical explanation. Chang Mo thoughtfully concludes with a highly vigilant warning. Teleportation combined with invisibility makes this top assassin of Great Sia incredibly cunning to the bone. Dr. Lu glances through the rearview mirror and warns them. Being hunted by an emotional entity of that scale is going to be incredibly troublesome. His targets do not stop at Chang Mo. Both Zhang Jiaqi and Chen Ju are on his hit list, which is why everyone must absolutely stay by her side. Jiaqi's overactive mind starts to drift again. She shudders as she imagines the absolute worst. What if he suddenly teleports and cuts her throat and vanishes into thin air before Sister Qing can even do anything? What if he is actually watching them this very second, patiently waiting to strike? Just thinking about it is absolutely terrifying. She completely scares herself and starts to tremble. But Chang Mo tells her not to doubt Sister Qing's immense power. But then Dr. Lu delivers a heavy reality check. She admits that Chang Mo is actually right, completely shocking the girl. The poor girl goes completely blank. Dr. Lu calmly keeps driving seriously, stating she cannot guarantee their safety 100%. Even so, she is always maintaining an extremely high level of alertness. Suddenly, Dr. Lu's eyes flash with a deadly red glow. She coldly warns that if he dares to touch a single hair on their heads, she will personally send him to the grave. Both Jiaqi and Chen Ju swallow hard, their faces turning completely pale with fear at the thought of this invisible killer. Chen Ju tries to calm everyone down, arguing that Jiaqi's special ability is actually the perfect counter to this invisible threat. She can literally see him. Jiaqi happily chimes in that it is true, especially since during the sudden ambush they just survived. Chen Ju's sheer luck actually caused the assassin to trip and pulled her away in time. Surely, they will be fine. But Dr. Lu immediately splashes cold water on their hope. Chen Ju's extreme luck is magical, but he is still just a minor, street-level emotional entity. He cannot turn bad luck into good forever. Putting all their hopes on mere luck is incredibly dangerous. Next time, her head might literally roll right off her neck. Talk about a brutal reality check to crush their spirits. Plunging down into a dark tunnel. Inside, Chang Mo and his two companions sit in silence, lost in their own thoughts. The scene shifts to a bustling city street corner where crowds of people are rushing back and forth in every direction. Incredibly, every single person has a vibrant, colorful, emotional tumor floating over their head. Jiaqi glues her face to the window, gasping at how many tumors there are. Dr. Lu calmly notes those floating shapes and explains that in this day and age, very few people are actually tumor-free. To some extent, this bizarre emotional virus has infected nearly every single person on Earth. While patients inside the hospital are slightly better off, it is incredibly difficult for ordinary citizens on the streets to avoid it. The screen shows a kind nurse handing medicine to a man with a prominent red tumor. Their hospital regularly conducts various home visits to distribute regular medication, but even if some people's tumors shrink temporarily, they always grow back to their original size. Hearing this, Chang Mo gets quite curious and asks about transformed emotional entities like themselves. Do they also grow these tumors? Dr. Lu shakes her head and clarifies that generally speaking, tumors do not develop on the heads of transformed people like them. She details that if someone gets trapped in a specific emotion for too long while infected by that exact same virus, there is still a slight chance a matching tumor will grow. But she notes that these specific tumors are quite unique. No matter what happens, they will never birth a second emotional monster. At least she has never heard of that happening. Hearing this, Chang Mo thoughtfully adjusts his glasses. He finally realizes that this must be the reason why his own tumor never transformed in the past despite growing to such a massive size. Looking at the crowds of people passing by outside, Dr. Lu continues her explanation. In this day and age, stabilizing public emotions is a massive challenge for the authorities. To solve this, the government has partnered programs with various companies to help soothe public emotions using clever, engaging entertainment. They rely heavily on short videos, popular online novels, video games, and social media to keep everyone calm and completely distracted. Even though almost everyone carries emotional tumors of various sizes on their heads and frequently experiences these sudden mood swings, as long as they find enough other feelings to keep those tumors from exploding, they will generally stay completely stable. However, things are not quite that simple. She narrows her eyes and delivers a warning that things are about to get worse. But there is a major catch. Many criminal emotional entities deliberately spread their own viruses aiming to force ordinary people to lose control. They transform them into emotional beasts. Jia Qi stares in absolute bewilderment. Why would they do this? Dr. Lu answers with two cold words for food. A grim scene plays out showing monsters devouring monsters. It is a brutal reality. If an emotional entity wants more power, they must consume compatible emotional energy. To do this, they infect others with their virus, hoping to force them to transform. After that, these predators hunt them down, seeking to absorb their compatible energy. This is how they boost their strength to insane new levels. Looking at him, Dr. Lu glances in the rearview mirror, knowing Chang Mo has likely experienced this brutal reality firsthand. An image of a bloody killer slaughtering victims appears. These underground emotional entities must follow this brutal path to grow, including Daxia's top assassin Chen Zun. This is exactly how he reached the city-level tier. Without catching him, innocent people will keep dying every single day without us ever knowing. She sums up the organization's core mission. This is precisely why our own hospital admits patients who have transformed into emotional entities. For one, it keeps you from losing control and hurting society. It also stops you from becoming mindless killers who only chase raw power and authority. The car veers into an underground ramp. Chang Mo quietly warns that they are entering the tunnel ahead. Dr. Lu nods. Dim lights flicker inside. Jia Qi curiously asks where they are heading, calling her Sister Chinga. Dr. Lu clearly states they are going to the Donghai City Emotional Management Bureau. At that name, Chang Mo's eyes behind, his glasses flash with a sharp, wary look. Without hesitating, he asks directly, Sister Chinga, want to know who called you to that meeting on the day Hospital Number 2 was attacked? Dr. Lu narrows her eyes, a bloody red flash of killing intent burning in them. It was the director of the Donghai Emotional Management Bureau. That shocking reveal makes both Jia Qi and Chen Ju jump in the back seat, staring in pure shock. Dr. Lu merely smirks, whispering that they have probably guessed it by now. Yes, the director is very likely in league with the Black Lotus cult. In fact, she even suspects he hired Daxia's top assassin to hunt them down. This is getting crazy. Jia Qi breaks into a cold sweat, screaming in panic. Oh great, so heading straight to the bureau is just walking straight into a death trap. She mutters in absolute despair, are we seriously going to our deaths? A close-up of Dr. Lu's blood-red eyes flashes in the rearview mirror as she speaks with cold arrogance. That depends on whether they have the guts to try. Sensing the extreme danger, ready to explode, Chang Mo clutches his head, in a cold sweat, groaning inwardly. This is bad. Is Dr. Lu about to lose control of her emotions again? He sits there, sweating desperately, calculating the massive power gap. She is a world-class emotional entity, sure, but the three of us are not. Plus, his own powers are still far from fully recovered. Finally, the car pulls up in front of the massive Emotional Management Bureau under a quiet, clear sky. Inside the director's office, Director Kuo sits with his hands tightly clasped, staring at his computer screen in sheer anxiety. He clutches his head, his face contorted from the immense stress weighing on him. A tense flashback plays out where he had frantically confronted her. Song Hu Hui was the Black Lotus attack on Donghai Mental Hospital. Number 2, you're doing. She calmly lifted her teacup, giving a cold and brief confirmation. The director glares back, his anger rising fast. Are you out of your mind, teaming up with them to attack the hospital and kill your own family's director? Are you trying to start a rebellion? She merely sips her tea, replying with an incredibly arrogant tone. Director Q, do not be so hasty. Have some tea first. The director leaps up in fury, slamming the table in refusal. He sweeps his hand across the table, shattering the teacup on the floor, shouting that he does not want any tea. The central headquarters will never let you get away with this madness. Pointing a finger right at her face, he warns that she, the Song family, and the Black Lotus cult will all pay with their lives. She only smirks back, telling Director Qiu that while he is right, he is missing one tiny detail. She drops a harsh truth, aiming straight at his weakness. The Central Bureau will not let him off either. After all, he was the one who summoned Dr. Lu to that meeting, making him an accomplice. The director breaks into a sweat, unable to argue. He stubbornly snaps back that the meeting was strictly meant to discuss handling emotional outbreaks in Donghai City. He claims that given the severity of recent emotional disasters, the delay was purely procedural and fully compliant with local regulations. She sneers at his defense. Sure, his papers might look valid, but a central investigation only requires one thing to get started: a single reasonable suspicion. Besides, he cannot be blind to the fact that Lu Qingge is currently being transferred. She is joining the Donghai Emotion Management Bureau as their new capture team captain. An official at his rank has no clearance. He cannot even access her classified files. So who does he think is the real target of this sudden move? She keeps pressing the threat, letting the dark reality of his situation sink in as his future looks increasingly grim. And she mentions another detail. Lu Qingge brought 3 incredibly rare emotional entities along with her on this trip. His secrets will be exposed much sooner than he thinks. Hearing this, the director's eyes widen in absolute horror, trapped by her words. When that hammer falls, who in the entire great Xia kingdom does he think can save him? His fist clenches, tight veins bulging as he realizes he has no way out. The director is completely cornered. Dropping to his knees, he grovels before the arrogant Song Hui Hui. In his hands, he crushes the sharp shards of the broken teacup in sheer despair. He bows his head, accepting his dark fate and pledging his absolute loyalty. From now on, her family interests are his. She smiles triumphantly, asking if he knows how to handle Captain Lu. She warns him to get the job done. If he hesitates again, there will not even be a body left to bury. He submissively whispers his understanding. Back in reality, the sudden ring of the office telephone snaps him out of his dark, scheming thoughts. He reaches out a trembling finger to answer as the secretary delivers the news. Captain Lu and her team have arrived. The director's face darkens instantly, his eyes reflecting the cold glare of betrayal. He grits his teeth, his face burning with a grim determination to handle the enemy about to walk in. But the next instant, his mask slips right back on. Talk about a flawless, two-faced performance as he greets them. He warmly welcomes Dr. Lu loudly, exclaiming how unexpected it is that she has become the new captain of their capture team. Offering his most sincere congratulations, he enthusiastically shakes her hand while spouting a stream of shameless flattery. He calls her arrival a godsend, boasting how lucky the Bureau is to have a powerful emotional entity like her. Lu Qingge remains completely unfazed, quietly replying that the director praises her too much as laughter fills the sunlit lobby. His fake chuckles echo. He reassures her that he is not joking, even if his praise sounds a bit exaggerated. While Chang Mo and the others watch in silent disbelief, the director suddenly switches to a deeply sorrowful act. He offers his deepest condolences regarding the former director, calling the lawless extremists behind the tragedy completely unhinged. Correcting himself, he says he must call her Captain Lu now. He promises that if she ever needs anything in the future, the Bureau will back her up with all their resources. She merely offers a polite corporate smile and accepts. He then turns his attention to Chang Mo and his crew, launching into another highly dramatic pep talk. He claims he reviewed their files and thanks them for their hard work during the chaotic incident at Hospital Number 2. But joining the capture team under the Emotion Management Bureau is no easy task. They must carry a heavy burden. He tells them to keep their mission in mind at all times, reminding them who they are fighting for. The entire population of Donghai is standing right behind them. He urges them to learn well from Captain Lu. Since the future of the Bureau rests on young shoulders, Zhang Jackie breaks into a cold sweat, awkwardly nodding. Suddenly, Chang Mo decides to play completely dumb, standing at attention like a stiff statue and shouting his allegiance. He promises the director they will treat him as their guiding light, keeping their core mission engraved in their hearts. Chen Ju immediately jumps on the bandwagon, putting on a highly passionate and dramatic show of his own. He gushes about having a leader who cares so deeply for the common folk, claiming their spirits are absolutely on fire. They are ready to move out, just point the finger, and they will strike to ensure absolute success. This ridiculous display leaves Chang Mo and Zhang Jaiqi standing right next to him, completely speechless. Lu Qingge manages an awkward smile while the director laughs, proudly praising her team as outstanding talents. He then orders Assistant Zhang to prepare the onboarding paperwork for Captain Lu and her crew right away, and then show them to the capture team's office. The assistant complies, and the director politely excuses himself. He claims he has a meeting to catch, prompting a chorus of polite and energetic farewells from the team. They stand waiting for the elevator as the director walks away, his fake smile fading instantly with every step. He secretly plots a malicious scheme. Since Chang Mo is the one Miss Song wants, he does not need to worry about him. Recalling Chen Ju's smooth flattery, he gets the idea to bribe him. Maybe he can try to win Chen Ju over and recruit him as an ally. Inside a moving elevator, a sweating Zhang Jiaqi whispers to Sister Qingge. She admits she really thought Sister Qingge was going to tear Director Kuo to shreds right then and there. The doctor replies. She wanted to, but held back. Dr. Lu's face hardens with determination. Her cold eyes flash. She knows she cannot lose control, especially when their ultimate target is not just Director Kuo alone, but the entire Black Lotus cult backing him from the shadows. There might even be leaders above him. She must drag every single one into the light. That is the only way to truly avenge the director. Crossing her arms, Dr. Lu commends Jackie and Chen Ju. She notes they really know how to talk. Jackie nods in agreement, saying she got dizzy from all their sweet talk. One fancy phrase after another. Chang Mo adjusts his glasses and calmly explains he used to do office work. That corporate talk is just standard procedure. Right on cue, that dummy, Chen Ju, proudly beats his chest. The dummy loudly beats his chest and declares that as her loyal soldier, there's a fitting old proverb. A great general has no weak soldiers. Why would he fail her? Behind him, Jiaqi is speechless. Unbelievable. He actually found another angle to flatter her. Meanwhile, Chang Mo closely observes. He genuinely respects the sheer professionalism of it, thinking he needs to take notes and learn this skill. Dr. Lu blushes. She knows it is pure flattery, but it sounds incredibly sweet anyway. The scene shifts to a sun-drenched, abandoned warehouse. Inside, a man in a hat holding a file asks in surprise, "Did you really fail?" Sitting on the sofa, the blue-haired assassin crossly admits they had help. They have someone with clairvoyant abilities, the girl named Zhang Jiaqi from the mission file. The assassin orders. He flips through Jackie's files and asks if his contact can sneak her complete records over to them. Sinister rage. The blue-haired assassin flashes a wicked sadistic smile and demands full details on her family. He also wants to know if the Black Lotus cult has an incredibly cute twin-tailed girl in their ranks, a powerful emotional entity of pure hatred. Without her interference, his target would be dead. Under the beautiful clear sky, the man in the hat calmly reassures him that Ku Wang lacks full control over the entire Donghai emotional administration, so there is no need to worry. The blue-haired killer wonders why. The hatted man explains that the director has a low emotional rank, so the frontline capture team ignores him entirely. Back at the emotional administration, a highly curious Jackie asks Sister King about their specific department. What kind of unit is this capture team? Dr. Lu explains as they walk that it is a specialized division, whose job is to investigate and arrest illegal emotional entities in Donghai. Chang Mo suddenly chimes in. He asks if they are basically police. The doctor nods but adds that their combat power is superior. Using a massive blazing red military force as a visual example, Dr. Lu proudly details their true might. She calls them the absolute strongest military force in Donghai City, capable of dominating any real battlefield. Armored divisions or the entire air force, neither stands a single chance against them. Jiaqi gasps in shock. That power is insane. Chang Mo frowns and questions, Sister Chinga. He admits he doesn't understand how emotional entities could ever survive the devastating blast of a missile. With shells flying on screen, Dr. Lu calmly explains that the higher an entity's rank, the less physical damage matters. Right now, a single bullet can still kill him. But things change later on. Forget missiles. Even a direct hit from a literal nuclear warhead would not leave a scratch on them. Chang Mo breaks into a cold sweat, wondering if she is implying that a world-class level is that insane. So even a nuclear bomb cannot kill Dr. Lu. Suddenly, Yili's ghost floats up to confirm. Exactly. Once you reach the world-class tier, only emotional power can destroy an emotional entity. Stopping outside the office door, Dr. Lu continues to highlight just how dominant and terrifying the capture team is. A unique squad. They possess a special trait, allowing them to go without food, sleep, or water. They relentlessly hunt criminals until justice is served, earning them a legendary reputation as the ultimate hunters. Eternal pursuit. The office doors burst open with a blinding flash of light as Dr. Lu proudly announces, "And here are our highly professional colleagues. Come on over and let me introduce everyone to each other." The group is greeted by a girl wearing bunny ear eye masks, fast asleep with her mouth wide open on a recliner. Over in the corner, a shirtless guy in slippers is casually whistling and teasing a green parrot in a wire cage. Meanwhile, another desk has a girl tearfully munching on potato chips, chewing noisily. Right next to her, a mustachioed man has his eyes closed in utter relaxation, slowly sipping a cup of hot tea. The entire suppression squad's office presents a picture of ultimate professionalism, someone napping, someone playing with birds, others snacking, and someone enjoying tea. There is even a guy with feet on his desk playing a Nintendo Switch, ignoring the frozen rookies. The four of them, Dr. Lu, Chang Mo, Jackie, and Chen Ju, just stand there frozen like wooden statues, completely speechless. Zhang Jiaqi turns to look at Dr. Lu with a heavy side-eye, dryly asking if she seriously calls this chaotic mess professional. The embarrassed doctor is left completely speechless. Sweating bullets, Dr. Lu gives a forced laugh to cover it up, claiming as long as they manage themselves well and do not lose control, they are still considered highly professional. Outside, the calm blue sky sweeps past. Inside the office, the so-called professional members finally decide to drag their feet over to form a circle, gathering in a circle around their new leader. As introductions begin, a scarred man clasps his hands behind his back. Li Zhen, provincial-level excitement, emotion entity. He was once the vice captain, looking forward to working together. The mustachioed Jia Li grins cheekily, introducing himself as a city-level excitement emotion entity. Next up is the tea-sipping Tu Yuan. He wishes Dr. Lu a good morning and warmly welcomes their new colleagues. Winking flirtatiously, Tu Yuan adds that he is a provincial-level joy emotion entity, asking them to treat him well. The cold, green-haired youth named Wei Ren speaks next, introducing himself as a city-level excitement emotion entity pleased to meet everyone. Squinty-eyed Zhou Yang Jian grins, introducing himself as another city-level excitement emotion entity. Meanwhile, the brown-haired girl with the potato chips smiles brightly, introducing herself as Fan Shuji's city-level excitement emotion entity, thrilled to meet them. Sizing up the squad, Chang Mo quietly observes, his mind analyzing their ranks based on the chart. He recalls Yili mentioning that Elder Liu, a hatred-type emotion entity, is nearly rank 4, which is city-level approaching provincial level. Yet every single member in this joke of an office is actually on par with Elder Liu, and 2 of them are provincial level, which is a whole rank higher than Elder Liu. Breaking into a cold sweat, Jiaki gasps at this massive power gap. It is unbelievable, as they are only street level, while Chang Mo is barely approaching city level. Lu Qing and Chang Mo stand in absolute silence, completely at a loss for words about this incredibly harsh reality. Suddenly, the mustachioed Jia Li spreads his arms wide, welcoming Dr. Lu to speak. He urges everyone to give her a warm welcome as she supervises their daily work. The rest of the staff gather around, offering some half-hearted applause for their new boss standing dignified before them. Adjusting her glasses, she speaks with a very serious tone, thanking them and admitting she is still getting her bearings. However, she has a clear mission, pointing out they must have heard about the attack on Hospital Number 2. She is here specifically to investigate that case, hoping to get everyone's absolute full cooperation so they can finally bring these lawbreakers to justice. Jia Li immediately raises a fist, putting on a highly enthusiastic and bootlicking show. He agrees that the incident was incredibly heinous, cursing the cultists who dared to attack a government institution. They must hunt them down, so with just one command from Dr. Lu, they will launch the investigation and bring those bastards to justice. Yet Dr. Lu keeps a cool head, her eyes flashing with suspicion, realizing that openly declaring an investigation into Director Ku would immediately trigger massive trouble. On top of that, she suspects that some of Director Ku's spies are sitting right in this room. Regardless, she needs to gauge their reactions first. Deciding to act, she confidently throws out some bait, announcing a major new breakthrough. Chen Zun, widely known as the #1 assassin in Great Xia, has specifically targeted Chang Mo, Zhang, Jiaqi, and Chen Ju. Her working theory is that this connection is tied directly to the incident at Hospital Number 2. The image of the dagger-wielding assassin attacking the trio flashes on screen. Lu explains that since they made major contributions during that hospital incident and disrupted the enemy's plans, it is highly likely that the Black Lotus cult hired Chen Zun to eliminate the 3 of them. They must capture Chen Zun at all costs, and through him they will trace the cult's footsteps. Black Lotus is backing him up from the shadows. Her eyes flare crimson with bloodlust, staring right at the director's ghostly figure. She is ready to drag Dewey An and his puppeteers into the light. Suddenly, the entire room falls into a dead silence. Everyone in the room is left completely speechless, stunned into absolute silence by that incredibly bold and arrogant declaration of war. Breaking the awkward tension, the scarred Lai Qian scoffs, letting out a cold, dismissive sneer. He turns around and heads out. He struts toward the door, leading the rest of the lazy squad out with him. The heavy door slams shut behind them. Jia Luke breaks into a cold sweat quickly, forcing a laugh to smooth things over. He begs Captain Lu not to take it personally. He claims the deputy captain is just busy. Then, switching faces in a flash, Jia Luke pulls out his phone and starts acting. He pretends to take a call, muttering that they should have caught Tran Tun years ago since he is a wanted fugitive. He says he will do whatever the captain orders, then fake stumbles, asking if she can hear him before excusing himself to step out. The green-haired guy in hand points right at him and yells, telling Jia Luke to cut the act. He calls Jia Luke a top-tier brown-noser who always runs away the very second a real fight breaks out. Nu Non snaps, telling him to keep putting on a show because slacker officers like him are why cases go cold. At this rate, the entire squad is going to rot from the inside out. Stepping in as a peacemaker, Tu Nguyen smiles warmly. She tells everyone to calm down, warning them that getting worked up makes it too easy to lose control. Honestly, watching them get annoyed every single day is quite entertaining, though she jokes she shouldn't enjoy it this much. Seizing the moment, Fan Thu Chi raises her hand to volunteer, asking the captain to assign the mission to her. She promises she is nothing like Jia Luke, guaranteed to get the job done right, which immediately triggers him behind her. Jia Luke snaps back, demanding to know where she gets the nerve to call him a slacker when she's a street-level procrastinator. He tells her to stop pretending to be a city-tier high achiever. Caught red-handed, Fan Thu Chi breaks into a cold sweat. She laughs nervously after getting exposed. But Jia Luke is not done yet bringing up a case she was supposed to handle. He reveals she sat on a file for an entire month until the supervisor had to finish it himself. Chang Mo just sighs. The others watch this office squabble and shake their heads. Fan Thuchi whines, asking why he had to expose her like that. She admits she just wanted to make a good first impression on the new captain. New Man Han sighs, calling the agency doomed. He blames lazy people like her for never getting anything done, but she fires back, asking why he is dragging her into this. Lai Qian waves his hand dismissively and walks off with the rest of the crew, slowly slipping away behind him. One of them sighs that they are about to lose control of their emotions, noting their shift is almost over anyway. They excuse themselves to head home, telling the captain to just let them know once they finally reach a decision. This leaves Lu Fan, Ca, Chang Mo, Zhang, Jia Qi, and Chen Ju standing there completely dumbfounded by this terrible work ethic. In the background, Jia Luke and Ngai and Han are still bickering with Jia Luke, claiming that slacking off is just basic human nature. Ngai Han snaps back, telling him to stop making excuses just because things have always been run this way. He asks if doing things poorly makes it right, claiming the other man clearly has absolutely no clue. Ignoring the chaos, Zhang Jiaqi has fully adapted to office culture, binge-watching videos on her phone and gasping at the drama. She eagerly begs for the next episode. Right next to her, Chang Mo calmly types away on his keyboard. Curious, Zhang Jiaqi asks Chang Mo why he is so stoic and if he even cares about what happens next. The glasses-wearing guy flatly replies that he does. Zhang Jiaqi sighs, amazed by his absolute calm. Nearby, Fan Thuchi stretches, enjoying the peaceful vibe. She declares that a new boss is the best, and this is exactly how every workday should look. Sitting nearby, Lai Qian immediately rains on her parade, noting she barely does any work on a normal day anyway. With that, the entire office slips right back into its peaceful routine, as if the briefing never even happened. As usual, Chang Mo sits in front of his monitor, adjusting his glasses and keeping his blank expression. He blends right into this chaotic office life. Meanwhile, back in her office, Captain Lu Fan Ca holds her head in frustration. She feels completely played. Right around that time, the director takes the stage to give a roaring speech about Donghai City. He highlights its status as a vital hub of Daiha facing increasingly severe emotional disasters. To punish the emotional entity, serial criminals who dare to challenge them, they have decided to expand the tracking squad. A massive reform chart flashes on screen. The original single unit will now be divided into 3 distinct teams. They will be known as Teams 1, 2, and 3 as the director actively recruits more emotional entities. Obey the law and join our noble cause, helping to preserve the long-term stability of Donghai City. His fake cheering echoes across the hall from the television screens. I hope everyone will cooperate fully with us so we can safeguard the emotional security of Donghai City together. Dr. Lu explains warily with her hand on her chin. Just this morning, Kuo Weiing split the original pursuit squad into 3 groups. He shoved all the elites into teams 2 and 3 while dumping the most useless trash onto her. She knew it no wonder her team lacks even a single national class, emotional entity. Recalling the absolute comedic faces of her new subordinates, she wonders if Kuo Weiing might have purposefully planted his own people in this group. Knowing his spiteful personality, they might all be lackeys sent to hold her back and sabotage her. Chang Mo pushes up his glasses, silently realizing that this team is just the pursuit squad's leftover garbage. It proves the true power of that elite pursuit squad is even more terrifying than he ever imagined. But if they really are Kuo Weiing spies, they feel more like natural troublemakers who simply cannot be trusted, is a far more accurate description. Dr. Lu crosses her arms and issues an order capturing Chen Zun anytime soon, is nothing but a foolish pipe dream. Therefore, until he is locked up in prison, none of them are allowed to leave the bureau. It is simply too dangerous outside. Sitting nearby, Jiaqi whines, asking if they really cannot go anywhere. The female doctor closes her eyes and smiles reassuringly, telling them to stay calm. The building is fully equipped with everything they need, so daily necessities are covered. Many agents live here full-time so they can treat it as free rent and save a ton of money on rent. Chang Mo furrows his brow and asks with deep concern if staying inside actually guarantees absolute safety since she cannot protect them 24/7. Dr. Lu immediately reassures him that the bureau is permanently guarded by another world-class entity, and she guarantees that this world-class powerhouse is absolutely not on Kuo Weiing's payroll. To illustrate her point, and trust me, this looks wild, a massive fortress surrounded by terrifying monsters appears on screen. The entire Emotional Administration Bureau is permanently enveloped within that powerhouse's monster domain. Even if Chen Zun somehow manages to infiltrate the building and launch a sudden vicious surprise attack, he could only kill one of them at most, before being utterly wiped out himself. The man is definitely not foolish enough to make such a losing trade. Dr. Lu clearly assigns their task, declaring that their top priority right now is to increase their emotional power, especially the three of them as unexplored power types, since upgrading their abilities will be the absolute key to capturing Chen Zun. She points at Jackie to analyze her power, explaining that her ability allows her to see through vital intelligence. If she levels up, perhaps, she can pinpoint the exact location where Chen Zun is hiding. Turning to the clueless Chen Ju, she continues, and as for Chen Ju, if he upgrades his power, who knows, he might just accidentally bump into him the second he steps outside. Jackie frowns in curiosity, asking how they are supposed to level up. Dr. Lu raises a finger to instruct them, explaining she and Chen Ju are currently only at level 1 equivalent to the basic street rank. Once they have fully mastered the fundamentals of emotional control, they can slowly begin to 2. Indulge those highly specific desires, and as a direct result, their emotional strength will naturally increase over time. But when? Turning to Chang Mo, she sighs with deep concern, noting his case is actually quite a bit more complicated. At his current level, his power already requires constant daily maintenance, meaning he must consume highly specific emotional resources every single day or risk his power decaying. A flashback shows Dr. Lu reading a report as an investigator's profile appears on screen. She has read Liu Lin's report about the incident at Hospital Number 2, noting his strange ability to absorb the specialized emotional energy stored inside those suppression chains. In essence, those heavy chains act as his highly unique emotional resource. Dr. Lu solemnly recalls her superior's serious warning about this sensitive matter, but she must warn him that the report has been classified as top secret, meaning even Ku Weiying has no authorization to view it. The higher-ups have thoroughly reviewed the findings and unanimously agreed that they must actively hide the true nature of his dangerous ability. They absolutely cannot let the outside world discover that he consumes the power of those suppression chains. Because of this, she sighs helplessly, realizing she has to fabricate an entirely different cover story to request the suppression chains for him, using an excuse like preventing him from losing control. But a major issue arises as the chief frowns with deep concern, pointing out that those suppression chains are priceless assets and using them to stabilize an emotional entity at his current low level is considered an incredible waste, meaning there is no guarantee Ku Weiying will ever approve the request. Hearing this, Chang Mo can only give a flat response, saying he understands. Back in reality, Chang Mo stares down at the blue crystal in his hand, sighing as he realizes his stomach is already starting to growl again. Those sandy crystals from the hateful little girl are nowhere near enough. Turning around, he speaks to his invisible advisor. So what should I do now, he asks. Should I try indulging my emotions the same way Jia Qi and the others do? Yi Li snaps back in a fit of rage, telling him that she can guide him, so why is he asking them instead? Chang Mo hits her with a brutally honest response, saying it is because she is the leader of that crazy cult. I do not trust you, he adds. I am worried you will stab me in the back, leaving Yi Li completely speechless. Dr. Lu patiently chimes in to explain that Chang Mo has entered phase 2, meaning his risk of losing control is rising. Without any emotional energy to consume right now, he warns Chang Mo needs to start by establishing his own set of rules. Jia Qi curiously cuts in, asking what these rules actually are, to which Dr. Lu explains they are like stabilizing self-discipline protocols. Emotional entities use these guidelines to keep themselves stable, and she goes on to explain the harsh mechanics of their survival. The higher an entity's level, the easier it is for them to snap, meaning they must strictly adhere to specific behavioral boundaries. Or more accurately, they must constantly repeat very specific daily actions over and over again to keep themselves grounded. Only by doing this can they maintain a stable mind, and this very mechanism is what they refer to as the rule. She offers a clear example. Usually the daily actions required by these rules are completely opposite to your actual nature. For instance, if you are an entity born of pure joy, you would actually have to find ways to make yourself sad. As for which specific actions fit you best and actually work for your unique situation, you will have to figure that out slowly. And just like that, the entire office instantly falls back into a heavy dead silence, with everyone lost in their own thoughts. Staring blankly at their computer screens, Chang Mo quietly processes this, realizing how it works but wondering what his rule could be. What on earth am I supposed to do, he thinks, while Jia Qi sits right next to him, jaw dropped in complete shock. Suddenly, her eyes light up and she eagerly demands that they play the next episode of their show immediately. Giant invisible eyeballs suddenly sprout all around her, making Chang Mo realize that binge-watching high-stakes drama actually boosts her power. It is wild how thriller shows can strengthen her emotional energy, but watching this whole crew stare at the monitor is quite something. They look incredibly professional, even though they are just slacking off, which prompts Chang Mo to turn to his pink-haired friend. He asks Chen Jun if doing this is actually helpful, but Chen Jun does not even take his eyes off the screen. He simply shrugs and says who knows, they are just going with the flow, leaving our protagonist to ponder his options. He wonders if watching cheesy TV dramas really counts as following the strict logical rules of the sanity path. Yili immediately chimes in to explain that as long as it triggers non-rational emotions, it helps keep his logic in check. This balance keeps sanity firmly in control, but Chang Mo is currently dealing with a far more immediate and stressful problem. He frowns deeply, wondering where on earth he is supposed to scavenge for more sanity resources right now. At his current rate, those crystals from the hateful girl will only keep him afloat for another 2 days at most. Staring down at the slip of paper with her phone number, he hesitates, debating if he should actually call her. Asking her for a fresh delivery of sanity crystals is tempting, but his cautious nature instantly rejects the dangerous idea. It is way too risky. This is not some simple food delivery where he can just run downstairs to pick it up. Exposing his links to the Black Chain cult or getting ambushed by Chen Sun would mean a straight death sentence. He sighs, wondering if there is any other way to get these resources, while Yi Li hovers nearby, watching his struggle. Floating in midair, she snaps that his sanity is fading and resources are scarce, which is just the harsh reality. Besides, she tells him to use his head, because if she actually knew how to hoard a massive supply, she would not be here. Having been thoroughly scolded, Chang Mo can only sigh reluctantly, admitting that he has no choice but to trust the doctor. Suddenly, his eyes sweep over to a corner of the room as a promising new idea starts to form in his mind. He looks at his colleagues who are currently slacking off, stroking his chin as he begins to analyze their situation. Since his coworkers are high-level emotional entities, their daily resource consumption must be absolutely massive compared to his own. They clearly require far more energy than him, and that realization sparks a sudden glimmer of hope inside his chest. He smugly plans to ask them for advice, thinking that they seem incredibly relaxed and do not look busy at all. Since they are doing zero work, they must have secured a highly stable supply channel for their emotional resources. Deep in the quiet night, soft sighs echo through the break room as he prepares for whatever comes next. The pink-haired young man Chen Ju and the girl Jia Qi are both fast asleep, totally crashed out in their cozy beds. But out in the office area, the fiery war of words between the bearded simulator guy and the synthetic youth is still going strong, with no end in sight. They are pointing fingers and yelling in each other's faces. Watching this chaotic mess, Chang Mo silently calculates, hoping they might drop some clues or inspiration. He turns to the side and asks why those two are still screaming at each other. Fan Shuqi calmly explains that because they are agitated emotion entities, they really do not worry about losing control at all. He then lifts his teacup, smiling with pure smug satisfaction as he takes a sip. He tells him to look at a truly seasoned, agitated emotion entity like him. Chang Mo glances at the wall clock, which shows it is already break time. He dully concludes that as an agitated emotion entity, the most crucial thing is maintaining inner peace. That is vital for peak performance. The procrastination girl pipes in with a bright laugh, saying he really knows nothing at all. Those agitated emotion entities will keep on fighting, all the way until dawn breaks. Then she leans back and boasts proudly that as for her, she is a procrastination emotion entity. You know how procrastination works? She just wants to delay absolutely everything in her life, even her own bedtime, leaving Chang Mo completely speechless and staring blankly. Seeing this, the bespectacled guy decides to get straight to the point, asking the seniors how they manage to secure enough daily emotional resource intake. Hearing a topic she loves, the procrastination girl excitedly waves her pen, saying he asked the right person since she has tons of experience in solving that exact problem. Chang Mo's eyes light up, asking if that is really true, but she just squints her eyes and gives some incredibly terrible advice. If you just refuse to level up to Phase 2, then you will never have to worry about your daily intake, right? Chang Mo stands frozen, his brain running complex math equations just to process this absolutely wild logic she just threw out. Meanwhile, the girl keeps rambling on and on about her lazy philosophy. See, as long as she stays at street level, she only needs to pamper her emotions a little bit every day. She can survive comfortably without taking any risks, just being lazy and drifting through life. No need to rush. Do not want to do it today. Just leave it for tomorrow. Do not want to do it tomorrow, then wait until the day after. She spreads her arms wide like a sage achieving enlightenment. Is there any life better than this? Her attitude leaves the poor guy utterly speechless once again. The muscular guy finally steps in to save the day, explaining that she is actually a very special and rare case. Procrastination entities are rare, meaning they always bring extra value and provide some pretty great support for the entire team. But for relatively common emotion entities like them, just drifting along is not that easy. Chang Mo nods. He tells the senior that with his high level, his daily emotional resource intake must be massive. The man quickly replies that is exactly correct before starting to explain the whole process in detail. Actually, the Bureau does provide a monthly allowance of emotional resources, but that supply only covers 70% of their daily needs. Pausing for a moment, his face turns serious as he drops the final catch. You have to earn the rest yourself by trading merit points. Chang Mo takes notes and asks if trading merit points is like performance bonuses in corporate companies. The muscular guy snaps his fingers, saying that is spot on. Chang Mo wonders again if they have any key performance indicators because from what he has actually seen, everyone looks pretty relaxed with their jobs. Suddenly, the procrastination girl gets startled by his words, dropping her notebook. The entire room suddenly freezes for a second. Then the scene shifts to a romantic garden, where the pink-haired Erin is lost in her thoughts, believing things are perfectly fine this way. A handsome knight gently holds her hand. She silently thinks that Lord Ferdinand is just far too kind, and she always believed the person by his side should be someone bright and gentle. But then Ferdinand's face appears, stirring her heart. As he takes her hand, Erin looks up, her eyes already pooling with tears. When he gazes at her so softly, tears stream down her cheeks as she silently chokes up, realizing she cannot refuse him. Ferdinand is taken aback, utterly shocked by her sudden, unexpected tears. Feeling flustered, the young knight quickly apologizes to Lady Erin, admitting he might have forced his own selfish thoughts on her too much. He gently loosens his grip with deep regret, not realizing his actions would make her cry. Erin quickly replies that it is fine, brushing away her tears with eyes full of secret, unspoken love. She tells him she is just so happy having loved him from a distant past all the way until now. This sincere confession catches Ferdinand completely off guard, staring wide-eyed at the fragile girl standing before him. While the two of them are lost in their own little world, some onlookers pass by completely speechless at the sight. Flustered by their judgy stares, Erin awkwardly pulls her hands back, trying to create some respectable distance. But Ferdinand is not about to let her slip away so easily, immediately stepping forward to close the gap. He pulls her into a secure back hug, leaning close to whisper a warning about the prying eyes around them. He gently coos like a protective guardian, saying he cannot let anyone else see Lady Erin cry. He offers his shoulder as a sturdy shield to block out the rest of the world. Nestling in his chest, Erin's mind begins to wander, still feeling uneasy under all those critical gazes. She looks up with tearful eyes and anxiously asks if he truly believes she is not a bad person. Remembering the whispering nobles, her heart sinks because everyone out there believes she is absolute trash. Overwhelmed by self-doubt, she chokes up, warning that staying engaged to a rumor-plagued woman will only ruin him. She sniffles, deeply terrified that her terrible reputation is going to bring absolute disaster upon him. Amused by her silly worries, Ferdinand gently calls her name to calm her racing mind. He looks directly into her eyes and swears he has never once thought of her as a bad person. To reassure her, he drops a line that could melt any heart. Her very existence is his greatest blessing. She is no trouble at all, and he promises to clear her name no matter what it takes. He gently cups her cheek, telling her she cannot use this drama as an excuse to break things off. Completely won over by his pure sincerity, she looks up at him with a soft, obedient nod. Whispering that she understands, she resolves right then and there to do whatever Ferdinand wishes from now on. He holds her tight, his expression hardening with a fierce vow to protect his beloved until the very end. Resting his chin on her head, he sighs in relief and whispers a soft thank you to her. But leaning on this man, Erin's mind begins to wander back to the bitter realities of their situation. She sighs internally, knowing that proving her innocence is going to be a long, painful road. Sudden flashbacks hit her, especially the chilling image of her wicked stepmother holding a lace fan. She remembers how Ferdinand worked tirelessly to clear her name back then, just like he is doing now. That original investigation is what exposed all the vile schemes her stepmother had orchestrated behind her back. He had even managed to sniff out a terrifying mastermind pulling the strings from behind the scenes. But in a bitter twist of fate, he was never able to uncover that shadow leader's true identity. Knowing how cunning their enemies are, she has a bad feeling that history is about to repeat itself. But looking up at Ferdinand's handsome, sincere profile, a tiny spark of hope starts to flicker again. She firmly promises herself that this time their story will not end in another tragic dead end. Time flies by, and soon it is later that night. Staring into her vanity mirror, Erin freaks out. Oh no, her eyes are completely swollen from crying, and she is absolutely mortified by her reflection. She groans in embarrassment, wishing she had not shown such a puffy, tear-stained face to Ferdinand. Meanwhile, a chibi version of Ferdinand is clutching his heart elsewhere, thinking her swollen eyes were actually adorable. The scene shifts dramatically to a tense, dark room on the top floor of the academy. A white-haired villain scowls in frustration, muttering that he really cannot comprehend how things went so wrong. On the floor, he casually grinds his heavy boot heel into his subordinate's hand, ignoring his agonized screams. He mocks the man, asking what use is a knight who cannot even deliver a simple letter properly. The red-haired knight Loham kneels in agony, begging for mercy from the cruel prince standing over him. Prince Detrian glares with glowing eyes coldly, stating that useless trash deserves nothing but immediate disposal. Breaking out in a cold sweat, the terrified knight stammers that he made a grave mistake. Loham desperately bangs his head on the floor, begging for just one more chance to save his skin. Looking down at the pathetic scene, the arrogant Prince Detrian tilts his chin and mutters a cold fine. Since your desire to live is so intense, I will give you one chance, the prince coldly orders him. Cut off Aaron Research's hair and bring it to me, leaving the stunned knight to repeat her hair, the villain nods, confirming with a cruel smile that it is fine if he leaves a massive scar on her face in the process. In fact, the uglier the scar, the better. He casually adjusts his sleeves while dropping a quiet but chilling threat. If you do not want to do it, just speak up anytime. He smiles dangerously while conjuring a dark, lethal energy sphere. He continues his wicked warning, noting there are plenty of low-tier knights out there desperate for his high-ranking position. They are practically drooling over your elite knight status. Walking under the dim moonlight, the red-haired knight grinds his teeth, cursing his terrible boss in silence, thinking it is a pathetic, twisted hobby. Looking ahead to the future, he begins calculating. The second prince's victory banquet is happening in a few days. The prince knows full well his fiancée will be attending. Aaron Research is definitely going to be there, yet he still ruthlessly issued that order anyway. From this, the knight deduces a sinister plot. Cutting her hair is just an excuse, scarring her face and ruining her beauty is the real goal of his boss. But hold on, his mind takes a sudden wild turn. What if it is not just an excuse? He nods to himself, pleased with his own logic. If taking hair is the main goal, why seek trouble by cutting her face? I can just sneak in, snip a lock of hair, and slip away quietly. Cracking open the target's door, he plans it out. This way, he avoids getting caught for assault while keeping his honor as a knight intact. But then a cold chill hits him as he recalls the prince's devilish grin and the threat of execution. What if he misread the situation entirely? The prince might say he has no use for fools who cannot read the room, ordering him taken away to be eliminated. Begging for mercy in his mind, he stands frozen behind the door, sweating bullets with a massive blank stare in his head. He clutches his head completely, giving up on logic. To hell with it, he has no idea what is right anymore. Forget honor, he has to do both. Backed into a corner, the knight resolutely draws his gleaming sword from its sheath. Tiptoeing toward the bed where someone is bundled tightly under the covers, he mutters a quick prayer, asking for no grudges. Grabbing the edge of Aaron Research's blanket, he grits his teeth, justifying that his own life is hanging by a thread. With a sharp yank, he throws the blanket off, only to find nothing there, causing him to gasp in shock. She is not here, he panics, looking left and right for his missing target. Where on earth could she have gone? Where did she hide? But wait for it, a freezing voice suddenly cuts through the quiet right behind him. Are you looking for me? She asks. Cold sweat pouring, he spins around as she calmly calls out his intrusion. Breaking into someone else's room late at night without permission. Our female lead Erin steps out from the shadows looking incredibly cool, her eyes gleaming with absolute killer intent. Isn't that just a bit too rude of you, Knight Roham? Meanwhile, in a quiet room filled with warm sunlight, young Chang Mo sits dazed on the edge of his bed, facing his friend Jiaqi, whose hair is a bit of a messy tangle. She watches him anxiously before hesitatingly asking a question. So this is what happens when an emotional body lacks its specific emotional resources. Chang Mo replies calmly, trying to act like everything is fine, assuring her that it is nothing serious. I just need a little rest to recover. Thank you. Hearing this, Jackie's cheeks suddenly turn bright red, and she shyly taps her face in complete embarrassment. That is good, as long as you are okay. To escape the awkwardness, she hurriedly shuts the door and runs off, leaving behind a quick goodbye. Chang Mo stares after her, a massive question mark practically floating right over his head. Dazed, he turns to the black-haired girl next to him who serves as his system. Why did she suddenly blush? She just giggles, covering her mouth with a shrug. Chang Mo remains completely frozen, his brain lacking any energy to process this random romantic tension. A second later, dropping all pretense of dignity, he collapses face first onto the hard floor. He lies there utterly exhausted. The poor guy writhes on the ground, struggling to squeeze his hand into his pocket to search for something. Finally, he pulls out a crumpled tissue inside of which hides a single tiny blue crystal. It looks incredibly pathetic. With trembling hands and the desperate precision of a completely broke man, Chang Mo uses a needle to break off a shard so microscopic even bacteria would laugh. He sticks his tongue out to carefully place the tiny speck onto his tongue, swallowing this lifesaver as if he were savoring some absolute gourmet delicacy. The young man lies flat on his back, absorbing what little energy he just consumed, ignoring the world. Later, he finally finds the strength to sit up, leaning against the bed frame and letting out a heavy, exhausted sigh as the black-haired girl watches him. He couldn't help but click his tongue in awe. Seriously impressive. That crystal was only meant to last a day or two at most. Yet somehow he managed to stretch it to 3 days with some still left over. At this rate, he's bound to end up surviving on these tiny scraps for another couple of days. This is not a long-term fix, let alone using his power. Right now, he can barely even stand. Chang Mo adjusted his glasses, analyzing the situation with a deeply philosophical look. According to what the bureau chief said, the core issue was his total lack of contribution points. Without them, he couldn't hit the exchange center for those suppressing shackles. But the catch is, without those shackles, he has no food. Without any food, he can't unleash his strength. And without strength, how can he ever earn any contribution points. Talk about a vicious, inescapable cycle. Jang, his system companion, threw her hands up in utter helplessness. Even the most perfect plans get slapped down by reality. She was totally out of ideas, worried they might actually starve to death at this rate. But hey, look on the bright side. If they survived this ordeal, this forced starvation training would make his control over his emotional power incredibly precise. Didn't he notice his control was already so much more accurate? Finding her words reasonable, Chang Mo conjured some blue energy into his hand, nodding in agreement. It was true. Though he couldn't solidify the energy, the flow itself was exceptionally smooth. But then, he realized something. Why was he wasting precious energy testing this nonsense? Instant karma struck. The second his energy ran completely dry, the poor guy collapsed onto the floor for the second time today, landing right next to a crumpled scrap of paper. The crystal wrapper had a number 241568911425. Call me. Instantly, Chang Mo's mind raced, recalling the stunning woman in black lingerie who had confidently claimed they possessed a massive stockpile. He let out a heavy, exhausted sigh, clearly caught in a brutal mental battle over the temptation of begging a sponsor. Ultimately, Chang Mo swallowed his pride, his thin hands slowly folding up that lifeline of a note, saving it as an absolute last resort. The scene shifts to a grand government building, as the next day begins amidst loud, chaotic arguments. Dr. Liu, the distribution of essential supplies is strictly regulated by contribution points, and Chang Mo just joined the chaser squad. His point balance is a big fat 0. Inside the massive conference room, a man barks out, suppressing chains are a highly precious resource. How can we just hand them over so casually? The female doctor immediately fires back, fiercely defending her new recruit. Chang Mo contributed heavily before he even stepped foot in this bureau. The blonde Dr. Liu snaps back, glaring protectively. During that crazy incident at Hospital Number 2, the Roundtable executives fully recognized his special abilities and awarded him a bronze medal. Is that really not enough to exchange for a set of suppressing chains? The man, standing opposite, points his finger straight at Dr. Liu, raising his voice. You know exactly why he got that bronze medal. Besides, for a low-level rookie like him to demand precious, suppressing chains just to keep himself stable is utterly ridiculous. Hitting a nerve, Dr. Liu lowers her head, gritting her teeth to hold back her rage while the man keeps rambling on. Captain Liu, I told you that you could come to me if you had trouble, but that offer does not include covering for your subordinates and wasting public resources. At this point, she snaps. Captain Liu slams the table and stands up, releasing a terrifying murderous aura as she yells, what absolute garbage are you babbling about? The entire room flinches, staring at the furious captain. The man panics, trying to salvage his dignity. Captain Liu, even if you are a world-class fighter, you cannot simply ignore the discipline of our chaser squad. Completely cornered by Captain Liu's fierce glare, the coward quickly makes an excuse and flees for his dear life. I have a meeting, I must go. The moment he disappears, two female colleagues huddle up and start whispering. I never imagined our new captain was world-class. How many resources did she have to consume to reach that level? The resource demands of a world-class rank are terrifying, and now there is this Chang Mo guy. 2. Do you honestly think he is Captain Liu's kept boy toy? A muscular colleague nearby scoffs and sneers. Only at the city level and already demanding suppressing chains. My God, just thinking about the cost makes me shudder. This only fuels the girl's wild fantasies. An overbearing female boss spoiling and pampering her helpless little boy toy. The muscular guy rolls his eyes. Cut the nonsense, you guys are being way too loud. Hearing this, a young man in a hoodie, sitting in the corner, sneers loudly. As I've always said, this entire bureau is rotten to its very core. That bold statement draws everyone's eyes toward him, instantly plunging the entire office into an incredibly tense, suffocating silence. The silence is incredibly awkward. Ignoring all the trouble and whispering around him, Chang Mo silently shoves both hands into his pockets. He walks right back to his seat. The hoodie guy refuses to let it go, yelling at his retreating back that running away solves absolutely nothing. If he wants something, he should grind for contribution points by finishing missions himself instead of relying on women. Is he even a real man? A brown-haired girl quickly warns him to watch his mouth before he gets himself in trouble. What if he runs to Captain Liu and Mok Leo to snitch, but the guy just beats his chest, bragging that he is not afraid? He claims his conscience is completely clear. Meanwhile, messy-haired Jia Qi keeps her eyes glued to her weak friend, calling his name softly. Worried, she whispers to her pink-haired friend, Chen Jun, asking if they should stand up for Chang Mo. Everyone is totally misunderstanding the situation, but Chen Jun just shrugs it off, telling her that she should go ahead and speak up first. Jia Qi instantly shrinks back, stammering that she does not dare to do it and honestly has no idea what she would even say. She casts her eyes down and steps back, her mind locked in a fierce battle against her own crippling shyness. Suddenly, Jia tightens her fists with determination, telling herself that she can at least go comfort Chang Mo. She spins around and rushes out into the hallway like a small whirlwind desperately trying to catch up. Spotting his back ahead, she calls out. She hurries forward and taps her fragile colleague gently on the shoulder, offering all her sympathy. But the exact moment she touches him, Chang Mo's dull eyes go wide and he slowly turns around to look at her. Then, with a loud crash, the starved young man collapses backward onto the bright floor, completely out of energy. Jaichi panics and screams, asking what happened. Barely breathing on the floor, he replies that it is nothing major. He is just incredibly hungry and asks if she can help him back to his room. Later, we return to the office. Jaichi sits quietly in front of her computer, the stressful memory of what just happened rushing back to her. She remembers struggling to carry him to the clinic, his hands freezing cold and emitting a weak green energy that made her heart ache. Meanwhile, Chang Mo's hands are clenched together on his keyboard as he silently endures a tearing hunger for power. Shyly, Jia walks over to Senior Fan, who is stretching her arms, and asks how many points one gets for capturing Chen Zun. Senior Fan strokes her chin, guessing it must be massive since we are talking about a bounty with a ton of zeros. Jia eagerly asks if that amount of contribution points would be enough to trade for the suppressing shackles. Her senior teases her, asking if she wants those shackles for Chang Mo and if she actually has feelings for him. Blushing furiously, she waves her hands, denying it, and Senior Fan reassures her that it is more than enough. That firm confirmation fills Jia with immense hope, and with a sudden burst of determination, she makes a request. She asks Senior Fan for Chen Zun's file so she can study it thoroughly. As time slips away, sunset dyes the office red. Gathering her bag, the senior cheerfully waves goodbye to everyone, announcing that her shift is finally over. Other coworkers stretch and express their jealousy, saying their farewells. Before leaving, the senior drops by Jia desk. She stops by to check on little Jia, asking if she has managed to find any useful clues yet. Before she can answer, the hoodie guy wearing headphones pipes up with another sneering insult, calling Chen Zun the nation's top assassin. Except for one time years ago when they managed to lure him into a trap, there has been zero news of him. He mocks that a low-level rookie like her stands absolutely no chance of uncovering anything about someone so legendary. The senior comforts her, telling her to ignore that jerk. Brushing off the insult, Jia keeps her eyes glued to the screen. She quietly analyzes Chen Zun's file, whispering that he has committed far too many locked-room murders that seem completely impossible. Even dramas would not dare to write such insane scenarios. Suddenly, strange purple eyeballs, filled with galaxy-like patterns, begin to hover. They gather right over her head while she remains completely absorbed in her research, calling him a true living legend. Right over her head, she remains totally absorbed, whispering that he is a legend, her eyes beginning to glow. Her pupils dilate with heavy focus as she unleashes her clairvoyant ability, piercing through space to track him down. She clearly sees a purple-haired man casually playing on his tablet in the middle of some ruins. Startled, she gasps and announces to the entire office that she thinks she just found Chen Zun's location. He seems to be in an abandoned factory. Instantly, the lazy atmosphere in the office completely vanishes. Everyone whips around to stare at the rookie in absolute shock. The hoodie guy Chen Jun drops his jaw. He cannot believe his ears, muttering if she is serious. A mustached man holding a teacup smirks mockingly. He praises her talent, contrasting her with people who only know how to brag. Chen Jun feels targeted. Furious and embarrassed, Chen Zuan snaps, raising his voice in a desperate attempt to argue. Who knows if she is actually lying? Only she knows if she really saw anything. Clenching her fists, Jackie tearfully defends herself from the unfair accusation, insisting that she really did see it. Just then, Captain Lu pushes the door open, her intimidating presence filling the room as she asks what the noise is all about. The crowd quickly bows in respect. Eagerly, Senior Fan raises his hand to report the big achievement. Reporting to Captain Lu, little Jackie just used her emotional power to successfully track down the hideout of Chen Zun. He is hiding in an abandoned factory. Hearing the notorious criminal's name, Captain Lu's eyes widen in sheer disbelief and serious focus. Still refusing to back down, Chen Zuan quickly throws cold water on the excitement, scoffing at how useless this info is. Even if she did see him, there are tons of abandoned factories in Donghai City. How can she pinpoint the exact one? Senior Fan quickly argues that they can check them one by one, but Chen Zuan sneers. By the time you search them all, he will be long gone. Ignoring his mocking words, Jackie closes her eyes to focus on her vision once again for more clues. As her eyes glow with mysterious energy, she whispers under intense concentration, telling everyone that she can see something else now. Through her mental projection, she describes every tiny detail as a purple-haired man steps right out of the abandoned factory. Way in the background, there is a tall building with massive text written across the front. Sensing a major breakthrough, she shouts happily, reading the words "Wild International." Instantly, the muscular tech guy starts tapping on his keyboard to investigate. He pulls up the map, confirming there is indeed an abandoned factory right near that spot. Chen Zun is definitely hiding inside. However, the mustache uncle slowly sips his tea and cold-heartedly dampens their hopes once more, raising a valid concern. Knowing his location does not mean they can actually capture him. Last time, even a team led by a world-class elite failed to suppress him. He tells them to just drink their tea and stop wasting their energy on a hopeless mission. But wait, Chen Zuan, who was arguing against them earlier, suddenly turns completely serious, speaking with absolute unwavering confidence. He points to the confidential file in his hands, explaining that they have a real shot if they play this right. During the previous raid, they did not know Chen Zun possessed a power similar to teleportation, leaving them totally unprepared. Since then, the clever villain has never fallen for the same trick twice. Growing highly excited, Chen Zuan shares his strategy. They can easily ambush him now. He plans to request permission to use the suppression blade for the upcoming raid. Once that special suppression blade is successfully impaled into his body, his powerful emotional abilities will be completely sealed away. After that, a coordinated capture team will easily secure him. Having stayed silent this whole time, Chang Mo finally speaks up. Analyzing the new gear, he wonders if the suppression blade can really suppress emotional power and stop an emotional body from functioning. Could this high-tech weapon be highly similar to the legendary suppression chains, acting as an item that contains pure, unfiltered rationality? The solid and promising plan instantly convinces the mustache uncle to set down his tea, his eyes lighting up with sudden interest. He admits it definitely sounds like it is worth a shot, recalling that the bounty on Chenzun is insanely high. Wondering how many zeros are on that check, the large, muscular coworker leans back in his chair, daydreaming about the massive reward. He only knows that internal contribution points for catching him are dozens of times higher than any standard everyday mission. Hearing about the sheer fortune, Chen Zhuan's eyes turn red with greed as he gulps, calculating the huge split. If they catch him even after splitting the massive prize, it would easily fund an entire year of precious emotional resources. Unable to wait any longer, the three money-hungry men turn wild with fierce battle intent, their eyes burning as they shout. They urge the captain to deploy right now to bring Chen Zun to justice. But in stark contrast to their hype, Captain Lu keeps her head down, remaining ominously quiet. Slowly, she looks up cold-bloodedly, extinguishing their burning passion with a flat refusal. Her single direct denial instantly freezes the entire team gathered around the table, leaving them completely speechless and utterly stunned. Without explaining herself, Captain Lu orders them to rest, calling Chang Mo, Zhang Jiaqi, and Chen Zhuan to follow her. Outside the window, a brilliant sunset begins to fall, painting a corner of the sky in deep, fiery shades of red. Inside Captain Lu Qing's private office, the three summoned members sit quietly on the sofa waiting for their leader to speak. Unable to hide her growing curiosity, Jiaqi eagerly asks Captain Lu why they are not going after Chen Zun immediately. Turning her back to them, Lu Qing mysteriously points out that Jiaqi should not have loudly announced her vision earlier. This sudden warning leaves the young girl completely baffled, questioning why she had to keep such crucial information quiet. The female captain strictly reminds her that since they already suspect Hu Weiing, they must guard against spies lurking inside the team. Only now does Jackie realize her careless mistake, panicking because she did not consider the danger of a hidden mole. What should they do? Lu Qingyi pauses for a beat, letting the tension build before finally laying down the plan. For now, they just need to wait. Time slips away, and in the blink of an eye, night falls, painting the sky with quiet moonlight. Breaking the heavy silence in the room, Jiaqi activates her ability once again and reports that she can see him. Chen Zun is still inside that abandoned factory and has not moved. Captain Lu frowns, her mind working at a rapid pace. Why hasn't Chen Zun fled yet? If the chief has an informant inside their team, they definitely would have tipped him off. Chen Zun should have vanished ages ago. Lu Qingyi glances over the clueless faces of her colleagues standing nearby. She wonders if that means none of them are actually the chief's mole, or if the enemy simply does not care. Getting impatient, she imagines herself grabbing her suppression blade and slicing through everything in a mad frenzy. Maybe she should just take her weapon and head straight to that abandoned factory right now, brutal and direct. She will be careful not to accidentally kill him so they can use him to drag out the mastermind behind this. But common sense pulls her back as she looks at the complex blueprint. This is not going to be easy. It won't work. Jia Qi cannot track Chen Zun forever. Even if Lu rushed over right now, finding him inside is another story. She might not even pinpoint which corner he is hiding in. And if he escapes, things will get incredibly complicated. Through Chief Q, she realizes Chen Zun would learn the limits of Jia Qi's power and immediately find a way to adapt. He would hide in some featureless void. If that happens, they might truly lose his trail for good. Lu Qingjae scratches her head in sheer frustration, grumbling about how annoying this is. What on earth should she do now? Wouldn't it be easier to just take him out? She could level that entire abandoned factory to the ground. Fuming with rage, her eyes glow red with murderous intent as a wild idea sparks. Nova does not need to be that complex. She will go straight to Q Weiing. If he refuses to talk, she will simply end him right then and there. With that fiery emotional energy violently erupts around the captain, transforming her into a literal human torch. The crew on the sofa pale in terror. Seeing things spiral out of hand, Chang Mo steps up to put out the fire. He raises his hand, gathering a soothing, deep blue energy in his palm to cool down his raging boss. Without hesitating, Chang Mo swings his arm and launches the cool blue blast directly toward his fuming boss. The energy hits right on target, splashing over Lu Qingge like a bucket of cold water, snuffing out her rage. Thanks to the sudden cooldown, her dilated pupils shrink back and she finally recovers her usual calm sanity. She scratches her head with an awkward laugh, trying to cover her embarrassment with a weak excuse. She apologizes, admitting her emotions got slightly out of hand as the room falls into an awkward silence. Meanwhile, little Jia Qi is cowering in fear behind the sofa. Outside the window, the quiet night remains peaceful. The bright moon shines down as if nothing happened. Seeing her boss calm down, Jia Qi pokes her head out. She reassures her boss not to worry too much. Even if she cannot always see Chen Zun, she has a hunch. If she can just get closer to his location, his image will become much clearer, allowing her to track him constantly. Hearing this, Captain Lu immediately shuts down the idea. It is too dangerous for someone as weak as Jia Qi. If she gets ambushed during the raid, she won't survive. Lu refuses to let her take such a massive risk. Chang Mo sits in silence, pushing up his glasses as he calculates a bold strategy before speaking up to break the deadlock. He suggests they should actually bring the entire team along. Jia Qi widens her eyes in utter surprise. She questions why they would do that, wondering if he forgot about the spy. But Chang Mo remains completely unfazed. It does not matter at all, he analyzes, looking at the ceiling. They are already inside the Emotion Control Bureau. If Q Weighing is indeed their enemy, they are undoubtedly under constant surveillance through security cameras and tracking devices. There is simply no hiding from them. Jia Qi gasps, holding her face in shock, wondering if this room is bugged too. Chang Mo just shrugs, admitting nobody knows for sure. However, he offers a tiny sliver of hope. He explains that Yi Li already scanned the area, so this specific room should be completely safe from prying eyes. Captain Lu strokes her chin thoughtfully. While she agrees that worrying about leaks is pointless, bringing them along poses risks. What if they sabotage the raid and ruin the capture? Chang Mo calmly counters with an undeniable point. If they do, they will finally unmask the mole. He adjusts his glasses, his eyes sharp as he explains. Besides, there is absolutely no need to worry about the informant acting up, as they can turn it to their advantage. Even if this mission falls apart, Chen Zun won't just disappear. We are his real targets, so in the end, he's going to come looking for us anyway. Mapping out the strategy, he points at the simulated layout. During the mission, Sister Lu, you're in charge of protecting Jia Qi. With you guarding her, Chen Zun won't dare try to kill her. Jia Qi will use her clairvoyance to lock onto Chen Zun's exact location. Once we get that intel, our 3 city-level high-excitement emotional bodies will storm in with inhibitor blades to make the arrest. Those 3 are capable of staying awake for an entire week without any sleep because they're basically built for this. Holding up 3 fingers, Chang Mo confidently concludes that through this single operation, we are going to achieve at least 3 things. He lists them out clearly. First, by putting pressure on Chen Zun, we will force him to reveal more information about his abilities. Second, we will determine the specific mechanism and limits of Jia Qi's clairvoyance power. And third, we will get to see which team member is the one with problems and who is clean. Pausing for a beat, the office guy flashes a highly practical smile. And there's one more thing, too, because it gives everyone a chance to earn a massive amount of contribution points. Absolutely nothing builds team spirit better than a fat payday. Chang Mo's straightforward yet highly calculated declaration makes both the veteran captain and young Jia Qi stare at him like he's a bizarre creature. Seeing them both frozen, Chang Mo simply asks, "Is there something wrong?" Captain Lu exclaims in pure admiration, "Chang Mo, you are unbelievable. You just dissected such a complex situation with absolute clarity. Honestly, I feel like you are way more suited to be the captain than me," she confesses with relief. Because just a moment ago, she felt like she was standing right in the middle of a maze with countless paths opening up right in front of her, and she had absolutely no idea which direction was the correct one to take. Her heartfelt praise echoes in the room because after hearing his brilliant analysis, the road ahead instantly becomes clear to everyone. She thanks him, telling Chang Mo he's truly incredible. The calm young man simply replies, "I only performed well because you gave me the chance, Sister Lu. And of course it helps that I'm a very fast learner." At this moment, the pink-haired guy Fan Ji suddenly pitches a bold idea. "I propose that all field agents wear body cameras to sync live footage directly to the server, allowing us to monitor them in real time to spot any spies. Don't worry, I've already set up an encrypted server address inside the bureau, so the data is absolutely safe. Oh, and if everyone is worried about being secretly recorded or wiretapped, I can handle all those countermeasures too." Jia Qi's eyes go wide. With admiration, wow, you actually know how to do that. The guy winks mysteriously, warning her not to let his looks deceive her. He claims he's actually a scientist for real. That's impressive, and it leaves Captain Lu standing in deep thought. Is he really a scientist? What on earth is his background? Either way, with this setup, everything is resolved nicely, so she'll go apply for the inhibitor blades right now. They will depart immediately after to go and catch Chen Zun. No sooner said than done. Small glowing blue surveillance devices are tossed out, rolling across the top of the desk. Switching outside to the main office, the hoodie guy Chen Jun starts up his usual complaining routine. Why hasn't the captain and the others returned yet? The older colleague chimes in, adding fuel to the fire. Exactly, why haven't they returned, and what do you think they are doing behind your back? Easily provoked, Chen Jun raises his voice, sneering bitterly. Needless to say, right. They have definitely gone to catch Chen Zun without us. We aren't in her inner circle, after all, so there's absolutely no way she would share such a massive amount of contribution points with us. That is why I keep saying this bureau is completely rotten to the core. Just as he is passionately ranting, the older guy suddenly breaks into a sweat and quietly warns him to shut his mouth. But he still tilts his head up in defiance. What did I say? Something wrong. Suddenly, a cold shiver runs down his spine and the hoodie guy freezes as he realizes something is very wrong. Behind him, Captain Lu, Chang Mo, and Jackie are already standing towering right behind him, exuding an overwhelming dominant presence. The female boss stands with hands on hips, glaring at the talkative employee who constantly talks behind her back, sending the room temperature plunging to sub-zero. Chen Jun breaks into a cold sweat, desperately stammering out, Captain Lu. Instead of scolding him, Lu Qing steps forward and calmly issues a cold order. Everyone, hand over your phones to me. Also, these are surveillance devices, so wear them on your chest or collar. The hoodie guy immediately bristles, throwing his hands out in a tantrum. Captain Lu, not only did you confiscate our phones, but you also want us to wear surveillance gear full time. Do we have absolutely no human rights left? Seeing the tense situation, his two older colleagues rush over and kick him away. This idiot needs to stop babbling and listen to the captain, leaving him only able to sputter a weak protest. Lu Qingye folds her arms and calmly asks the silent staff, can you shut it? Flipping her hair, she regains her absolute boss energy. Time to announce the mission. Listen up. We are leaving immediately to capture Chen Zun. The gear you just put on, tactical cameras. They will record your every move. Pointing to the tactical board, she begins laying out their formation. To deploy the arrest squad, Shi Jianjia and his three-man decoy team will take charge of the capture. You will use inhibitor blades to secure Chen Zun. Her pen sweeps across the board, explaining the details. Zhang Jiaqi will scout Chen Zun's location from the outer perimeter of the factory, transmitting his position to the three of you. This will happen in real time while Chang Mo and I protect Zhang Jiaqi. For the technical support team, Shi assigns their roles, clearly ordering Chen Ju and Fan Qi to stay at headquarters. The captain sweeps her sharp gaze across the room. Any questions? They shout back a resounding no, and the office begins to buzz with excitement. They actually get to go capture Chen Zun. The mustachioed uncle immediately tries to suck up, claiming he always trusted Captain Lu. His coworker immediately calls him out bluntly, asking when on earth he actually said anything like that. But the party pooper Chen Jun raises his hand to interrupt, pointing straight at the glasses-wearing rookie. He questions her loudly, arguing that Captain Lu alone is enough to protect Zhang Jiaqi, so why is Chang Mo tagging along? He is only city level and completely useless after all. Chen Jun continues his petty, highly annoyed rant. If he goes, he will only leech off our hard work. This time, his two older colleagues cannot take it anymore. They lunge forward and put him in a tight headlock, telling him to shut his mouth if he cannot speak properly. But he stubbornly argues back, demanding to know what exactly Chang Mo is even good for. Sensing the awkward tension, in trouble, Chang Mo glances at his boss and tries to back out, admitting he easily loses control lately. So maybe it is best if he stays. Zhang Jiaqi calls his name in worry while Captain Lu frowns. But Chen Jun acts like he hit the jackpot, gloating triumphantly that a mere city-level rookie who cannot control himself will only be a massive deadweight dragging them down. This completely snaps Captain Lu's remaining patience. She snaps, asking if he is finally done babbling before losing her temper and summoning a glowing energy chain. She raises it high, ready to teach this insolent jerk a very swift crash course in basic manners. His colleagues quickly hold back the terrified Chen Jun, who is now sweating bullets under her furious gaze. But instead of whipping the chain at the arrogant loudmouth, Captain Lu surprisingly turns around and looks at Chang Mo. She tells him to take it, leaving him completely stunned, his eyes wide behind his glasses. He stares at the glowing item in his hands, his mind racing with absolute shock at this unexpected gesture. Realizing it is a suppressor chain, he nervously asks if this is really for him. She calmly replies that the Bureau assigned it to her to stabilize her emotions, so he should keep it for now. The boy hesitates, but she cuts him off generously, telling him he can just return it once he earns enough contribution points. Or actually, she tells him to just forget about returning it at all. A low-level employee like Chang Mo would never dare to casually accept such a precious item. Adjusting his glasses, he hesitantly asks if this is really appropriate. Suddenly, Captain Lu steps forward and gently rests her hand on his slender shoulder, looking straight into his eyes. She delivers a line straight out of a cheesy romance drama saying that compared to those cold chains, he does a much better job at keeping her calm, demanding he stay by her side. The surrounding men watch this dramatic moment and immediately burst into cheers, while the utterly ignored Chen Jun can only seethe with pure jealousy. Meanwhile, young Jiaki and the pink-haired guy sweat nervously, thinking everyone has completely misunderstood the situation. Ignoring the chaos, Captain Lu gets right back to business, demanding to know if there are any final questions. A resounding no echoes through the room, and the team prepares to move out. Meanwhile, Chang Mo's phantom system hovers right beside him with a massive question mark over her head. The system girl flies around asking why he looks so incredibly gloomy. Unhappy. Can a rational, emotional construct even feel unhappy? Meanwhile, under the quiet cover of the night, the scene shifts to a glowing phone screen belonging to a mysterious figure. A coded message arrives at 10:12 p.m. stating that the target seems to be the Eagle. Chief Q Weiing stares at the text with a heavily aged face, his expression completely neutral and unbothered. He slowly turns and walks toward the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out over the sprawling city. As city lights flicker on a phone call is made, "Hello, Miss Song." Under the quiet night sky, an abandoned factory looms ahead. It looks like a dark, freezing fortress. Inside, a terrified lackey nervously asks, "What are we going to do now?" The purple-haired thug Chen Zun sits relaxed, flashing a sinister smile. "Do you even need to ask?" His eyes flash with a wicked purple light, as he smugly mutters, "Is this not absolutely perfect?" Meanwhile, a luxury SUV is speeding down a dark, empty highway, heading straight toward that abandoned factory. Inside the vehicle, Captain Lu sits in the front passenger seat, reporting the latest situation, and everything is completely normal with absolutely no tracking devices found on anyone. The mustache uncle sitting behind the wheel grins and replies, "Good." He quickly glances in the rearview mirror to reassure Jiaki, who is currently shrinking back in terror. "Don't worry at all, Captain. Lu is a world-class powerhouse. Once she unleashes her emotional monster, you will be absolutely completely safe." Hearing this, Jiaki leans forward curiously. "Oh, is that really true?" Captain Lu quickly speaks up to keep expectations realistic. "My emotional monster is actually pretty unique. If I release it at such an incredibly close distance, I'm afraid both Jiaki and Chang Mo will die even faster than Chen Zun, leaving the uncle breaking out in a cold sweat." "What really?" Meanwhile, beside him just waves his hand with a laugh. "Chill out, Captain. Lu is world-class. Even without unleashing her monster, she can easily keep you guys perfectly safe." The mustache uncle happily starts buttering her up, thanking Captain Lu for this opportunity. He asks if they can participate in this major arrest operation, suggesting they find a nice place to celebrate tomorrow. They can even treat it as a welcome party for the two newcomers, but their cold female boss replies, "We will discuss that after this operation is successfully over." Amidst all their chatter, the phantom system whispers right in Chang Mo's ear. They look so incredibly relaxed. Could they be too careless? While his colleagues are still chatting away on and on about reserving a table at Lao Tzu's restaurant, Chang Mo calmly talks back to the system, saying everyone seems pretty safe. The phantom system crosses her arms, analyzing the situation with pure confidence. This female doctor is exceptionally strong even in a place like Donghai City. A world-class entity capable of taking her down in a direct head-to-head duel shouldn't even exist. She doesn't believe that the enemy could mobilize 3 world-class entities just to launch a direct attack on him right now. Because if they had that kind of insane power, why didn't they use it during the attack on Hospital Number 2? She floats in the air confidently, arguing that since this is the absolute center of Donghai City, if any world-class entity makes a sudden move, all the other powerhouses will detect it instantly. She even reminds him that the waters of Donghai City run incredibly deep, while 3 world-class entities are undeniably strong. Trying to sweep through here is something that they still completely lack the power to actually achieve. Shrugging smugly, she wraps up her analysis with a smile, insisting that with her protection, it is almost impossible to imagine him in any real danger. Hearing this, Chang Mo nods to himself, wondering if the captain is truly that powerful. Just then, the car rolls down a completely deserted street. The driver interrupts his thoughts, saying they just need to cross the next intersection. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew keep joking around, boasting about getting a massive discount at the restaurant, but his coworker tells him to stop exaggerating since they discount everyone. Suddenly, the car zooms past a dark hooded figure standing completely still like a ghost right on the roadside. Sensing an instantly chilling surge of murderous intent, Captain Lu narrows her eyes, staring vigilantly out the window. Under the dim flickering streetlights, the face of the suspicious figure hidden behind the gray hood is slowly revealed. Captain Lu's eyes instantly widen, her pupils shrinking in absolute shock. The mysterious hooded figure possesses a rugged, familiar face, with a highly familiar mustache. It is none other than Zhao Yan. Without a single second of hesitation, female captain's eyes flare with a demonic red light packed with explosive energy. In a split second, the windshield shatters, and Lu Qing leaps out of the speeding car like a streak of red lightning. She roars in absolute fury Zhao Yan, as she unleashes an earth-shattering blow onto the pavement, creating a blinding explosion that rips the night apart. Sudden violent emergency brake sends the SUV shaking heavily, throwing everyone inside into a chaotic, tangled mess. Outside, the assassin Zhao Yan glares through his glasses with ice-cold eyes, swinging a massive death scythe downward. Completely unfazed, Captain Lu summons her energy spear, blocking his massive, fiery red attack head-on with ease. She swings her weapon, plunging directly into the chaotic energy field while shouting that he won't be escaping her this time. Escaping. However, his giant energy scythe instantly slices through the air, flying straight toward the vulnerable SUV and forcing everyone inside to kick open the doors and leap to safety. Landing hard, the hooded guy panics and screams. While struggling to get back up, what on earth just happened? Suddenly, Yi Li's voice rings out, sounding extremely annoyed. Chang Mo pushes up his glasses, his mind racing. That fool actually managed to spot Zhao Yan. Coincidence? Absolutely not. But how did the enemy even know they would be here? It makes no sense. The order to capture Chen Zun was last minute and only a select few knew the plan. Plus, everyone's phones were confiscated. They had no way to send a message out. Chang Mo scans his recovering teammates, wondering if there's a mole. Did someone use a different trick to leak the intelligence? Or did the enemy find out about their raid some other way? But right now, there is no time to overthink this. They must act immediately. No hesitations. He turns to Chen Jun, warning him that the situation is critical and they need to abort the mission immediately. Chen Jun just stares in confusion, but the hothead next to him immediately snaps and refuses to back down. He insists the mission goes on, claiming Chen Zun is only city level and that he can easily take him down alone. What does a measly district-level rookie like Chang Mo know anyway? If he is too scared, he can just run home. The hothead confidently rallies the veterans behind him, and the greedy muscleheads immediately agree to press on. Cold sweat drips down Chang Mo's face. He cannot believe how blindly these guys are being driven by raw greed. They only care about racking up contribution points. Talk about a massive mistake. Suddenly, a swarm of strange drones buzzes in. Glowing with an eerie green light, the drones project a massive holographic screen right onto the factory wall. The entire team freezes in shock. The screen shows a middle-aged couple bound and gagged, squirming in absolute terror. Chang Mo scowls, trying to make sense of the situation. Who are these hostages, and why project this now? He questions the bizarre setup of drones, projections, and captives, but next to him, young Jia Qi goes completely pale. Her eyes widen in pure horror, her voice trembling as she calls out to the two captive figures on screen. They are her parents. Chang Mo turns to his devastated teammate, realizing she has walked right into a psychological trap. Jia Qi looks completely broken, the life drained from her face. That is when Chang Mo gets a terrible bad feeling. His sharp eyes narrow. Before he can react, Chen Zun materializes from thin air, swinging a glowing red blade. The red blade grazes Jia Qi, forcing a painful scream from her. Chen Zun just sneers with sadistic glee. Jia Qi falls backward. Cold night air. Fresh blood splattering everywhere. The brutal damage is fully done. Wicked blood-red thorns erupt on her delicate arm, tearing through her skin in a brutal display of power. Chang Mo rushes over to support her as she wails. He realizes in horror what kind of energy this is. It is the power of resentment itself. He stares at the sinister weapon, realizing it is fueled by pure malice. No time is wasted. Chen Zun immediately flickers forward like a ghost poised to strike again. He swings his blade directly at the two veterans, who flare up with crimson energy to meet his charge head-on. Filled with hyped-up energy, they throw heavy punches, but the mustached veteran suddenly freezes in utter disbelief. The target has vanished. Jia Qi screams a warning from the sidelines, telling him that the enemy is right behind him. A sudden chill runs down his neck. It is already too late to dodge this threat. Chen Zun moves like lightning, slipping past their defense and taking them down in the blink of an eye. The other brawler roars in fury as Chen Zun grabs him from behind and slams him face first into the concrete. Debris scatters everywhere under the heavy impact. Chen Zun just sneers mockingly, praising their impressive speed. He calmly pulls a small remote control from his pocket, a highly sinister grin spreading across his face. He presses the button, releasing a massive surge of green electricity that brutally shocks the captive parents. Forced to watch her parents suffer, Jia Qi breaks down completely. Her desperate screams instantly echo out. Her eyes overflow with tears as her deep resentment begins to flare up more violently than ever. The sadistic killer sneers and calls her slow, asking if she finally understands the brutal reality of her situation. He tells her to stay quiet and behave as he stands behind her impaled comrade, issuing the loud challenge. He dares her to watch him slaughter all her friends. Despite his heavy injuries, the mustached veteran glares back. Veins bulge across his face as his raw emotions reach a boiling point, but crimson thorns suddenly erupt. They pierce through his body from every direction. As Chen Zun laughs maniacally, Captain Lu turns to Chang Mo. Lu asks if Chang Mo can spot the killer who has vanished once again while the system AI works fast. She frantically searches for the target before widening her eyes in sheer terror, screaming a warning to look left. Turning around, Zhang Jiaqi gasps as Tran Tan suddenly appears, pressing his glowing red blades right against her chest with a wicked grin. She screams in absolute despair as her friend is stabbed and thrown back. He just glares at Chang Mo with total contempt. "What is the rush?" he asks mockingly. Poor Chang Mo collapses, sharp spikes digging deep into his body. His helpless colleague can only watch in horror. Tranton shifts his gaze to his next target, letting out a cold laugh. "You are next," he growls. But in this life or death moment, the muscular giant suddenly leaps in to shield them. He blocks Tranton to keep Zhang Jiaqi safe from death. His face contorts in pure rage as his eyes flash with power. Extreme emotional energy is about to explode. He holds the young girl tight, unleashing everything to block the deadly blow. Instantly, a massive glowing red emotional beast emerges like a demon from that explosive burst of aura. Tranton stares at the towering beast without a single hint of fear. Instead, he just laughs in sheer excitement. "An emotional monster," he sneers. The red beast swings a massive fist, smashing the ground and forcing the killer to jump. He leaps high into the air to dodge the devastating strike. The beast roars toward the heavens, shaking the very air. The impact shakes the entire area. Fact Qian in his giant beast form roars to reassure a terrified Zhang Jiaqi. "Don't be afraid. We will protect you with our lives," he yells as she desperately cries for Chang Mo. Watching from afar, Tran Tuan sighs in relief. "Good. Old Fox shielded Zhang Jiaqi. Those wrathful blades pack serious high-level emotion energy, but with our excitement-type bodies, we can still hold this defense line." But looking back at Chang Mo lying lifeless on the ground, he clicks his tongue. That kid is totally done for. He brought this on himself. But then Tran Tuan clutches his case. He realizes he is the only one who can break this deadly deadlock. The suppression blade is right in his hands. Tran Tan hasn't noticed him yet. He needs a clever strategy, a single lethal strike to end it all. Meanwhile, talk about a plot twist, Chang Mo's corpse suddenly opens his eyes, wondering how he is even alive. Sure, it hurt like absolute hell at first, but floating casually next to him, Yi Li explains his situation. He has leveled up now, so basic physical attacks won't kill him easily. The enemy would need to strike multiple times. At least 2 or 3 more consecutive hits are needed. Plus, rational, emotional bodies naturally possess insane defense stats. They are built like absolute tanks. Chang Mo realizes the wrathful power in that weapon did not actually hurt that much. Honestly speaking, it actually felt even weaker than old Lu's terrifying attacks back at Hospital Number 2. Yi Li shakes her head, explaining that those dual blades are provincial-level weapons, technically far stronger than old Lu. But since he evolved to Stage 2, he has already built up a massive resistance to that specific wrath attribute. That is why it feels like a mere mosquito bite. He nods, muttering that being stabbed still feels incredibly weird. He narrows his eyes at the enemy as a sudden plan forms. He asks Yi Li if he can use his stone power. By binding Tran Tan with his stone power, can he disable the killer's annoying teleportation and invisibility tricks? Yi Li shuts him down immediately. Theoretically, yes, but he is currently too weak, and the enemy would break free instantly. Even absorbing a suppression chain wouldn't provide enough energy. Plus, the moment Tran Tan realizes he has crowd control skills, he will be on high guard. He won't get a second chance to pin him down. She points toward the briefcase. The key to turning this whole fight around is the suppression blade locked inside that weapon box. His earlier guess was right. Both the blade and chains are made from rationality, but the blade packs a much stronger attack. She maps out a plan right away. He needs to touch that blade, absorb its energy, and use his evolved power. Only then can he capture Tran Tan. Chang Mo glances over at Tran Tuan, sneaking near the box, wondering. Would he really just hand it over, he wonders. Yi Li sneers, saying if he won't give it, they will take it by force. At the battle, the giant emotional beast slams a heavy fist down, shattering the earth and sending debris everywhere. Yet Tran Tan is incredibly agile, slipping past the blow with ease as he prepares to launch a counterattack. Fact Qian roars heroically, using his massive body as an absolute shield for a terrified Zhang Jiaqi huddled beneath him. His massive arms take the brunt of Tran Tan's sharp energy slashes. Nearby, Tran Tuan sneaks a look at the fierce fight. Sweating heavily, he grits his teeth. He knows his once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a move has finally arrived. Meanwhile, Chang Mo lies perfectly still, playing dead like a corpse. He slowly raises his hand, secretly gathering stone energy. He prepares to strike, his blue stone energy glowing faintly. The chaotic battlefield is now split into two clear fronts. While a brutal battle rages on, two sneaky opportunists plot to steal the treasure briefcase, and Chen Jun eagerly places his hand on the latch, gently flipping it open to access this life-saving case. But the moment the lid pops open, his face suddenly pales, his eyes widening in sheer shock. Inside rests the suppressor blade, emitting a mesmerizing, mystical blue glow. Chang Mo, lying on the ground, glances over, watching his associate's every single move. A surge of blue blade energy suddenly erupts, casting a brilliant aura that tears through the night. Chen Jun trembles, reaching out his hand to grab the priceless blade. But then a sharp crescent of slash energy tears through the wind, flying right past his wide eyes. The hoodie-wearing guy's hand instantly freezes mid-air, barely inches above the wooden box. The radiant blue sword aura sweeps past completely, shutting down the opportunist's greedy attempt. Suddenly, another hand, moving even faster, swipes in decisively, snatching the hilt of the suppressor blade. Chen Jun looks up with a look of pure panic, with cold sweat dripping down his face. Chang Mo, still on the ground, narrows his eyes, sensing how bad this situation is. The culprit is none other than Chen Jun. He stands there with a smug grin, completely crushing the hoodie guy's spirit. Looking down with absolute contempt, Chen Jun lets out a highly arrogant laugh. "Did you really think I wouldn't notice? Sneaking off to a corner with that precious briefcase. Oh, so this is the famous suppressor blade brought here just for me." Right then, the massive emotion monster roars in pure, unbridled rage, unleashing a devastating heavy punch right at his head. "You bastard," it screams. But Chen Jun effortlessly swings the stolen blade, unleashing a deadly slash that sends the monster howling in agony. Shi Jian screams in pain as his beastly form begins to dissolve under the sheer weight of rational energy. Chen Jun laughs maniacally, raising his red-hot short blade to finish things. He leaps high into the air, aiming his lethal, glowing weapon straight at the vulnerable Chang Mo, who is desperately shielding poor Jia Qi below. Chen Zun's fiery blade strikes, but suddenly grinds to a halt right against Chang Mo's solid blue stone shield. But instead of being frustrated by the block, the psycho grins like a madman. So, what if he can't slash through it? In an instant, he thrusts the sharp, glowing blue suppressor blade directly into Chang Mo's shoulder, spraying fresh blood everywhere. The weapon pierces straight through the fragile scholar's shoulder in a display of pure brutality. Chen Jun then ruthlessly rips the blade out, causing fresh blood to spray into the air. This vicious wound seems to completely drain the life from Chang Mo, and he collapses heavily onto the cold ground. The smug assassin leaps backward with a wide grin. Poor Jia Qi looks up, her face completely pale with terror. Chang Mo lies there staring at the sky, his eyes dull and lifeless, as if his soul has departed. Yet, deep in his mind, the bespectacled boy still wonders blankly, did he really screw everything up? But at that exact moment, a blue light erupts from his skeleton in a brilliant blue glow, accompanied by a soft, mysterious whisper. The instant recovery emulator is immediately activated. Notification screens flash rapidly, repeatedly displaying that the system is restoring. Massive amounts of rational energy from the legendary suppressor blade begin flooding directly into his body without limit. Chang Mo stands in a vast sea of energy, completely satisfied, as he yells internally he is finally full. And get this, back in the real world, Chen Jun stares down at the body with a smug grin, thinking that kid is history. Waste no time, he raises his blade and charges straight at poor Jia Qi with a cruel roar. Now it is her turn to die. But out of nowhere, Chang Mo stands up like a god, using his bare hand to stop the sharp blade dead in its tracks. The assassin's eyes widen in absolute horror, cold sweat pouring down his face. How is this guy still alive? Floating nearby, Yi Li cheers in pure excitement, calling out, "Chang Mo, wake up, you finally have the power to take Chen Jun down." Behind his cracked glasses, Chang Mo's eyes twitch slowly, regaining their razor-sharp focus as his pupils contract, radiating a freezing, overwhelming aura. Once his vision fully locks in, an invisible, crushing pressure suddenly explodes, freezing the entire area. He glances down at sobbing Jia Qi and softly reassures her with a gentle nod. Looking down at his hand glowing with blue energy veins, he analyzes the weapon, which has been feeding him pure energy. He lightly taps his heel against the ground, silently spreading stone tentacles beneath the surface. He must proceed carefully. This capture has to stay completely quiet. Sensing imminent danger, Chen Jun quickly leaps backward as Chang Mo coldly declares there is no escape. "You cannot escape." Right then, Tran Tuan charges in like a beast, swinging a glowing red fist of pure fury as he roars. "Do not look down on me." Tran Tuan frowns, completely annoyed by this pest suddenly crashing his party. Tran Tuan puts absolutely everything into a heavy, thunderous slam, kicking up massive dust and forcing the assassin to immediately cloak himself and retreat. Chang Mo stares blankly at the empty ground, sighing in disbelief at this total idiot who actually managed to scare Tran Ton right out of his boots. Flashing police lights rip straight through the silent night, exposing a completely wrecked battlefield where three beaten combatants are sprawled helplessly on the ground. Strange, bizarrely shaped white energy remnants still float in the air above the rubble, looking like a bunch of lingering phantoms. From high above, the entire bustling city intersection looks like a post-apocalyptic wasteland caved in as a massive cracked sinkhole. Blood dripping down his face, Chang Mo pushes up his glasses, annoyed. Why does backup have to show up right now of all times? Seriously, why now? Just then a sharp commanding click echoes as a proud high heel steps directly into the chaos. The owner of those heels is a stunning, drop-dead, gorgeous woman. Crossing her arms confidently, she speaks up. Hey Chang Mo, Zhang Jackie, relax and let Big Sis handle the rest. Meanwhile, Chen Ju pokes his head out of a police cruiser. He scratches his head, grinning sheepishly. Sorry I am late, buddy. The second things went south, I ran to get help. Chang Mo is left completely speechless, only sighing that it is fine. Ignoring the squad, the woman strides forward. She stands alone, fearlessly confronting the killer Tran Ton under the flashing police lights. Tran Ton narrows his eyes, highly alert. He growls out her name. Tu Vien. She just smirks mockingly and fires right back, asking if the top assassin of Great Xia truly knows her. Tran Ton sneers arrogantly. Of course he does. She is the daughter of the chairman of Star Arts Entertainment. Her ability, joyful emotion, is one of the very few powers in their bureau actually worth taking note of. Hearing her opponent praise her out of nowhere, Tu Vien widens her eyes, slightly surprised but definitely amused. The very next second, a blinding blast of energy erupts, sweeping across the harbor and completely leveling the area. Yet Chang Mo just stands there completely unfazed, watching the madness play out like it is cheap neighborhood drama. Standing in the blinding light, Tran Ton remains completely unharmed, mocking her. Don't bother trying to ambush me with your joy anymore. It is totally useless. He turns to slip away, throwing out some trash talk just to save a little face. Do not assume I am sparing you out of respect for your father, Tu Vien. I hope you can sleep well tonight. Laying down his own dramatic exit, he shoots straight up into the night sky, shouting back a warning to the entire bureau. We have got a long way to go, so let us enjoy this game. With that, the assassin vanishes into the dark. He leaves behind only a faint afterimage as he flees. Soon after, the police units quickly disperse to clean up the ruins. Tu Vien quickly turns to check on him, asking if he is okay since he is covered in blood. But the tough guy just calmly replies that he is fine. Even after a near-death experience, he is already asking questions. He frowns, asking how things are going on Captain Lu Qing's end. Tu Vien just smiles brightly, waving her hand reassuringly. Just relax, she tells him confidently. Captain Lu Qing has already handled everything on her side. But the truth is not so simple. Across another part of the city, under the full moon, wild crimson energy beams are literally tearing the sky apart. There is absolutely nothing peaceful about this situation. Instead, a massive blood-red sphere of raw energy is consuming the buildings. From high above, this massive glowing red orb looks like a pure bomb of raw emotion ready to level the city. In the dead center of this mental explosion stands a glowing red entity with long hair whipping wildly in the storm. The surging, chaotic energy condenses into a massive, spiked demonic arm that begins ruthlessly crushing absolutely everything around it. Pity any poor soul facing this wrath. A man is sent flying head over heels into the air wearing glasses and a mustache. His face is battered and bloody, gritting his teeth through this horrific torture. Before he can even touch the ground, a blinding red energy pillar blasts straight down from above, slamming him face first into the stone floor without mercy. The mastermind behind this peaceful scene is none other than Captain Lu Qing herself. She is gritting her teeth in pure rage. Her eyes glow a terrifying blood-red color as she roars out repeatedly. You bastard, you complete bastard. Standing in this blood-soaked field of killing intent, Captain Lu Qing uses thorny vines to tightly bind her prey. She screams like a maniac. Did you kill the director? You dare kill the director, I will kill you. Her face is absolutely terrifying right now, her glasses reflecting the deep red glow of her immense burning hatred. There is absolutely no way she is letting him walk away from this after what he did. Her face turns terrifying, glasses reflecting a dark red light of absolute hatred. But things are about to get even worse. But a faint spark of rationality suddenly flashed in her mind. She realized the busy commercial district was right ahead, thinking to herself that if she didn't stop right now, that surging crimson energy wrapping around her like the wings of death would descend onto the buildings, bitterly realizing she would flatten this entire city. Deep inside her mind, the dark whispers of demonic emotions began to manipulate her. They were just ants, let them die. The world had plenty of humans, so who would care if a few perished? Human lives were completely worthless. Kill them, kill whatever she hated, and slaughter anyone who stood in her way, anything that opposed. Her will had to die. She only wanted to avenge her director. Standing right on the thin line of complete Madness, the image of her beloved director, flashed before her eyes. Unconsciously, she muttered the title of director once again like a splash of cold water to her face, making her bloodshot eyes regain focus. Trembling, she called out to him one more time. Distant memories flooded back, showing a younger Captain Lu slumped over a pile of books in total frustration. Right next to her was the kind old director gently tapping her head with a scroll calling her Jian Dai. He always warmly smiled while examining patients, while she stood by his side quietly taking notes like an obedient student. She also remembered those peaceful moments, when the old man would sunbathe and knit by the window while she smiled and waved goodbye to him before starting her shift. Thanks to him, she had spent days filled with bright laughter alongside all her fellow colleagues at the hospital. He was the one who inspired her to gently hand sweet candies to a young patient lying in a hospital bed. That small handful of candy carried the priceless warmth she herself had once received. Snapping back to reality, Captain Lu tightly shut her eyes, painfully casting away the dark thoughts, remembering how the director taught her that human life was too precious. She could never go back to her old self, and she wouldn't let his precious teachings go to waste. Holding on to every ounce of control as she nearly lost herself to the darkness, she grit her teeth and gripped her crimson blade. She had to stop immediately. Captain Lu let out a desperate, heart-wrenching roar to halt, releasing the massive buildup of fired energy harmlessly into the sky. Deprived of all her strength, her legs gave out, and she collapsed onto the cold ground. She slumped down in a battered state, her hair messy and complete exhaustion visible in every breath. Lowering her head, Captain Lu let out a sigh of relief, whispering that she could still control herself. But then she blankly stared at her surroundings in a long, heavy silence. The price of that control was a chaotic battlefield of ruined, shattered buildings and crumbling concrete walls stretching down the street. By the next morning, the scene shifts to a luxurious villa belonging to the influential Song family in Donghai City. On the television screen, a news anchor reports live that at 2 a.m. last night, an explosion occurred between Unity Road and Linchuang Road. Fortunately, because it happened late at night, in a commercial area, there were only a few minor injuries. Watching the news, the brown-haired girl, holding her tablet, clicked her tongue in surprise. She noted how incredibly fast the response was having already evacuated all the civilians beforehand. Meanwhile, the bearded man calmly took a drag from his cigarette, betting that the moment she appeared, someone on their side had immediately taken action. The girl nodded in agreement, wondering how many world-class entities in Donghai City had actually been alerted by that massive and terrifying level of chaos. Recalling the horror of the previous night, the bearded man analyzed that except for the one station at the bureau, the old chairman of Singye Group, every single world-class entity he knew of had shown up. If she had completely lost control, the combined power of those entities would definitely have been enough to put her down for good. Hearing this, the girl looked completely stunned, questioning if Captain Lu was really that terrifying since she was just a world-class entity herself. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, the bearded man explained with a serious expression that among those entities, direct combat capabilities differed wildly based on their dominant emotions, their massive energy reserves, and overall mental state. Her emotional power was highly likely a rare type forged purely for raw slaughter and combat. The screen then displays a chilling image of Captain Lu with glowing demonic eyes surrounded by a terrifying, murderous aura that could make anyone weep in fear. Back in the luxurious living room, the bearded man shuddered as he concluded that anyone who faced her directly would immediately understand how truly terrifying she was. The girl took a sip of tea with a smug smile, saying they had even more reason to celebrate now that such a troublesome entity was neutralized, at least for now. Meanwhile, on a windy high-rise rooftop overlooking the city, Chang Mo and Captain Lu stood together in quiet contemplation, silently gazing at the sprawling cityscape beneath a clear, beautiful blue sky. Captain Lu keeps her usual cold face as she asks Chang Mo how Jackie is doing. The young man honestly reports back. She's in deep shock. Seeing her parents taken hostage was a devastating blow to her. Right now, she is recuperating, resting in the recovery sector of the bureau. Surprisingly, the iron-willed captain's voice suddenly drops as her shoulders slump. She bows her head in torment. This time it is all my fault, Chang Mo, she says. I am sorry I ruined everything. Chang Mo keeps his expression completely blank, calmly offering comfort. Sister Chingy, he tells her, it is my fault for failing to keep your emotions steady. The two stand silently on the rooftop, heavy silence settling between them under the harsh sun. Lu turns her face away. Her eyes carry a deep, quiet sadness as she looks up at the sky. She sighs, letting out a final breath. Chang Mo, I have to go, she says, pointing toward a waiting helicopter. Two men in black suits stand by with grim faces. She explains the higher-ups banned her from making contact, fearing she might lose control. She fought hard just to secure this final chance to say goodbye to him. Her next words carry immense weight. You must pass this on to Jiaxi and Chen Jun, she warns. The three of you must follow my instructions exactly. Lu's tone sharpens, sounding almost like a final testament. Once she is gone, she warns they will face extreme danger. She tells him they are in serious danger. Kuo Wang will absolutely use every dirty, underhanded trick to target them. All of them are teetering on the edge of an abyss. The warning projects a terrifying vision of their looming enemy. A dark hand waits to choke the unlucky trio. She warns they might have to suffer immense injustice and pain ahead. You might get badly hurt, she tells him, but this is the absolute only way you will survive this ordeal. Lu places a heavy hand on Chang Mo's shoulder, staring straight into his eyes with absolute dead serious gravity. Promise me, she demands, no matter what happens, do not leave the Bureau of Emotional Entity Management in Donghai City. With the warning delivered, she turns sharply and boards the waiting helicopter. The rotors roar to life, drowning out everything. The chopper lifts off, leaving Chang Mo standing alone on the roof. Its silhouette slowly vanishes behind the heavy clouds. The bespectacled youth quietly whispers his promise, do not worry, Sister Kingji. He stares up at the towering bureau headquarters. Standing tall in the city center, Chang Mo reflects on his survival. I have always known how terrifying the outside world is. This seemingly peaceful world is actually extremely dangerous. He resolves that you will absolutely never step foot outside the bureau. But plans rarely survive reality. The scene shifts to a stormy night, rain pouring relentlessly over a dark, gloomy building. Inside, a bearded man slams his desk in frustration. We cannot just sit here and do absolutely nothing, he fumes. He reveals he pulled some strings and asked around. In just a few days, an official investigation against Chang Mo begins. The entire office erupts into chaotic chatter. Some of his colleagues click their tongues, pitying the poor kid's terrible luck. If Chang Mo had not saved them in the last incident, they would have been wiped out right then and there. Another colleague speaks up, hold on, since when did everyone get so passionate? Didn't they all ignore him before? They defend themselves, arguing they have to save their own skin before they can stick their necks out for him. Besides that, bastard Wei Ren is a total rat, so they cannot afford to be reckless. But a decision is made. Regardless of what happens next, they resolve to stand up and testify for him. They must prove his innocence. They want to prove that without Chang Mo, they would all be dead by now. Some promise to back him up. Just as their collective determination peaks, the bearded man freezes, staring in absolute shock at his buzzing phone. His pupils shrink in pure terror. He looks like he just read a headline announcing the end of the world. He looks up at his silent, staring colleagues. His voice trembles violently as he delivers the devastating blow. Director Kuo just issued an urgent internal alert. Chang Mo has apparently fled the bureau to escape his prosecution. The news hits them like a lightning strike. Outside, the heavy storm continues to slam against the glass windows. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious office, Director Kuo lounges in his leather chair with a smug, victorious grin. The brat finally broke under the intense pressure, he muses. The sly old fox narrows his eyes in satisfaction. He looks at his pink-haired subordinate standing submissively nearby. Xiao Chen, has Chang Mo contacted you yet, he asks. The pink-haired subordinate jumps at the opportunity. Director, he has not reached out, but I can hunt him down. Please let me handle this task, boss, he begs. I promise I will not let you down. But Director Kuo waves him off, his eyes brimming with absolute confidence. Forget it, there is no need, he says. In this city, he could grow wings and still find no escape. Cut back to reality where the rain continues. Heavy rain continues pouring down on the bustling crowd of umbrella-carrying pedestrians on the street. The night sky of Donghai is torn open by white rain streaks falling between the cold, indifferent high-rises. The whole bustling city lies submerged under a dark, gloomy downpour. Gloomy as the hopeless dead-end future of the young man pushed into a corner. Deep beneath those bright city lights lies a dilapidated industrial zone with deep puddles of cold rainwater. The camera slowly zooms in, revealing Chang Mo sitting there. It is a heartbreaking sight. He is huddled on the ground like an abandoned beast among rusty pipes, completely drenched from head to toe. His messy hair matted to his face, staring blankly at the ground with utter despair. Suddenly, the tip of a pristine white leather shoe steps forward, shattering the lonely silence of the fugitive. The newcomer is none other than the purple-haired assassin, Chen Sun, brandishing a sword that glows red like fresh blood. He smiles with mock admiration. I must say, for someone who is only at the district level, you are pretty tough to kill. You did not die after getting hit by malice energy 2 levels higher, and you even managed to survive a direct strike from my suppression sword. Chang Mo keeps his head lowered as cold sweat mixes with the rainwater dripping down his face. The assassin continues to taunt him. You are definitely special. Your power is actually pretty impressive. But let me guess, you probably cannot even stand up right now, can you? A district level, having to go an entire month without replenishing emotional energy, that miserable feeling must be absolute torture. Hee hee. Seeing his prey stay completely silent, Chen Sun clicks his tongue, tightening his grip on the hilt of his sharp blade. Refusing to say a single word right before you die is just boring. If that is how it is, He leaps down like a bloodthirsty ghost, swinging his sword with a roar. It is time to die. The scythe of death looms close. Chang Mo tenses up, sweat dripping onto his cracked glasses. His eyes squeeze shut like a cornered beast that has given up accepting its tragic end. But in that life or death moment, the familiar blue system voice echoes inside his head, sparking an intense internal debate. Chang Mo, have you ever considered that the silly doctor might be wrong? What if the Bureau is not safe at all? No, she was right. This is just a tactic. By QA's camp. These rumors actually prove that the Bureau is safe, so no matter what happens, we must stay inside. As soon as he finishes his logical deduction, the system starts pushing his buttons, fueling the dark fire, burning deep inside his poor soul. But are you not sick of swallowing this resentment? Just think about how we have been living lately. Starving, constantly targeted, and if those idiots had not gotten in the way, we would have caught Chen's son ages ago. Now our reputation is being dragged through the mud by a bunch of useless hybrid dogs. Chang Mo, you inherited my power. Are you truly content to just sit here and take this humiliation forever? Remember, when we were on the Hai Huang ship, we went head-to-head with a world-class powerhouse and the entire ocean trembled before us. The system girl continues nagging him, forcing him to face the harsh reality. Yi, Li, back then, we relied entirely on your strength, but without it, now things are obviously different. Chang Mo, I must remind you that over the past month, the energy in our chains has almost completely run dry and we are about to starve again. Chang Mo clicks his tongue, comforting himself that surviving like this is still better than dying, but the system delivers another stinging mockery. How typical of a rational mind, so logical, so safe, and absolutely incredibly boring. Her voice suddenly turns seductive, whispering to the cornered young man, tell me, Chang Mo, do you want to go a little wild for once in your life? His cracked glasses reflect glowing golden pupils as he screams out with all his bottled-up rage, I want this. A surge of blue energy violently erupts, wrapping around the entire dilapidated factory. The system delivers its cold verdict. Chen's son, you are the real prey here. Chang Mo looks up at his hovering, confident enemy, breaking into a cold sweat as he sizes him up. So this is why he is called Great Shia's top assassin. With his ability to evade detection from even world-level entities and his use of emotional items far exceeding his own power level to strike, ordinary city-level targets would not stand a chance. Honestly, even provincial and national-level powerhouses would easily fall before him. If he ever got his hands on a world-class emotional item, even world-level entities would be in serious danger. Gulping hard, he realizes with a jolt that the absolute most dangerous thing right now is that he has no idea just how powerful the emotional items on his enemy actually are. Suddenly, the silent space around them cracks open like a sheet of shattering glass. The black-haired girl materializes beside his shoulder and screams out, watch out, he is about to vanish again, and I might not warn you in time. Chang Mo assumes a defensive stance and replies, firmly understood. Instantly, he unleashes countless blue energy tentacles that crisscross into a massive defensive barrier, wrapping himself completely inside. The assassin is one step ahead. Chen Zun flashes like a ghost, swinging a glowing red sword right through the defense. He laughs maniacally, mocking his opponent. Too bad for you, he says, you are still far too weak. These threads might suppress emotional energy, but they shatter with a single touch. He never expected this battle to end so fast. Pushing his twisted face against the green barrier, he notes how the boy's power matches the suppression sword. No wonder the kid survived being stabbed so many times before. It explains why they put such a high price on him. The bounty on that emotional core is sky high. He guesses his target has a decent resistance to other emotional powers, but as long as he avoids using that specific sword to attack, he is completely confident he can end this. With a flip of his purple hair, the killer turns around, preparing to unleash a far more lethal attack. Chang Mo stubbornly weaves his green energy rays into a weak shield. But in a flash, things take a brutal turn. Chen Zun flips through the air, swinging his glowing red sword. He moves so fast he leaves a trail of after-images. He relentlessly slashes the green barrier from every direction. Undeterred, Chang Mo unleashes a massive blast of energy, but a pro assassin is still a pro. Chen Zun circles around and stabs him from behind, slicing his sleeve. Fresh blood sprays as the protective green sphere completely shatters like a fragile soap bubble under the heavy physical onslaught. Then a dark tar-like liquid explodes outward, sending the glasses-wearing youth flying helplessly down to the cold ground. The killer pins his prey to the floor. Reverse gripping his sword, he prepares to deliver a merciless finishing blow. The red blade plunges straight down into the chest with terrifying force, leaving absolutely no room for survival. He pulls the sword out and drives it back in even deeper. Blood sprays everywhere, staining the dark room red. Deep red pools spread across the floor, a brutal testament to just how lopsided this fight has become. Chang Mo is thrown hard onto the stone tiles, his broken body landing flat in a puddle of freezing water. He lies completely sprawled out under the pouring rain, looking like a tragic painting in a growing pool of blood. As his glowing yellow eyes begin to fade, Chang Mo weakly admits that his opponent is on an entirely different level. Even without teleportation or invisibility, he is completely outmatched. Looking up at the arrogant killer, despair slowly sets in. The guy's combat skills are miles ahead, and he seems to have an endless arsenal of high-tier emotional items. So this is the #1 assassin of Great Xia. Floating above the blood pool, the system girl tries to encourage him. She begs him not to panic, insisting she feels a way for him to win, but she just cannot remember how. Sprawled helplessly on the ground, Chang Mo groans. How is he supposed to win when he cannot remember anything? The system urges him to think back. Did anything feel unusual during the fight that might trigger a memory? Squinting his swollen eyes, Chang Mo tries to squeeze out his last remaining brain cells to find a clue. Looking back, a strange sensation returns to him from the exact moment that dark red blade pierced his chest. It felt bizarre. Every time that dagger of hatred plunged into him, he felt like his energy was actually recharging. Yet, as the battle dragged on, he realized his actual power output was not increasing even a single bit. Maybe it was just an illusion. Right now, his mental capacity and rational energy are completely depleted. The system hovers frantically over his dying body, arguing that a power recharge makes absolutely no sense. How could an attack from a cursed dagger forged of pure hatred ever recharge his inner energy levels? Besides, the guy practically stabbed him to death, so how on earth could that feel like a power surge? As cold footsteps echo in the darkness, the system girl continues to mutter about the weird energy recharge. Suddenly, her bright blue eyes widen as if she has just unlocked a massive secret of the universe. Meanwhile, the polished leather boots of the ruthless killer Chen Zun splash directly into the pool of bloody rainwater. He stands tall, blocking out the light, pointing his glowing red sword at the dying boy on the ground. Nearby, Chen Zun smirks with arrogance, offering one final bit of mercy. He sneers that these must be Chang Mo's absolute last words on Earth. No hesitation. Chen Zun swings his massive sword downward with a furious roar. It is time to meet the King of Hell. Right at that exact split second, the system screams in joy. Talk about a perfect save. This hatred can be wielded as raw power. The deadly blade is millimeters from his skull. Finally, the system confirms he can unleash this dark, vengeful energy. Chang Mo's eyes suddenly ignite with a brilliant golden light. Sharp crimson energy spikes erupt from the ground. They spear right through Chen Zun's body from the inside out. His eyes bulge, blood spraying everywhere in absolute terror. He couldn't believe his own eyes. What kind of sick joke was this? Time stood still, dragging the killer straight back to a painful childhood flashback of the miserable slums. He once lived at the absolute bottom of society, yet he always believed he was different, someone truly special. Even when local thugs stripped him and beat him brutally in public, his twisted pride remained entirely unshaken. He ignored the minor setbacks. Huddling inside a freezing prison cell, he blocked out the mocking stares and contemptuous whispers around him. His mind stayed completely locked on his goals, even when facing nothing but the ignorance and constant ridicule of lesser people. Resting his head, his ambitious eyes gleamed behind the steel bars. He swore he would keep holding on to that belief. Then that day finally arrived. He walked free, leaving a trail of lifeless corpses behind him, sprouting wings of brilliant, blazing energy. Destiny was finally on his side because he was special. His descent into darkness continued as he ruthlessly grabbed a sharp knife. He muffled an unfortunate victim from behind and slit his throat, but that still was not enough, so he worked incredibly hard. Eventually, he found his true calling. But then came his biggest shock, getting stabbed in the stomach, collapsing in a bloody pool, right next to a heap of trash. This near-death experience became his perfect forge, shaping him until he could literally dodge bullets, just like in some action movie. Even during his quiet moments, he never stopped refining his deadly skills. Now he stood proudly by the fireplace. Surrounded by the corpses of wealthy nobles, he knew he had to seize absolute power. Slicking his hair back in front of a mirror, reflecting deadly weapons, he smiled. Step by step, he was climbing to the top. He secured absolutely everything he had ever craved. He stepped into elite society, receiving deep, respectful bows from major power players. Fame, status, and respect were all his. A smug smile spread across his face. He truly believed he ruled over everyone else. Spreading his arms wide to catch the brilliant golden sunset, he stood proudly at the very peak of a massive skyscraper. He was completely drunk on his own delusions of grandeur, convinced that destiny had chosen him to become a living legend. But out of nowhere, bam, bloody spikes brutally impaled this self-proclaimed legend, instantly dragging him back to his harsh reality. Tranton's eyes rolled back in agonizing pain, instantly shattering his illusions of power. His once imposing and majestic body went limp. He collapsed face first onto the muddy ground in the freezing rain. The self-proclaimed ultimate assassin ended up dying a pathetic death. Lying flat on his back, staring blankly next to his target, Chang Mo staggered to his feet, staring at the corpse. He muttered in disbelief, did he really just die like that? Meanwhile, his system smugly began to explain the situation. He absorbed provincial-level hatred power. Since Tran Tan's emotional energy lacked defensive stats, a mere city-level fighter like him died instantly. Chang Mo leaned back to analyze the situation. He wondered if he could use this hatred energy because of his core. Having already absorbed a hatred core, his logical mind could easily suppress other wild emotional forces and take full control. He remembered his past battle on the Sea Emperor's ship. Back then, he had even managed to dominate the Black East Sea. The system chimed in, noting she had just retrieved some crucial data regarding his unique and growing resistance capabilities. She projected a detailed mental diagram for him. Because of his previous intense battle against those powerful hatred entities he had built, a massive resistance level of at least 45%. At the same time, because he had previously absorbed part of the core, he could actually absorb 35% of any incoming hatred attacks. This made him a walking counter to those monsters. That was the exact reason he survived the provincial-level hatred master for so long. Otherwise, he would have been dead. Chang Mo stared wide-eyed, calculating the numbers like a math major. With 45% resistance and 35% absorption, he would only take a mere 20% of the actual damage. Talk about a completely broken passive ability, right? This logical reasoning power was just way too overpowered. He began to imagine himself becoming a literal god of energy. If he could somehow absorb every other emotional energy out there, wouldn't that make him completely invincible in this world? The system agreed that it seemed entirely possible, but his moment of triumph was suddenly cut short by a warning. She warned him not to let his guard down. The enemy likely had backup forces nearby, urging him to check. Floating high up in the sky was a grotesque, slimy red beast, with 3 terrifying eyes scanning their every move. One of those eerie magic eyes was clearly reflecting Chang Mo sitting on the ground right next to the dead assassin. Meanwhile, in another location altogether, a man in a black coat kicked open the door to a luxurious room. He screamed out the terrible news to a stylish woman who was lazily lounging on a sofa reading a book. He yelled that Tran Tan had been killed by their target Chang Mo. It was an absolute disaster for them. But the stylish Anna remained completely unbothered on her sofa. Flipping her page, she calmly asked how that was possible. How could Chang Mo kill him? Wasn't Tran Tan supposed to be the one delivering the final fatal blow? Did we just lose him a moment ago? The hooded man panics, staring with wide glowing white eyes as he stammers out the question. Before he can even finish speaking, massive bloody spikes strike. They impale her chest. Brutal, completely ruthless. In a flash, it is over. Both the panicked man and Anna are pinned flat to the floor by those blood-red spikes. The scarlet spikes gleam like fresh blood. The Gothic girl's eyes reflect the horrific bloody end of Anna and her crew in absolute shock. The scene shifts to a purple-haired Gothic girl in a black lace dress, breathing heavily with her twin pigtails swaying. Thank goodness she made it in time. How dare these fools try to expose her master's secrets? She's going to make them pay. Having cleaned up the mess, she looks up at the night sky triumphantly, knowing that was the last of the surveillance team. Now it is time to report back to her master. Meanwhile, the scene returns to Anna, who is surprisingly completely unharmed. She casually walks forward with sharp spikes still impaling her body. Creepily, despite being completely skewered, Anna remains entirely calm. She analyzes the situation as if nothing happened, noting Chang Mo possesses a body of pure hatred. She finds it incredibly strange. Under her contract, she is only responsible for dealing with the world-class entity backing Chang Mo. But Chen Zun is already dead. He died even before Chang Mo's world-class backer could even make a move. So should she even get involved anymore? Weighing her options, she pushes up her sunglasses and mutters, "But if she just lets them leave, Miss Song will definitely be furious. After all, expanding her influence in Daxia heavily depends on her." Suddenly, Anna's body begins to slowly sink into a pitch-black liquid. Sinking right through the sofa, she decides to just forget it, thinking they can always draft a brand new contract. If that world-class entity backing Chang Mo actually shows up, she can simply charge her client double the price. As the dark puddle swallows her completely, her confident voice echoes back, betting Miss Song won't dare cheat her out of her money. Right cut to another corner of the city, where the office building stands tall and cold in the winter night of Donghai. Chang Mo is currently on the phone with a purple-haired Gothic girl whose holographic head pops up to cheerfully report her success. She tells him everything is taken care of and that she swept away the black chain cultists watching him. She asks how things are on his end. Chang Mo calmly praises her, saying it was close, but they made it. She deserves the biggest credit for this mission. She brought him the sanity crystals and cleared the outer cultists. He admits he definitely could not have secured this victory without her incredible support and timing. Hearing the praise, the Gothic girl beams with pride. She thanks him and says if there is nothing else, she will head back. She does not want Zhao Yan to suspect anything. Chang Mo suddenly remembers something important and asks her a quick question. By the way, when she cleared the outer cultists, did she happen to run into anyone else? The innocent girl replies, "Someone suspicious. Oh, there was someone dressed in white, but she already took care of them." Chang Mo's face instantly pales. A cold drop of sweat rolls down his cheek. he mutters in disbelief, someone in white. His intuition warns him of danger. Suddenly, his system girl pops out of nowhere and screams at him to run immediately. Just as the warning ends, veins of white crystal explode. They sprout rapidly across the floor surrounding the battlefield. Chang Mo whips around, watching the strange white mass violently rise. It stretches all the way to the factory ceiling. The massive crystal twists and expands at terrifying speed. It forms an evil cocoon that blocks out the moonlight streaming through the window. From the outside, the rundown factory is swallowed. From the outside, the entire rundown factory is swallowed whole by giant crystal teeth. Talk about terrifying. Razor-sharp fangs close shut with a low rumble, aiming to trap Chang Mo completely inside this deadly cage. No escape. The bespectacled youth loses his footing entirely, sliding down the smooth, cold surface of the constricting crystal block. The giant interlocking jaws lock away every single escape route, slamming shut like the gates of hell itself. In an instant, the vast industrial workshop vanishes, replaced by a bizarre white entity looming over the street. It is so massive that the surrounding high-rise buildings suddenly look like tiny toy blocks scattered beneath it. Under the dim moonlight, the creature sits menacingly, signaling the terrifying arrival of an unstoppable force. Not far away, the purple-haired gothic girl is still casually strolling down the sidewalk, completely unaware of the disaster. Suddenly, looking up, her face goes completely blank. Holding her phone, she mutters to herself in absolute confusion. What just happened? She remembers that factory was where her master was staying. Why did it suddenly disappear? Her purple eyes widen in sheer horror as she realizes her master was just swallowed without leaving a single trace. Staring up at the dark night sky, she gasps out in pure panic, realizing that power is world-class. Staring up at the night sky, she panics and screams out that is a world-class tier of power. World. Meanwhile, inside the pure white crystal cocoon, Chang Mo and the system girl look incredibly tiny, like two little ants. Ants. Chang Mo asks in pure panic, what on earth is happening here? Was this factory always just some kind of emotional monster? But the system immediately shoots that down. No, not at all. This was originally just a normal factory until a world-class entity transformed it into a monster. Right now, we are sitting right inside the belly of that beast. Even though he is trapped in the belly of a beast, the glasses-wearing guy frowns and asks seriously, what kind of power is this, and can we find a way out of here? The system girl instantly throws cold water on that idea, telling him escaping is basically impossible. Our opponent is a world-class powerhouse, and your district-level strength is nowhere near enough to break through and get us out. As they both look up, the atmosphere suddenly turns heavy and suffocatingly quiet. From the very top of the cavern, a massive glowing crystal hand slowly descends right over the corpse of the murderer Chen Zun, ripping out a flickering core of energy. The glowing hand cradles this core in mid-air, almost like a dark omen of the mind-bending plot twists ahead. You probably think you can guess where the story is going from here, right? But there is absolutely no way you can predict the wild turn of events that happens next. Witnessing this bizarre scene, both Chang Mo and the system can only stand there staring at each other speechlessly. Suddenly, she snaps out of it, warning him with a serious face. Chang Mo, I have to remind you, your rational energy is almost completely drained. In your current state, there is absolutely no guarantee you can suppress the raw emotional energy inside this core. But Chang Mo only mutters that he knows. His thin pale hand reaches out, grabbing the glowing white core, radiating with intense light. His voice sounds incredibly determined as he throws her own logic right back at her. Did you not say it yourself? Without a little bit of madness, how can we ever suppress our own reason? Without hesitating for even half a second, Chang Mo opens his mouth wide and takes a massive bite out of the glowing crystal like it is a piece of bread. He gulps down that dangerous power in one swift go, completely ignoring the consequences. The very next second, his body twitches as a massive surge of white energy explodes violently from within him, transforming into a sky-piercing pillar of crystal light that surges wildly upward to tear through the gloomy night sky. Elsewhere, the stylish Anna is suddenly shocked, her eyes widening in absolute disbelief. Meanwhile, right outside the house where Song Hui lives, she is casually chatting on the phone. Anna, thank you for your hard work. Rest assured you will be paid in full. Let's leave it at that for now, and we can discuss the rest when you get back. As she hangs up, the mustached man from earlier runs over and anxiously asks if the world-class entity backing Chang Mo showed up. She calmly replies, no, they did not show up. At those words, the mustached man turns pale, sweat dripping as he stammers out his report. Master Zhao Chang Mo killed Chen Zun, and Anna intervened to lock him up, but he still managed to escape. The man clutches his forehead in absolute terror. He did all of this entirely on his own, a mere nobody of the district level. Meanwhile, the mind of Chang Mo is currently drowning in the illusions of the emotion core, seeing a figure with crystal wings amid countless dark whispers. They are all watching and laughing at me, mocking how absolutely pathetic and helpless I really am. You are nothing but a lowly, worthless ant, yet you actually believe you were some grand phoenix. Pathetic. Truly pathetic. They all see my humiliation and disgrace. I do not want them to see me. I just do not want them looking at me. Overwhelmed, glowing crystal hands reach out to cover his face as a scream rings out. In absolute despair, I just want to hide, I just want to run away. Seeing the danger, the system girl anxiously flies over and yells, "Wake up, Chang Mo, those are not your emotions." Meanwhile, Chang Mo stumbles and struggles. To resist, I know, but I cannot suppress them. Suddenly, the system's eyes widen in sheer horror, reflecting a sharp streak of light flashing past. It is the blue suppression sword flying forward, tearing through the heavy energy. She quickly points to guide him, telling him to hold on just a bit longer as the suppression sword is right to his left. Like a drowning man grabbing a lifeline, Chang Mo uses his last bit of sanity to break free from the manipulation. He reaches his hand out into the blinding energy, aiming straight for that single blue ray of hope to save himself. Gritting his teeth, he pushes through with everything he has left. Chang Mo's thin hand reaches out, grabbing the suppression sword, glowing with brilliant blue light in midair. Gripping the hilt, he feels that familiar power flowing steadily through his fingers. Instantly, the glowing blue blade rests obediently in the hand of its new master. A chilling aura radiates from his body. Cool blue energy quickly wraps around his hand, immediately extinguishing the intense burning heat of his recent madness. Finding his footing, Chang Mo swings his sword forward, tearing apart the cloudy white energy barrier with powerful blue slashes. Sharp arcs of sword energy crisscross easily, slicing through the illusory space like warm butter. As the illusion shatters, an exhausted Chang Mo falls to one knee on a strange blue grid, leaning on his sword and gasping for breath. He wipes his sweat and sighs in relief. He finally made it, but once he calms down, he frowns and stares at the weapon that just saved his life. Why on earth is the suppressor sword here? Lost in thought, Chang Mo suddenly freezes as he looks around. He realizes this is definitely not the rundown factory from before. Instead, he finds himself in a massive open room, with a neatly gridded floor, cardboard boxes piled high, and the lifeless body of the killer Chen Zun right there. From above, this bizarre space looks exactly like a secret warehouse crammed with all sorts of weapons and gear. Chang Mo looks around in confusion and asks the system guide what kind of place this is, while she hovers nearby, her jaw dropping at the sight of everything. His eyes sharpen as he pieces the events together. A flash of realization hits his mind and his glowing golden eyes widen. He can feel this entire place is linked to his own will. Looking around the pocket dimension, he slaps his thigh in excitement. This is the true nature of Chen Zun's ability. His power wasn't just invisibility and instant teleportation. He possessed an independent pocket dimension. His teleportation was simply him entering and leaving this space at will. The system shows an easy map that even a child could read. They ended up here because he swallowed Chen Zun's emotional core, which automatically triggered the ability, transferring them from the monster's stomach into this dimension. Every mystery is finally solved. Chang Mo concludes that all the piled-up junk must belong to Chen Zun. That explains why the stolen suppressor sword is here and why those emotional items kept appearing in his hands during the fight. He was definitely pulling them straight from this pocket space. Hearing the word loot, the system girl's eyes light up like headlights and she squeals with joy. That means all of this now belongs to us, and she can feel so many high-grade items nearby. She urges him to go check them out. Ignoring his greedy companion, Chang Mo walks over and squats next to the corpse, pulling out a phone. Since Chen Zun's body was sent here with them, his phone should be here too. If so, then perhaps. The system suddenly cuts off his train of thought. "Yi Li, we have a more pressing matter to handle first." She pouts, grumbling about what could possibly be more important than sorting through all of their precious spoils. The scene shifts to a gloomy building under the silent night. In a quiet alleyway, an old man wearing a hat is pushing a gurney, hurriedly trying to escape. The tied-up victims are none other than Jaxi's parents, gag and struggling in vain. The old man is sweating buckets, his face twisted in panic. There is no way a cunning monster like Chen Zun could end up dead because of Chang Mo. How do you manage to kill him? Right then, a freezing cold hand reaches out from the darkness, grabbing his neck and making his heart stop. It is Chang Mo, appearing out of nowhere like a ghost. He growls a threat to stay still and answer a few questions. Who hired Chen Zun to kill him? Zhang Jackie and Chen Jun. The old man shakes violently, his eyes popping out in sheer panic. How did Chang Mo get here so fast? His own emotional power cannot be activated. Is this how he killed Chen Zun? Sensing the danger, the old man immediately bursts into tears, desperately begging for his life. He swears he knows nothing, claiming the clients were anonymous and he is just a useless middleman. He insists all the killings were done entirely by Chen Zun and begs for his family's sake. Chang Mo listens to this cliché sob story, his expression darkening with complete and utter exhaustion. He lets out a cold sigh and shifts the interrogation. Let us try another question instead. Leaning in, he demands to know if the old man knows who the big boss is. The man sweats profusely, but tries to fake a smile, denying everything. He claims he has never heard of him, but it is a terrible lie. Chang Mo instantly clamps his hand around his neck without hesitation, gasping. The man thrashes wildly, crying out that he knows nothing and killing him won't change anything since his child just started middle. Before the old man can even finish his sob story, Chang Mo shuts him down. Quit the nonsense, he snaps. What are you doing? Chang Mo completely exposes his lies. He doesn't have any kids and his parents passed away ages ago. Plus, when he mentioned the boss earlier, the system girl popped up with a sarcastic smirk. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? That look of utter shock you just had behind my back exposed completely. The old man's pupils shrink in sheer terror. The old man grits his teeth, groaning with rage and fanaticism. Shedding his cowardly mask, he looks up ready to defend his beliefs. He roars to defend his ideals, screaming that the boss is leading a great revolution. Even if you kill me, I will never talk. Chang Mo doesn't even bother to listen to the rest. He delivers a sharp chop directly to the old man's neck, knocking him out cold. Catching the limp broker, Chang Mo dusts off his hands and gives the order to move. Let's head back so we can sort out the loot. Bring all three of them into the pocket dimension with us too. The system obediently agrees. Under the vast night sky, a round silver moon quietly sheds its light over the world. 10 minutes later, Chang Mo is back in the pocket dimension. His system, Yi Li, flies over to check on him. She asks if everything is done. He nods, confirming that he found a safe hiding spot outside to keep them hidden. Crossing his arms, he notes how this pocket dimension rejects living people. If they were conscious, they couldn't even enter. In fact, the very second they wake up, they will be kicked out of this pocket dimension immediately. Yi Li explains that it is totally normal. She is quite sure now that Chen Zun is an emotional entity of shame. Since this pocket dimension belongs to a shame entity, it naturally cannot tolerate the presence of anyone who is conscious. Hearing this, Chang Mo fires back. Why can you enter this space then and even stay here all alone? Hit right in her soft spot, the system girl blushes bright red and starts yelling in her own defense. That just proves how incredibly close we are. We're not afraid to show our most embarrassing sides to each other. I mean, think about it. I watch you go to the bathroom all the time. Chang Mo is completely speechless. She pouts, asking if he thinks it is unfair and wants to watch her instead. Talk about having zero personal boundaries. You never complain about boundaries when you use my power. Look at me, I still haven't fully recovered from last time. Chang Mo is left staring blankly, totally confused. Flustered, she breaks a sweat and tries to quickly change the subject. All right, she says, I will stop teasing you. Let's hurry up and check out our epic loot. Putting aside their silly bickering, they head toward their main goal, the treasure hidden behind a glowing blue crystal door. Yi Li points at the high-grade weapons, cheering at the sight of daggers imbued with the dark power of hatred. We have one provincial grade, one national, and even one world-class dagger. She lists them off like a rapid-fire cash register. There are 10 city-level depression black water bombs, 5 provincial and 3 national ones, along with 7 city-grade happy destruction bombs. Then there are 3 provincial and 1 national grade. Suddenly, Yi Li screams in absolute joy at another discovery. There is a massive stockpile of restraint chains. Right beside them sits a huge pile of miscellaneous firearms and ammunition. These are standard weapons for ordinary people. Plus, there is plenty of cash, stacked bank cards, and secret documents. Overjoyed, the system girl clings tightly to Chang Mo, already dreaming about how incredibly rich they are going to be. We really hit the jackpot this time, she cheers. But Chang Mo keeps a cool head, wondering why Chen Zun did not use this. If Chen Zun had used that world-class hatred weapon in our fight, I probably would have been killed instantly, right? Yi Li explains that he obviously could not bear to waste it. A world-class hatred weapon like this only has a few uses. Wasting it on you would have been a massive loss. After all, who would have thought you could take him down so easily? You beat him with a single hit using provincial-level hatred. In the end, your own weakness actually protected you. How ironic. The system continues to analyze the creepy black bombs. And you know what else? She adds, I just checked. These black water bombs can actually serve as a highly specialized defensive shield against the power of happiness itself. If happy power comes within 0.5 meters of them, these black water bombs will automatically detonate, neutralizing the threat. In other words, Chen Zun had prepared specific countermeasures against basically any kind of power that could ever threaten him. So take a guess why Chen Zun did not have any emotional items capable of defending against hatred attacks. Chang Mo's eyes suddenly light up as he connects the dots. So that is it, the Black Chain cult and Chen Zun actually collaborated with each other. His hatred weapons were likely supplied by them, serving as a tool to keep Chen Zun in check. Because at the end of the day, the power of hatred is the one thing that can kill him instantly. Immediately, as long as they harbor that provincial hatred. Chen Zun really had no choice but to obediently follow every single order. Because of this, the backers behind Chen Zun would never let him possess any item that could neutralize this resentment. Thinking it over, he frowned. One major problem remained. Chen Zun had definitely seen Little Cookie. Why wasn't Little Cookie silenced by Zhao Yan? The system shrugged. She had no clue about the past. Suddenly, Ye Li wrapped her arms around Chang Mo's neck, eagerly showing off an item to him. About Little Cookie right now. She had just found something else, a severed pitch-black human hand in her palm. Chang Mo grimaced in pure disgust, asking if it was a severed human hand. It twitched slightly. Truly repulsive. Kept holding his neck tight from behind her, playful expression suddenly turning unusually serious. Chang Mo softly called her name. She stared blankly at the strange object, rating it highly, saying it was extraordinary even if its nature remained unknown. But it was definitely unbelievable, and she doubted all their other loot combined could even begin to match it. To this severed hand, Chang Mo's eyes sharpened as he whispered, thinking if that was true, then this severed hand had to be a world-class item at the very least. Chen Zun clearly hid way more secrets than expected, but his cool moment instantly faded. He struggled to pry the system's choking hands off him, grumbling for her to stop. Yi Li pouted, complaining about why he was treating her like a stranger. The young man could only grimace in response. He gasped, explaining that she was just squeezing way too hard. The system girl clicked her tongue in total disapproval about his overly analytical, rational personality. Brushing the playful antics aside, Chang Mo began to carefully survey the room. This pocket dimension was roughly 10 by 10 meters, featuring 4 locked doors, 1 massive main entrance, and 3 smaller ones. There was absolutely no obvious way to open any of them. He stepped closer, placing his palm against the wall. The material felt unique, like frosted glass, but looking through it was like staring into thick fog, completely blinding them. He saw nothing. Suddenly, Chang Mo paused, staring intently in one direction, prompting his system to quickly fly over. She wondered what was wrong. He gestured toward the massive main door, delivering a sharp, logical argument. Didn't she find these locked doors incredibly strange? Chen Zun built this entire space, so why did he bother locking them at all? Especially since he was the only one who could enter, meaning he must have hidden some kind of valuable treasure inside. It defied normal logic. Why lock doors inside a private sanctuary unless he absolutely had to? A bold, crazy thought flashed through Chang Mo's mind as he concluded that whatever lay behind those locked doors posed a threat to Chen Zun, yet remained incredibly useful enough that he felt absolutely compelled to secure it. The system's eyes instantly lit up at the mere mention of treasure, convinced there was something highly valuable inside, possibly even more precious than that creepy severed hand. With 4 locked doors, they were looking at 4 potential jackpots. The giant main door definitely guarded the ultimate prize, prompting her to beg Chang Mo to do something. Since he was the new master of this pocket dimension, he surely possessed the authority to unlock them. Chang Mo slowly walked forward, deciding to give it a shot, approaching the massive entrance and grabbing the handle. He yanked with all his might, but the door remained completely immovable, standing as solid as a mountain. Feeling entirely defeated, he muttered in confusion. How was it possible for the door to stay shut? This sent the system girl into a full tantrum. She cried out like a child for her treasures. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck. Yi Li bounced up, suggesting he use his rational power to force his way in. Since rational power could suppress any other force and he had already absorbed massive amounts of it, it should work. However, Chang Mo remained highly cautious about this, questioning if breaking down the wall was actually a safe move. What if whatever was sealed inside proved to be extremely dangerous? But Yi Li dismissed his worries, instantly waving her hand. If Chen Zun managed to bring those items in, then a powerhouse like Chang Mo would have absolutely no trouble handling them. Her aggressive logic actually sounded quite reasonable. Nodding in agreement, the young man admitted she made a very fair point. Chang Mo focused his energy, his right arm erupting with brilliant blue flames of pure rational power as he prepared to strike. With a sudden burst of speed, he unleashed a thunderous heavy punch directly at the frosted barrier to test its durability. The devastating blow shattered the surface into a spiderweb of cracks, yet the barrier stubbornly refused to completely shatter. Yi Li sighed nearby, admitting the barrier was surprisingly tough, which only earned a defiant glance from Chang Mo. He was determined to hit it even harder, but just as they prepared to strike again, they both froze and looked up. He shivers as a freezing bizarre chill runs right down his spine. Strangely, right where the wall cracks suddenly, a massive bloody red handprint appears, just like a horror movie. In an instant, the entire glass wall is covered in hundreds of messy, overlapping, bloody handprints, creating a truly terrifying, hair-raising scene. But before they can even get a single word out, scream in terror, those creepy blood stains slowly fade away. Just gone. They vanish completely without leaving a single trace. The countless cracks from before miraculously seal themselves up, leaving the wall completely smooth and shiny as if nothing ever happened. Chang Mo breaks into a cold sweat and asks Yi Li what those things were, honestly admitting that it was pretty terrifying. The system girl stammers in response she has no idea either, suggesting they wait until she gets a bit stronger before exploring behind these doors. He nods along in agreement, admitting she makes a solid point. To keep their lives intact, they immediately decide to pull back. Both turn away and look up at the night sky, figuring their business here is done and it is time to head back. Their business here is done. A bright morning sunrise soon lights up the majestic headquarters of the Management Bureau. Right inside the main lobby, Chang Mo's steady footsteps echo loudly as he walks straight toward the front reception desk. The receptionist looks up with a standard professional smile, preparing to greet the visitor as she sees him walking up close. But a split second later, bam! A heavy, strange object gets slammed right onto her counter, making her jump in shock. Her eyes go wide with horror at the sight. That object is none other than the severed head of the killer Chen Zun. His eyes are rolled back. His mouth is frozen open in a gruesome look right in front of the poor girl. The secretary completely freezes. Her face locks in terror from a shock that is way too much for her to handle. Her head spins, her eyes roll back, and she passes out cold right onto the floor. Despite causing this absolute scene, Chang Mo just casually stands there looking down at the unconscious receptionist. Behind him is a cart carrying Jia Qi's rescue parents. Meanwhile, in a luxury office, a panicked subordinate rushes in to interrupt a private conversation between Bureau Chief Ku Weiying and a pink-haired agent. Upon hearing the shocking news, Ku Weiying's face twists with rage and confusion over Chang Mo's sudden victory. At the same time, inside a recovery room at the Donghai Bureau, an agent is speaking gently to Jia Qi. Unable to wait even a second longer, she jumps out of bed. She rushes toward the door like a bullet. The hospital door swings wide open as warm light floods in from the hallway to welcome the young girl. Jia Qi bursts into tears, throwing herself into the emotional embrace of her parents for a touching family reunion. Chang Mo stands quietly in the corner, a rare warm smile appearing on his face as he watches them. Behind him, his buff friend Chen Jun steps up, placing a firm hand on his shoulder and a silent manly thank you. Nearby, a young doctor smiles with a look of pure relief and gently waves goodbye to the happy little family. The whole group waves goodbye to each other, finally bringing this chaotic and storm-filled chapter to a close. But over at the Yanjing headquarters, located in a massive skyscraper in the capital, a new storm is quietly brewing. Deep in an underground facility, a sign reading Basement 28 Containment Zone appears, surrounded by a spiderweb of thick chains. Standing right in the center is Captain Lu Qingge, dressed in tight medical gear and blindfolded, bound securely by heavy chains. She looks like a fragile asset that requires special storage. Right then, Deputy Inspector Li Wei steps forward with a file. She coldly announces that the verdict is in and Lu Qing is to be locked away in this room forever. She asks if the captain has any last words before the iron door shuts, leaving the two alone. The massive iron door is shut. This leaves the two of them alone in a room packed with heavy, menacing chains. Lu Qingje tilts her head slightly, completely ignoring her own fate, to ask how things are in Donghai City. She desperately asks if Chang Mo and the others are still doing okay, and if they made it out safely. Hearing this, Li Wei snaps and raises her voice, asking if Lu Qing truly understands her own situation. She scolds her for worrying about others when her own loss of control could trigger an emotional disaster. Such a loss of control would trigger an emotional catastrophe far worse than the dark incident that previously hit Donghai. That disaster did not just affect Donghai either. Even normal citizens over in Yanjing are feeling the effects, with some of them actually getting infected. Does she even realize what kind of absolute mess she has made? Lu Qingge lowers her head guiltily and whispers that she is sorry. Li Wei sighs in frustration and clicks her tongue. She tells her there is no point dwelling on it now before saying goodbye and calling her a foolish woman. With a firm press of her remote, a powerful blast of energy erupts, destroying the chains and gear. The bulky protective suit is stripped off Lu Qing, revealing a stunning, beautiful woman dressed in nothing but simple white underwear. She suddenly falls flat onto the cold, hard floor. Clutching her shoulder, Lu Qing groans in sheer pain. Ouch. Before she can even recover her senses, camera shutters click rapidly. In a panic, she desperately covers herself and screams to ask what she is doing. Didn't you just say I'd be locked down forever? Giggling, Li Wei continues, snapping photos like a wild paparazzi. You dummy, Li Wei says, I was only trying to scare you. Otherwise, you would never realize the gravity of this situation. Chang Mo actually killed Chen Zun. His superiors have been keeping a very close eye on him because of this. Now the higher-ups predict that Donghai City is about to get chaotic. That is exactly why I was sent here. I was ordered to sneak you back into the city. Your job is to protect Chang Mo. And stop covering up. This is a once-in-a-lifetime photo op. Let me get a few more. Hearing this, Lu Qing freezes in complete and utter shock. Chang Mo killed Chen Zun. How is that even possible? Is he hurt? But her over-the-top concern for him instantly annoys Li Wei. She snaps, why are you missing the point? Just focus on yourself for once in your life. Or do you actually have feelings for this guy? It is always Chang Mo this and Chang Mo that with you. Lu Qing blushes furiously, insisting she is talking nonsense. Protecting him was simply the director's dying wish. But Wei, does not buy it. She warns that the mercy they showed her this time is completely and utterly unprecedented. Lose control again, and she will be locked away forever. Worse, she will drag Elder Wei down with her. He literally bet everything to bail her out. Seeing her friend's genuine worry, Lu Qing softens her tone, looking highly determined. She promises not to worry because this time she will absolutely succeed. Before finishing, she steps forward and hugs Li Wei. Li Wei tightly embraces her back, tears welling up in her eyes. She whispers that she cannot stand to lose her. Lu Qing gently strokes her hair to comfort her, whispering softly that everything is going to be just fine. But right in the middle of this touching moment, Li Wei suddenly reaches into her pocket with a sneaky grin. She snaps a glowing blue collar right around Lu Qing's neck. Caught completely off guard, she screams in absolute panic. She demands to know what is going on. Holding the chain, Li Wei smirks with a highly mischievous look. This collar is forged from suppression chains, she says, and it will keep your insane powers perfectly locked down. She starts dragging Lu Qing along like a puppy, laughing proudly. From now on, she must obey every single order. It is time to head straight to Donghai City. Poor Lu Qing is left crying and feeling incredibly embarrassed. She begs her to stop joking and let her put some actual clothes on first. 2 weeks pass in a flash. At the Emotional Management Bureau headquarters, an official announcement echoes across the halls to honor a brand new hero. Chang Mo stands tall on the stage while the announcer loudly introduces him to the cheering crowd. Though he was once a complete nobody in their ranks, at the most critical moment he showed insane power. With outstanding courage and sharp wits, he fought through a brutal battle and finally brought the killer down. Yes, the dangerous assassin Chen Zun has finally been brought to justice. Standing proud on stage, the high official speaks. He declares that their absolute rule is to reward outstanding achievements. To recognize this massive contribution, the organization has officially decided to award Chang Mo a massive bonus of 1 million contribution points. The crowd instantly erupts into jealous whispers. 1 million points is more than most people make in 2 full years, but of course, that is the prize for taking out Chen Zun. Still, how on earth did he pull it off? Sitting in the audience, Jia Qi's eyes light up with pure joy. That is a massive amount of points. With this, Chang Mo can buy plenty of suppression chains and finally escape his constant suffering. But some people are not happy at all. Chen Jun and his buddies glare in pure envy, whispering that it makes no sense. If he was really that strong, why did he hide it during his first match? There must be a dirty deal. Now that Chen Zun is dead, he takes all the credit and points. What a dirty, lucky bastard he is. Up at the podium, Bureau Chief Qu Weiing clears his throat sharply, instantly silencing the jealous murmurs. He has one more massive announcement to make. After careful consideration, the High Command has made a special decision. They are officially promoting Chang Mo to be the new captain of the elite first capture team in Donghai City. The entire hall drops into dead silence. No one saw this coming, and a wave of shock washes over them. Outraged protests immediately erupt from the crowd. A low-tier rookie becoming captain of Team 1. That has to be a joke. What on earth is this? Shouldn't a captain be at least national rank? Yet Team 1 is letting a district-level trash lead them. Even if he somehow killed Chen Zun, this is way too much. Chen Zun is furious. His face red as he grinds his teeth and mutters, "Is this a joke? That trash, Chang Mo, a district ranker, is actually becoming their Team 1 captain." Hearing this, Jia Qi turns with wide eyes and gasps out in disbelief. Is it true? Is Chang Mo really about to take over as captain? Chen Zun spins around, screaming at his colleagues, but only gets cold shoulders in return. They tell him to watch his mouth because he is their captain now, and if he keeps crying about it, he will dock all of his contribution points. Chen Jun snaps back, asking what they are laughing at since he is their captain too. He complains that a district ranker is walking all over them, asking if they are truly fine with that. He scoffs, saying he is transferring to Team 2 anyway, so this whole drama has nothing to do with him. It does not matter who the captain is since they just have to work. The higher-ups must have their reasons. Chen Jun turns away in bitter, helpless defeat, his face twisted in rage. Meanwhile, up on the ceremonial stage, honored podium, Qu Weiing narrows his eyes, thoughtfully scanning the crowd below before finally tapping his fingers on the wood and ending the tense ceremony with a cold, absolute declaration. This is the explicit will of the higher-ups, and if anyone objects, they can speak up directly, and he will report every single complaint to headquarters. Hearing this official appointment, Chen Jun glares with absolute toxic resentment, his face contorting in pure denial. The very next second, he suddenly leaps up and shouts his protest. He screams that he does not accept this questioning. What right Chang Mo has to be the captain? Meanwhile, Chang Mo stands dead silent like a solid stone statue, while Chen Jun's furious insults continue to echo loudly through the hall, claiming he is just a district ranker. He argues he worked with him before and he was nothing but dead weight. The man points wildly, trying to sway the crowd, shouting that this entire situation is incredibly suspicious. How could a district ranker take down Chen Zun? He claims it is impossible, insisting something shady is going on. His words start to sway the crowd with some murmuring that he might actually have a point. Watching this unravel, Jiaki sits in the audience feeling incredibly anxious, realizing everyone is starting to doubt Chang Mo. Pressing his advantage, Chen Jun spits out more poison, suggesting Chen Zun was just a pawn sacrificed by the enemy, just to plant Chang Mo deep inside their ranks. Bloodshot eyes blazing with madness, the frantic man bellows. His final accusation, he is just a lowly spy. But before he can even finish, a brilliant blue energy whip shoots out from the stage, wrapping tightly around his neck like a deadly noose and dragging his body forward as he babbles, gets flipped upside down, violently thrashed through the air by Chang Mo's energy whip in a pathetic display. The crowd goes absolutely wild, cheering like they are watching a wrestling match as a real fight breaks out. They shout that this district-level kid has serious guts to attack a city ranker, urging him to take him down. Chang Mo stands calmly on the stage, casually swinging the whip to slam his opponent around like a jump rope. Hanging upside down helplessly in midair, Chen Jun panics, screaming as he wonders how this blue rope is dragging him in. He realizes this is Chang Mo's actual strength using his raw power to pull him in. Desperately backed into a corner, he grinds his teeth. Swallowing his anger, he charges forward with a roar, preparing to use his fists. He yells, asking how he dares to strike him, promising to show him the absolute gap in their power. He screams that he has no right to lead, swearing he will never bow to someone so lowly. But before Chen Jun's fist can even connect, Chang Mo delivers a lightning-fast punch right to his jaw, sending blood spraying everywhere. Chang Mo instantly pins him onto the stage, ruthlessly raining down heavy, thunderous strikes that completely deform his face. The brutal onslaught is so incredibly fierce. His teeth fly out. A final devastating blow slams down on his head, triggering a massive cloud of white dust. The arrogant instigator is now flattened on the ground, weeping and waving his hand in a desperate plea for mercy. He begs him to stop, declaring that he surrenders. With the battle quickly over, Chang Mo dusts off his hands and stands quietly beside the beaten body. The chief stands frozen in total disbelief while the audience is absolutely stunned, whispering about how a district ranker just completely obliterated a city-level expert. That was ridiculously cool. Two of their colleagues sit sweating bullets in the crowd, completely dumbfounded by what they saw. Chang Mo literally just thrashed Chen Jun into the floor. Does this mean they are next? Jiaxi watches beside them. Standing nearby, she is overjoyed, her eyes sparkling with pure admiration as she loudly cheers that Chang Mo is absolutely incredible, just as the venue suddenly turns into a wrestling ring and director Kuo Weiying slams his hand on the table, barking out that even if this is his awards ceremony, he still cannot completely disregard discipline like this. Chang Mo turns to look at the old man with an incredibly calm expression, delivering a sharp counter-argument that since he is now the captain, shouldn't a disrespectful subordinate be taught a lesson for openly insulting his superior like that, challenging Kuo Weiying to tell him who is the one actually disregarding discipline here. Trapped by the rules of his own organization, Kuo Weiying is left completely speechless, his face twisting with rage. Without giving him any time to speak, Chang Mo indifferently turns toward the entire hall and speaks clearly, announcing that he wants to share a few words with everyone present before continuing on with his incredibly humble acceptance speech, stating that taking down Chen Zun this time was not his personal achievement but a collective effort from the entire capture team, and he merely stood on the shoulders of his seniors to deliver the final blow. He points toward the audience to make a shocking, generous announcement, declaring his decision to take 50% of his reward and distribute it to all members of the capture team, expressing deep gratitude for their hard work and thanking them all for their support. As soon as his words fall, the massive hall drops into a completely stunned, dead silence. Everyone is speechless at this unprecedented generosity. Talk about an absolute mic drop moment. The crowd below immediately erupts into cheers of joy, shouting that the kid really knows how to play this game. Meanwhile, the corrupt official from earlier can only hang his head and grit his teeth while hearing the crowd roar that they completely support him to become the captain of Squad 1. Back in his mental space, the girl in the black dress asks if he remembers what that foolish doctor told him about how a law is just a self-cultivation method to stabilize his own emotions. But in reality, the effects of a law go far beyond just stabilizing emotions and preventing loss of control. In fact, she excitedly continues, explaining that a law is actually the path to unlocking his own emotional power and persistently practicing. A strong law can grant him powerful abilities far beyond imagination. As for how far beyond imagination that is, killing opponents of a much higher level than him is considered just basic training. A grand painting of the vast universe appears to illustrate her words. Even more absurdly, it can even allow him to create custom rules and alter causality. Chang Mo sits hugging his knees on the floor, asking skeptically if creating rules and altering causality sounds a bit too exaggerated, forcing her to quickly clarify that, of course, if he actually wants to create those rules and alter causality, he needs to reach at least a world-class level to barely manage it. The young man frowns, analyzing logically that world-class entities being able to create rules still sounds like a bit of an exaggeration. After all, they know there are at least 4 or 5 world-class entities in Donghai City alone, and worldwide there must be so many of them, meaning if every single one of them created a rule, wouldn't the world fall into absolute chaos? To answer that, she waves her hand with a smug, knowing smile, explaining that there are actually not as many world-class entities as he thinks. Donghai City is an exception, and as for the law, does he know what the law that allows practitioners to create rules and change causality is called? Her face suddenly becomes seriously mysterious as she names it Heavenly Law, and yeah, it is as crazy as it sounds. A power matching heaven and earth, which is incredibly valuable information. She confidently asserts that based on her observations, that foolish doctor, the director of the second hospital, and of course Xiao Yan, absolutely none of them possess a heavenly law at all. She proudly announces that the law she is about to teach him is indeed a heavenly law, which excites Chang Mo into urging her to start quickly, but he is immediately hit with a cold dose of reality. She warns him to go slow as practicing this law consumes a massive amount of sanity energy he must restore first. A moment later, inside a quiet jade-green virtual space room, the dark teacher looks down to evaluate the situation. Noting that he has absorbed enough sanity energy, she tells him they can begin. The first step of his training is laid out, starting with releasing his sanity power to soften it before beginning to mold and sculpt that sanity power. A stream of energy surges, molding in his hand as the teacher instructs him to try shaping his sanity power into a hammer. Instantly, a glowing blue crystal hammer manifests in sharp detail, earning her praise for his quick work as she tells him to harden the sanity power to form a solid sanity hammer. As he begins to swing the hammer with effortless mastery, she smirks, noting that enduring all that starvation was totally worth it, along with it pays off after binge-watching all those movies and playing games. His control is truly incredible. Chang Mo then asks what her next instruction is. She tells him to use the same method to manifest an anvil of rationality. The cold youth simply mutters done as a massive anvil appears. This leaves his mentor showering him with praise once again. He is incredibly skilled, hardening or softening the energy at will. His control is truly mind-blowing, but Chang Mo ruthlessly cuts her off. He demands she stop talking and tell him the next step. Despite his blunt attitude, his teacher patiently guides him. She tells him not to rush, but to focus his rationality power into his left hand. Then she gives the most brutal instruction imaginable: forge it using the hammer and anvil of rationality. Chang Mo raises the hammer and strikes his own hand, sending green energy splashing everywhere. He instantly collapses, stumbling from that clumsy, self-inflicted blow. His eyes go wide, staring blankly into space, as though his soul was just ripped out of him. But it does not stop there. Fresh blood begins to seep from his pale face, resembling a ticking time bomb about to detonate. Chang Mo screams in sheer agony as blood erupts from his body, feeling as if 1,000 knives are slicing him at once. He collapses onto the floor, lying motionless in a pool of blood beside the anvil. His teacher looks down at him with cheap sympathy. She asks if it is too much to bear. Even though he is only striking his hand, it feels like his entire soul is absorbing the blow. She explains that his entire soul is taking the full force of the impact. His human flesh is simply not built to withstand this kind of torment. He must feel like he is about to shatter into a million pieces. Yet he needs to train like this for at least 2 hours. Every day, keeping it up for at least 3 months just to see the very first results. Hearing this, Chang Mo completely rolls his eyes back. He passes out right on the spot. She shrugs helplessly, muttering that he has completely fainted as the scene shifts to the bright blue sky. Clouds drift by as if his soul has ascended to heaven for some much-needed rest. Unfortunately, his torment is far from over. Chang Mo drags himself back up in the virtual space, panting heavily as he prepares himself for another brutal round of training. Flopping onto the ground, Chang Mo complains with heavy sarcasm, noting how utterly ridiculous this training method actually is. Hitting himself hurts far more than getting stabbed by a provincial-level emotion blade. His system guide calmly explains the reality of the situation. She tells him that since he already has high resistance to emotional power, battling himself is bound to be a brutal, unshielded clash. This is an inside-out confrontation that cannot be weakened. Soon, an image of an extremely complex structure appears on screen. She continues her lecture, explaining that the heavenly law is actually built on a series of highly complex actions. Self-training is merely the first foundational step. In the future, he will have to push through many more trials to unlock his full potential. But mid-sentence, she suddenly pauses and scratches her head in confusion. She admits she cannot quite recall what specific abilities this heavenly law actually grants, or even what his next step is supposed to be. Chang Mo is completely speechless. She quickly tries to salvage the moment, adding that if he can endure this painful self-forging, there will still be massive benefits even if he never reaches reality-bending levels. Right on cue, his body begins to glow with a brilliant light. After each strike, emotional power flows back inside him, circulating through his system. This allows him to absorb rationality far quicker than any normal emotional body. While climbing from a regional tier up to a city-level ranking usually takes years, he might only need a few months. A green crystal glows as if confirming her words. His rational energy is bound to become incredibly dense, even without the need to absorb other emotion cores or undergo various complex emotional cleansing rituals. He will still develop a highly potent natural resistance against all emotional attacks. The sharp-featured youth begins to calculate the possibilities. Theoretically, this painful forging process will eventually boost his overall emotional resistance by at least 15%. Chang Mo's eyes light up with sudden hope. An extra 15% is huge. That means when facing the power of hatred, his resistance will climb to 95%. With that, he would easily be able to defend himself even against Zhao Yan. Then an even wilder thought strikes him. As blood and fire flash across his mind, he realizes that if he consumes a few more high-tier emotion cores, he could potentially push his resistance against all emotions up to 95% when the final moment arrives. At that point, who could possibly hope to kill him? Fueled by this godlike vision, Chang Mo pulls himself back up. His dark companion chuckles with amusement, asking if he wants to try again so soon without taking a short break. She notes that it does not matter as long as he can break past his own limits. The youth raises the crystal hammer. Sweat pours down his face as he grits his teeth. The shock this self-forging inflicts on his soul is truly terrifying. His entire body seems to reject the pain, trembling violently. But gathering his resolve, he raises the hammer once more. The glowing weapon strikes his hand without a shred of mercy, sending fresh blood splashing into the air. Blood sprays out like a geyser, staining the virtual space blood red. Chang Mo bows his head, desperately trying to suppress the excruciating pain. He tells himself to hold on. His eyes are horribly bloodshot. Just one strike was enough to bring him to his knees in agony, yet he has to train like this for 2 hours every day and keep it up for 3. But refusing to yield, he raises his hammer high into the light. He cannot back down, driven by a desperate hunger to grow stronger and take control of his own destiny. The hammer swings down again amid blood and bitter reflection. Looking back at his life, he realizes he has always compromised, been overly cautious, avoided conflict, and played the peacemaker. His scarred face contorts, with pain having swallowed all his grievances and endless concessions. His logical mind always told him that was the only way. He grips the hammer as green power flares, realizing that only after meeting Yi Li and obtaining this power did he finally feel truly free for once. If he loses this strength, everything will just go back to how it was. Shattering his own weakness, blood splatters everywhere. He refuses to go back to his past. He absolutely cannot. He must become stronger. No matter the cost, no matter what it takes, he frantically slams his hammer down. With a throat-tearing roar begging for more strength, the relentless strikes echo continuously through the vast blue space, his slender silhouette breaking its own limits. Watching from afar, the girl in the black dress smiles proudly. The scene shifts as sunlight bathes the bustling skyscrapers in the heart of the city. Down below at a fast food joint called Du Fan, right beneath the Emotion Administration Department, some locals are gossiping. Hey, do you know what that building next door is for? No idea. Heard it is some administration bureau, but God knows what they actually manage. Let me tell you, that place is super mysterious. I have never seen anyone enter or exit through the main doors. Rumor has it the staff only use underground tunnels. Just then, a hooded figure brushes past, bumping into one of the men and drawing an annoyed grumble. What kind of agency is it anyway? But the stranger ignores them completely. He just walks away in silence. Over at a bench, the hooded man meets up with a partner in a slouch hat and quietly orders him to move. As they leave, a panicked waiter rushes out yelling that they forgot to pay the bill. But instead of a tip, a massive earth-shaking explosion suddenly blows up the street. The slouch-hatted guy clicks his tongue, asking if that was really necessary. The hooded man sneers, calling them mere ants. Amidst the screaming crowd, people panic, wondering what on earth just happened. The other guy shrugs it off, telling him to focus on the job. The bureau staff only use underground exits, meaning setting up an ambush won't be easy. But of course, guys like this always have a backup plan. It is fine, he says. The Dark Heresy Group has been selling tracking services on the black market lately. He holds up a creepy bloodshot eyeball. I already paid, so the moment Chang Mo shows up, I will spot him through this eye. The camera pans up to a gloomy, narrow alleyway squeezed between towering buildings. Pedestrians hustle past, completely ignoring a heavily bandaged mummy-like figure slinking into the darkness. Clutching his face, the man mutters in utter despair. He tells himself to just forget it, there is no hope left, and he simply cannot do it anymore. He should just give up and die right here. But at his lowest point, a hand suddenly offers him a plastic bag filled with steaming hot buns. A kind elderly woman asks him gently if he is all right, mentioning she has seen him here for days. But before she can finish, she suddenly starts coughing violently. Spitting blood and saliva, she drops the bag and clutches her chest. This is definitely not a normal cold. Panicking, the bandaged man retreats into the shadows and quickly dials emergency services asking if this is 911. He reports a dying person in the alley near 36 Wuyu Road, begging them to hurry. The brief call ends in just 10 seconds. Looking back at the collapsed woman, he turns away with a dark, cold expression, muttering an apology to Chang Mo. He says he doesn't want to bring trouble to others, but he doesn't want to die either. Therefore, Chang Mo has to die. The scene shifts to a desolate ruined junkyard under a grim, overcast sky. Hiding like a rat inside a filthy drainage pipe, the bandaged man constantly grits his teeth and curses. Unwrapping his face, he stares at his ruined reflection on a tablet screen, letting out a scream of pure hatred. He curses Chang Mo's name, clutching the tablet tightly as a terrifying blank expression washes over his face. He vows to take back everything that was stolen from him. Meanwhile, back at the brightly lit administration bureau, Dr. Liu sits anxiously on a sofa, turning to the dark-clothed girl and asking if this will really be okay. He points out that the massive bounty on Chang Mo's head is simply too high, raising serious alarms. Meanwhile, at Hospital Number 2, the Black Chain cult has started operating with absolute arrogance. Dr. Liu adjusts his glasses, analyzing the situation with an incredibly serious face. Even the price of the surveillance services they provide has skyrocketed lately. It is dizzying. This is definitely a targeted strike against Chang Mo. Who knows how many underground emotional criminals will join in, all over Donghai City. Hearing this, Wei Wei casually flips the page of her book, acting completely unbothered by the news. She calmly tells him not to worry, those cultists are not the only ones monitoring all the exits of the bureau. She can watch them too. The moment Chang Mo steps out of the building, she will follow him closely, waiting for someone to launch an attack, and then they will strike. The dark girl flashes a murderous smile, confidently declaring that the criminal underworld of Donghai City needs a massive and thorough cleanup. Right on cue, the images of these sketchy bounty hunters, lurking everywhere, appear on screen to illustrate her sharp point. At this very moment, everyone is simply waiting anxiously for Chang Mo to step out of the bureau. Soon, the words "1 month later" drift across the clear blue sky, blinking past. In stark contrast to the enemy's patience, Wei Wei is currently clutching her head and pulling her hair, screaming out, "What on earth is wrong with this guy? How can anyone stay inside a single building for an entire month?" Meanwhile, Donghai City remains as bustling as ever, completely ignoring the agonizing weight of those lurking outside the bureau. Hands on her hips, she complains constantly. It has been a whole month, and that guy is still locked in his office playing games, watching movies, and being lazy every single day. The craziest part is he bolts to his room the second his shift ends. Who knows what he is actually doing in there anyway? Dr. Liu smiles warmly, explaining their guy's unusually calm behavior, saying he is simply staying disciplined to his own rules. Besides, the doctor told him not to leave the bureau until his return. But Wei Wei is not buying it. She immediately refutes this, exposing the guy's real nature. If he were actually that obedient, he wouldn't have acted on his own and left the bureau to kill Chen Yang. The higher-ups broke the rules to make him captain. Half the reason is because he is incredibly reckless and aggressive. The big bosses wanted him to be a troublemaker. And what happened? He secured the captain position and immediately started slacking off. He is not stupid. He knows full well that he is the #1 target of the entire city of Donghai right now. From what she knows about him, he absolutely will not take a single step out of the bureau. Reaching her limit, she drops to her knees in despair, complaining about how stubborn the guy is. She has to go knock some sense into him. If he wastes another month like this and the higher-ups lose patience and fire him, she is doomed. The doctor reminds her that her mission is to protect Chang Mo, and she surely does not want to be dragged back to the confinement zone. Dr. Liu, breaking into a sweat, asks if she intends to sneak in. He warns her that doing so might blow her cover, especially since they are supposed to operate in secret. But Wei Wei has already made up her mind, claiming that clueless guy won't notice a thing. As long as no one else catches her, she will be fine. She plans to sneak straight into his room to see what he is doing all day. The clouds drift past once more, transitionally opening up the virtual mental space inside Chang Mo's private room. The familiar scene of his glowing emerald green room appears. There, shirtless and completely drenched in sweat, Chang Mo is seen diligently pounding the hammer of reason onto his hand. Panting heavily, he looks down at his handiwork with pride. After more than a month, his body is finally adapting. Even though every single strike still releases a massive shockwave, he can definitely endure it now. His hand grips the handle of the glowing energy hammer. Time to test his limits. Without hesitation, showing off his newly muscular physique from a month of tempering, Chang Mo concentrates all of his focus raising the hammer high to prepare for a massive blow. The crystal weapon slams down onto his hand, sparking fierce energy. His eyes widen, pupils flaring with brilliant golden light that shows his absolute determination to push through. With a sudden and violent explosion of power, countless green crystal shards fly everywhere, marking the complete destruction of the Anvil of Reason. Chang Mo stands there, sweat dripping down his sculpted muscles as he pants heavily. The system girl floats nearby, offering high praise. Not bad at all, smashing that first Anvil of Reason so quickly. 4 hours of daily training definitely paid off. Over the past month, your reason defense has increased by 5%, but Chang Mo seems unsatisfied, questioning if it is only 5%, leaving her completely speechless. She explains that 5% in a single month is incredibly fast, especially for resistance against all emotional powers. Besides his reason, energy is growing more abundant by the day, meaning a city-level breakthrough is right around the corner. However, he looks deeply worried, noting that while this is good, a brand new issue has just popped up. Maintaining this law has doubled the daily energy consumption. The sanity chains in Chen Yang's stockpile are nearly exhausted. He calculates in his mind that he will temporarily have to reduce it to just 1 or 2 hours each day. After that, he must find a way to harvest more sanity energy. How many suppression chains can he get at the Bureau? Along with his thoughts comes a harsh system notice. The remaining suppression chains will only last for 3 months. Amidst his deep thinking, Chang Mo suddenly narrows his eyes, immediately on alert. Back in the real world, Vivi sneakily slips into his room, but unluckily, she slams her face straight into the main character's bare muscular chest. Looking up, her eyes widen as if she has just witnessed something completely world-shattering. The clear image of Chang Mo's rock-hard six-pack abs is reflected perfectly inside her trembling pupils. Before she can even recover, 2 crimson streams of blood erupt from Vivi's nose like a fountain. The pure impact of his good looks, coupled with her intense emotional overload, sends her crashing backward, her nosebleed spraying a dramatic crimson arc through the air. Chang Mo looks down in utter confusion at the strange girl now lying completely unconscious on the floor, leaving behind a tragically long trail of blood. Speechless, he turns to ask the system if this is a spy, but the black-dressed lady just shrugs. Outside the Bureau building, peaceful sunlight bathes the area, a stark contrast to the loud, chaotic mess taking place indoors. Once she wakes up, Vivi sits on the sofa with crossed arms, tilting her chin up proudly as she begins to explain. In short, that is the situation. Chingay and I came here to protect you from the shadows. I am not some shady undercover agent, and I am definitely not a creep. Our mission is top secret, so you must keep this completely to yourself. You cannot tell a single soul that you saw me here. Chang Mo sits across from her calmly, responding with a totally indifferent face. That is just your side of the story. For all I know, everything you just said could be a complete fabrication. Hearing this, Vivi jumps up in shock and snaps at him. But before she can even catch her breath, he quickly fires back. And based on what I gather, you might not even know Chingay. You only know she exists and are pretending to be her friend. Listening to this, Vivi breaks into a cold sweat, muttering to herself. He is right, that actually makes perfect sense. How could a weirdo like him ever be friends with Chingay? You are definitely lying, and I will have the Bureau arrest you immediately. To prove her identity, Vivi aggressively shoves her phone screen right into Chang Mo's face, screaming at him to open his damn eyes. Open your damn eyes and look closely at this. My relationship with her is far deeper than anything your tiny mind can ever imagine. Displayed on her phone screen is a highly suggestive photo of Dr. Liu. Vivi triumphantly stands with her hands on her hips, bragging, I have even spicier pictures than this, but you do not have the clearance to see them. Meanwhile, Chang Mo and the system can only stand there speechless, watching her ridiculous clown show. Just then, Chang Mo's phone rings, displaying a call from Dr. Liu. On the other end, her voice asks if he has seen her friend. The young man sighs. Yes, I think I have. He holds up his phone, showing the video call screen to Vivi. Take a look at this. Her Vivi steps back in panic. Yes, it is indeed her. Dr. Liu asks Vivi what she is hiding behind her back, making the sweating girl stammer that it is nothing. Dr. Liu smiles brightly on the screen. She tells Chang Mo that he can completely trust Vivi and warns her not to bully him. I am hanging up now. The call ends, the screen goes black, and a heavy, suffocating silence fills the entire room. Vivi stands frozen, staring blankly as he quietly tucks his phone away, the awkward atmosphere growing thick enough to cut. Realizing she has been played, Vivi grabs Chang Mo's collar and screams in sheer frustration. Ching already told you I was coming, right? Then why did you still doubt me? Chang Mo calmly explains that he simply had not checked his messages earlier. Besides, how could he be sure that someone had not spoofed her number just to send him some fake intel? Being careful and asking a few extra questions is only natural. Plus, he never forced her to show those private photos anyway. That verbal critical hit strikes Vivi down, sending her kneeling to the floor as she claws at her head in absolute despair. She is totally doomed. If Liu finds out she secretly took those pictures and showed them to others, she might just lose it and kill her. Suddenly, Vivi snaps upright, pointing her finger directly at Chang Mo's face as she threatens him with desperate, crazed eyes. You absolutely must not breathe a single word of this to anyone or you are dead. Facing her desperate threat, Chang Mo merely looks down at her with a dark, mocking gaze, letting out a single cold remark. Oh, the very next second, Vivi is shoved backward onto the sofa with a look of pure bewilderment on her face. What Chang Mo leans in dangerously close, threatening her. Well, keeping his mouth shut depends entirely on how well she behaves. At this exact moment, Vivi realizes she is truly finished. The blue sky flashes. Chang Mo calmly sits back down and crosses his legs. All right, let us get back to our main business. Vivi instantly stands at rigid attention like a soldier, answering that she understands. He waves his hand with a sigh, telling her to relax. He tells Vi 6 to sit down and stop acting like he is a monster. Shivering, she replies that he absolutely is one. Once seated, Vi seriously delivers her briefing. Correcting herself, she outlines the details of his upcoming two-part mission. First, he has to stir up trouble in Donghai City, drawing the hidden criminals out of the shadows. Xiao Xinge and Vi will handle the rest, guaranteeing his safety. Second, he must use his role in the emotion management department. She warns him to investigate Kuo Weiying with extreme care, as the man himself is not their main target. Instead, they are after his powerful backers. They suspect the shadow looming behind him is far larger than anyone can imagine. Hearing this, Chang Mo remains completely unfazed. He looks at her coldly and casually asks a counter question. Here's the crazy part, what do I get out of this? He asks, leaving Vi completely speechless for 5 seconds. Are you really demanding a reward now? She fumes. Is not the credit for killing Chen Yang enough for you? Chang Mo calmly counters her logic. Most of the credit from Chen Yang's death was already split with his colleagues. Besides, that is a completely separate issue from these new tasks. Plus, his daily energy consumption is massive. He adds that he would also like an advance on his pay. Vi rolls her eyes, screaming in total frustration. An advance, she shrieks. How does a city-level rookie like him have the nerve to be so arrogant? Chang Mo just sits there in silence, watching her dramatic meltdown. Seeing his completely unfazed attitude, she fumes. Chang Mo drops a bombshell and gets up to leave, saying he is deeply disappointed with her uncooperative attitude. He threatens to show Chinga those secret photos. Caught red-handed, Vi breaks into a cold sweat and immediately panics. She quickly surrenders, agreeing to the advance. Chang Mo immediately names his price: 4 powerful restraint chains. He wants them before he leaves the office. Vi sheds sarcastic tears, asking why he does not just rob a bank. Chang Mo replies that this is much easier than robbery. Vi completely breaks down, crying that he is an actual monster. Ignoring her, whining, Chang Mo's face turns serious. He begins probing for some crucial information. He asks Vi if she knows anything about the boss. Vi looks totally confused, wondering who possesses such an arrogant title. Recalling his past encounters, Chang Mo offers to tell her everything about what he has recently gone through. The backer of Liu Li, who attacked him on the Ocean Emperor's ship, was indeed this mysterious boss. Analyzing the sequence of events, he remembers hearing that Kuo Weiying went to the director's office to demand his transfer. Right after the director refused that request, the heretic Black Chain cult immediately launched their massive offensive. This clearly proves he was also a target. He was not just some bystander next to the director. After the assassination of Chen Yang, he confirmed that Chen Yang, the Black Chain cult, and the boss are all connected. Everything points directly to the boss. Vi immediately connects the dots, sharing a highly critical piece of intelligence. She is almost certain that the boss is a Wrath-type emotional body, since Liu Li was infected by him in the Old Town. The infection happened in the Old Town a decade ago, making this specific clue extremely valuable to their search. And get this, if this boss is indeed the mastermind, his power must be at least at the world-class tier. And since he has been active in the Old Town for a decade, their search range is now significantly narrowed. Filled with passion, Vi boldly declares that she will start investigating immediately, as world-class entities are quite rare. Hiding out there is highly unlikely. Following these clues will definitely lead to a breakthrough, so she is off. As she prepares to leave, Chang Mo quickly calls her back, stating that he has one final request. With half his face shrouded in shadow, he makes a bold proposal regarding her plan to protect him as bait. He asks her not to interfere at first, wanting to handle the incoming attackers entirely on his own. Unleashing a towering killing intent, he adds that if he manages to kill them, he gets to keep all of the loot. Vi is left completely speechless, asking if he truly cares more about money than his own life. Chang Mo sighs innocently, complaining that times are tough and he has no other choice. White clouds drift across the clear blue sky. Inside his room, Chang Mo sits alone, deeply lost in thought. He turns to ask his system companion Yi Li about Vi's actual power rank. The black-haired girl appears and replies that Vi is actually quite formidable, being a national-level grief emotional body. Chang Mo pouts doubtfully. He doubts it, noting she is too easily manipulated and does not look reliable or like a grief entity. He wonders if everyone in the department is this incompetent. Yi Li giggles and begins to explain the situation. It is completely normal. In theory, the stronger an emotional vessel's feelings, the easier they lose control. It would be weird if she acted totally fine. Besides, Lu Qing is clearly incredibly important to her. That is exactly why she is letting you lead her around by the nose like this. So what is your plan now? Chang Mo offers nothing but a calculating silence. After thinking it through, he makes his decision. He decides the absolute priority is boosting his own strength. First comes raw personal power, which he is already training hard to improve. Even more importantly, they need to find a powerful backer. Having a strong shield behind them is a massive advantage in itself. That was likely the system's exact goal when she told him to join the Great Xia Bureau in the first place, right? The system girl smiles in approval, calling it correct. Sensing the hidden eyes, watching from the shadows, Chang Mo analyzes his situation. After that incident at Facility Number 2, the higher-ups placed him on the capture team, kept his abilities classified, and then did even more. They have even promoted him to team captain. He can feel it. The high-ranking directors of the Bureau are keeping a close watch on him. Since they are watching, he might as well put on a good show. A rook chess piece appears, symbolizing a ruthless political game. They probably just see him as a disposable pawn right now, but that is fine. The key is playing his cards right. He must become an indispensable piece, a pawn so valuable they would never dare discard him. Resting his head on his hand, he is confident. With a confident smirk, he finalizes his plan. Next, they will start by investigating Kuo Weiing. That should be pretty easy for them. Given their resources, it is practically a walk in the park. The scene shifts to the imposing bureau headquarters under a clear blue sky. Inside an office, a middle-aged man rubs his chin with a deep frown. To him, Chang Mo is shaping up to be quite a handful. Nobody expected him to actually eliminate Chen Yang, secure a massive victory, and even rise to team captain. He peers over. He looks at his pink-haired subordinate, asking what they should do with him. The pink-haired young man folds his hands behind his back. He flashes an innocent yet deeply unsettling grin, cheerfully promising his boss that he will find a way to put Chang Mo 6 feet under. A stunned silence fills the room after that hilariously blunt answer. The middle-aged boss nearly loses his mind on the spot. Jumping to his feet, he points right at his subordinate's face, yelling that the guy's charges have already been completely cleared. Chang Mo is officially one of them now, so they cannot just go around offing him. He orders him to never utter such absolute nonsense again. They need to show unity and resolve any misunderstandings through proper communication. Then instantly changing his tune, the boss rubs his chin. He schemes, suggesting his subordinate talk to the intelligence center. Chang Mo is still pretty green and needs some serious testing. Since he just took over, Team 1 makes sure to dump the absolute hardest, most brutal cases onto them. Wearing a sinister smirk, he adds that those dangerous criminals will surely help Chang Mo and his team grow up real fast. The pink-haired subordinate claps in sudden realization, laughing out loud. Oh, he gets it now. They are using someone else's blade to do the dirty work. Calling his boss absolutely brilliant, he exposes the scheme right to his face. Veins popping on his neck, the chief yells back in anger. He screamed that it was just training. Does he even know what training means? One more word like that, and he is fired from the bureau. His furious voice echoes all the way up to the clouds, telling him to get back to work. His subordinate sheepishly obeys. Back in the office, the boss grumpily types away, muttering that he thought the pink-haired kid was actually smart. Turns out he is just a headache. Clicking his pen, he grins wickedly and starts mimicking his subordinate's clueless voice with a mocking tone. Actually, this might be better since a fool is easier to control, mockingly repeating the promise to go kill Chang Mo. Leaning back in his chair with a heavy sigh, he laments how rare it is to find someone actually useful on his side. For now, he will just have to make do. But out of nowhere, Chang Mo is suddenly standing right behind his chair. Staring down with an icy gaze, the system girl floats by the window, teasingly praising his shameful sneak skills. She mockingly applauds him for using such an embarrassing stealth power just to break into the bureau chief's private office. Chang Mo calmly replies that he is not stupid. Yi Li speaks up, surprised that Chen Jun turned traitor and joined the chief. She asks how they should deal with him. Chang Mo quietly schemes, deciding they can deal with Chen Jun later. They will focus on shadowing Kuo Weiing for a few days, tracking every single call and text to uncover his dirty secrets. That will surely expose some serious dirt on him. Suddenly, Yi Li points forward in excitement as he pulls out his phone. She urges him to see what the boss is up to. Kuo Weiing relaxes in his chair, intently staring at his screen. The screen reveals a scantily clad girl sensually dancing and swaying. The middle-aged chief is completely glued to the show. The middle-aged boss remains utterly transfixed, thoroughly enjoying this rather questionable hobby of a true refined gentleman. Witnessing this mind-numbing sight, Chang Mo and Ye Li just stand there completely frozen for 5 seconds, totally speechless. A caption reading 1 hour later fades in, marking the end of that pointless wait. Finally, Kuo Weiing starts moving again. He finally sets his phone down on the table like he just finished some grueling task, stretching his tired body to ease the tension. After an hour of straining his eyes, he shakes off the stress. Slowly, he clasps his hands behind his back and walks over to the window, staring out at the city view with a pretentious air. Yi Li immediately urges her partner to move fast. She tells him his chance is here and to check what is on that phone. Chang Mo nods, saying he is already on it. The young man carefully reaches his invisible hand toward the phone resting alone on the desk. But the moment his fingers brush against the phone casing, a sudden jolt of electrical energy flashes out, sending a shock straight through Chang Mo. His cloaking field flickers, exposing half of his tense, shocked face. Luckily, Ku Weiying is still looking away. He is totally absorbed in the view outside, completely oblivious to the sudden crisis unfolding right behind him. Back in the emerald virtual space, Chang Mo falls to his knees, gasping for breath on the floor. His floating system partner scolds him with a frown. She asks him what went wrong and why he almost revealed himself, calling his endurance pathetic. Chang Mo tiredly defends his weak performance, explaining that he was actually incredibly close to accessing Ku Weiying's phone. He lets out a heavy sigh as a sudden realization hits him. He tells Yi Li that utilizing the shame power of Chen Yang also drains energy. He had not noticed this before because he had just absorbed Chen Yang's emotional core. That meant his shame energy was fully charged back then. The memory of his face half revealing itself flashes through his mind. This proves his theory. Keeping up the invisibility cloaking continuously completely drains his shame energy, and that is exactly what ran dry moments ago. That is why he almost materialized out of thin air. Hearing this, Yi Li finally smacks her forehead, admitting she completely forgot about that mechanic. Chang Mo grimaces as he looks at his system guide. He helplessly points out an even bigger problem. Every single time they enter or exit this space, it siphons away another chunk of his shame energy, leaving Yi Li stunned. Kneeling in the vast room, he cries out in despair. His absolute last drop of shame energy is officially gone, meaning they might never be able to leave this place. Hearing this terrible news, Yi Li's deep blue eyes widen in pure shock as her system brain tries to process the situation. The camera pans extremely close to her face as a heavy, tense silence fills the entire digital room. They are both facing the terrifying prospect of being trapped inside this void forever. But suddenly, a sly, devious smile creeps onto her bright red lips. Shivers run down Chang Mo's spine, and sweating heavily, he nervously asks what she is smiling about. Yi Li leans down, bringing her face inches from his as she whispers that he can actually gather shame energy right now. She asks if he wants her to teach him how to do it. Instantly, Chang Mo's pupils shrink in pure terror. He gets a terrible bad feeling about what is coming next. The panicked boy frantically scrambles backward, desperately trying to wave her off and telling her to stay back. Meanwhile, Yi Li crawls forward like a smug predator cornering its prey. She notes that he seems to have figured it out. Pressing him flat against the wall, she explains how this shame energy actually works. Since it is not currently draining, doing something incredibly embarrassing will help him accumulate and charge it right back up. She tells him to stop resisting. Ignoring the sweat pouring down his face, the smug system girl keeps pushing him. The system warns him that without doing something utterly embarrassing, they will be trapped here forever. Yi Li wraps her arms around Chang Mo, teasing him to calm down since he is supposed to be a purely rational being anyway. Her playful offer to make it up to him prompts the cold young man to immediately brush her hands off. Giggling, she teases him about being so shy despite their close relationship. But as they sit together on the sofa, a sudden rapid knocking on the door breaks the tension. Yi Li lazily orders him to go check it. Annoyed, Chang Mo stands frozen in silence, prompting her to ask why he is still lingering. He mentally screams that he can't open the door. Suddenly, a massive force slams the door wide open. The pink-haired Chen Ju pokes his head in cheering congratulations to the boss for becoming the team leader. But he is greeted by Chang Mo's dark, terrifying glare, looking like he wants to rip him apart. Chen Ju instantly breaks into a cold sweat, his happy smile completely freezing as utter confusion takes over. Without saying a word, Chang Mo lunges forward like a gust of wind, grabs him by the collar, and drags him inside before slamming the door shut. Chang Mo demands to know why he is still showing his face here when he has been acting so cozy with Ku Weiying lately. Chen Ju frantically waves his hands to clear his name, explaining he has not betrayed him and came to deliver crucial intel. He has secrets about Ku Weiying, which makes Chang Mo freeze in suspicion. Moments later, Chang Mo sits back down. Chang Mo gets on the sofa, leaving the pink-haired guy kneeling pitifully on the floor. Chen Ju frantically starts trying to redeem himself. Boss, after doing some digging, I am absolutely sure about the night we hunted Chen Yan. There's no way we had a spy in our capture unit. The leak definitely happened the exact moment you requested the suppression blade. Someone in logistics leaked our request to Ku Weiying. That is how they easily figured out that we were planning about to capture Chen Yan. Chang Mo narrows his eyes thoughtfully. This matches exactly what he was already thinking. Plus, the administration might be under surveillance. A hostile eye could have easily tracked us from a distance during the mission, but since they were so far back, nobody noticed. That is why the enemy was fully prepared before we even arrived. Chang Mo coldly shuts him down. This tiny scrap of info is not enough to prove he is innocent. The guy panics immediately. No, boss, please wait, I still have other critical pieces of info. Chen Ju leans in, whispering that he also hacked into Ku Weiying's phone, instantly catching Chang Mo's attention. He eagerly continues to stay safe. He only did a quick hack, but he still managed to recover some deleted messages. On the night we hunted, Chen Yan, Ku Weiying received a text from someone named S, warning him that the target should go deep underground. Right after he made a call to this Miss S, meaning she might be the one calling the shots. Chen Ju decisively thrusts his phone right in front of his boss's face. He also found a deleted photo on Ku Weiying's phone. A picture pops up on the screen showing them together. Ku Weiying intimately embracing a gorgeous pink-haired woman. Chen Ju adds that he strongly suspects this very woman is, indeed, Miss S. Studying the photo, Chang Mo notes their relationship looks pretty intimate. Could Ku Weiying have actually fallen for a honey trap? No, that is not right. The whole vibe here is extremely strange. He looks down at his subordinate kneeling on the floor, demanding to know why he should believe him. Surely aligning with the director would pay off better. Chen Ju makes a tearful face. Boss, siding with you actually wasn't my choice at all. The pink-haired guy looks up with a completely innocent face, declaring that fate itself forced him to choose Chang Mo. Chang Mo looks completely baffled. Chen Ju pulls a coin out of his pocket and eagerly starts explaining his reasoning. He says he knows Chang Mo doesn't trust him, but if he flips this coin, heads means he helps him. If it lands tails, he betrays Chang Mo for Ku Weiying. He excitedly flips the coin high into the air. It spins in the air, landing on the back of his hand. Heads. Always heads, over and over. A strange, brilliant light radiates from the coin like some divine omen. Chen Ju stares at it with wide eyes. No matter how many times he flips it, the result is always heads, telling him he has to help Chang Mo. The room goes dead silent. Chang Mo sits motionlessly thinking. Yi Li floats slowly right over to his side. She asks if he actually believes the guy. Chang Mo whispers back that there is nothing wrong with the coin. Yi Li didn't feel any emotional power being used to influence the flip. Maybe fate really is playing a hand. Chang Mo's shame energy is limited and Yi Li is forced to stay with him, meaning they can't constantly monitor Ku Weiying themselves. Having a spy planted right next to their target will make things a lot easier for them. Chang Mo's golden eyes flash with a cold, sharp look, but looking at Chen Ju's goofy expression, he remains on guard. This guy is definitely not as simple as he looks on the surface, meaning Chang Mo needs to tread carefully. First, he must head back to the unit to find that mysterious woman. Meanwhile, the administration building stands proud. Under the clear blue sky, Chang Mo steps into the Team 1 office only to be instantly surrounded by complaining teammates. They groan, asking if the higher-ups are trying to work them to death with their insane new workload. Baffled, Chang Mo asks what is going on. A colleague holds out a clipboard for him to see, looking completely miserable. He explains that after the unit split, all the cases are now processed by the control center. But looking at the absolute nightmare of a case file they just dumped on Team 1, things look grim. Staring at the thick stack, Chang Mo stays completely silent. His face is frozen like a statue. He flips open the very first page to check the case details, revealing a specific case code on screen. Case S1025061132 on 23 Guangvan Road in Liuyun. The local illness rate has skyrocketed abnormally, showing mostly mild symptoms with 0 reported deaths so far in the FIST log. The standard medical team has already completed environmental disinfection, yet they still found absolutely no clear cause. It worked. The arrest team did an on-site investigation but could not find the source of the unusual contamination. Their initial theory, an unknown emotional power at play. He flipped to the second case file number, S10250816, location, 11 Beihai Road, Hongxing Garden. A bizarre occurrence. It happens exactly at midnight every single day. Every resident in the building simultaneously hears a strange and rhythmic sound. Rhythmic knocking on their doors. This has been going on for 30 days. When they open it, nobody is there. The police staked out the place and confirmed no one else was inside, finding absolutely no physical marks on the doors. The official report was clear. Police officers sealed the area and set up an ambush on site during the night. Right at midnight, they found nothing. No suspects, no mechanical devices. A secondary search by the arrest squad uncovered lingering traces of an unknown emotional energy, which was below standard threshold levels. The initial conclusion suspected this contactless knocking was triggered by emotional power of an unknown source, recommending constant monitoring and countermeasure tests. Chang Mo sighed, resting his chin in his hand with a bored look. What kind of case was this anyway? They look incredibly annoying to deal with. And they are all dead-end cases from over a year ago. But then, as he reached the very end of the file, he froze in a state of absolute sheer disbelief. Wait, the latest case was on the next page. A horrific murder file number S1026072212. The location was room 1401 Long Lake Apartments, 23 Shuafu Road. The victim was Wang Hu, a junior at Donghai University. He was found dead in his bed. At the time of his death, he was completely naked. Cause of death was multiple trauma from falling, but there were no tall buildings anywhere near the scene. How he fell was entirely impossible. The killer was identified as an emotion entity with all trace energy, intentionally wiped clean from the scene, making it impossible to reconstruct their power profile. The surveillance logs showed an unidentified woman entering and leaving the apartment building around the exact time of the murder. Currently, she is listed as the sole suspect. Suddenly, Chang Mo looked at her photo and his eyes went wide. This was the exact woman from Q Doing's photo. He narrowed his eyes, deep suspicion rising in his gut. Could this be a coincidence? Just as he starts investigating her, this exact case lands right in front of him. Was this some kind of setup? Was Chen Jun framing him on purpose, or was the kid just being used as a pawn himself? Right at that exact moment, Jia looked at Chang Mo and cheered happily to the others. Chang Mo is back in the office, she yelled. Curiously, she walked up behind him and looked over his shoulder. Wondering what he was reading, she leaned in close. But the moment she saw the details of the case, her face went pale. Her eyes widened with absolute horror, and she stumbled backward, losing her balance completely as she collapsed heavily onto the floor, shocking everyone in the room. Chang Mo turned around, frowning with concern. What is wrong? He asked, clearly worried. Jiaqi pointed a trembling finger at the file, her voice shaking. She knew the victim. Through her tears, she sobbed and cried out that Wang Hu was actually her classmate. During the emergency meeting afterward, their colleague Ryan immediately began to express doubts, saying this case would be extremely hard to solve. These emotion entities hide too well, and if their threat level is not high enough, catching them barely earns any contribution points. It simply is not worth the effort at all. Chang Mo cut him off immediately. This case has a clear suspect, meaning it has the highest chance of being solved. He told them to stop complaining and start looking. Another teammate sighed and reported what they found. The police had questioned the neighbors but came up empty, and the suspect was nowhere to be found, as if she vanished into thin air. Since these cases fall to the arrest squad, the police just did the minimum and dumped it on us. Chang Mo stayed quiet for a second before asking about the street surveillance cameras in the area. A female teammate hesitated, explaining that the cameras near the crime scene happened to be broken for maintenance. This made him let out a cold chuckle. How convenient. Seeing his skepticism, the teammate quickly explained further. Actually, cameras across Donghai City are constantly being destroyed. Even though they keep fixing them, the criminals smash them again. They are all emotion entities after all. Disabling a camera quietly is too easy, leaving the squad completely helpless. The only thing they can do is repair them when they break. In fact, a third of all cameras in the entire city are always out of order. Chang Mo gave a quiet nod of understanding. Got it. Chang Mo taps his finger on the desk, diving deeper into the analysis. It seems they have no choice. They must look for clues from the victim. He was just a normal student, and medical reports prove he was not an emotional entity. Sure, he had a mild wrath infection while alive, but it was nowhere near the mutation stage. Absolutely nothing suspicious. So why did the killer target him? And why did his head not explode? This means it was not a predatory act by an emotional entity. If it was not for food, why did the killer do it? Was it just random murder? Looking at that terrified expression, did he see an emotional monster right before dying? Jiaqi stands up, eagerly volunteering. She offers to go back to the university and ask around. The victim had some close classmates and she actually knows them quite well. But Chang Mo immediately shuts her down. He warns her to stay inside the bureau, leaving her quiet and disappointed. He simply cannot risk her safety. He explains everything in detail. Even though Chen Yang is dead, she was also one of his targets. It is likely because of her emotional core. Once she dies, her power will condense into a physical core. Since she is an undiscovered type of emotional entity, her core is bound to be extremely valuable. Pushing his glasses up, he sighs in worry. He fears criminals might try to kill her for that core. So for her own safety, she must stay inside the bureau. Suddenly, the system girl Yi Li appears behind him. She floats behind him, whispering mockingly. He really is stubborn. Letting her investigate would have solved everything. Letting Jiaqi go would kill two birds with one stone. Chang Mo glances at her with deep suspicion. She flashes a charming yet sinister smile. Think about it. If she can squeeze information out of those classmates, the chances of solving the case skyrocket. And if she happens to die, she wraps her arms around his neck. Wrapping her arms around Chang Mo from behind, she whispers in his ear, wouldn't that be the perfect opportunity for him to swallow her emotional core and claim that priceless power for himself?